Unexpectedly traversing into the body of a 10-year-old Ash, I solemnly vow not to repeat past mistakes. Charizard is disobedient? I shall win its heart with unwavering sincerity. Pidgeot was released. This time, I will ensure it battles alongside me to the Champion League. The Bond evolution of Frogadier. It is now my turn to create a perfect synchronization. Setting forth from Pallet Town, accompanied by Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander, I aim to sweep through the Kanto region with an entirely new strategy. All those unresolved grievances from the animated series shall be rectified in full. Pikachu, are you ready? This time, we shall not lose a single companion on our road to becoming champions. Chapter 1. The Beginning of a Dream. Under the night sky, countless stars illuminated the darkness. It's Friday, yay. Ash hurriedly finished his meal and returned to his cozy little room. He lay on his bed, engrossed in the latest Pokemon gaming device, fixated on the screen. Will I succeed? Ding, ding, ding. Success. I've captured Garchomp. His expression was one of sheer exhilaration despite having played countless versions of Pokemon. That fervor remained unquenched. All right, let's continue my journey. My goal is to become the champion of a league. It's you, Garchomp, so cool. Use Dragon Rage. Yes, I've defeated my opponent. Unbeknownst to him, he glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. It's too late. Mom will discover I've been up all night. I must sleep earlier. As Ash drifted into a peaceful slumber, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. Ding, ding. The system is booting up, confirming host identity. Binding complete. Time-space transaction successful. Target confirmed. Pokemon World. Initiating traversal. Warm sunlight cascaded onto Ash's face. He sleepily opened his eyes. I slept until dawn. That was refreshing. Suddenly, he noticed the decorations nearby. A wooden house, toys of the 7 elemental birds, and my cherished memories. A Charizard plushie. Where am I? Could it be that my dream has truly come to fruition, and I've crossed into the Pokemon world? Ding, ding. Please confirm identity. Pokemon World, Kanto region, Pallet Town, Ash. Is this a system? Ash hastily selected confirm. Ding, ding. Identity transaction complete. Host identity confirmed. A surge of memories flooded Ash's mind. The system is implanting mutual memories. Please wait. This is the Pokemon world, also known as the world of Pokemon. Welcome to Pallet Town, host. At this moment, Ash was overwhelmed with excitement. Pallet Town, the beginning of a dream. Now, let me experience the wonders of the Pokemon world. Finally, the Pokemon world he had longed for was within reach. Ash slowly descended the stairs, where his mother, Hanako, was preparing breakfast. Since I have arrived in this world, I must adapt. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Ash, Hanako replied with a gentle smile. Ash, you must finish breakfast before heading to school, she said softly. School? Isn't today Saturday? No, wait, this is the Pokemon world. Ash quickly glanced at the calendar. Today is Friday, no wonder. All right, let me experience the educational system of the Pokemon world. Delicious. Hanako's culinary skills were remarkable, and Ash devoured his breakfast with gusto. Slow down, Ash, or you might choke. Hanako gently patted his back, filling him with warmth. Mom is so gentle. After finishing the hearty meal, Ash felt quite content. I'm off to school, Mom. He waved goodbye to Hanako. She smiled softly, be careful on your way, and study diligently. Got it. Pokemon World, here I come. As he walked, he marveled at the adorable Pokemon around him. Oddish, Pidgey, Butterfree. Wow, I can't wait. This must be the place. Ash entered the classroom and found a relatively tidy seat. Thanks to the system implanting memories of this world, he felt quite knowledgeable. I'm so sleepy, perhaps due to the recent identity exchange. Ash felt a bit fatigued. I'll just rest my eyes for a moment. I won't fall asleep. Ash rested his head on the desk, but in an instant, he was fast asleep. The next moment, Ash, you're slacking off again. A bespectacled teacher with slightly furrowed brows glared at him, visibly irritated. Ash scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, teacher, I accidentally dozed off. Huh? Ash, answer this question. What type is Pikachu? And what is its electric move? Without hesitation, Ash replied, Pikachu is an electric type, and its electric move is Thunderbolt. As a yellow mouse, he was more than familiar. The teacher adjusted her glasses. You actually answered that? Her big eyes were fixed on Ash. This was not the lazy Ash she knew typically. He showed little interest in academics, preferring battles instead. Thus, his grades were among the lowest, leaving the teacher somewhat incredulous. All right, everyone should learn from Ash. Let's give a round of applause for him. Suddenly, the classroom erupted with applause. As the clapping subsided, the teacher posed another question. As a punishment for slacking off, I will ask you another question. What is Pikachu's ability? Upon hearing this, the students whispered among themselves, "Isn't that a bit too difficult?" Ash immediately replied, "The answer, Miss Neko, is Pikachu's ability is Static and Lightning Rod. Static ability has a 30 chance of paralyzing an enemy when attacked with a contact move. The Lightning Rod ability prevents damage from electric-type moves while boosting special attack by 1 stage. Furthermore, Pikachu possesses a remarkably powerful tail, with electric sacs on its cheeks that store electricity, which it uses to strike opponents during battles." Miss Neko's mouth dropped open in astonishment, her eyes filled with exhilaration. "All right, let's move on to the next question." She adjusted her glasses slightly. "Tell me, Ash, which Pokemon evolves into Gyarados? What type is it?" "Gyarados?" Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager. "Miss Neko, Gyarados evolves from Magikarp and is both water and flying type. Many students may mistakenly believe Gyarados is a Dragon-type Pokemon." The classroom erupted in chatter. "Isn't Gyarados a Dragon-type Pokemon?" "Yeah, I distinctly remember Gyarados being a flying and Dragon-type." Miss Neko appeared taken aback, her eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. This Ash, usually at the bottom of the class, had surprisingly answered correctly. Perfect answer. Let's give a warm round of applause for Ash. Miss Neko was thrilled, her face beaming with joy. The classroom erupted again in applause. "That's the correct answer. I always thought Gyarados was a Dragon type." Students whispered among themselves. At that moment, Ash's deskmate was utterly stunned. "Are you really Ash? The one whose academic performance ranks among the bottom of the class?" Ash grinned and winked at his deskmate. Chapter 2, Arceus. The class flower gazed at Ash with wide eyes, filled with astonishment, for she too had believed Gyarados was a Dragon type. Miss Neko was still trying to process it, almost convinced she was dreaming. Could it be that this Ash has been playing dumb all along? It must be. Ash sat at his desk, reflecting on the day's events, wondering how his family was faring now. Presently, I have exchanged my host identity with Ash from the Pokemon world. I must have implanted some of my memories, so everything should be fine. Ash gazed out of the window, where gentle sunlight bathed the earth, and flocks of Pidgeys fluttered by while Rattatas scurried across the ground. Suddenly, a Caterpie poked its head out, staring vacantly at Ash. Startled by the unexpected appearance of the Caterpie, Ash examined it closely, recognizing it as the fabled Cresselia. "Perhaps I should capture one for myself, just to see," he mused with a mischievous glint in his eye. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a Pokeball. The thought of that iconic red and white sphere sent a thrill through him. The school bell rang, signaling recess. As boredom settled in, Ash unexpectedly spotted a history book. The origins and history of Pokemon. Curiosity piqued. He opened the first page, only to be jolted by an image of Milotic staring back at him. "Well, I didn't realize Ash from the Pokemon world had such interests," he chuckled. "Actually, I share that interest too," he admitted, captivated by the image. Back to the topic at hand, let me delve deeper into the Pokemon world," he said, tucking away the Milotic picture. Arceus, the creator of the Pokemon universe, was said to have birth time and space from the void. Arceus? Ash nodded, recalling the legendary Pokemon he once idolized. He continued reading, learning about ancient creatures such as Aerodactyl, Kabuto, and Lileep. Ash shook his head. Have they truly gone extinct? Then, his eyes sparkled with realization. "But I remember they can be revived." As time progressed, history evolved, recounting tales from a time when 3 kingdoms vied for dominance. A young warrior with a red face wielding a long sword rode a majestic Rapidash, invincible in battle. Meanwhile, another boy, adorned with twin ponytails and mounted on a Jengar, wielded a halberd, proving formidable as well. As the tapestry of history unfurled, Pokemon became humanity's companions, coexisting harmoniously in this enchanting world. How fascinating the history of Pokemon is. I can hardly wait for my journey to begin. Ash glanced at his deskmate, who appeared drowsy, on the verge of dozing off. "Hey, Oak, may I ask you a question?" The lethargic boy perked up slightly. "Oak yawned. What is it, Ash?" "I'm so tired. I just want to sleep." Ash chuckled to himself. He's the ultimate sleepyhead, nearly rivaling Snorlax. He grinned. "Do you know what Bulbasaur sounds like?" Oak's eyes brightened. "I know. Bulbasaur goes, Bulba, Bulb, right?" Ash nearly burst into laughter. "Haha, that's hilarious. Bulba, Bulba." Their classmates joined in the laughter. Oak turned red, scratching his head. "Is that not right?" Ash laughed heartily. "A lack of culture is truly alarming. Bulbasaur says seed. Oak nodded. "Oh, I see. Wait, how come you suddenly know so much? Have you been studying behind my back?" Ash laughed. "I've always been this clever, with a photographic memory. I just don't want you to feel out of place. Oak fell silent. I'll get you for this, Ash. Before long, the day had flown by, and Ash leaped for joy, for it was Friday. The weekend he eagerly anticipated had arrived. Mom, I'm home, Ash exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Already back, Ash? I'll start dinner. You go do your homework. Ash retreated to his room, but he didn't do his assignments, as he had already mastered the material. He lay on his soft bed, feeling immensely comfortable. The people in the Pokemon world are just like those on my planet. I wonder if the other Ash is living well too. Ash, dinner is ready. His mother called from downstairs. Coming, Mom. He hurried down, lured by the tantalizing aroma of his mother's cooking. Delicious, delicious, Ash exclaimed, eagerly devouring a chicken leg. His mother gently cautioned, slow down, Ash. Don't eat like a ravenous beast. How can I resist when your cooking is so aromatic? He replied, grabbing a piece of braised pork. So good. At that moment, his mother suddenly remarked, Ash, in a few days, you'll graduate and be eligible to train Pokemon. Your journey in the Pokemon world will begin. A Pokemon journey. Yes, I, Ash, am ready to become the greatest Pokemon trainer in the world. After dinner, Ash settled on the couch, where the television showcased a thrilling Pokemon battle between Onix and Geodude. Onix charges forward, but did Geodude evade it? Excellent. Onix used Earthquake. Geodude has been defeated. What a spectacular move. Before he knew it, the clock struck 10, yet Ash was utterly engrossed in the show. So thrilling. Go Greninja, yes. So cool. Ash, it's getting late, time for bed, or you'll be sleepy tomorrow, his mother reminded him. I know, Mom. Reluctantly, Ash turned off the television. Though captivating, he knew he needed to heed his mother's words. That night, countless stars twinkled in the sky as Ash gazed through the skylight, enchanted by the celestial beauty. The cozy room and soft bed enveloped him in relaxation. By the way, how does this system work? It only appeared once, right when I first arrived here. Could it be the legendary cheat code, or does it possess astonishing abilities? Ash pondered, yet he chose not to dwell on it. If he became too reliant on the system, his passion for the Pokemon world might wane. Chapter 3. Partners from other regions. With the ringing of a clock modeled after a bee drill, Ash slowly arose, stretching lazily as he welcomed another day full of uncertainty. Ash, come downstairs for breakfast. Your mother has prepared your favorite sandwiches. Coming, Mom. After washing up and fixing his hair, Ash hurried downstairs. Ash, today is the day of the team-building event organized by Professor Oak. Would you like to join? Hanako said with a cheerful smile. Professor Oak? Absolutely. Mom. I want to go. All right, after breakfast, you can head to Professor Oak's house for the gathering. Make sure you arrive by 9. Ash donned his red and white cap, his tousled hair framing his forehead, and paired it with blue pants and a red and white shirt. Today, he looked particularly dashing. Stepping outside, he breathed in the fresh air, feeling invigorated. It was indeed far better than the air on his home planet. As he walked, he watched the wild grass Pokemon frolicking freely across the vast land, while Beedrills glided gracefully through the sky, and occasionally he spotted a Butterfree. You're here too, Ash. Gary greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence, Gary. I thought you'd be sleeping in. Ash responded, running towards Gary with a beaming expression. Let us head to Professor Oak's house for the gathering, Ash said, placing a hand on Gary's shoulder as they walked forward, filled with excitement. Before long, they arrived at Professor Oak's lab, which was brimming with an array of instruments and various red and white Pokeballs. Hello, Professor Oak. Ash and Gary exclaimed in unison. Professor Oak nodded. Ah, Ash, Gary, you've made it. We still need to wait a little longer. Green isn't ready yet. That boy always takes his time. Ash shook his head lightly. It's all right, Professor. We're not in a hurry. With that, Ash couldn't help but pick up one of the Pokeballs, fascinated by its texture. Is this the sensation of a Pokeball? It's simply amazing. The tactile experience thrilled Ash immensely. Come out, Charizard. Ash mimicked a scene from the animated series, perfectly replicating both the posture and the motion. Of course, the Pokeball was empty, merely for display and admiration. Ha ha ha. Ash, you actually like Charizard? That is so lame. At that moment, Green appeared from seemingly nowhere, standing right behind Ash. Is that you, Green? Ash mused internally, as the system had implanted memories within him, so he was well aware of these characters. Though Green was Ash's formidable rival in the series, Ash, having crossed over into this world, bore no malice towards him. Furthermore, the presence of the system indicated that certain aspects of this world had indeed changed, diverging from the original narrative. Ash, you're not infatuated with me, are you? Green teased as he observed Ash lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Ash replied, Hello, Green. extending his hand in anticipation of a handshake. Huh? Green was momentarily bewildered by Ash's gesture, as if they had just met, but he nonetheless reached out to shake Ash's hand. Professor Oak, noticing the camaraderie among the youngsters, approached with a smile. Children, it's time to set off. We may have partners from other regions joining us. Other regions? Could it be May and Serena? Ash thought eagerly, brimming with anticipation. On the bus, Ash was visibly excited, already envisioning the two girls he had been longing to meet. The fresh air wafted in through the window, invigorating him further, filling him with energy. At that moment, Green leaned in closer. Ash, Gary. Today I'll show you something extraordinary. He reached into his backpack and produced a Pokeball, pride evident on his face. A Pokeball? Could there be a Pokemon inside? Gary exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, as his love for Pokemon shone through. Ash paused for a moment, then regained his composure. As Professor Oak's grandson, it was only natural for Green to possess a Pokemon. However, Ash was curious about what lay within that Pokeball. Was it a Squirtle, a Bulbasaur, or perhaps a Charmander? Each of these first-generation starters held cherished memories of his childhood, and Ash was filled with eager anticipation. With a slight smile, Green declared, "Come out, Bulbasaur." As the Pokeball emitted a brilliant light, a frog-like Pokemon emerged, exclaiming, "Bulbasaur! Bulbasaur! Bulbasaur! How cool is that?" Gary's eyes sparkled with envy as he reached out to touch it. It was indeed a Bulbasaur. Things had clearly changed from the animated series. Ash whispered to himself, realizing that this experience would allow him to embark on an entirely new Pokemon journey. The thought ignited a fire within him. "Are you envious?" "This was a gift from my grandfather," Green bragged, flipping his hair. "A gift for you? Aren't newcomers supposed to choose for themselves?" Ash blurted out, finding it hard to believe. If that were the case, would he miss out on obtaining a Pikachu, or would it appear in a different manner altogether? Green rolled his eyes. "Ash, are you still half asleep? How could it just be handed to you?" Ash felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. He had indeed overlooked this detail, realizing that even this aspect had transformed. Leaning against the bus window, Ash observed the carefree antics of wild Pokemon when suddenly he spotted something. "What is that?" He squinted, trying to discern a rock-like Pokemon assisting with a task. As his eyes widened in curiosity, he thought, "Is that a Geodude?" The azure sky above, with humans and Pokemon harmoniously coexisting, created a splendid atmosphere that was simply enchanting. After a while, the group arrived at their destination, where a lively crowd had already gathered. "Oh wow, this is fantastic. I can't wait to see if Serena and May are here." Ash's excitement was palpable. Chapter 4, A Rogue? As Ash stepped off the bus and scanned the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted someone. "Hello, I'm May. It's a pleasure to meet you." The girl wore a hat, though it couldn't conceal her flowing hair, which danced in the breeze. Ash was momentarily taken aback by May's warmth, quickly extending his hand. "Hi, I'm Ash." Upon touching her soft hand, a wave of warmth and comfort enveloped him, drawing him deeper into the moment. May struggled to withdraw her hand, but Ash seemed entranced, entirely unaware of her attempts to escape. Slap! A sharp sound resonated through the air, silencing the crowd as all eyes turned towards Ash. "Ah, that hurts." Xiaoji hurriedly covered his face, which had turned red from embarrassment as a burning sensation quickly enveloped him. At that moment, he realized that he had been lost in thought, allowing his imagination to run wild, which had led to his unreasonable behavior. "I apologize, Miss May," he stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. His cheeks flushed. He couldn't tell if it was from the slap or the awkwardness of the situation. The girl, slightly irritated, pouted and ignored him as she walked away. Xiaoji felt utterly humiliated. He hadn't expected to make such a fool of himself on their first encounter. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Could it be Serena? The girl wore a hat, her chestnut hair cascading down, her sparkling eyes setting her apart from the rest. Excited, Xiaoji made his way towards her, determined not to embarrass himself this time. "Hello, my name is Xiaoji, and I hail from the Kanto region. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Standing tall and smiling, he extended his hand. However, at this stage, Serena appeared a bit shy, tugging at her shirt nervously. She opened her mouth slightly, pervert. This sudden outburst drew the attention of everyone present, and Xiaoji became the center of attention, with onlookers eagerly watching the unfolding drama. "Wait, don't listen to me try to explain. No, let me clarify." The heat radiated from Xiaoji's face, now resembling a ripe apple. He could never have imagined finding himself in such an embarrassing situation. It was utterly mortifying. As he contemplated explaining himself, Serena quickly retreated, casting him a look akin to that of a wary stranger. At that moment, Xiaoji felt as though he could never redeem himself. Had he truly become a lecher in their eyes? He was caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Wanting to cry yet unable to suppress a laugh, it was a moment of sheer incredulity. with a resigned smile. He realized his 2 attempts at friendship had both ended in failure. "Ha, you are quite an interesting person," said a boy with a faint smile, extending his hand. "I'm Shinji, from the Sinnoh region." Shinji? This was destined to be a formidable rival in the future. He was no easy opponent. Xiaoji mused internally, his expression somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, he quickly returned Shinji's smile and shook his hand. "Hello, my name is Xiaoxi, from the Kanto region. I look forward to your guidance." At that moment, Shinji wasn't overly aloof, which explained his willingness to greet Xiaoxi. The young man soon pieced together these thoughts. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment," announced Professor Oak, standing at the center of the crowd with a kind gaze. "I am Professor Oak. Today's gathering is primarily meant for friends from various regions to get acquainted and to exchange knowledge about Pokemon. All right, I won't say much more. I wish everyone a joyous time." As his words faded, the crowd erupted into lively chatter, brimming with excitement, for most of them were peers sharing common interests. Some girls had already gathered, laying out a picnic blanket on the grass, preparing for a delightful outdoor feast. Among them were Serena and May. But Xiaoxi was not overly concerned. It was merely a minor incident, and he hoped it wouldn't affect future encounters. Xiaoxi joined his companions, searching for a comfortable spot on the grass to set down their blanket. Everyone began to unpack their food from their bags, an array of items including juice, milk, bread, snacks, and fruits. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the dappled sunlight fell upon the grass, creating a scene brimming with life. Perhaps this was the essence of nature itself. Everything was neatly arranged on the picnic blanket, looking incredibly appetizing. At that moment, Xiao Mu was already salivating, as he was not only a heavy sleeper, but also a foodie. Suddenly, Shinji produced a deck of Pokemon cards, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Their eyes filled with astonishment. "Let's play Pokemon cards together while enjoying our food," he proposed with a smile. Xiaoxi could hardly believe it. Shinji possessed Pokemon cards. These were incredibly rare and expensive, limited editions. Without hesitation, Xiaoxi and his friends settled onto the grass, their faces aglow with anticipation. For none of them had ever played with such cards before. As the excitement built, a boy with slightly disheveled hair and a tanned complexion sprinted over from a distance. "Are you playing Pokemon cards? May I join? I promise not to cause any trouble." Xiaoxi hesitated momentarily. Could this be Dog Hao? No, it was Xiao Hao. This boy appeared to be the one who captured legendary Pokemon with a single ball, an unfair advantage for more grounded trainers like Xiaoxi. Now that he had traversed into this world, he was determined to put Xiao Hao in his place. He couldn't let him have it easy. The tousled-haired boy plopped down without any introduction, leaving Xiaoxi momentarily stunned by his audacity. Such familiarity. Honestly, Xiao Hao seemed rather clueless, lacking even basic manners. Shinji glanced at the boy with mild interest. "You want to join? That's fine. We actually have 6 people, so we can split into 3 teams." Soon, they organized the teams, Xiaoxi and Xiao Mu together, Xiao Mao with a boy with blonde hair, while Shinji partnered with Xiao Hao. A sly smile crept across Xiaoxi's face as he thought, "Xiao Hao, just wait and see how I deal with you." Chapter 5, Xiao Hao? No, Xiao Hao. Shinji smiled and said, "All right, let me explain the rules of the card game. It's quite simple. First, there are 2 types of Pokemon cards, Pokemon and skills." He took a sip of juice, relishing the refreshing taste, and exhaled contentedly. In this weather, juice is simply perfect. After finishing his drink, Shinji continued. Pokemon cards have attack power and health points, while skills also have corresponding attack power. Players must keep their cards hidden until they initiate an attack, at which point they can reveal their cards. Xiaoxi stroked his chin, contemplating this. So, players take turns, having one opportunity each round. However, whether they can defeat their opponent remains uncertain, as both sides conceal their cards. Shinji surveyed the group. Does everyone understand? If you have questions, feel free to ask. The crowd nodded. The rules of the Pokemon card game were not overly complex, and they grasped the concept well. Shinji nodded in approval. Since everyone is clear, let us begin. Each player will draw 4 cards. In position 1, it was Xiaoxi and Xiao Mu. Position 2 featured Xiao Mao and the blonde-haired boy. Position 3 consisted of Shinji and Xiao Hao. Shinji shuffled the Pokemon cards and began distributing them 2 cards each. Quickly, everyone received their 2 cards, hiding them carefully to avoid being seen. Xiaoxi covered his cards with his hand, cautiously lifting a corner, revealing a glimpse of a dark green Pokemon. Could it be? Holding his breath, he felt a thrill of excitement. As he turned the card, the image of a Bangira came into view. Indeed, it was Bangira. This was a semi-legendary Pokemon, renowned for its formidable strength. In the depths of his heart, Ash contemplated silently, refraining from revealing his thoughts. He feigned disappointment, shaking his head gently and letting out a soft sigh, lamenting the fact that this was the Pokemon he had drawn. It must be said that his expression was remarkably convincing, as though he had truly received a rather weak Pokemon. This elicited faint smiles from Gary and the others, who held immense confidence in their own cards. Ash's second card turned out to be Onix, which was quite commendable, leaving him satisfied as he placed the Pokemon card down. Looking at his own card, Paul briefly displayed a hint of disappointment, though it quickly vanished, for he was unwilling to let anyone else notice. At this point, all eyes were on Ash and Oak in the first position, as they pondered whom to attack. Consequently, the faces of all present were serene, concealing their emotions in order to confuse Ash and his companions. After Shinji played 2 skill cards, the game could officially commence. Ash flashed a bright smile in Paul's direction, appearing quite cheerful. However, Paul trembled in fear and exclaimed, "What are you doing? I have no quarrel with you. Please don't target me." It was evident that Ash's first target was none other than the slightly disheveled-haired boy. "Paul, would you care to introduce yourself, so everyone can get to know you?" Ash inquired, fully aware of the boy's name but wishing to teach him a lesson in politeness. The disheveled-haired boy hesitated for a moment before responding, "I'm Paul." Following this, Ash and his companions introduced themselves briefly, as the boy had neglected to do so initially. Ash nodded, saying, "All right, Paul, I am going to launch an attack on you." Paul was taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. He had not anticipated that Ash would target him. "Are you sure? My Pokemon is exceptionally powerful. You might regret this," Paul boasted, attempting to maintain an air of confidence. Ash smiled and nodded, "I'm certain. Let us begin." He paid no heed to how formidable Paul's Pokemon might be. He was resolute in his determination to teach Paul a lesson and alleviate the frustration of the other trainers. It was infuriating to think that Paul could catch various Pokemon, even legendary ones like Suicune, with a mere throw. At that moment, Paul's expression shifted slightly, but he still exuded an air of bravado as if he were entirely unshaken. "Let us reveal our cards. Time is of the essence," Ash urged, eager to swiftly deal with Paul. Paul, not wishing to prolong the moment, flipped over a card, revealing a Pokemon entirely cloaked in green. "Is that a Caterpie?" Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd, unabashed and unrestrained. After all, such a formidable Pokemon had fallen into Paul's hands, showcasing his extraordinary luck. Ash's brows furrowed slightly in disbelief as he thought, how can someone with such an imposing demeanor end up with a Caterpie? Paul's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he urged Ash to reveal his card, seemingly still hoping for a miracle. With a slight smile, Ash flipped over his first card, revealing a magnificent Pokemon card that commanded attention. "This is a Tyranitar." Oak and the others exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. "Ash, your luck is incredible. I might just have to cling to you for victory." Oak chuckled heartily. Paul's confidence wilted completely. How could his Caterpie possibly compete with a Tyranitar? Unless it could evolve into a Rayquaza, there was no contest. Without a doubt, Tyranitar's offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of Caterpie, ensuring a swift defeat. Ash nodded in satisfaction, feeling as though destiny was on his side, facilitating his plans to take down Paul. However, Paul still held a hidden card, which made Ash somewhat apprehensive. Typically, the most powerful cards were revealed last. What could Paul's final card possibly be? As everyone held their breath, eager to uncover the secret, Paul chuckled, though there seemed to be an unsaid complexity in his expression. "No more pretense. I'll reveal my final card." With a flourish, he slapped a Pokemon card onto the table, revealing an image of a fish Pokemon. Laughter erupted once more, as the crowd found it utterly hilarious. Gary could hardly contain himself, laughing so hard he nearly fell over, exclaiming, "It's Magikarp." Paul's face turned beet red, as if he were ripe for the harvest. Ash, despite being a trained competitor, found the situation too amusing to resist. "Magikarp, you splash." But nothing happened, and the laughter intensified. It was clear that a Magikarp below level 15 was even inferior to a Caterpie. Paul's luck was astonishing. Not only had he drawn a Caterpie comparable to a Rayquaza, but now a Magikarp as well. Even if Magikarp evolved into Gyarados, it likely wouldn't stand a chance against Tyranitar. Naturally, this could not be generalized. Some powerful trainers could still cultivate formidable Pokemon capable of challenging Tyranitar. Paul wore a forlorn expression, lamenting the lack of enjoyment with his Pokemon card. Seeing Paul's dismay, Ash felt a sense of satisfaction. His goal was to rattle Paul, and fate seemed to be aiding him. In the ensuing moments, Ash, with Tyranitar, effortlessly dominated the cards of everyone present, leaving them utterly defenseless. Oak clung to Ash, reveling in the effortless victory he had achieved without lifting a finger. Everyone was enjoying themselves immensely, except for Paul, who remained visibly despondent, seemingly lamenting the unfairness of fate. Ash's mood could only be described in a single word: exhilarating. As the Pokemon card battle concluded, everyone seized their snacks, indulging heartily. After a rare day of relaxation, They felt no pressure as they lay on the grass, gazing at the azure sky with gentle breezes caressing them. This sensation was truly splendid. Ash took a sip from a bottle of juice. Casting a glance at Serena in the distance, a shy smile gracing his face. Shaking his head slightly, he reflected on how he had become quite the rogue. Thank you, he thought. Serena, still a bit bashful, knew that if she approached Ash to explain herself now, he likely wouldn't be receptive. Not dwelling on it further, Ash lay on the grass, overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, Gary leaned in and said, Ash, are you brave enough to venture into this forest and discover what lies within? Taken aback by Gary's remark, Ash replied, Who is afraid? Let us go. While he understood that Gary was merely trying to provoke him, he seized the opportunity to explore this world, having recently arrived. Without hesitation, they set off, filled with anticipation for the adventure that awaited them. Thus, several spirited youths entered the forest. Xiao Mao had gathered some knowledge about this woodland. The Pokemon residing here were not overly formidable, and as long as one did not provoke them, they would not initiate an attack. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Mao possessed a trump card, a Bulbasaur bestowed upon him by Professor Oak. Despite its humble level of 5, Bulbasaur was indeed a rare find. Furthermore, should Bulbasaur reach level 16, it could evolve into Ivysaur, necessitating the acquisition of battle experience. Xiao Mao's strategy was to enable his Bulbasaur to grow rapidly, with the added motivation of showcasing his Pokemon, for among the group, he was the only one with a Pokemon, while Xiaoji and the others had none, a fact he was eager to flaunt. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, and occasionally, a Rattata could be glimpsed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Xiao Mao seemed to spot something, his expression transforming into one of joy as he cautiously approached. The others, puzzled, followed his gaze and beheld a Pidgey foraging on the ground. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Without hesitation, Xiao Mao summoned his Bulbasaur. The little seed Pokemon was in excellent condition, radiating confidence. At that moment, the Pidgey fixed its gaze on Bulbasaur, showing no signs of retreat, instead adopting a more menacing demeanor. It was apparent that this Pidgey possessed a bold and perhaps stubborn disposition. However, this was merely conjecture, as none of them had a Pokédex, including Xiao Mao, who would only acquire his own upon graduating. Despite that, the group had learned some basic knowledge about Pokemon characteristics in school. Go, Bulbasaur, use Tackle. Xiao Mao opted for a direct offensive strategy, believing that striking first would yield optimal results, especially given Bulbasaur's current vigor. The little seed Pokemon dashed forward, colliding head-on with the Pidgey. The impact sent Pidgey tumbling to the ground, though it quickly regained its footing. Now enraged, Pidgey retaliated with astonishing speed, crashing into Bulbasaur in an instant. Is that Pidgey's quick attack? Xiaoji observed the battle intently, carefully analyzing the unfolding situation. Bulbasaur staggered momentarily from the blow, appearing on the verge of collapse. Xiao Mao's expression grew serious. This Pidgey was proving to be quite formidable, and he was determined to capture it. Bulbasaur, give it your all. Use Growl, and then Tackle. Clearly emboldened by the battle, Xiao Mao was eager to capture this Pidgey. The Pidgey's temperament resonated with him, embodying the very qualities he admired. Bulbasaur, use Growl. Bulbasaur executed the command and then swiftly charged at Pidgey once more. This maneuver sent Pidgey crashing to the ground again, its vision momentarily dazed. Well done, Bulbasaur. Just as Xiao Mao prepared to toss a Pokeball, a rustling sound emanated from the lush treetops, suggesting the presence of something. Chapter 7. Encounter with Pikachu. What is that? The group turned their attention to the towering tree, their faces reflecting their confusion, as if something were about to emerge. Suddenly, a swarm of Spearows burst forth from the foliage, a dense mass that appeared quite terrifying. What is happening? Xiaoji felt rooted to the spot, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hao had vanished without a trace. Everyone, don't just stand there, run. Xiao Mu shouted, and without hesitation, he took off. In the face of imminent danger, they scattered in every direction, each fleeing for their lives. Time passed, and Xiaoji, panting heavily, found himself gasping for breath, the adrenaline from his sprint comparable to running an 800-meter race. He felt a lingering dread. This was his first encounter with such a multitude of Spearows. It was no wonder there were so many, as these Pokemon thrived in flocks and possessed a strong territorial instinct. Should any creature intrude upon their domain, they would attack without hesitation until the intruder vacated. After a brief respite, Xiaoxi's strength gradually returned, and he contemplated retracing his steps to reunite with Xiao Mu and the others. The dense jungle loomed ominously, its towering canopies casting eerie shadows as gusts of wind rustled through. A chill crept over him, prompting a shiver. Surely, there were no malevolent spirits lurking here? With that thought, Xiaoji bolted once more, only to suddenly freeze in place. He realized he was lost. This was not favorable news, being in unfamiliar territory. A confrontation with a fierce Pokemon could spell disaster. With no other option, Xiaoxi dared not run amok. In such a predicament, he needed to remain calm. Wandering aimlessly would only lead to further disorientation, akin to sinking deeper into a quagmire with each struggle. His only hope now lay in waiting for Xiaomu and the others or for Professor Oak's rescue, which would ensure his safe return. After contemplating these truths, Xiaoxi found a sturdy tree and leaned against its trunk, quietly awaiting their arrival. He wondered how Xiaomu and the others were faring. Were they safe? As he rested against the tree, he murmured softly to himself. The earlier swarm of Spearows had been truly terrifying. Yet these Pokemon likely weren't as aggressive as they seemed. Once they left their territory, he reasoned, everyone should be unharmed. Reassured by this thought, Xiaoxi felt a slight comfort despite his current predicament, yet he couldn't help but worry about those around him. Whether in his life on Blue Star or in the world of Pokemon, he was a person of strong loyalty and affection. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his expression brightened. Of course, the system. I have a system, don't I? Leaning against the tree, Xiaoxi experienced a moment of clarity, as though he had discovered a lifeline. However, moments later, he felt foolish for calling out to the air, receiving no response whatsoever. One could only imagine the sight of a young boy shouting into the void, "System! System! Calling the system!" If anyone were to witness this, they might well deem Xiaoxi in need of psychiatric help, for his mental state was undoubtedly concerning. After shouting fruitlessly for a while, Xiaoxi grew weary and began to contemplate giving up. Others who traversed into the Pokemon world typically began with legendary Pokemon or extraordinary abilities. Such luck could only be described as miraculous. Yet here he was, seemingly abandoned by the system after being deposited in this world. Aside from that initial encounter with the system upon his arrival, it had never made another appearance. Xiaoxi sighed in resignation, shaking his head lightly as he slumped to the ground. This system, in essence, resembles a pitfall at present. Relying on it for salvation seems nothing short of a fanciful delusion. The disparity between dreams and reality is as striking as a resounding slap to the face. And the swiftness of this revelation is indeed overwhelming. A whimsical oddish, frolicking past Ash, captured his attention with its lively hops. The proximity stirred Ash's heartbeat, quickening it to a rhythm he could almost hear. After all, despite having traversed into the Pokemon world, he still did not possess a Pokemon of his own. Interacting with Pokemon and embarking on adventures together had always been Ash's cherished aspiration. Observing the exceptionally adorable Oddish, carefree in its stride, Ash unconsciously followed it. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled that this Oddish, upon evolving into Gloom, could further transform into either Vileplume or Bellossom. Just as Ash was trailing behind, he suddenly heard a call, "Pika, Pika." What could this be? It seems to be the cry of Pikachu. Ash, possessing an exceptional understanding of Pokemon, confidently deduced that it was indeed Pikachu. Hearing the persistent sounds emanating from Pikachu, Ash swiftly made his way to the scene. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the situation before him, for Pikachu had become ensnared in a swamp. The creature was already submerged nearly halfway, and the predicament appeared dire. At that moment, Pikachu was struggling fervently, which only exacerbated its descent into the mire. "Pikachu, please remain still." Upon witnessing this scene, Ash felt a surge of anxiety. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that he needed tools to rescue Pikachu. The Pikachu in the swamp, upon hearing Ash's voice, suddenly grew quiet, as if it understood him. Ash surveyed his surroundings and, as expected, soon discovered the presence of vines. He hurried over, and as he gazed at the vines, the sorrow on his face dissipated, replaced by joy. Wonderful! Pikachu would be saved. Without further hesitation, Ash exerted his strength to pull at the vines, having no tools at his disposal. It must be said that these vines were incredibly sturdy. Ash's palms soon turned red, marked with painful impressions. Yet, at that moment, he dared not delay, for Pikachu was still waiting for him. His once tender hands, after struggling with the vines, had become exceedingly sore. "Pika, Pika." The Pikachu in the swamp looked on with tear-filled eyes at the boy who was risking so much to save it, his hands now in a dreadful state. "Pikachu, just hang on a little longer. I'll be there soon." After comforting Pikachu, Ash dedicated himself entirely to breaking the vines, refusing to give up even as his palms turned crimson. Chapter 8. Ash's father? The surrounding vines were robust and sturdy, leaving little choice for Xiaoxi. After relentless effort and perseverance, his hard work bore fruit, and he ultimately succeeded. A joyful smile spread across Xiaoxi's face, completely overshadowing the pain of his injuries. "Pikachu, here I come." Ash approached the marsh with a sturdy vine in hand and cast it down into the depths. "Pikachu, grab hold of this vine." At that moment, Pikachu was perilously close to being engulfed, and the situation was dire. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu seemed to comprehend the urgency, seizing the vine and waiting patiently. Ash exerted all his strength to pull Pikachu up, oblivious to the pain in his hands, consumed solely by the desire to rescue his friend. Moments later, Pikachu was hoisted up, albeit in a disheveled state. "Pikachu, seeing you safe brings me relief," Ash said, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at his unharmed companion. Pikachu appeared to respond, though Ash could not decipher its words. He extended his reddened hand to gently pat Pikachu's head. "All right, Pikachu, let us return home." Pika. However, Pikachu shook its head, reluctant to leave. "Pikachu, what troubles you? Are you still feeling unwell?" Observing the Pikachu that had yet to depart, Ash felt a twinge of concern. After all, this Pikachu had likely been trapped for an indeterminate amount of time and must be feeling famished. Ash rummaged through his belongings and produced a solitary loaf of bread. "Pikachu, are you hungry? Here, please eat." At that moment, it was the only sustenance Ash possessed, as he had no Pokemon food at his disposal. Upon seeing the bread Ash offered, Pikachu eagerly grasped it and began to devour it voraciously. "Pikachu, take your time. Don't choke." Ash gently caressed Pikachu with his palm. Noticing that Pikachu was drenched, Ash promptly removed his outer garment without hesitation. "Pikachu, you must be more cautious in the future. Don't be so careless." With that, Ash carefully wiped Pikachu's wet fur with his clothing. Pika. Pikachu joyfully continued to enjoy the bread, its spirits visibly lifted. Once Pikachu finished the loaf, Ash felt a profound sense of relief. "Pikachu, what about your parents? You should return. They must be worried." Pikachu shook its head, still refusing to leave. Ash smiled softly. "Pikachu, you wish to accompany me, don't you?" Pika. Pikachu nodded resolutely, its eyes reflecting a hint of determination. Witnessing such unwavering resolve in Pikachu, Ash could not help but smile joyfully. "All right, from this day forth, you shall be my companion." Ash joyfully lifted Pikachu into his arms, elated at having finally acquired his very first Pokemon. "Come on, Pikachu. Let us depart from this place," he exclaimed, leading Pikachu away from the tumultuous surroundings in search of a suitable resting spot. Moments later, Pikachu nestled against Ash, drifting into a deep slumber, appearing exceedingly adorable. Ash smiled gently, careful not to make any sudden movements, gazing at Pikachu with a tender fondness. Time passed unnoticed until Ash's stomach growled audibly, the sound echoing persistently. Have they not yet arrived? He pondered, feeling the pangs of hunger. Earlier, he had given the last piece of bread he possessed to Pikachu, leaving him without any sustenance. With no food left, he could only hope to find wild fruits in the vicinity. Ash carefully set Pikachu aside and stood up, his legs somewhat unsteady. The gnawing hunger made his steps falter. Suddenly, Ash collapsed, darkness enveloping him. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed. "Where am I? Have I returned home?" Ash hazily opened his eyes, still feeling somewhat weak. As he gazed upon the wooden house and the surrounding Charizard plush toys, he confirmed that this was indeed his home. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about Pikachu? Surely it was not in any danger. With this concern in mind, Ash hurriedly rose to his feet. "Ash, you're awake," Hanako exclaimed, standing at the door with a bowl of warm porridge in her hands. "Mom, where is Pikachu? Have you seen it?" Ash inquired anxiously. The child, despite his own frail state, was still preoccupied with Pikachu, who was with Professor Oak. Hanako cast a mildly reproachful glance at Satoshi, urging him to lie back down and finish his porridge, expressing her deep concern for him. Upon hearing her words, Satoshi felt a wave of relief wash over him, obediently returning to his bed. As long as Pikachu was safe, he could finally breathe easy, feeling awkward. He scratched his head and apologized to his mother for causing her worry. Hanako looked at him with fondness, assuring him that all was well and that she would not hold it against him. With gentle care, she began to feed him, her eyes sparkling with affection. After finishing his porridge, Satoshi felt significantly better, invigorated to the point where he fancied he could take down a Snorlax with a single punch. Of course, that was entirely implausible, as defeating a Snorlax in its human-like form was no simple feat. Once dressed, Satoshi hurried downstairs, announcing his intention to visit Professor Oak. Seeing her eager son, Hanako could only smile helplessly, recognizing his fervent love for Pokemon, just like his father. Yet, a complex expression crossed her face as she recalled her husband, who had been absent since shortly after Satoshi's birth, off on his own journey, never to return. While one could argue that he was irresponsible for not being present, he had provided a home for them, with enough funds for a comfortable life. However, it was clear that he had failed in his role as a father, having never been there for Satoshi, who had grown up without his presence. For many years, Hanako had been the sole caregiver, but thankfully, Satoshi was a sensible child. She chose not to dwell on her husband's absence, silently praying for his safety, and perhaps hoping that once Satoshi graduated, he might encounter his father during his own adventures. Chapter 9. I am truly a model citizen. Moments later, Satoshi arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory. "Hello, Professor Oak. Where's Pikachu?" he inquired directly, eager to understand the situation. "Ah, Satoshi, Pikachu is in the incubator. When we rescued it, the little one was in a state of unconsciousness," Professor Oak explained, promptly setting aside his work. "Unconscious? How could that be?" "Pikachu is fine," Satoshi exclaimed, confused that his beloved companion had encountered further trouble after merely taking a nap. Professor Oak retrieved Pikachu, revealing signs that it had been in a battle, with evidence of conflict surrounding it. "When we arrived, this Pikachu was barely hanging on. Do you recognize it?" Pikachu promptly bounded over to Satoshi, leaping onto his shoulder with a cheerful Pika, Pika. It was evident that Pikachu had fully recovered and was brimming with vitality. "Thank you, Professor Oak. I managed to rescue Pikachu from a swamp," Satoshi said, his heart finally at ease upon seeing his spirited companion. "Satoshi, next time you venture into unfamiliar places, be sure to exercise caution. Some Pokémon can be quite unpredictable," Professor Oak said with a warm smile, offering gentle reminders rather than reprimands. After all, youthful impulsiveness was common, and Satoshi's curiosity about Pokémon was entirely understandable at his age. Satoshi scratched his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Professor Oak, for causing you worry. I promise to be more careful next time." "Well, if there is nothing else, I'll take Pikachu home now," Satoshi declared, his eagerness to share his first Pokémon overwhelming him. "Wait a moment, Satoshi. Do you need any Pokeballs?" "I can spare a few," Professor Oak offered, noticing the joy radiating from Satoshi. "Pokeballs? Really? Is that possible, Professor?" Satoshi asked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Professor Oak chuckled softly. "Of course. While I don't have any Pokémon to give away, I certainly have Pokeballs. Satoshi, in a few days, you and Shigeru will be graduating, so make sure to give it your all." Satoshi nodded eagerly. "Yes, Professor Oak. I will do my best and not let anyone down." His eyes shone with determination, exuding a reliable aura. Seeing Satoshi's spirited demeanor, Professor Oak felt a sense of pride. After a brief moment of rummaging, he finally found several Pokeballs. "Here you go. I hope you and Shigeru become outstanding trainers." Satoshi gratefully accepted the Pokeballs, declaring, "Rest assured, Professor Oak, one day I will stand at the pinnacle of the trainers." After thanking Professor Oak, Satoshi made his way directly to Shigeru's house. The sun was still shining bright, and a gentle breeze accompanied him as he played with Pikachu along the way. Before long, he arrived at Shigeru's home. "Satoshi, I'm so glad you're okay," Shigeru exclaimed, enveloping Satoshi in a tight embrace, showcasing the true essence of friendship. "Relax, Shigeru. I'm destined to become the top trainer, so there is no way I'd fall so easily," Satoshi replied confidently, while Pikachu chimed in happily. Shigeru was taken aback, having just noticed the Pikachu. "Satoshi, how did this Pikachu end up with you?" When they first found Satoshi, Pikachu had been by his side, albeit in poor condition. Satoshi smiled. "This Pikachu is now my partner and will be traveling with me from now on." After explaining his adventure with Pikachu, Shigeru grasped the situation. "So that is how it is. Congratulations, Satoshi," he said sincerely, his gaze filled with envy. Having a Pikachu surpassed many of their peers, as acquiring Pokémon often required significant financial investment. Although Pokémon could be sold, the buyer had to register their identity and ensure no harm came to the Pokémon. Each year, health data for the Pokémon would be sent out, and any malicious actions would result in a lifetime ban from owning Pokémon. Such regulations were indeed necessary for the protection of Pokémon, fostering a harmonious world between humans and Pokémon. As Shigeru gazed at Pikachu, a mischievous smile crept across his face. "Come here, little Pikachu. Let your big brother give you a hug," he said, reaching out to embrace the Pokémon. Pikachu. Suddenly, both Shigeru and Satoshi were jolted by a shock, their bodies lighting up like bulbs. Moments later, the two of them, with their distinctive hairstyles, exhaled a plume of black smoke, their bodies twitching slightly. This was the consequence of Shigeru's antics, as Pikachu had been perched on Satoshi's shoulder, causing the electric shock to affect him as well. Stunned, Satoshi slowly muttered, "Shigeru, it's all your fault for having such a silly expression." At that moment, Shigeru appeared dazed from the shock, his face frozen in a silly grin, exclaiming, "That was quite exhilarating." After this incident, Xiaomu no longer dared to recklessly touch the Pikachu. Although there was a hint of bitterness, he certainly did not wish to experience that again. "Ash, I know you have a picture of Shinado tucked in your history book. I understand. Hehehe." At this moment, Xiaomu displayed a rather lewd expression, conveying that he comprehended everything. "No, Xiaomu, what do you mean? That was merely a hobby. Not at all what you might think." Seeing Xiaomu's expression, Ash felt as though he could never clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. and he hastily tried to explain. Observing Ash's frantic attempts at clarification, Xiaomu merely chuckled, choosing not to believe him. After all, who knows who spread the rumor? An explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is a truth. Ash helplessly shook his head. It seemed his image as a model citizen was now utterly shattered. Xiaomu patted Ash on the shoulder, stating, "This isn't entirely your fault. After all, which young man can resist Shinado?" In his words, it seemed Xiaomu was speaking from experience. With an air of mystery, Xiaomu said, "Ash, let me show you something wonderful. I am certain you will adore it." Chapter 10. Ash has grown up. Something wonderful? Ash questioned, following Xiaomu upstairs. Observing Xiaomu's secretive demeanor, Ash felt something was off, yet he could not quite pinpoint it. Moments later, they arrived on the second floor. And one must admit, the room was indeed rather disheveled. Xiaomu awkwardly scratched his head. The room is a bit messy, but that doesn't hinder anything. With that, he opened a locked cabinet and retrieved a small box. This action left Ash utterly speechless. "Xiaomu, what on earth is this? So enigmatic?" Xiaomu opened the box to reveal an album inside, which surprisingly had little dust on it. This merely indicated that Xiaomu frequently opened this box, hence the lack of dust. The next moment, Ash was left dumbfounded, nearly exclaiming in shock. "Xiaomu, you..." At a loss for words, Ash was overwhelmed. Xiaomu chuckled, "We are kindred spirits. So let us not be so formal." The reason for Ash's astonishment lay in the album, which was filled with pictures of Shinado and Minus. Unconsciously, Ash felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon him. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I assure you, I am a paragon of virtue." Although he said this, Ash couldn't resist stealing a glance. Xiaomu laughed heartily. A man's words are merely deceptive. Ash thought to himself, "I am a boy who neither smokes nor drinks. What's wrong with appreciating beauty?" Clearing his throat, he said, "Xiaomu, could we have a word in private?" Xiaomu paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. "I understand. You want to talk privately, right?" Thus, the two reached a silent agreement. "Ash, remember to return it to me, and do not get it dirty." Although Xiaomu trusted Ash's character, he felt it prudent to remind him, for young people are often driven by passion. As the sun set, the beautiful evening glow gradually spread across the sky, eventually lulling everything into slumber. Ash had returned home, and the album he borrowed from Xiaomu was certainly placed aside carefully. "Ash, is this Pikachu your partner?" Huazi gazed fondly at the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Huazi herself aspired to become a trainer. Yet certain circumstances had prevented her from achieving that dream. Ash nodded slightly. "Yes, this Pikachu is now my partner. We will strive together." The Pikachu smiled sweetly. "Pika, Pika." Huazi reached out her hand, wanting to touch the adorable Pikachu, as no girl could resist such a charming sight. "Mom, be careful," Ash promptly warned upon seeing Huazi's action. However, Huazi's hand had already made contact, causing Ash's face to turn pale. "What's wrong, Ash? Is there a problem?" Huazi's touch was gentle, causing Pikachu to beam with joy, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. "Huh? What is happening?" Pikachu didn't use Thunderbolt. Ash was somewhat puzzled, having thought Pikachu would be shy. Huazi smiled tenderly. "Don't underestimate your mother. I was once a remarkable figure in my own right." After playing with Pikachu for a while, Huazi returned it to Ash. "Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. I must also prepare Pikachu's food." "Let us go, Pikachu. Mom's cooking is delicious," Ash exclaimed, his spirits high. Moments later, Ash was ready, eagerly awaiting dinner. Huazi, having completed her tasks, wore a beaming smile. "Dinner is ready, Ash, Pikachu." Ash gulped, eyeing the delectable spread before him, then dove into the meal. Delicious. Pikachu's food was equally plentiful, and it devoured its meal with great satisfaction. Huazi chuckled softly, observing the two children. They truly are alike. Thus, the family joyfully finished their dinner, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. However, Ash did not immediately head upstairs. Instead, he chose to help Huazi clear the table. "Mom, you've worked hard enough. Let me take care of this." Ash's gaze shimmered with emotion. Throughout his life, this woman had tirelessly cared for him, navigating countless challenges. Perhaps this gentle and kind mother had shed tears in the quiet of night due to the burdens of life. Huazi smiled with pride. Our Ash has finally grown up. He knows to care for his mother. Without hesitation, Ash tidied the table, quickly grasping the dishes. Fearful Huazi might snatch them away. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu mimicked Ash, eager to assist. "Pikachu, do you want to help too?" Ash laughed, accompanying Pikachu into the kitchen. Time passed, and Ash completed his chores, not only washing the dishes but also sweeping the floor. Of course, this process was not without Pikachu's assistance. "Mom, the chores are all done," Ash declared confidently, thoroughly satisfied with his efforts. Huazi looked at the clean dishes and tidy floor, smiling with contentment. "Well done, Ash. It's getting late. Hurry and take a shower, or you might catch a cold." As the evening air turned slightly chilly, Wazi spoke fondly. By the way, Ash, won't Pikachu go into its Pokeball? Ash paused momentarily, realizing, oh, right. Pikachu, come on in. With that, Ash took out the Pokeball given by Professor Oak and tossed it towards Pikachu. Pika, Pika. Pikachu flicked its tail, bouncing the Pokeball back, seemingly unwilling to comply. Ash chuckled wryly, thinking to himself, this Pikachu's personality is quite similar to mine. Since he had crossed over to this world, accompanied by a system, things here would inevitably change. Pikachu, do you not wish to enter the Pokeball? Pikachu nodded slightly. Pika, Pika. Ash would not force Pikachu. He said, all right, I understand. Pikachu, then you can sleep with me tonight. Hanako shook her head, remarking on the little one's unique personality, so much like Ash himself. After washing up, Ash returned to his room, not heading straight to bed, but instead picking up the borrowed album. Chapter 11, The Pokemon Egg? At this moment, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to delve deeper into the world of Pokemon. Quite intriguing. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Pikachu had already drifted into a peaceful slumber, emitting soft snores. Seeing Pikachu sleep so soundly, Ash felt reassured and continued to immerse himself in studying Shinado and Minas. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, footsteps suddenly approached the door, causing Ash's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that his mom was coming to check on him? Quickly, Ash hid the album, turned off the light, and pretended to be fast asleep, executing the motions with remarkable fluidity. Moments later, the door creaked open gently, making little noise, almost as if it were intentional. This child is still so careless. The blanket isn't even properly arranged. Hanako cautiously tucked the blanket around Ash, her gaze unexpectedly lingering on his face, lost in thought. At that moment, Ash continued to feign sleep, though the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. For some reason, the more serious the situation, the harder it was for Ash to suppress a smile, but he quickly stifled it. Hanako remained, contemplatively observing Ash, making it difficult for him not to wonder if his actions had been discovered. Internally, Ash pleaded, Mom, please leave, I can hardly hold it in. After a brief moment, Hanako finally exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Finally, she's gone. I was about to burst. Ash exhaled deeply, having held his breath, fearing he would laugh out loud. However, he chose not to return to studying Shinado, concerned that Hanako might return unexpectedly and catch him in the act. Time for sleep. Ash yawned, contentedly drifting into dreams. As for the nature of those dreams, well, those who understand need not be told. The following morning, a warm ray of sunlight streamed in, illuminating the tidy room. Ash, time to get up. Today is the day to select your Pokemon. Hanako called from downstairs, her voice resonant yet gentle. What? I'm so sleepy, Ash exclaimed, tossing Pikachu aside, using him as an alarm clock. Pika, Pika? Pikachu's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of confusion, Pikachu hopped back onto the bed. Pika. With a spark of electricity, Ash felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Now completely awake, he enjoyed a refreshing start to the day. After washing up and changing into familiar attire, Ash still radiated youthful exuberance. Mom, are we really getting a Pokemon? But our situation. Ash hesitated, knowing how hard Hanako had worked to raise him single-handedly. Hanako chuckled softly. Silly child, buying a Pokemon doesn't cost much. Despite her reassurances, Ash remained skeptical. From what he had learned recently, an ordinary Pokemon would cost at least 10,000 Poké dollars. Ultimately, he already had Pikachu and felt that one Pokemon was sufficient for his journey. With a Pokeball in hand, he was confident he could catch wild Pidgeys and Odyshes. Mom, I think having Pikachu is enough. We don't need to buy another Pokemon, Ash resolved, not wanting to burden the family further. In the world of Pokemon, there are 100 levels, with each 10 levels marking a significant milestone. The tiers range from novice, beginner, intermediate, elite, advanced, gym leader, champion, master, to legendary. Of course, Pokemon also differ in base stats. For instance, Pidgey's base stat is 251. Although base stats are often used to gauge a Pokemon's potential, they are not definitive. It is not the Pokemon that is weak, but rather the trainer, as proven by past masters of type advantages. Hanako gently stroked Ash's head. Ash, I know you're thinking of me, but we cannot be careless about this. Her tone was soft, akin to that of a mother nurturing a child. Yet, before Ash could respond, Hanako interrupted. Ash, my greatest wish is to see you become a Pokemon master. If possible, regarding your father. Ash nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Moments later, they arrived in the bustling city. The vibrant streets were alive with people, and the lively atmosphere showcased a harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokemon. One could see a herdier guiding a blind person, or a store displaying a Whimsicott. Pokemon had seamlessly integrated into this world, becoming an irreplaceable part of daily life. Come on, Ash, let us check out this store, Hanako urged, holding his hand tightly, concerned he might hesitate. A well-dressed middle-aged man approached briskly, greeting them with a smile. Welcome. Are you here to purchase a Pokemon? Hanako nodded slightly. Yes, please. I would like to buy a Pokemon for this child. The man gestured them to follow. Right this way. We have Pokemon eggs and various Pokemon for sale. Feel free to take a look. As Ash gazed at the neatly arranged shelves, filled with eggs in various stages of incubation, he felt a wave of excitement. Hanako turned to him. Ash, what kind of Pokemon do you want? A Pokemon? I'm not sure yet, Ash replied, fully aware that once he chose a Pokemon, he would be responsible for it, so he needed to make a careful decision. However, he couldn't help but wish for one of the starter Pokemon, like Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, which belonged to his friend Shigeru. But Ash was acutely aware of his family's financial situation. A starter Pokemon would cost at least 100,000 Pok-dollars. The well-dressed man quickly chimed in. Our most popular choices are Geodude, Sunflora, and Magikarp. Ash nodded, noting that these Pokemon were relatively affordable, around 10,000 Pok-dollars. Yet, even this expenditure represented several months' worth of living expenses for a typical family. Ash, how about this Nidoran? Hanako suggested, observing the Nidoran that seemed quite appealing. Though Hanako was now merely a homemaker, she still possessed considerable knowledge about Pokemon. Once evolved into Nidoking, Nidoran's strength would multiply significantly. Nidoran seems quite good, but, suddenly, Ash noticed a box on the floor containing several Pokemon eggs. Chapter 12. The second Pokemon. Excuse me, could I inquire about these Pokemon eggs? Ash asked, gazing curiously at the eggs in the box. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, noting that the quality of these Pokemon eggs might be somewhat questionable, and they intended to take them for inspection. Suddenly, Ash was struck with astonishment. Was this the system at work? He realized he could discern what lay within the eggs directly. Casting a glance over the Pokemon eggs in the box, a system panel materialized before his eyes. One gray egg, Pokemon, fledgling gender, female type, normal. Flying qualification, beginner level, 0, ability, Gale Wing's hidden ability, Big Peck's base stats, 270 fledgling. It appeared to be quite promising. Ash was well aware that if properly trained, this fledgling could have a bright future. Shaking his head slightly, he continued to inspect the other Pokemon eggs, Geodude, Electrike, Caterpie, Magikarp. It could be said that the eggs in this box contained a few decent specimens, albeit in somewhat frail condition. Among these Pokemon, only Magikarp, upon evolution, exhibited remarkable strength. However, without the evolutionary stone from Kojiru, it was uncertain when he would succeed in evolving Magikarp. A level 15 Magikarp was practically a target for ridicule, as it could only use Splash, resulting in, well, nothing at all. Was he expected to battle with Magikarp merely to amuse his opponents into surrendering? Hanako observed the hesitant Ash with a smile, saying, Ash, please don't feel pressured. Let us take a look at the shelves. It was evident that Hanako believed Ash was reluctant to spend money, as this child had always been so considerate. Thus, she felt fortunate to have such a thoughtful son, content simply to witness him soar to great heights. Ash, may I take another look at these Pokemon eggs? He asked. Hanako sighed with a smile, replying, You can look for a moment longer. I'll see if I can find a stronger Pokemon for you. She was resolute in her decision. She would go to great lengths to secure a formidable Pokemon for Ash, even if it meant sacrificing everything. The power of a mother's love is often unimaginable. As parents, they selflessly devote themselves to providing the best for their children. Ash continued to scrutinize the eggs, his focus unwavering, unwilling to allow even a moment of distraction. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an egg tucked away in a corner of the box. Wait, what was this? Ash's expression transformed into one of sheer excitement as disbelief washed over him. Was it Froakie? Pokemon, Froakie gender, male type, water qualification, beginner level, 0, ability, Torrent hidden ability, Protean base stats, 314. He could feel the fervor coursing through him. Envisioning the dazzling moves of Greninja, Water Shuriken. Excuse me, are these Pokemon eggs still for sale? Ash inquired, gazing at the Froakie egg, his heart racing with anticipation. The middle-aged man regarded Ash, stating, The quality of these Pokemon eggs seems less than ideal. Are you certain you wish to purchase? This was crucial to the shop's reputation, prompting the man to caution Ash repeatedly. Ash nodded firmly, declaring, I've made up my mind. I want that blue and white egg, please. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Regardless of the circumstances, his passion for Pokemon would never wane. Hanako remained silent, recognizing Ash's resolve, and assured him of her unconditional support. She understood that Ash had matured, no longer the child who relied on her for everything. Sighing softly, she thought to herself, We cannot care for our children forever. They must eventually grow up. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. If you insist, then take it. Sir, may I inquire about the price of this Pokemon egg? Ash asked with a smile. The middle-aged man contemplated the eggs in the box for a moment before suggesting, considering the quality, how about half the original price? 5,000 Pock dollars? Sound fair? Hanako smiled. No problem. Please wrap it up for us. Thank you. The man nodded. Of course, please proceed to register your identity over here. Ash followed him to the counter, where he filled out the necessary information. After the man verified everything was in order, he instructed Ash, repeat after me. I will never harm a Pokemon and will treat it as my partner. Ash stood tall and solemnly echoed the man's words with utmost sincerity. Once all the processes were completed smoothly, Ash was ready to take possession of the Pokemon egg. Although Hanako did not fully understand why Ash felt the need to do this, she suppressed her curiosity. Approaching the box, Ash gently caressed the egg, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. At that moment, he distinctly felt a series of faint collisions emanating from within the egg. However, this commotion quickly subsided. Froakie, rest assured, I will help you, Ash whispered tenderly, as if conveying his heartfelt promise. The middle-aged man beamed with a smile. It's evident that you have a deep love for Pokemon. Ash nodded slightly. Pokemon are our partners. We must respect one another. Seeing Ash's demeanor, the man felt reassured and swiftly packaged the Pokemon egg. Of course, Ash was still in need of a Pokemon incubator and some supplies to handle potential complications. Hanako, without hesitation, swiftly purchased the incubator and other related items with her card, her eyes unwavering. Although the total cost, including the egg, amounted to 30,000 Pock dollars. Hanako deemed it worthwhile. After all, Ash had always been responsible with money, never frivolously spending, and often helping around the house. Moreover, Hanako recognized Ash's profound love for Pokemon, a passion that sparkled like a myriad of stars in the night sky. Throughout the journey home, Ash was filled with exhilaration. According to the middle-aged man, the quality of this Pokemon egg might be somewhat lacking, which implied it could potentially fail to hatch or the resulting Pokemon may not be of high caliber, perhaps even sickly. Chapter 13. Hatching, Froakie upon returning home. Ash eagerly embraced the incubator and rushed to his room. Gazing at the Pokemon egg within the incubator, he wore a broad smile, proclaiming, Froakie, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you. He silently prayed for Froakie to hatch successfully. Pikachu, you'll have a new partner soon. Make sure to get along well. Ash remarked affectionately to Pikachu, who nodded in understanding. Despite having spent the entire day busy, Ash did not seek rest at this moment. Instead, he prepared for the imminent arrival of Froakie. The methods of raising the Froakie, as well as its living habits, have already been meticulously noted by Ash. Of course, Ash does not differentiate. He also diligently remembers the care and habits of Pikachu. This reflects Ash's profound attitude towards Pokemon. He genuinely cares about their well-being and wonders how they are faring. As dusk began to fall, Ash set down the incubator and descended the stairs with Pikachu. Mom, let me help. Pikachu chimed in with a cheerful sound, eager to assist. Hanako smiled warmly and replied, All right, Ash, please wash the dishes and those vegetables. Ash beamed with joy as he joined Pikachu in the task. With their combined efforts, the chores were swiftly completed. Although Ash wished to help with cooking, he reconsidered. Given his culinary skills, it was probably best to avoid potential kitchen disasters. These manageable tasks posed no challenge for Ash, who understood that teamwork was essential for achieving perfection. Outside, the moon hung high in the night sky, surrounded by countless twinkling stars, lending a gentle touch to the world. The nocturnal noctowl began its nightly activities. A quintessential night owl that sleeps during the day and awakens at night. This lifestyle is somewhat reminiscent of certain humans. However, such habits are not ideal. Cultivating a healthy biological clock is vital for well-being. Seated on the steps, Ash gazed at the luminous moon, feeling invigorated by the gentle evening breeze. He pondered about how his counterpart in the Blue Star world, his parents, were faring. This Ash was a traveler from Blue Star, his soul having exchanged places with the Ash in this Pokemon world. Ash affectionately patted Pikachu, reassuring, Don't worry. I will become the greatest Pokemon trainer in this world, right, Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu responded with a bright smile, nodding enthusiastically. As the cheerful melody from the speakers filled the air, Ash's fatigue and worries began to dissipate. Pikachu seemed to sense Ash's mood and nudged him gently, as if conveying that he should not be so troubled and should find joy. All right, Pikachu, we must be happy every day, Ash exclaimed, lifting Pikachu and twirling around. Placed back on the ground, Pikachu appeared dizzy, swaying as though under the influence of fine wine. Dinner is ready, Ash, Pikachu. Hanako called from inside, announcing that the meal was prepared. Pika. Pikachu scampered inside, completely forgetting its earlier dizziness. Pikachu, don't you dare steal my food. Ash exclaimed, following closely behind. Although Pikachu primarily dined on Pokemon food, it also relished human cuisine. Moreover, Hanako's culinary skills were truly exceptional, deserving of the highest praise. Ash had also noticed that Pikachu had a particular fondness for tomato sauce, often ending up with a face smeared in it. Ash shared this fondness for tomato sauce, which is why he felt apprehensive about Pikachu's voracious appetite. If he lagged even slightly, Pikachu would undoubtedly devour all the sauce. "This is mine, Pikachu," Ash declared, playfully grappling with Pikachu over the tomato sauce. Pikachu's expression turned comically furious. "Pika, Pika." Unable to tolerate Ash's antics any longer, Pikachu retaliated. With a zap, Ash experienced a delightful surge of electricity, completely complimentary. "All right, one for each of us. No more stealing." Hanako chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement at the scene. Ever since Pikachu had joined their family, the atmosphere had become vibrantly lively. Hanako adored Pikachu, seeing it as a considerate companion that helped out without causing trouble. This shared temperament between Pikachu and Ash seemed quite harmonious. With Hanako's intervention, the chaotic scene was resolved. Delicious. Mom's cooking is the best," Ash exclaimed, dipping his food in tomato sauce and devouring it eagerly. Anyone unaware might think Ash had gone days without eating, for his enthusiasm was indeed exaggerated. Pikachu also chimed in with cheerful sounds, clearly delighted. Hanako gently reminded them, "Ash, Pikachu, you shouldn't eat so hastily. Take your time to savor it." Observing the two enthusiastic eaters, she felt a swell of pride in her cooking. "Got it, Mom," Ash replied between mouthfuls, though he was only slightly less hasty. The aroma was simply irresistible, compelling him to indulge without restraint. The essence of a true food lover resonated within him. After a hearty meal, both Ash and Pikachu let out satisfied burps, their bellies round and full. It was evident that they had overindulged, but their appetites had led them astray. After a brief moment of digestion, Ash assisted in washing the dishes before returning to his room with Pikachu. Upon entering his room, the first thing Ash did was check on the Pokemon egg. "Froakie, you must hold on," he murmured, gazing at the egg within the incubator, a hint of concern crossing his face. Typically, it would take 2 to 3 days for the egg to hatch. With only a few days left until his graduation, Ash's journey was on the brink of beginning. Pikachu, sprawled comfortably on the bed, had already drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Ash retrieved the borrowed album, intending to study the characteristics of Shiny Gardevoir and Milotic before sleep, believing it would aid in his rest. Chapter 14. Rivals? The following morning dawned bright and clear, with fresh air wafting through the window. Ash, still bleary-eyed, stretched lazily, yawning widely as he rubbed his eyes. His tousled hair and sleepy demeanor made him resemble a dazed baboon. "I'm the Tarzan from next door," grasping the vines of love. Gently observing Pikachu still nestled in slumber, Ash rose carefully, determined not to disturb his companion. Approaching the incubator, he glanced at the Pokemon egg, noting its stillness before heading off to brush his teeth and wash his face. While the typical hatching period was 2 to 3 days, there were exceptions. This uncertainty drove Ash to frequently check on the egg, concerned about potential issues. After his morning routine, Ash hurried downstairs, as he still had school to attend. "Good morning, Mom." Hanako, noticing Ash's vibrant energy, smiled gently. "You seem to be in good spirits today, Ash." Ash scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "I suppose it's the lovely weather." His words were laced with joy. The breakfast table was laid out with a bountiful spread. Though Ash's family circumstances were not particularly affluent, Hanako had never skimped on his meals throughout the years. As he observed the industrious Hanako, a hint of moisture welled in Xiaoji's eyes. "Mother, there is more than enough food here. Come and join me." Hanako was toasting bread and assured him, "Just a moment, I will be done shortly." Moments later, the freshly baked bread emerged from the oven, exuding an irresistible aroma that tantalized the senses. Hanako approached Xiaoji with the bread in hand, smiling warmly. "Xiaoji, you are still growing. You must eat a bit more." She gazed at him, her maternal affection evident in her loving eyes. Xiaoji nodded. "I understand, Mother. You should eat more as well." Amidst their laughter, they finished their breakfast together. Later, Xiaoji arrived at school, opened his textbook, and immersed himself in his studies. This earnest demeanor astonished his classmates, who had always perceived him as indifferent toward academic pursuits. Recently, Xiaoji had become increasingly peculiar. 2 male classmates nearby exchanged whispers, observing him. Suddenly, a young man clad in tight pants and a white shirt sauntered over to Xiaoji. One could not help but find his attire rather perplexing. The white-clad man scrutinized Xiaoji, scoffing, "What are you pretending for? Just because you got lucky answering correctly last time doesn't mean you can start acting like this." Previously, Xiaoji had impressed the entire class with his satisfactory response to teacher Nako's questions, garnering newfound respect. Xiaoji glanced up at the young man. A flicker of recognition igniting within him. It was this bothersome individual. From the system's memories, Xiaoji recalled that this white-clad man was another rival aside from Xiaomao. However, Xiaomao was of decent character and did not actively seek to trouble him. In contrast, this white-clad man had repeatedly sought to provoke Xiaoji, suggesting ulterior motives. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you," the white-clad man barked, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Xiaoji merely smiled faintly, dismissing him as unworthy of his words. Conversing with such a person felt like a waste of breath. More and more classmates were drawn to the commotion, wondering what was unfolding. Was Xiaoqiang bullying Xiaoji again? Among them, several girls could no longer tolerate the situation. "Xiaoqiang, this is school, don't go too far." A girl in a black skirt boldly admonished the white-clad man. Unbeknownst to them, a growing number of girls stood in solidarity with Xiaoji, glaring at the young man. This spectacle raised eyebrows, leading many to speculate whether Xiaoji had some connection with these girls. Yet, Xiaoji pondered in vain, unable to recall any prior actions that would endear him to them. The white-clad man glared fiercely at Xiaoji. "Stop hiding behind women. If you're a man, step up for a duel." Clearly, he sought to provoke Xiaoji with bravado. Young men like Xiaoji, vibrant and full of life, could hardly resist such taunts. Nevertheless, Xiaoji chose to ignore him, perceiving the young man as nothing more than a barking dog. Seeing Xiaoji remain unfazed, the white-clad man's expression soured, and he rolled up his sleeves. "Teacher Nako is coming," someone shouted from the classroom. The onlookers hastily returned to their seats. The white-clad man shot a final glare at Xiaoji, declaring, "When graduation battles come, let us settle this like men. Otherwise, keep enjoying your easy life." He spat in frustration and returned to his seat. A graduation battle? Now that sounds intriguing, Xiaoji mused. A faint smile gracing his lips as he dismissed the incident from his thoughts. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. The sharp sound of high heels echoed, resonating in the hushed atmosphere. Nako entered the classroom, her brows furrowed. Who was causing a disturbance? "Stand up." Her voice was stern, commanding immediate attention. Xiaoji and Xiaoqiang stood, Xiaoji calm, while Xiaoqiang simmered with anger. Nako's gaze fell upon them, her frustration mounting. "You two have never ceased to be a headache for me." Both had caused her countless troubles, and she was understandably exasperated. "You will stand in silence for 10 minutes, and after class, report to my office." "Teacher, it was Xiaoqiang who instigated the trouble. It has nothing to do with Xiaoji," protested the girl in the black skirt, perceiving the punishment as unjust. Gradually, more students rallied in support of Xiaoji. "Indeed, Teacher Nako, you know Xiaoji's character." Xiaoji, witnessing the support, felt a warm surge of gratitude and softly uttered, "Thank you all." After a moment of contemplation, Nako relented. "All right, everyone, settle down." She was well aware of Xiaoji's character. He was not one to provoke others without cause. Although his academic performance was lacking, he was a well-mannered student, respectful toward both peers and teachers. "Let us wait until after class to clarify this matter. You two can sit down for now." Nako was a person of principle. She would jump to conclusions without thorough investigation. "Let us treat this as a minor incident. Everyone must coexist harmoniously, understood?" She looked upon the youthful faces, hoping to avert any instances of bullying. All the students responded in unison, "Understood, Teacher Nako." Nako nodded approvingly. "All right, let us begin the lesson. Please turn to page 120. The room buzzed with activity as students flipped through their textbooks, settling into their studies. "Xiaoji, that Xiaoqiang is truly despicable," exclaimed Xiaomu, sitting beside him, clearly agitated. Having been his desk mate for quite some time, Xiaomu recognized Xiaoqiang as a troublemaker, aimlessly seeking to provoke Xiaoji. Xiaoji chuckled, "Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget." Seeing the determination in Xiaoji's eyes, Xiaomu inexplicably chose to trust him. "Xiaoji, for the graduation battle. Will you use that Pikachu?" This graduation battle served as an assessment, where only one Pokemon could be used for the showdown. The school had implemented this rule to accommodate students' varying financial circumstances regarding Pokemon ownership, ensuring fairness in the competition. Thus, participants were limited to one Pokemon, and they could not exceed a certain level. Of course, this assessment was not particularly significant, as it did not factor into academic grades. It merely served to evaluate practical combat skills. Such an approach would greatly benefit the students in their future journeys, as those of commendable character should equally master academic knowledge and practical combat experience. After a brief moment of silence, Xiaoji turned his gaze towards Xiaomu. "I haven't made up my mind yet, as I just acquired a Pokemon egg yesterday." "You bought another Pokemon egg?" Xiaomu replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Xiaoji nodded. "Initially, I thought it wasn't necessary, but I couldn't resist my mother's insistence." "Well," Xiaomu's eyes sparkled with envy. "Xiaoji, Your mother is truly wonderful to you. Just as Xiumu was about to say more, Xiaoji interrupted. All right, let's talk about this after class. Otherwise, we might get scolded by teacher Neko. Perhaps influenced by Xiaomu, who usually loved to doze off, began to pay attention in class. All right, class. This Froakie evolves into Frogadier, and its final evolution is Greninja, Neko passionately explained from the podium, brimming with enthusiasm. Whispers spread among the students below. This Froakie seems quite rare. It's seldom seen. Two boys in front of Xiaoji were quietly discussing. What's your first Pokemon? The questioned boy quickly replied. My first Pokemon is a Herdier. His pride was unmistakable. Wow, a Herdier? That's so cool. The other boy exclaimed, his expression filled with envy. It is well known that Herdier is no weak Pokemon in the fire type, especially after evolving into its final form, the Speedy Zygarde. Some of you students, don't think I'm unaware of your little antics. Neko fixed her gaze on the two whispering students, her exquisite face showing a hint of annoyance. One must admit, Teacher Neko's aura is impressive. Her curvaceous figure, flawless complexion, and long legs are striking. Xiaoji found himself slightly entranced by Neko on the podium. If he were to rate her beauty, he would give her an 88 out of 100. The two boys under her gaze turned crimson, unable to meet her eyes. Now, for the next question, I need someone to answer. Neko scanned the students below, appearing somewhat indecisive. Which student can tell me what type of Pokemon Shinedo is? The classroom fell into an utter silence, and some boys inexplicably flushed red. Shinedo? Such an easy question, Xiaoji thought, twirling his pen, contemplating whether to respond. Xiaomu flashed Xiaoji a mischievous grin. Xiaoji, how about that album of mine? At this, Xiaoji's face flushed a deep red. What are you thinking, Xiaomu? I was merely delving into the details of Shinedo and Milotic. Xiaomu wore an understanding expression. Ah, yes, delving into it. That's the question to ask. Neko observed the silent crowd, her brows furrowing slightly. Is this question truly that difficult? If no one answers, I shall have to call on someone at random. Neko felt helpless, knowing that she often had to resort to such tactics during questioning. Upon hearing her words, the students lowered their heads, silently praying, please, don't pick me. Suddenly, a boy in tight pants and a white top raised his hand. Neko's eyes widened in disbelief. This action from Xiaoqiang was utterly unexpected. All eyes turned to Xiaoqiang, with murmurs circulating. Isn't Xiaoqiang just a slacker? Why is he raising his hand? Neko smiled encouragingly. All right then, Xiaoqiang, you can answer this question. Huh? No, Teacher Neko, I need to go to the bathroom, Xiaoqiang quickly explained. Laughter erupted from the class, one student unable to contain themselves. Neko lightly tapped her head. Go on, hurry back. She had thought Xiaoqiang had finally had a breakthrough, but it seemed she had overestimated him. Xiaoqiang's face turned bright red as he hurried out of the classroom towards the restroom. Neko turned to the remaining students. Class representative, you can answer this question. This class representative was the girl in the black skirt from earlier. Upon hearing Neko's words, the girl quickly stood. Teacher, I don't know the answer to this question. Neko sighed softly. All right, you can sit down. Suddenly, Neko seemed to have an idea and glanced toward Xiaoji. Just then, Xiaoji looked up, and their eyes met, a connection only those who have experienced it could understand. Neko smiled gently at Xiaoji. Xiaoji, would you please answer this question? Me? Xiaoji quickly stood up. Responding to Teacher Neko, Shinedo is a psychic-type Pokemon. Neko nodded excitedly. Excellent. Everyone should learn from Xiaoji. At that moment, the classroom was once again filled with astonishment. If the previous answer was a stroke of luck, this one was a display of true skill. The way the others looked at Xiaoji shifted, as if they were gazing at someone entirely unfamiliar. Do you think Xiaoji has become increasingly peculiar lately? A few boys began to discuss, unable to believe that Xiaoji, who had previously ranked low academically, could now answer so fluently. Xiaoji, you may sit down, Neko said, her expression filled with pride for him, her excitement hardly concealed. Soon, the class came to an end, and the weather outside was beautifully sunny, the air refreshing. Xiaoji inhaled the fresh air greedily. Xiaoji, Xiaoqiang, please come to the office for a moment, Neko instructed before striding out of the classroom in her high heels, a smile adorning her face. For a teacher, witnessing a previously unnoticed student rise to be admired by all is truly a rewarding experience. They say, once a teacher, always a father. And which parent does not wish for their child to achieve great success? Teachers share this sentiment as well. They are guiding lights for their students, leading them steadily onto the right path in life. Xiaoji stood up from his seat, showing little concern, smiling calmly as he headed towards the office. With integrity, one fears not the shadows, Xiaoji thought. He had done nothing wrong, so why should he feel timid? The two arrived at Neko's office, standing quietly there. The other teachers from different classes had seen it all before and were preoccupied with their own tasks, showing no curiosity about what these two had done. After all, these two were familiar faces in the office. It would be hard for any of the teachers here not to know them. Neko glared at the two. Speak up. Who started this? Although she had her suspicions, she believed in fairness and the principle of being a role model. It was imperative to have reason and evidence. Children at this age have limited emotional resilience, and unjust accusations could inflict significant psychological harm. Neko, having been a student herself, remembered the frequent bullying incidents during her school days, some teachers not even deserving the title. The pain she had endured, the rain she had weathered, would not be allowed to befall her students. Xiaoji spoke first, addressing Teacher Na. I was reading at the time. It was Xiao Chong who came over to stir up trouble. Although Xiao Chong stood nearby, the truth remained unchanged, and Xiaoji certainly would not spare him any courtesy. Is that so, Xiao Chong? Teacher Na sipped her water and turned to him. Xiao Chang nodded slightly, refraining from any rebuttal. With a gentle smile, Na inquired, Can you tell me why? Clearly, she was deeply intrigued. Among so many classmates, why did Xiao Chang single out Xiaoxi? It is often said that it takes two to tango, but from Na's own experiences, this notion seemed utterly nonsensical. Some individuals simply lack proper upbringing. They target those who appear more docile or easier to bully. Xiao Chang stammered for quite some time, failing to articulate anything. However, Teacher Na remained patient, saying, Xiao Chang, if there's a reason, please share it. I can help you resolve it. After a brief silence, Xiao Chang finally spoke. Teacher Na, why is Xiaoxi so popular with the girls? I am clearly more handsome. Upon hearing this response, Na couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, as it was indeed quite a peculiar remark. The surrounding teachers erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Teacher Na, your students are all so amusing. Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, his expression resembling that of a perplexed emoji. He shook his head slightly and murmured, There's nothing I can do. It's all because I'm too handsome. Na gently patted Xiao Chang's head, saying, I know that your nature isn't bad, but that doesn't justify your continual harassment of Xiaoxi. Na glanced at the two, reminding them that who one likes and chooses to associate with is a personal freedom and right. Flowers attract butterflies. I hope you understand this principle. Xiao Chang lowered his head, deep in thought, his legs in tight pants shaking nervously. You two should shake hands and reflect on this. I hope not to witness such behavior again. After saying this, Na returned to her seat and took a sip of water. Reluctantly, Xiao Chang extended his hand toward Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, not one to hold grudges, firmly grasped Xiao Chang's hand. Na observed the two from her seat and reminded Xiao Chang, maintain a proper attitude and smile a little. The origin of this situation lay with Xiao Chang, and Na believed her request was not unreasonable. Hearing her words, Xiao Chang's face twitched slightly, yet he dared not defy her. He opened his mouth, flashing a grin that revealed a set of large, yellowing teeth as he smiled at Xiaoxi. Upon seeing this smile, Xiaoxi found it somewhat amusing. It was more comical than sorrowful, a forced grin with a rigid expression. Nevertheless, Xiaoxi chose not to dwell on it. If Xiao Chang could genuinely repent, he saw no reason to retaliate. All right, that's good. Now, go back, Na said with satisfaction, nodding her head before focusing on her lesson preparations. Returning to his seat, Xiaoxi took a deep swig from his water bottle. The summer sun blazed outside, and flocks of birds soared toward the forest, while butterflies danced gracefully. Xiaoxi, how did it go? Teacher Na didn't punish you, did she? Xiaomu, sitting nearby, asked with concern. Xiaoxi smiled slightly, responding, Na is a good teacher. She clarified everything and naturally wouldn't punish me. Xiaomu nodded, relieved, and returned to his book, appearing genuinely engrossed, as if he were swimming in a sea of knowledge with unwavering dedication. Perhaps this is what they mean by one becomes red by being close to vermilion, and black by being close to ink. Suddenly, Xiaoxi seemed to recall something. Xiaomu, what was your first Pokemon? Chapter 17, The Perilous Froakie. Xiaomu set down his textbook, saying, I also bought a Pokemon egg, but it hasn't hatched yet. Clearly, Xiaomu was unaware of what Pokemon lay within the egg he had procured. Xiaoxi did not press further and sat quietly, thinking about his mother at home. Pikachu should be fine. As time passed, the school day concluded, and the bell rang, prompting a throng of students to rush toward the school gate. Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming excitement, eager to return home and see if the Pokemon egg had hatched. As the sun set, the clouds parted, and the rosy glow painted the sky. Xiaoxi dashed along, the evening breeze brushing against his face, his youthful smile radiant in the sunset's light. Pikachu, Froakie, I'm coming home. The thought of his two companions quickened his pace, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like droplets. Moments later, Xiaoxi arrived, panting heavily. Mom, I'm back. He pushed open the door, his face alight with the cheerful exuberance characteristic of youth. You're back, Xiaoxi. At that moment, Huazi was busy preparing dinner. Pika, Pika! Pikachu rushed toward Xiaoji, its excitement palpable. Xiaoji opened his arms, embracing Pikachu. Pikachu, have you been listening to Mom? You mustn't cause any trouble. He gently patted Pikachu's head, his eyes sparkling with joy. Huazi chuckled, saying, this child, Pikachu, is quite well behaved. It even helped with the cleaning. Pikachu nodded and hopped down, heading toward the stairs and waving at Xiaoji. Xiaoji felt a bit puzzled. Pikachu, do you want me to come upstairs? Though he was confused, he knew he had to follow. After changing his shoes, Xiaoji curiously ascended the stairs behind Pikachu. Xiaoji, remember to wipe your sweat and take a shower first, Huazi said with a resigned smile, knowing her son was always so full of energy. But that was normal. At their age, they were full of vigor, bright and optimistic. Got it, Mom? I will. Xiaoji replied while following Pikachu upstairs. Pikachu arrived at the incubator, pointing at the Pokemon egg inside. What's the matter, Pikachu? Is something happening? Xiaoji hurried to the incubator, looking at the egg within. What is going on? Is Froakie about to hatch? Clearly, this was a first for Xiaoji, and he lacked experience. He noticed that the Pokemon egg inside the incubator was beginning to crack. Froakie was vigorously bumping against the shell, causing the cracks to deepen. Come on, Froakie. You can do it. At that moment, Xiaoji had no means to assist, only silently praying. It seemed Froakie sensed Xiaoji's encouragement, as it continued to strike the shell with great force. Pika, Pika. Pikachu, beside the incubator, cheered for Froakie. Suddenly, the Froakie inside the egg fell silent. Froakie, please wake up. But at that moment, the egg in the incubator was completely still, as if it had lost its vitality. Guagua Pow Frog. Could it be that we are truly fated to be apart? Ash wore a despondent expression, his eyes rimmed with red, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, feeling utterly incapable. Pikachu also lowered its head, sorrow evident in its eyes. No, Guagua Pow Frog can still be saved. Ash rose from the floor, wiping away his tears. Clutching the incubator, he hurriedly dashed downstairs, calling out, Pikachu, let us go. Pikachu followed Ash, albeit with a hint of confusion. Observing Ash's frantic demeanor, Hanako furrowed her brow slightly, asking, Ash, Pikachu, where are you headed? As Ash rushed towards the door, he replied, Mom, I'm going to Professor Oak's house. Hanako paused, a sudden thought striking her. Could it be that something was amiss with that Pokemon egg? When purchasing the egg, it had been noted that there were some issues with it. However, Ash remained resolute, ignoring the myriad of Pokemon and eggs surrounding him, not choosing any others. Of course, this was Ash's decision, and Hanako would not interfere too much. He had grown up and could not be coddled forever. Guagua Pow Frog, hold on. We will be there soon. At that moment, Ash's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He had brought Guagua Pow Frog back himself, and thus he felt responsible for its fate. Should anything happen, he feared it would haunt him for life. Upon entering Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash could no longer contain his emotions upon seeing the professor. Professor Oak, please save this child. Ash pleaded, his voice choked with desperation. What's the matter, Ash? Professor Oak quickly set aside his work and approached Ash with urgency. This Pokemon egg seems to be on the verge of perishing. It has teeth shown any signs of life. Hearing Ash's words, Professor Oak swiftly took the incubator from Ash's hands, scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass. How could this happen? It appears to be in a precarious state, Professor Oak remarked, his brow furrowed, a complex expression on his face. Seeing the professor's troubled demeanor, Ash took a deep breath. He needed to remain calm. He could not add to Professor Oak's troubles. He needed to focus to find a solution. Ash, do not despair too much. There is still hope for this Pokemon egg. Professor Oak hastily reassured him, knowing how deeply Ash cared for Pokemon. Ash's eyes brightened, and he nodded earnestly. Please, Professor Oak. The only hope now rested upon the professor's expertise. Come forth, Happiny. A Pokemon materialized before them, its large egg-shaped body with a pink upper half and a white lower half. Ash gazed at the Pokemon in awe. Happiny. Happiny smiled gently, exuding an approachable aura. Wonderful. With Happiny here, our chances of success have increased significantly. Chapter 18. The Showdown of Charizard and PIDGEOT. It is well known that Happiny holds the title of Pokemon Nurse. Professor Oak nodded slightly. Happiny, I rely on you. Meanwhile, the egg in the incubator remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Happiny approached the incubator, glanced at Ash, and pointed towards the egg inside. Happiny, do you want me to take out the Pokemon egg? Ash inquired, somewhat puzzled. Happiny nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Ash retrieved the egg, bending slightly to place it in Happiny's hands. Happiny gently caressed the egg as a mother would her child. Slowly, Happiny closed its eyes, enveloping the egg in a radiant light, the air filled with a refreshing fragrance. Time seemed to stretch on, and Happiny appeared to waver, as if its strength was waning. Happiny nodded slightly, returning the egg to the incubator. Happiny, are you okay? Ash asked, filled with gratitude as he observed Happiny's weakened state. Professor Oak approached the incubator, examining it closely with his magnifying glass. Ash, this Pokemon egg is no longer in danger of dying. Really? Thank you so much, Professor Oak and Happiny, Ash exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks. This egg should hatch soon, Professor Oak assured, relieved to see the egg returning to normalcy. After expressing his gratitude to Professor Oak, Ash returned home with Pikachu, realizing that he had been away long enough for his mother to be worried. As they walked, Ash's spirits soared, knowing the egg was now out of danger. Mom, I'm back. Hanako smiled softly. I'm glad you're home. That child should be all right, right? Naturally, Hanako referred to the Pokemon egg. It's fine now, Mom. It has escaped the brink of death and will hatch soon. Ash beamed, looking at the egg in the incubator as if cradling a precious treasure. Hanako nodded, relieved. That is wonderful. Now hurry and wash your hands with Pikachu. Dinner is ready. And there's your favorite ketchup. Ketchup? Yay. Upon hearing Hanako's words, Ash and Pikachu transformed into eager food enthusiasts, for before delicious food, nothing could deter them. Ash dashed upstairs to place the incubator down before quickly returning downstairs. Dinner time. I'm ready to feast, Ash exclaimed, grabbing his personal large bowl and relishing his meal. Hanako watched Ash devour his food with a bemused smile. Ash, your appetite could rival that of Snorlax. Ash flashed a grin at Hanako. It's not that exaggerated. I've just had a bit too much. With laughter echoing, Ash swiftly enjoyed a delightful dinner. After dinner, Ash sat on the sofa, engrossed in a televised Pokemon battle. The enthusiastic commentator announced that both sides had entered a heated stage, with only one Pokemon remaining. On screen, two spirited youths exuded determination, as if they were on the verge of igniting flames of passion. Next to battle were Aimu's Charizard and Deshiong's Pidgeot. Ash inhaled deeply. Charizard and Pidgeot? How cool. He glanced at Pikachu. Pikachu, we will battle together in the future, aiming to become the greatest Pokemon trainers in the world. Pika. Pikachu, too, was filled with excitement. The commentator's voice rang out once more. Whose victory will this battle bring? Let us wait and see. Aimu and Charizard exchanged a glance. Let us go, Charizard. Use Flamethrower. With a fearsome roar, Charizard unleashed a terrifying inferno, slowly taking shape. Boom. Charizard's Flamethrower surged towards Pidgeot, raising the surrounding temperature to scorching levels. Seeing this fearsome attack, Deshiong's expression turned grave. A direct confrontation wouldn't he do? It seemed he had no choice but to employ that special move. Dodge, Pidgeot. Indeed, this remarkable skill is none other than evasion. As a competent trainer, how could one possibly lack this vital ability? If one were to be deficient in this regard, it would be quite disappointing. The majestic Pidgeot, with its piercing gaze, fixated intently on the fiery onslaught approaching it. At the critical moment, Pidgeot executed a graceful turn, deftly avoiding the fiery breath of Charizard. Splendid maneuvering, Pidgeot. Deshiong's spirit ignited with fervor, signaling, it's our turn to strike, Pidgeot. Use Air Slash. Is Deshiong about to unleash a powerful move? Now we shall see if Aimu's Charizard can withstand this assault. The commentator passionately narrated, igniting cheers from the gathered crowd. With supporters for both Aimu and Deshiong rallying their respective fans, Aimu smiled calmly. Go ahead, unleash your techniques, Charizard, and I will not concede. Let us go, Charizard. Use Dragon Claw. With a fierce roar, Charizard soared into the sky, bracing itself to confront Pidgeot's Air Slash head-on. Ash felt a surge of excitement, envisioning a day when he too would partake in such intense battles. Meanwhile, Pikachu, utterly absorbed in the spectacle, fixated on the television. Pikachu. A jolt of electricity coursed through Ash, leaving him momentarily numb, as he exhaled a puff of dark smoke. Pikachu, what are you doing? The now aware Pikachu sheepishly scratched its head. Ash chuckled, unable to hold a grudge against Pikachu, recognizing its deep immersion in the moment. As a humanoid Pokemon, Ash was remarkably resilient. This mild shock was merely a trifle. Pikachu had merely utilized an electric shock, not its signature Thunderbolt, thus its power was limited. On screen, Pidgeot's Air Slash appeared poised to tear through the very fabric of the air. Chapter 19. Fighting for Faith. Faced with such a formidable Air Slash, Charizard showed no signs of retreat. The Dragon Claw tore through the Air Slash, heading straight for Pidgeot. Deshiong's expression shifted. This is bad. Pidgeot, evade quickly. At this moment, Deshiong felt a twinge of panic. He had not anticipated Charizard's overwhelming strength. Pidgeot accelerated, veering to the side, but alas, Charizard was equally swift, retaliating with a Dragon Claw aimed at Pidgeot. Could Pidgeot withstand such a fearsome strike? The commentator observed intently, needing a moment longer to declare the outcome of the match. Witnessing PIDGEOT, gravely injured, lying on the ground, Deshiong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. PIDGEOT. In that moment, PIDGEOT struggled to rise, its determination palpable. Deshiong smiled gently at PIDGEOT. You have done exceptionally well. I believe we shall only grow stronger together next time. Aimu shook his head slightly. Your PIDGEOT is quite impressive. Suddenly, PIDGEOT rose from the ground, letting out a fierce cry directed at Charizard. The arena erupted in excitement. Look, PIDGEOT is back on its feet. Deshiong was on the verge of tears. PIDGEOT, I know you are strong-willed, but I cannot bear to see you hurt. It was evident that Deshiong's desire for victory paled in comparison to his concern for PIDGEOT. Ash, watching the battle unfold, found himself shedding tears. Regardless of the outcome, Deshiong was a true success in character. Pokemon are companions to humanity, not mere tools, and too often, individuals are blinded by self-interest. PIDGEOT gazed resolutely at Deshiong. All right, PIDGEOT, let us strike fiercely and leave no regrets. Deshiong wiped away his tears, his spirit reignited. PIDGEOT, unleash Hyper Beam. PIDGEOT's cry resonated through the skies, brimming with indomitable spirit. Hyper Beam, it's Hyper Beam. The commentator exclaimed, his voice nearly breaking with excitement. Ash trembled slightly, astonished by PIDGEOT's remarkable result. Aimu, facing Deshiong, wore a serious expression. It has not fallen yet, and it still has strength to spare. Truly a cunning strategy. If this attack were to land, Charizard would undoubtedly be defeated. Thus he commanded, Charizard, let us not hold back. Use Fire Blast. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, witnessing a spectacular visual feast, a rare sight to behold. Fire Blast is Charizard's signature move. Let us relish the full power of both combatants. A tremendous clash ensued as the two attacks collided, shaking the very earth around them. After the shockwave subsided, silence enveloped the arena. A thick plume of smoke obscured the view, making it impossible to discern the state of the battlefield. The commentator strained to see, but to no avail. As the smoke gradually dissipated, both Charizard and PIDGEOT lay motionless on the ground, utterly still. The commentator scrutinized through the lens, awaiting the emergence of the victor. After a brief moment, silence reigned. Both Charizard and PIDGEOT were unable to continue fighting, resulting in a draw. The commentator announced the outcome after careful observation. Deshiong smiled softly. PIDGEOT, you remain my pride, my strongest ally. He gently stroked PIDGEOT before returning it to its Pokeball. Aimu approached Charizard. Charizard, we have no regrets. In a flash of white light, Charizard was also returned to its Pokeball. In the arena, Deshiong and Aimu embraced warmly. Aimu, your Charizard is indeed formidable. Aimu smiled gently. Your PIDGEOT is a fine specimen. I hope to encounter you again in the league. Both recognized and appreciated each other's strengths. The spectators felt no disappointment. They had truly witnessed a visual masterpiece. This battle imparted a profound understanding. Pokemon are partners to humanity, deserving of care and respect. Furthermore, battling is not solely about victory. It is about leaving no regrets and fighting for the beliefs within one's heart. To appreciate the beauty around us is to truly experience the splendor of this world. Some among the crowd were already in tears, realizing that this was the essence of true battle, not for the sake of hollow victories or profits. Some individuals cradled their Pokemon, inspired by the two combatants, striving to better themselves. The verdant fields are never devoid of talent. Perseverance is the ultimate ticket to success. Ash, reflecting on this battle, felt deeply moved, sensing the relentless effort both trainers had invested to reach their current heights. In unseen moments, they had endured countless trials, forging ahead against all odds. Observing the mutual respect between the two trainers, Ash whispered softly, perhaps this is the essence of what a trainer should embody. They are not only powerful but also maintain their passion and humility, ever driven by love for their craft. Hannah approached after finishing her preparations. Ash, it's getting late. Understanding her intent, Ash replied, I know, Mom. I'll take Pikachu upstairs to sleep now. With that, Ash turned off the television and ascended the stairs. Hanako sat on the sofa, sipping water, lost in thought, and let out a soft sigh. The first thing Ash did upon reaching the second floor was to check on the Pokemon egg in the incubator. It had yet to hatch, but it should be soon. After observing the unhatched egg for a moment, Ash turned away, tidied his bedding, and lay down. Through the skylight, he gazed at the night sky adorned with countless stars, resembling a shimmering Milky Way made of fine grains of sand. The night was exceptionally tranquil, with the melodious chirping of crickets outside, adding a rich layer to the beauty of the nocturnal scenery. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from the incubator. Ash, startled by the unexpected noise while gazing at the stars, wondered if this commotion signified something significant. Chapter 20. Hatching without delay. Ash leaped from his bed and hurried to the incubator's location. Pika, Pika, Pikachu swiftly followed suit. The egg in the incubator began to emit a series of collision sounds. Its shell cracking gradually. A clear, resonant sound echoed as the egg radiated a dazzling blue light, almost blinding. Was it finally hatching? Frogadier. At that moment, Ash's heart raced with exhilaration. He had waited so long for this moment. He swallowed hard, his heart in his throat, as he fixated on the egg within the incubator. A blue and white Pokemon emerged before Ash's eyes. It had a pale blue skin, white hands, and deep blue stripes extending from the center of its oval head down to its nose. As Frogadier slowly opened its eyes and focused its gaze on Ash, it sniffed the air, seemingly sensing something. Moments later, Frogadier lowered its guard and, sensing Ash's presence, recognized that this was the person who had always been by its side. Wonderful, Frogadier, Ash exclaimed, his joy bubbling over, unable to contain his excitement. Suddenly, the system inexplicably activated. Pokemon, Frogadier gender, male type, water qualification, beginner level, 0, ability, torrent hidden ability, adaptability base stats, 314. After learning about Frogadier, Ash extended his hand to gently caress it. Hello, Frogadier. From now on, we are partners. At this moment, Frogadier appeared somewhat weak, merely responding with a soft sound before resting on the table. Ash recalled something and retrieved the Pokemon feed he had prepared earlier from the cabinet, along with the specially purchased water-type energy cubes. Despite spending a significant portion of his allowance, Ash felt it was worth every penny. Looking back, he realized that his preparations and efforts had already begun to bear fruit. Of course, Ash was not biased and had also bought electric-type energy cubes for Pikachu. Pikachu, Frogadier. You two should eat, Ash said, placing the energy cubes before them. The cubes emitted a peculiar fragrance, reminiscent of food crafted specifically for Pokemon. Pikachu hesitated, clearly aware of the rarity of the energy cube. Seeing Pikachu's indecision, Ash chuckled softly, thinking how Pikachu was being polite now, yet had not been so generous when it came to sharing ketchup. Pikachu puffed out its cheeks, preparing to gather electricity. No, Pikachu, don't. Ash, recognizing the situation, decided it was wise not to provoke Pikachu at this moment. However, Pikachu chose not to consume the energy cube, instead watching Frogadier intently. Ash, feeling helpless, smiled and decided to set aside Pikachu's energy cube for the time being. Frogadier, please eat, he urged, his heart aching for the weakened Pokemon. Frogadier gulped down the energy cube, smacking its lips in apparent satisfaction. After consuming the water-type energy cube, Frogadier regained enough strength to stand, showing a bit more vitality. Come in, Frogadier. Ash took out a red and white Pokeball and captured Frogadier inside. It seemed best for Frogadier to stay in the Pokeball for now, as the outside temperature was extremely cold. The night had deepened, with significant temperature fluctuations, and newly hatched Pokemon were not yet accustomed to such an environment. Ash lay contentedly on his bed, a smile gracing his lips as he thought of Pikachu and Frogadier, his companions. Unbeknownst to him, fatigue soon took over, and he drifted off to sleep, snoring softly. Pika, Pika? Pikachu called out a couple of times, confirming that Ash was sound asleep. With a resigned shake of its head, Pikachu noticed that Ash had not even covered himself properly with the blanket. Unable to do anything else, Pikachu exerted all its strength to pull the blanket over Ash's body. It must be said that the blanket was indeed heavy, and Pikachu struggled to maneuver it, watching Ash sleep like a log. Pikachu summoned all its might and finally managed to cover Ash completely. After accomplishing this, Pikachu could finally rest easy, burrowing into the blankets and falling into a deep slumber. The scene was undeniably heartwarming, as the bond between the boy and his Pokemon reflected their deep affection for one another. Throughout the night, Ash wore a gentle smile, as if lost in sweet dreams, occasionally chuckling softly. One might wonder if Ash was dreaming of Gardevoir or Milotic. Such possibilities were not far-fetched. However, only Ash knew the content of his dreams. The following morning, Ash woke up early, as was his custom. He carefully lifted the blanket, mindful not to disturb Pikachu. After washing up, Ash felt invigorated and wore a bright smile. He hurried downstairs, his excitement palpable. Knock, knock, knock. Ash eagerly descended the stairs. Why are you up so early today, Ash? Did you not sleep well? Hanako, preparing breakfast, looked at Ash with concern. Ash smiled softly. Not at all. The little guy hatched, and I wanted to tell you, Mom. Hanako paused for a moment, surprised. It hatched? What Pokemon is it? Ash retrieved the Pokeball and exclaimed, Come forth, Frogadier. Frogadier jumped into Ash's hands, looking exceptionally sprightly. It's Frogadier. This Pokemon is quite impressive. You must train it well, Hanako said, having some knowledge about Pokemon. Ash gently patted Frogadier. Yes, Frogadier is my partner, and I will take good care of it. Seeing Ash's joy, Hanako felt relieved. realizing that Ash had not slept poorly but rather had been too excited to rest. After breakfast, Ash headed to school. Upon entering the classroom, Komori waved at him. Ash, my Pokemon egg hatched. Chapter 21. A triumphant first battle. Ash paused for a moment. Really, Komori? What Pokemon is it? At this moment, the eager curiosity of Xiaoji, the onlooker, resurfaced as he was impatient to uncover the mystery. Xiumu smiled slightly and teased. Guess what it is? Let's see if you can get it right. Xiaoji shot Xiaomu a sideways glance, amused by the air of mystery. Here's a hint. It's a fire-type Pokemon, and its evolution is quite formidable. Observing Xiaoji's anxious demeanor, Xiumu quickly offered this clue, knowing that desperation could lead to rash actions. Of course, Xiaomu wasn't scolding Xiaoji. He had merely encountered the phrase while diligently studying recently. Fire-type Pokemon. Xiaoji pondered for a moment. Given the current market, the most popular choices were Ponyta and Houndour. Could it be Ponyta? Xiaomu shook his head, signaling Xiaoji to continue guessing. Xiaoji listed a series of fire-type Pokemon, but all were dismissed. It was evident that Xiaoji was nearing a breaking point. With so many fire types, none were correct. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "You've pushed me to this. It's Inii." Xiumu was taken aback, his expression darkening. After all, that was a legendary Pokemon. Come forth, Cyndaquil. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon adorned with flames on its back leaped out. The moment Cyndaquil emerged, the surrounding temperature escalated. Xiaoji was momentarily stunned. Was it truly Cyndaquil? If his memory served him well, this Pokemon's blaze ability was nothing short of terrifying. It could unleash flames from its back for self-protection. While its fiery temperament was fierce when angry, it could also burn out completely when exhausted. Congratulations, Xiaomu, on acquiring Cyndaquil. Xiaoji sincerely wished him well, for they were indeed good friends. Naoko stood at the podium, her face radiant with a smile. Dear students, to ensure the smooth conduct of the graduation battles, tomorrow will be a day off. The students below erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing like the calls of monkeys. Naoko cleared her throat. Please, everyone, quiet down. This day off is not merely for leisure. You must also take the time to train your Pokemon. The graduation battles are fast approaching, and I hope you all achieve excellent results. As the day swiftly passed, Xiaoji could hardly contain his excitement for the training the following day. Pikachu still required practice, and Froakie was at a lower level, necessitating further training. Pikachu, Froakie. We shall venture into the forest tomorrow. Xiaoji lay in bed, soon succumbing to slumber and drifting into dreams. As dawn broke, Xiaoji awoke with exuberance, ready to set forth to Qingshan Forest. After a brief exchange, Hanako permitted Xiaoji to leave, noting that the Pokemon in Qingshan Forest were not particularly powerful, and a guardian was present to ensure safety. Be careful and return early, she called out as Xiaoji waved back. I will, Mom. I'll be back in time for a delicious dinner. Upon entering Qingshan Forest, Xiaoji noticed several classmates, including students from other classes. It seemed they had all realized this was an excellent place for training Pokemon. Xiaoji quickened his pace, intent on finding wild Pokemon before anyone else. Pikachu perched on his shoulder, vigilant and alert, ready to detect any movement. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Xiaoji halted, his expression turning serious. He would not act recklessly without identifying the Pokemon. Pikachu entered a defensive stance, prepared for action. In an instant, a purple Pokemon appeared before Xiaoji, staring intently at him. Is that Rattata? Xiaoji recognized the Pokemon swiftly. Pokemon, Rattata gender, male type, normal qualification, entry level, level 3, ability, runaway hidden ability, vital spirit-based stats, 253. Xiaoji smiled slightly. All right, it's you then, Froakie. However, facing a level 3 Rattata with his level 0 Froakie posed a significant challenge. Pikachu, you too, assist Froakie. Pikachu leaped from Xiaoji's shoulder. Pika, Pika? Rattata bared its fangs, attempting to intimidate Xiaoji's Pokemon. Froakie used Pound while Pikachu unleashed Thundershock. Following Xiaoji's command, Pikachu charged with electricity, and Froakie jumped up to deliver a powerful slap. The combination of electricity and force left Rattata dazed, struggling to regain its bearings. Well done, Pikachu, Froakie. Rattata shook its head, appearing slightly more alert, and charged towards Froakie. Xiaoji's expression shifted. Froakie, be careful. He had not anticipated the resilience of Rattata, which seemed to possess some cunning, targeting the lower-level Froakie. Froakie, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to react, but its lower level hampered its speed compared to Rattata. Bang! Froakie was sent crashing to the ground, bruised and battered. Froakie. It called weakly, but then rose, its fierce gaze locked onto Rattata. Seeing Froakie's unwavering determination, Xiaoji smiled encouragingly. All right, Froakie, use Pound. Pikachu, Thundershock. With a flurry of strikes, Rattata was sent tumbling to the ground, disoriented and unable to continue fighting. Excellent work, Pikachu and Froakie. The first battle was a resounding success, filling Xiaoji with exhilaration, yet he refrained from capturing Rattata. His intention was solely to enhance the battle experience of both Pikachu and Froakie. As a result of this encounter, Froakie leveled up to 2, while Pikachu advanced to level 6. Xiaoji returned Froakie to its Pokeball and pressed deeper into Qingshan Forest, remaining vigilant. Among the subsequent encounters, Rattata was notably prevalent, proving their rapid reproduction rate. Froakie continued to gain levels, and if this pace persisted, Xiaoji's chances in the upcoming graduation battles would significantly improve. Chapter 22, Battle. Pidgey. At this moment, Xiaoji felt triumphant, as the day had unfolded smoothly. What a splendid day! He hummed a cheerful tune as he advanced, having just defeated Rattata and Caterpie, elevating Froakie to level 5. Pikachu, you did well today. The two companions shared a moment of tranquility, for Xiaoji believed that today's mission had been accomplished. There was no need to place undue pressure on the two little ones. After experiencing so many battles, they would undoubtedly tire. Xiaoji retrieved Pokemon feed and Pikachu's favorite tomato sauce from his backpack. Froakie, Pikachu, you must be hungry after all that battling. He placed the food on the ground, ready to nourish his Pokemon. Pikachu and Froakie were savoring their meal, their faces beaming with joy, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Ash found a suitable spot, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and began to eat his provisions of dried food and bread. Indeed, nothing compared to the deliciousness of his mother's cooking. With a tinge of bitterness, Ash remarked while munching on the bread, Pikachu, Froakie, let's head back after breakfast. Compared to the bread, he yearned for the comfort of his mother's meals. Just then, an intense gust of wind swept through the sky, lifting fallen leaves from the ground. What could this mean? Ash squinted against the wind and looked upward. Beep! A colossal shadow passed overhead, revealing a Pidgey right before Ash's eyes. Oh no, a Pidgey! Instantly, Ash sprang to his feet, adopting a defensive stance. With the enemy unmoving, he too dared not attack hastily. This Pidgey had reached level 18. Faced with such a formidable foe, Ash felt a bead of sweat trickle down his palm. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that this Pidgey appeared to have recently engaged in battle, bearing significant injuries. Beep! Suddenly, the Pidgey unleashed a wing attack, sending a fierce gust of wind directly towards Ash. Hastily, Ash recalled Froakie and clutched Pikachu, retreating swiftly. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from the nearby bushes. Surely, this couldn't be happening. Ash felt a surge of frustration. One Pidgey was already overwhelming enough, and now he was uncertain what Pokemon might appear next. Just then, a purple Pokemon emerged, its icy gaze fixated on Ash. It was an Arbok. Pokemon, Arbok gender, female type, poison qualification, beginner level, level 10, ability, intimidate. Shed skin hidden ability, tension-based stats, 288. Surrounded on both sides, Ash found himself in a precarious situation. It seemed he had no choice but to fight. Escape was not an option. Taking a deep breath, he managed a slight smile. In the face of dire circumstances, one must confront life and death from all angles. Life cannot always be smooth sailing. One must embrace the storms. Pikachu, with unwavering determination in its eyes, showed no sign of fear. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, and Froakie, employ Bubble to deal with this Arbok first. Analyzing the current situation, Ash quickly devised a plan. The Pidgey did not exhibit strong offensive capabilities, while the Arbok was filled with malice and was the closest threat. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck Arbok, but it failed to inflict significant damage. Currently, Pikachu was only at level 7, and Froakie was at level 5. The disparity in their levels led to a considerable gap in both offense and defense. The Arbok, now enraged, retaliated against Pikachu's repeated assaults, which, despite being minor, felt relentless like ants. A venomous needle shot toward Pikachu, striking true and leaving it feeling weak and unsteady. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash shielded Pikachu with his own body, glaring defiantly at the Arbok. The Arbok flicked its forked tongue, observing Ash with a calculating gaze, as if contemplating its next move. Froakie, sensing its trainer was in peril, launched a slap attack, landing a powerful blow to Arbok's face. The Arbok, furious, clamped down on Froakie, its eyes seething with rage. Oh no, this was Arbok's move, bind. Ash could no longer hold back. Let go of Froakie, he shouted, tugging at Arbok's tail in an attempt to free his Pokemon. Faced with the unyielding grip of the Arbok, Ash felt a surge of panic. After all, this Arbok had a notoriously vicious temperament, capable of devouring smaller Pokemon like Spearow in a single bite. Realizing Froakie was in grave danger, Ash shouted in desperation. Seizing the moment, he grasped Arbok's tail and executed a spinning maneuver, sending the bewildered Arbok into a dizzying spin. Dazed and disoriented, It released Froakie, who was flung away. Had Arbok not been preoccupied with Froakie, it would have likely retaliated immediately. However, it could not have anticipated that someone would grasp its tail and spin it around in such a manner. Froakie, Ash called out as he tossed Arbok aside. Are you okay? Not far off, his friend Shota hurried toward him, visibly concerned. Thank goodness, Shota, you're here. Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing his companion. Shota, panting heavily, arrived at the scene. What happened? Is that Froakie? He was taken aback upon spotting the level 18 Pidgey in the air, pulling out his newly acquired Pokédex. Is this for real? An 18-level Pidgey? Shota's brow furrowed with worry. After the morning's battle, his Cyndaquil had barely reached level 6. The gap in levels was staggering, akin to a chasm. Qualifications are categorized as beginner, intermediate, normal, elite, advanced, gym leader, champion, master, and legendary. Every 10 levels serves as a pivotal threshold. And thus this Pidgey had reached the intermediate qualification. Despite both Ash and Shota possessing 3 Pokémon, they were all of the beginner level. Now they faced a level 10 Arbok and an 18-level Pidgey, making their chances of victory exceedingly slim. Just then, a figure slowly materialized, exuding an air of confidence. Too weak, it seems I'll have to step in. Ash and Shota simultaneously exclaimed, Is that Green? His condescending tone and signature pose could only belong to him. You let a mere level 10 Arbok and an injured Pidgey put you in such a predicament? Green shook his head slightly, seemingly taken aback. Come forth, Bulbasaur. A flash of white light heralded Bulbasaur's emergence from its Pokeball. Bulba. It was evident that Green's Bulbasaur was in excellent condition. Shota was left speechless upon witnessing the level 15 Bulbasaur. Such a high level was almost unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing Bulbasaur once more. This time, he was utterly convinced that Bulbasaur had indeed reached level 15. Suddenly, the swift Arbok launched a poison needle at Bulbasaur. With a quick movement, Bulbasaur evaded the attack, exclaiming, Bulba. Infuriated by the unexpected assault, Bulbasaur prepared to retaliate. Green smiled faintly, commanding, Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf. The sharp leaf struck Arbok repeatedly, delivering a fierce onslaught. It must be said, the disparity in level and base stats placed Bulbasaur in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. The Arbok, struck by the Razor Leaf of the Bulbasaur, bore wounds all over its body, some of which were truly harrowing. After all, this Razor Leaf, a skill of the grass type, was already a paragon among its peers. With a chance to land critical hits, the Arbok let out a pained cry and glanced skyward at the Pidgeotto. This action did not escape the notice of the Pidgeotto, which regarded it with disdain. Given the Arbok's habits, it often feasted on the eggs of Pidgey, or even the Pidgey themselves. The fact that the Pidgeotto refrained from pecking at the Arbok was generous enough to think that it might lend a helping hand was nothing short of folly. In this moment, Ash realized that the Pidgeotto had initially attacked him but had since taken to observing from the air. Clearly, the Pidgeotto was merely defending its territory, seeking to expel the intruders. Despair enveloped the Arbok. It had no choice but to fight back fiercely, baring its fangs and charging directly at the Bulbasaur. With nothing left to lose, facing such a formidable opponent, the Arbok chose to retain its last vestige of dignity rather than cower in fear. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Shigeru observed the unfolding scene with calm composure. To him, the Arbok's seemingly fierce assault was riddled with flaws, merely a fade. The Arbok was swiftly knocked to the ground, losing its capacity to fight. Ash gently stroked the weakened Pikachu in his arms, urging, Hang in there, Pikachu. I'll take you to the Pokémon Center right away. Shigeru shook his head, saying, There's no need for that. Take this antidote. Antidote. Thank you, Shigeru. Ash accepted the antidote gratefully. Seeing Pikachu on the brink of unconsciousness, he quickly administered the antidote. Soon, the antidote began to take effect, and Pikachu's condition gradually improved. Come on in, Pikachu. Ash withdrew Pikachu into its Pokeball. Chapter 23. My Shoes. Although Pikachu was reluctant to remain in its Pokeball, it was the only way to recover swiftly in this dire situation. Shigeru glanced at the Pidgeotto overhead, observing its level of 18. Now that was intriguing. Shigeru, no. Don't attack that Pidgeotto. Ash quickly cautioned as he noticed Shigeru making a move. However, at that moment, Shigeru had already commanded Bulbasaur to attack, sending Razor Leaf hurtling toward the Pidgeotto. Ash shook his head slightly. What could have been a resolution to the crisis now seemed quite troublesome. The Pidgeotto, while not particularly malicious, would surely retaliate if provoked. The Razor Leaf attack was effortlessly intercepted by the Pidgeotto's air slash. It was evident that the level 15 Bulbasaur was at a disadvantage against the level 18 Pidgeotto. Moreover, the Pidgeotto had recently undergone a significant evolutionary phase, leading to a qualitative leap in both speed and strength. Despite this, Shigeru remained nonchalant, chuckling lightly. Not bad. It has the potential to be my rival. Observing the already injured Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur prepared to unleash Sleep Powder. Ash was momentarily taken aback. Had Shigeru's Bulbasaur become this formidable? One could not deny that those of higher status had an insurmountable advantage over commoners. Yet, regardless of circumstances, this verdant land was never devoid of talent. Hard work remained the only ticket to success. Some were born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others struggled at the bottom. Yet they never chose to abandon their dreams. Gold will always shine. Every young person should harbor dreams. Becoming a dreamer with light in their eyes and fire in their hearts. Seed. Suddenly, Bulbasaur released a cloud of powder towards the Pidgeotto. Pidgey. The once serene Pidgeotto became agitated, unleashing a whirlwind towards Bulbasaur. This was the Pidgeotto's flying-type move, Wing Attack. Seed. Bulbasaur attempted to evade but was struck directly by the wing attack, sending it crashing aside. At this moment, Bulbasaur was covered in bruises. As the Pidgeotto's flying-type move effectively countered the grass-type Pokemon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shigeru's face was filled with disbelief. Unable to fathom how such a simple attack could inflict such damage on Bulbasaur, Ash and Takashi rushed forward. Shigeru, let us assist. Strength in numbers seemed essential. As Shigeru's situation looked dire given the level and type disadvantage, Ash scrutinized the Pidgeotto in the sky, furrowing his brow. It's you, Froakie? With a bang. A flash of white light erupted as Froakie leaped forth. Although Pikachu had been freed from its poisoned state, it still felt weak, and thus Ash refrained from calling it into battle. Takashi wasted no time, commanding, come forth, Cyndaquil. A Pokemon resembling a hedgehog, engulfed in flames, sprang out of its Pokeball. Cyndaquil's fierce gaze was fixed on the Pidgeotto, flames blazing fiercely on its back. Ash felt a surge of surprise. Though Cyndaquil's level was not high, its indomitable spirit was truly commendable. I feel the same way, Takashi chuckled. I am immensely grateful to have such a Pokemon. His eyes sparkled with pride and affection as he looked at Cyndaquil, viewing it as a singularly unique companion. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf. At this moment, Shigeru appeared somewhat grave. It seemed he had underestimated the Pidgeotto, which had mastered such advanced flying-type techniques. Following the command, Bulbasaur concentrated its energy, launching Razor Leaf swiftly. All right, let us go. Froakie, use Bubble Attack. Ash smiled slightly, ready for action. Retreating now would be futile. Given the Pidgeotto's speed, escape was impossible. If the three of them combined their efforts, they would have a greater than 50% chance of success, especially with their diverse types of Pokemon. Ash's Froakie was Water-type, Takashi's Cyndaquil was Fire-type, and Shigeru's Bulbasaur was Grass-type. After a series of exchanges, the Pidgeotto would likely be on the brink. They merely needed to identify an opening to deliver a decisive blow. Cyndaquil, we must give our all. Use Ember. Takashi was filled with determination, his heart brimming with honor as he charged forward, as if nothing could deter him. Three spirited youths joined forces, standing united against this formidable foe. Razor Leaf, Bubble, Ember, a flurry of attacks struck the Pidgeotto. Pidgey. The Pidgeotto emitted a pain cry, its body now marred with frightening injuries. In that moment, the Pidgeotto was consumed by fury. How could it have been reduced to such a state, if not for its own grievous wounds? Well done, Froakie. Ash beamed with satisfaction at the bubble attack that had perfectly struck the Pidgeotto. In general circumstances, when there is such a vast disparity in levels, a Froakie might attack, but it could very well miss. After all, a fully evolved Pidgeotto possesses speed that far exceeds that of a Froakie, with the fierce fire attribute enhancing its abilities. Cyndaquil's attacks are remarkably potent and should not be underestimated. At this moment, Bulbasaur, under the command of Xiaomao, unleashed Sleep Powder. Seizing the opportune moment, Xiaomao issued the command without hesitation. Currently, the Pidgeotto is in an even more dire state, its condition exceedingly low, and its speed significantly hampered. Seeds. Shortly, a cloud of powder cascaded onto the Pidgeotto, striking it with precision. The Pidgeotto, affected by the Sleep Powder, felt an overwhelming weakness and dizziness, plummeting from the sky. With a resounding thud, the Pidgeotto crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the area like a thick fog. Bulbasaur, take action with Vine Whip. Xiaomao did not afford the Pidgeotto a moment's respite. In its slumbering state, it could be dealt a crushing blow. Ash slightly parted his lips, seemingly about to speak, but quickly closed them again. Bang! Bulbasaur's Vine Whip struck fiercely against the Pidgeotto, appearing somewhat ruthless. After this onslaught, the Pidgeotto was rendered incapable of battle, its eyes glazing over. Froakie ascended to level 9, and so did Xiaomao as Cyndaquil. At this moment, however, Xiaomao's Bulbasaur had yet to level up, for as one progresses, the growth rate of Pokemon indeed slows down. Relying on this young master, truly disappointing. Xiaomao tousled his hair, wearing an expression of immense pride. as if he had never encountered adversity. Ash lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Just as Xiaomao continued to act nonchalantly, a series of colossal sounds echoed from the direction ahead. At that moment, it felt as if the very earth was trembling, with dead leaves swirling about. What is that? Xiaomao's eyes widened in curiosity as he surveyed the front. To his horror, upon closer inspection, he gasped, "Everyone run." A swarm of Pidgeotos. Upon hearing Xiaomao's words, he vanished without a trace, sprinting away without a care for appearances. One could say that he went from boasting moments before to a state of utter disarray, nearly losing his shoes in the process. The two fell silent, hastily recalling their Pokemon, and hurriedly pursued, not daring to linger for even a second. In this situation, even a trio working together would be futile. A mere kick would suffice, for they were faced with a multitude of Pidgeotos, densely packed, appearing to number in the dozens. One Pidgeotto had already proven to be quite a challenge. They had no desire to meet an untimely end. They needed to run with all their might before the Pidgeotos arrived. "Xiaomao, you stepped on my heel." "Ah, my shoe." Ash cried out in despair, yet still dared not pause. Shoes or life. Ash could discern the priority, bending low and sprinting forward at breakneck speed. Thus, one of Ash's shoes bid farewell to its owner, destined to sail away tonight. In times of desperation, the body's latent potential is unleashed, and the three displayed this vividly. To exaggerate, even Su Bingtian would feel a sense of inferiority. One can imagine what it would be like to have a dog chasing after you. "I can't go on." It seemed an eternity before Xiaomao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face pale as a ghost. After a moment, Ash and Xiaomao also gradually came to a halt, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Ash, with one shoe on, appeared somewhat comical. "Xiaomao, I'm so sorry." It was truly unintentional. Xiaomao felt an overwhelming embarrassment, realizing his haste had led to accidentally stepping on Ash's shoe. Ash forced a smile. "It's fine. I don't need shoes. Just think of me as a barefoot deity." "Barefoot deity? What is that? Can it be eaten?" Xiaomao turned to Ash, looking puzzled. Ash, face-palming, fell into silence. At times, he truly wished to speak of cultural treasures. Suddenly, Xiaomao gestured for silence, urging them to refrain from speaking, as if something was approaching. The two quickly fell silent, not daring to even breathe, knowing they must remain quiet until the nature of the approaching entity was discerned. Chapter 24, Peril, Nidoking. The group held their breath, crouched low to the ground, fixated on the front. A man clad in camouflage attire gradually approached. A vision flashed in Ash's mind. If he were not a ferocious Pokemon, then all would be well. Moreover, judging by the man's clothing, he was likely a forest guardian. "You four. How did you come to be here?" The camouflaged man saw through the ruse of Ash and his companions. Having lived in the area long enough to notice even the slightest disturbance, Ash scratched his head. "We inadvertently wandered in. If we have caused any offense, we will leave immediately." The man in camouflage shook his head. "It's nothing serious, but venturing deeper poses certain dangers. Are you the guardian of the Qingshan Forest?" Although Ash had a sense of the answer, he still inquired. "Indeed, I am responsible for protecting this environment and the little creatures within, safeguarding against poachers." The camouflaged man scrutinized Ash and his companions, his gaze somewhat peculiar. "Poachers?" Ash pondered for a moment. Indeed, such occurrences exist. Not only Team Rocket but also some amateur individuals. Pokemon that can be traded in the market are recognized by the state and pose no harm to these creatures. Conversely, these poachers often resort to unscrupulous methods to capture Pokemon, ultimately selling them in the black market for substantial profit. If there is nothing else, you should head home quickly. The camouflaged man, naturally wary of them, regarded them as merely a group of inexperienced youngsters. Xiaomao scoffed, "With my strength, I could easily stride through like a crab." He seemed to completely forget his earlier embarrassment, resuming his boastful demeanor. "Let us go, Xiaomao Xiaokmo. It's time to head home." Ash maintained his rational state, unwilling to delve deeper into the forest. Legends tell of a divine beast that once appeared deep within this forest. However, what kind of divine beast it was remains a mystery, as it is merely a tale. From the intelligence networks in Pallet Town, those old ladies with extraordinary knowledge, it is said to be a colossal, flying divine beast. Ash turned to Xiaomao. "Xiaomao, do you know if a divine beast has ever appeared in the Qingshan Forest?" Being the grandson of Professor Okido, he must have some knowledge on the matter. Xiaomao was momentarily taken aback. A divine beast? Of course, what is there that this young master does not know? "Really, Xiaomao, what kind of divine beast is it?" At that moment, Ash's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Humanity is perpetually intrigued by the unknown, much like the countless individuals yearning to explore mysterious caves. Xiaomao's expression turned somewhat sheepish. Let me think. Yes, that's it, no doubt." Ash stared at Xiaomao, a bemused expression on his face. "Do you even know what you're talking about?" In truth, this young master was merely jesting. I truly knew, and simply wished for you to guess. This is the prideful Xiaomao, who refuses to acknowledge his ignorance. Haha. Could it be the legendary Ho-Oh? According to previous lore, it must be so. However, this world has undergone changes. It is not identical to before. And everything is shrouded in uncertainty. Xiaomao, with a serious demeanor, remarked, although my grandfather never told me, I surmise it must be Groudon. Upon hearing Xiaomao's words, the man in camouflage burst into laughter, confirming the saying that silence is golden, but when one speaks, it can be astonishing. Ash clutched his stomach in laughter. Ha ha ha, a flying Groudon, ha ha ha. Could it be a warning from the Cliff of Broken Swords? Groudon might retort, are you polite? The lack of culture is indeed alarming. It appears one must truly pay attention in class, lest they land in such awkward situations. Xiaomao's face flushed crimson as he feigned indifference, saying, I was merely lightening the mood. Do not take it seriously. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right, Ash conceded. No longer expecting him to clarify anything, as he was utterly unreliable. Ash turned to the man in camouflage and inquired, do you know what this legendary Pokemon really is? The man in camouflage nodded slightly. I have seen it with my own eyes. It was dazzlingly radiant. Upon hearing this, Ash and his companions paused, their curiosity piqued as they listened intently. The man continued, you guessed correctly, the legendary Pokemon is indeed Ho-Oh. The group held their breath in anticipation, filled with intrigue regarding this topic. Groudon was certainly impossible. Firstly, it was unsuitable for the living environment, and secondly, Groudon could not fly. The man in camouflage paused. However, Ho-Oh is different. It thrives in a wide range of environments and possesses remarkable survival abilities. At that moment, shadows of Pokemon flitted through the dense jungle, indicating the abundance of Pokemon in this area. Ash nodded slightly. So, this Ho-Oh may merely be passing through? The man in camouflage looked at Ash with mild surprise, sensing a maturity beyond his years in the boy. You are correct. Ho-Oh has always been elusive. Rarely seen in one place for long. The man did not dwell on this further, believing that Ash was simply exceptionally astute. The group nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the situation after the man's explanation. Xiaomao flicked his hair, declaring, Ho-Oh, I have reserved it. The others chuckled awkwardly, certainly not taking his words to heart, as this was a legendary Pokemon that could not be so easily captured. The gentle breeze accompanied them as they walked. The air remarkably fresh, making this place resemble a paradise untouched by the world's impurities. The man in camouflage followed Ash and his companions, escorting them out, warning them of the dangers lurking deeper within the forest. Generally, anyone with a modicum of common sense would know the potential dangers hidden in the depths of the Qingshan forest. After all, their families would have warned them. Yet, these curious youngsters dared to venture into the forest heart. Ash scratched his head, recalling being chased by a flock of Pidgey, realizing the peril they had been in. A flock of Pidgey? The man in camouflage nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Pidgey had a strong territorial instinct. They would not hesitate to drive away any intruders. Moreover, Pidgey typically lived in flocks, cohabiting in a shared area. Two Butterfree fluttered gracefully, their intimacy palpable, evoking a sense of romance. In these times, even Pokemon seemed to be spreading love. Ash shook his head and continued onward. Xiaomu, observing the two Butterfree, could not help but sigh, alas. I have yet to receive a flower in my life. We are still young. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps we will encounter our dream lovers. Ash replied with a smile. Regardless, matters of the heart need not be a concern for now. When fate arrives, it will surely present itself. Xiaomu nodded, considering Ash's words as a form of self-comfort. TSK, a bunch of single dogs, Xiaomao boasted, strutting with arms crossed. Xiaomu chuckled, if you can talk, then speak more. Although Xiaomao was also single, he was not devoid of admirers, not merely due to being Professor Oak's grandson, but also because his ostentatious persona attracted a legion of fans. As they continued walking, a petite Pokemon began to chirp adorably. Look, a Nidoran baby, Xiaomu exclaimed, rushing over with curiosity. The others followed his gaze to see a small Nidoran on the grass, appearing to have just been born. Nidoran was predominantly light blue, with dark blue patches, large ears, tiny fangs, and spines filled with venom on its back. Little Nidoran, would you like to come home with your big brother? Xiaomu said with a mischievous grin, reaching out to touch Nidoran. Don't move, come back. The man in camouflage shouted urgently, taken aback by his stern tone. Xiaomu hesitated, still not comprehending the situation, but obediently stepped back. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, a colossal Pokemon charged forth, Nido. A predominantly purple Pokemon with a fearsome horn and sharp teeth that seemed capable of tearing anything apart. Oh no, it's Nidoking. Ash realized instantly why the man had shouted at Xiaomu. The newborn Nidoran would not be far from its parents. One must admit, experience prevails, fortunately. The man in camouflage had called Xiaomu back in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Nidoking, known for its volatile temper, could erupt in anger without provocation. Especially in its territory, the appearance of intruders would send Nidoking into a furious rage. Roar. Nidoking let out a furious roar, toppling a large tree as it charged toward Xiao Mu and the others. Everyone retreat. This Nidoking is furious and unstable. The man in camouflage shouted urgently to the group. Ash and his companions hurriedly stepped behind the man, refraining from taking any rash actions. The man in camouflage produced a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Come forth, Onix." A serpentine Pokemon composed entirely of stone appeared, its gaze sharp, exuding a commanding presence. It's Onix, but at this level. Ash paused in surprise, momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Without a certain level of strength, one could hardly occupy such a position. Chapter 25. The Unreliable Nidoking Pokemon. Onix Gender. Male Type. Rock. Ground Qualification. Ordinary Ability. Rock Head Hidden Ability. Sturdy Base Stats. 385. Ash took a deep breath, incredulous at the sight of a level 21 Onix. Nido. Upon seeing Onix, Nidoking became even more enraged, launching itself forward with a powerful leap. At this moment, Ash stood behind the man in camouflage, analyzing the situation on the battlefield. Although the Onix had reached level 21, the opposing Nidoking was not to be underestimated. Now, Onix, use Iron Tail. The man in camouflage quickly organized his thoughts as he grasped the dynamics of the confrontation. Onix's tail hardened to an unyielding state, swinging fiercely toward Nidoking. The latter, charging forward like a fool, had no time to react. Onix's iron tail struck Nidoking with a resounding impact. Nidoking staggered backward, clouds of dust rising from the ground. However, it appeared that Nidoking had sustained minimal damage. Its tough hide afforded it remarkable defensive capabilities. Infuriatingly, Onix's iron tail had failed to inflict significant harm. The man in camouflage regarded Nidoking with grave concern. Nidoking charged forward once more, delivering a colossal punch aimed directly at Onix. It was clear that Nidoking's level was comparable to Onix's, likely around level 19. Ash remained focused, keenly observing the unfolding battle. Knowing that he could glean valuable experience from such a confrontation, the man in camouflage shouted urgently, "Onix, dodge." Responding to the command, Onix swiftly maneuvered to the side. This was not a sustainable strategy. The tide of battle was slowly turning in Nidoking's favor. After a moment of contemplation, the man in camouflage commanded, "Onix, use Rock Slide." With a thunderous roar, Onix summoned massive boulders that cascaded toward Nidoking, creating a spectacular scene. Yet, Nidoking deftly evaded the assault, having learned from its earlier miscalculation and no longer acting recklessly. Onix, charge. At this point, beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead. Whether from the heat or anxiety was uncertain, Onix roared defiantly, charging toward Nidoking with unwavering courage. Ash shook his head slightly, despite the minimal level difference. Nidoking had already undergone evolution, significantly boosting its base stats compared to Onix. Undeterred, Nidoking charged headfirst, its horns glinting menacingly as it rushed towards Onix. As the two Pokémon collided, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena, reminiscent of a foggy day. A violent clash echoed, and as the dust settled, the battlefield came into view. Nidoking staggered back a few paces before regaining its footing, while Onix lay on the ground, its eyes glimmering vacantly. It was evident that Onix had lost its ability to continue fighting. The man in camouflage shook his head, calling back Onix. Nidoking stood amidst the chaos. Trees splintered around it, the devastation evident. It seemed that Nidoking's strength surpassed the man's expectations, complicating matters significantly. After a brief silence, deep in thought, the man called forth. Nidoqueen. The Pokeball in his hand flashed with white light, revealing a Pokémon remarkably similar to Nidoking. It was indeed Nidoqueen, a development that piqued interest. Ash and his companions widened their eyes in surprise. After all, both Pokémon shared identical base stats, and debates about their superiority persisted. Base stats were merely cold numbers and did not genuinely determine a Pokémon's potential. A truly skilled trainer would not overly fixate on such figures, focusing instead on the reality of combat. Even in unfavorable matchups, there remained ample opportunities for a turnaround, as Ash had previously demonstrated. Nidoking appeared momentarily dazed, then fixated intently on Nidoqueen, almost drooling. The crowd fell silent, incredulous. Was this for real? Observing Nidoking, now devoid of any battle intent, Ash and his friends could scarcely believe it. They had been anticipating a visual spectacle. Yet, it seemed a peculiar situation had arisen, one where combat was unlikely. The man in camouflage remained expressionless, standing still with a chilling gaze. Nidoqueen, horn attack. Upon hearing the command, Nidoqueen leaned forward slightly and surged into a rapid charge. As Nidoqueen picked up speed, the ground trembled beneath its colossal form. Nearby, the small Rattatas scurried away in haste, fearing the ferocity of the battle that was beyond their capacity to endure. Nidoking, standing still, seemed momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Nidoqueen barreling toward it, it reacted quickly. Leaping aside, Ash felt a twinge of confusion. Was Nidoking so mesmerized by the female Pokémon that it had lost the will to fight? At this moment, Nidoking did not retaliate, instead gazing at Nidoqueen with unabashed desire. This scene elicited mixed reactions from the spectators, a blend of laughter and disbelief. Did Nidoking fear its mate at home? Judging by the small Nidoran on the ground, Nidoking was indeed a family Pokémon, yet it displayed such behavior. The man in camouflage smiled subtly, realizing that Nidoqueen possessed an innate allure, making the situation more manageable. Nidoqueen, Earth Power. Seizing the prime opportunity, the man acted decisively. Nidoqueen's palms radiated with energy as she struck the ground, causing seismic upheaval. This was Perilous. The small Nidoran was still nearby, putting it in grave danger. Ash seized the moment, leaping over the fissure to scoop up the small Nidoran. "It's all right now, little Nidoran. You're safe," Ash murmured gently. Feeling the rapid heartbeat of the frightened Pokémon, the man in camouflage had not anticipated that Nidoqueen's Earth Power would be this formidable. He had truly underestimated her. "Thank you, little one," he thought, feeling a pang of remorse for his earlier oversight. "No worries. Everyone makes mistakes," Ash reassured him with a smile. Cradling Nidoran in his arms. As the ground fractured, it advanced toward Nidoking. Nidoking leapt in surprise, its face a mix of confusion and alarm. However, Nidoqueen's powerful attack was relentless. Chunks of earth struck Nidoking with a thunderous crash. Nidoking was propelled backward until it collided with a nearby tree, struggling to regain its balance. Having learned from its mistakes, Nidoking should now be more cautious. Ash observed Nidoking's bewildered expression with a sense of satisfaction. Even Pokémon with partners could be unfaithful. Nidoking's gaze remained fixed on Nidoqueen, eyes sparkling with fascination, as if nothing would deter its infatuation. What on earth was happening? Ash's friend, Shinky, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Nidoking's behavior. Was this the legendary phenomenon of enduring countless trials only to remain devoted, as if it were first love? The crowd had discerned the true nature of Nidoking, a typical case of being entranced by a beautiful female. The man in camouflage chuckled softly. If the matter could be resolved peacefully, he would gladly embrace that outcome. He wondered if Nidoking could take Nidorina with him after this encounter. Upon hearing the man's words, Nidorina subtly nodded, indicating her willingness to convey the message. Her gaze was frigid, tinged with disdain, as she approached Nidoking. At that moment, Nidoking stared fixedly at Nidorina, as if to suggest that in its view, violence equates to affection. Just as she was about to draw near, Nidorina halted, fixating her gaze upon Nidoking, softly repeating its name. Naturally, Ash and his companions could not comprehend their exchange, which typically necessitated a Pokémon voice translator or specialized individuals adept at communicating with Pokémon. It must be said that such individuals possess remarkable abilities. If Ash were to attempt learning this skill, he would likely find it overwhelming. After a moment, Nidoking's gaze dimmed, revealing a hint of sorrow. Ash smiled faintly, realizing that Nidorina's words must have been rather harsh, for Nidoking's demeanor suggested distress. However, this scene brought Ash a sense of satisfaction, truth be told. Had he possessed the requisite strength, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Nidoking directly. He gently placed the small Nidoran on the ground, urging it to return to its father. After all, Nidoking was indeed Nidoran's father, despite appearing rather unreliable, leaving Ash feeling somewhat helpless. Nidoran gazed up at Ash, pondering for a moment as if to convey something. Ash smiled gently, acknowledging it with a polite nod, despite not understanding its words. Moments later, Nidoran dashed towards Nidoking. Was this the conclusion? Ash and his friends breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. Chapter 26, Uncle Chicken Feather. Nidoran glanced back repeatedly, seemingly reluctant to part from Ash. Ash smiled and waved, encouraging Nidoran to return. "Go on, we'll meet again if fate allows." Nidoking appeared dazed, akin to someone experiencing heartbreak, as it turned to leave with Nidoran. "Come back, Nidorina," the man in camouflage said, withdrawing Nidorina into its Pokeball. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Perhaps the world was vast enough to harbor such peculiarities. He shook his head in resignation, noting that a small incident had occurred. "Let us go. You should head home now." Ash and his friends nodded, following the man in camouflage, aware that they should refrain from acting independently after this event. They silently expressed gratitude towards him. Without his timely intervention, the situation could have spiraled out of control. Although Shigeru's Bulbasaur was not far behind in level compared to Nidoking, the disparity in base stats was substantial. Shigeru had not yet reached a master level and could not bridge that gap. "Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Chicken Feather," Ash and his friends voiced their appreciation, lacking any tangible gift to offer, resorting instead to verbal gratitude. The man in camouflage abruptly halted, looking at them. I'm only 19. Please call me Yuta. Ash and his companions paused in confusion. Thank you, Uncle Chicken Feather. Their voices rang out, filled with genuine gratitude. Devoid of any pretense. The man fell silent, his face twitching slightly. No, I'm not Uncle Chicken Feather. My name is Yuta. Huh. But you just said we should call you Uncle Chicken Feather. Ash and the others were utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the man's thoughts. The man in camouflage managed a wry smile, more pained than amused. I take back my previous compliment about your intelligence. It seems I was mistaken. He swiftly increased his pace, leaving Ash and his friends behind. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired, yet they dared not inquire further. Whatever he wished to be called, that was what they would use. As they walked, they eventually reached the forest's exit. I'll escort you to this point. Remember, do not venture into the depths of the forest again. The man's stern admonition was laden with authority. Understood, Uncle Chicken Feather. No, I mean Uncle Yuta. Ash and his companions waved goodbye, departing towards the forest's threshold. The man in camouflage slapped his forehead, too weary to explain further. At just 19, he was already being called uncle. Do I really appear that old? He pondered, shaking his head as he retraced his steps. Hey, don't touch me, you brat. Came Shigeru's exclamation from the forest exit. Oh, don't be so petty. You're not a girl. Ash disregarded the banter, casually placing his hand on Shigeru's shoulder. The trio's silhouettes gradually faded into the woods. Once outside, they exchanged a few words before dispersing to their respective homes. Pikachu leapt out of its Pokeball, promptly perching itself on Ash's shoulder. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash smiled affectionately at Pikachu. Pikachu nodded, its expression one of pure joy, pointing towards home. Ah, I see now. You jumped out because it's meal time. Ash chuckled, hastening towards home. Gurgle, gurgle. Ash's stomach rumbled, a testament to the day's exertion. Remembering Hanako's delicious cooking, he sprinted. Eager for a sumptuous dinner. Mom, I'm home, Ash announced as he pushed open the door, smiling at the familiar surroundings. Indeed, at this hour. Hanako was invariably busy preparing dinner. Welcome back, Ash. Take a moment to rest and have some water. Hanako set aside her work and hurried to him, her face beaming with warmth. Look at you, all sweaty. You should wipe your forehead. She fetched a towel, gently dabbing Ash's brow. Mom, I can manage myself. You've been working hard enough, Ash protested, snatching the towel from her hands to dry off. Hanako smiled softly, seemingly gratified. All right, I'll get back to cooking. You and Pikachu should wash up. Ash nodded, acknowledging. Got it, Mom, I'll head there now. After changing his shoes, he carried Pikachu towards the bathroom. Let us go. Pikachu, time to get squeaky clean. Pika, Pika. Pikachu shook its head, appearing somewhat reluctant. What's wrong, Pikachu? Are you shy? Ash observed, incredulous. Pika? Pikachu tilted its head, attempting to wriggle free from Ash's grasp, but to no avail. Don't be shy, we're both big boys here, hee. Ash's expression took on a mischievous tone, his gaze fixed on Pikachu. It must be said, this expression seemed a tad peculiar. Pikachu. With a soft gasp, Ash sparkled like a bulb, gradually dimming after a while. Exhaling a puff of black smoke, Pikachu, after a slight twitch, was promptly set down by Ash, who, now tingling all over, dared not to impose further on Pikachu. How stingy. I'm heading to take a shower now, Pikachu. Hanako glanced back at the two rascals, chuckling helplessly before returning to her tasks. Despite Ash having grown considerably, Hanako's beauty remained pristine, her proportions nothing short of perfect. Her delicate skin, fair and flawless, coupled with an approachable demeanor, exuded an air of warmth and grace. Pika Pika. At that moment, Pikachu was comfortably seated on the sofa, clutching a bottle of cola, indulging in hearty gulps. His languid posture bore a hint of maturity, and his expression radiated sheer contentment. The television displayed a variety of delectable dishes, nearly causing Pikachu to drool. Simultaneously, the savory aroma wafting from the kitchen enveloped the room, tantalizing the senses. Pikachu sniffed eagerly, feeling as if his very soul might float away, reminiscent of the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, his heart echoing. Dinner's ready. Ash, Pikachu. Hanako emerged with steaming dishes neatly arranged on the table. How is it so quick? Hold on a moment. Ash's voice echoed from the bathroom, a flurry of sounds indicating his urgency. Thankfully, the beloved ketchup awaited him. Seated at the dining table, Ash savored his meal with gusto. The night air was cool, and the moonlight streamed gently through the window, casting a poetic glow upon the floor. Within the home, the family shared a harmonious dinner, filled with laughter and joy, creating a scene of warmth and intimacy. Sometimes, wealth and power are not prerequisites for happiness, as long as a family is harmonious and filled with love. Their happiness quotient will undoubtedly soar. Yet, it is lamentable that, at some point, money became the yardstick for all things, leading them to labor tirelessly from dawn till dusk, merely for the sake of financial gain. In such times, many parents find themselves unable to attend to their children, often resulting in an insurmountable chasm. In this opulent era, they mistakenly believe that money can resolve everything, including their children's childhood. Thus, Ash feels profoundly content, whether in his family on Blue Planet or in this Pokemon world. To him, life brims with happiness, devoid of any sense of emptiness. Each day is richly fulfilling. After dinner, Ash and Pikachu completed their chores and settled on the sofa to watch television. With Ash and Pikachu's assistance, Hanako felt considerably lighter, unburdened by the usual weight of chores. Pika. At that moment, Ash playfully engaged with Pikachu on the sofa, exchanging light punches and kicks, carefully maintaining control. If he were to let loose, given his stature compared to Pikachu's, one kick could send Pikachu soaring several meters away. Hanako emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp. Mom, let me help you dry your hair. It's late, and you might catch a cold like this. Observing her hair still dripping, Ash promptly leaped from the sofa to fetch a dry towel. Hanako gazed at Ash with a gentle smile. My little Ash has grown up. He's such a caring boy. Ash felt a flush of warmth at her words. Mom, please don't tease me. He tenderly dried Hanako's hair, his technique a harmonious blend of gentleness and diligence. Ash, you graduate tomorrow, Hanako said with a slight smile. Startled for a moment, Ash replied, Yes, Mom, tomorrow is graduation. Hanako nodded softly, advising him not to feel too pressured about the exams, just perform normally. After uttering those words, a flicker of helplessness crossed her face, quickly vanishing. It was evident that Hanako still believed Ash's academic performance was lacking. Reminiscent of earlier days when she had earnestly tutored him, and even hired a private tutor at considerable expense, hoping to bolster his studies. However, the results were glaringly disproportionate to the efforts made, as Ash's focus had predominantly been on practical battles rather than academic knowledge, which he found uninteresting. Chapter 27. Graduation Battle. Given Ash's family's financial situation, employing a tutor could not be sustained for long. Thus, Hanako often felt a twinge of guilt regarding Ash. Though with the passage of time, she had come to terms with it. She merely wished for Ash to grow up joyfully, unburdened by worries. Adopting a mindset that cherishes peace as a blessing, with a soft smile, Ash declared, Mom, I will surprise you. Taken aback for a moment, Hanako nodded silently, believing in her son's potential for success. Ash, I recall there's a practical battle assessment. Do you plan to take Pikachu with you? Ash paused. Mom, I haven't decided yet. It depends on how things unfold tomorrow. Is that so? All right then, make sure to get to bed early, Ash. Hanako refrained from saying more, recognizing that Ash had his own thoughts. After drying her hair, Ash ascended to the second floor to rest, readying himself for the events of the following day. Good night, Pikachu. Ash gently patted Pikachu's head and drifted peacefully into slumber, entering a realm of dreams. Throughout the night, Ash enjoyed an incredibly restful sleep, as if untouched by any pressures. The next morning, the sky was clear and bright, the fresh air imbued with a hint of floral fragrance, intoxicatingly delightful. After a night of deep slumber, Ash appeared revitalized and brimming with youthful vigor. Pikachu, still dazed, rubbed his eyes and yawned. Pikachu, let us head downstairs for breakfast. You're coming to school with me today? Ash joyfully scooped Pikachu up and descended the stairs. After a hearty breakfast, both Ash and Pikachu felt satisfied, their bellies full as they made their way to school. Although having eaten a bit too much was uncomfortable, who could resist the allure of delicious food? Nazi had arrived early at the classroom, her expression a mix of emotions. Time had passed, and despite the mischief they often stirred, the bond between Nazi and her students remained unbreakable. Soon, the classroom filled with students, some bursting with laughter, feeling liberated, while others struggled to conceal their sorrow. They felt fortunate to have encountered such a gentle teacher during their most formative years. Seated at his desk, Ash appeared lost in thought, his face betraying no emotion, pondering something unknown. Everyone, please quiet down and allow the teacher to say a few words, Nazi announced from the podium, smiling gently, determined to mask any inner turmoil with a composed exterior. Having been a teacher for many years, she has educated generations and bid farewell to many as well. Today, the students are graduating and 3 events are scheduled to take place. Nazi sipped some water to clear her throat. First and foremost, the assessment of cultural knowledge. Second, the graduation competition, which serves as a practical examination. Lastly, everyone will joyously take graduation photos together. Graduation is here, let us soar. In the audience, some boys cheered exuberantly. resembling playful monkeys, their exuberance echoing like the calls of monkeys across the riverbanks. Nazi smiled helplessly, feeling relieved by their joy. For them, Jinshin Town is not the end, but rather a promising new beginning, a turning of the page to a new chapter. Xiaoji, the journey is about to commence. When you become wealthy and prosperous, don't forget your good brother. Sitting beside him, Xiaomu's face was filled with anticipation for the unknown, seemingly excited. Xiaoji chuckled, "Don't worry, when I'm rich, I'll take you to Myanmar." At that moment, Xiaomu appeared somewhat stunned. Myanmar? What kind of place is that? Is it a wealthy district? Unfamiliar with Myanmar, Xiaomu had no knowledge of it but trusted Xiaoji. Believing he wouldn't lead him astray. It's settled then. When you achieve fame, you must take me to Myanmar. Xiaomu hurriedly interjected. Fearing Xiaoji might change his mind, Xiaoji felt amusement within, but, seeing Xiaomu's earnestness, decided to play along. All right, my good brother, I promise. Xiaoji patted his chest, looking extremely serious. Students, it is now 8:10, and the first event, the Cultural Knowledge Assessment, is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Nazi announced from the podium, observing the chattering students below, offering a warm reminder. They were reminded to bring their admission cards and stationery and to find their respective seats in anticipation of the examination. Having concluded her announcement, Nazi turned and returned to her office, as she too was a proctor and needed to prepare. At around 8:10, Xiaoji urged Xiaomu. Let us go find our seats. Oh, Xiaoji, you're in class 7, right? Xiaomu asked, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing Xiaomu's words, Xiaoji nodded slightly. Yes, why? Are you in the same exam room? The graduation exam was organized by the school, and each student was assigned to different classrooms. Xiaomu shook his head. What a pity. I'm in class 6. Otherwise, I could have copied some answers from you. Xiaoji fell silent. Copy from me? He couldn't help but think how Xiaomu had recently been studying diligently. However, time was limited, and it was impossible to learn so rapidly. Moreover, Xiaoji recalled that Xiaomu had previously been a slumbering student, often dozing off in class and never paying attention. Now, Xiaomu claimed he wanted to copy from him, which struck Xiaoji as a rather cold joke, giving him goosebumps. Xiaoji patted Xiaomu's shoulder. Thank you. My good brother, let us both do our best. Until the results were out, Xiaoji wouldn't mock Xiaomu. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder. One should appreciate the growth in others. Xiaomu nodded slightly. Let us do our best, Xiaoji. To leave no regrets, let us give it our all. The two, brimming with youthful vigor, radiated a sunshine-like optimism that could dispel any darkness. In that moment, they were indeed the sun. With everything prepared, Xiaoji confidently walked towards the classroom of Class 7, locating his name on the list affixed to the wall. At the classroom entrance, a proctor held a scanning device, checking if students were bringing in electronic devices. To ensure the fairness of the exam, proctors diligently performed their duties until the examination concluded. Xiaoji walked over slowly, spreading his arms for the proctor to scan him thoroughly. After confirming that Xiaoji was not carrying any electronic devices, the proctor nodded slightly, indicating he could enter. Xiaoji politely responded with a smile and proceeded directly to his seat. Is this my seat? Xiaoji found a spot against the wall. Glancing at the name tag on the desk, indeed, this was it. Once seated, Xiaoji arranged his materials and quietly awaited the start of the examination. He had absolute confidence in this cultural knowledge assessment and was determined to produce a satisfying answer sheet. Don't worry, Mom, Teacher Nazi. I won't let you down. Xiaoji murmured softly. He held immense respect for both his diligent mother and the caring Teacher Nazi. From the system's memories, he learned that in the past, his grades had been dismal, often placing him at the bottom of the class. Looking at those cold numbers had weighed heavily on his heart, and he yearned for change, yet reality was harsh. Sometimes, fate is unyielding. There was a time when Xiaoji had tirelessly strived to prove himself, burning the midnight oil, undeterred by repeated setbacks. However, these efforts ultimately only moved himself rather than the heavens, failing to alter the cold numbers on the test papers. Thus, from that point onward, Xiaoji devoted himself entirely to practical combat, refraining from blaming fate and instead shifting his perspective. At times, one must carve their own path, even if none exists. One must forge a road that belongs to them. Despite this, Nazi never abandoned Xiaoji or any student in the class, dedicating herself wholeheartedly. She never treated Xiaoji with prejudice due to his poor grades. On the contrary, she often called him to the office for recitation and provided psychological support. Therefore, Xiaoji had always felt guilty towards this teacher and wished to bring her genuine happiness. At that moment, a smile graced Xiaoji's face. I am truly fortunate. No matter where I am, I feel immense happiness. To be a youth with fire in his heart and light in his eyes, that has always been Xiaoji's guiding principle, unchanging from the beginning. Suddenly, A beeping sound erupted from the scanning device held by the proctor at the classroom door, issuing an alarm. Students seated in their desks turned their curious gazes towards the boy being scanned. "Isn't that Xiao Chang?" Xiaoji remarked, looking towards the boy at the entrance. Xiao Chang was dressed similarly as ever, in tight pants and a white top, seemingly his best outfit. The proctor's scanner lingered around Xiao Chang's abdomen. "What's this? Take it out quickly." Xiao Chang appeared momentarily stunned, insisting, "I have nothing. You can search me." Since the proctor was a female teacher, and that area was somewhat inappropriate for her to search, she delegated the task to another teacher. Chapter 28. It's not as you think. Xiaoji harbored some concerns. For the matter at hand significantly impacted Xiao Chang's reputation. If the situation escalated, it could potentially result in the withholding of his graduation certificate. A male invigilator. His eyes sharp and discerning, scrutinized Xiao Chang intently. He glanced at the female invigilator beside him and instructed, "Please attend to the other candidates. I will handle this matter." The female invigilator nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. The male invigilator beckoned Xiao Chang to step aside, where no one else could observe, and requested, "Please lift your shirt so I may conduct a thorough examination." Xiao Chang, without hesitation, raised his shirt to reveal his well-defined abdominal muscles, glistening under the light. The invigilator began to inspect Xiao Chang's upper body meticulously, finding nothing amiss. The next step involved a critical area flagged by the scanner, necessitating a careful check. For a moment, the invigilator hesitated, as the nature of the examination was somewhat delicate. However, upon reflecting on the gravity of the situation, he resolutely extended his hand. Should a student be found guilty of cheating during the graduation examination, not only would the student's reputation be irrevocably tarnished, but the school would also suffer a detrimental impact on its own standing. At that moment, a male invigilator emerged from the restroom, momentarily frozen in shock. His mouth agape in disbelief. His expression suggested he had witnessed something scandalous, his pupils dilating slightly. The invigilator examining Xiao Chang sensed an unseen gaze upon him and instinctively looked up, following the direction of his gaze. He saw a middle-aged man standing at the restroom door, his face a mask of astonishment. The male invigilator beside Xiao Chang blinked, recognizing him as Adi. What is he doing here? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the invigilator's mind. Could it be that he assumed I was involved with Adi in a manner that is not what it appears? No. Let me explain. He stammered, his face betraying a mix of panic and urgency. The man at the restroom entrance instinctively took a step back, offering a nervous smile, but failing to respond. The invigilator beside Xiao Chang turned to him, urging, "Please, help me clarify this." Xiao Chang, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered without uttering a single coherent word. "This is a disaster. How can I possibly explain? I'm not even married. If this gets out." The invigilator rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. "Adi, after the exam, I will clarify everything," he assured the man at the restroom door, who, understanding the precariousness of the situation, chuckled nervously and quickly departed. The man named Adi, who was also unmarried and innocent, wisely decided to extricate himself from the awkward scenario. The invigilator observed his retreat, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Shaking his head slightly, he thought that if things could not be explained, it would be better to make a hasty exit. Determined not to waste any more time, the male invigilator resumed his examination of Xiao Chang. He frowned slightly, perplexed at the absence of anything unusual. Could this be yet another case of the scanner malfunctioning? Over the years, such scenarios had frequently occurred, leading him to suspect the device. Seeing the invigilator extend his hand once more, Xiao Chang instinctively stepped back, apprehension evident in his expression. "Sir, haven't you finished the inspection?" The invigilator smiled, attempting to appear friendly, yet the gravity of the situation loomed. "Do not be afraid. I just need to confirm a final detail before you can enter the examination room." Xiao Chang closed his eyes, feeling despondent. "Hurry up, the exam is about to begin." The invigilator sprang into action, realizing that the scanner was indeed the culprit. Xiao Chang, bewildered, asked, "What is it that you are looking for?" The invigilator, having no time to respond, urged him to return, as the exam was imminent. Xiao Chang refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to focus on his own matters. In the classroom, the female invigilator regarded her colleague and softly inquired, "What was the situation with that student?" The male invigilator offered a rueful smile, replying, "Just another classic case, trouser zipper issues." Upon hearing this, the female invigilator paused briefly, letting out a resigned sigh. The scanner truly needs improvement. Otherwise, we risk awkward incidents. After years, numerous such instances had occurred, often leading to embarrassing situations. Consequently, the school had repeatedly emphasized the importance of avoiding metallic attire during examinations. Of course, the institution respected personal choice and did not impose dress codes, merely offering guidelines. Evidently, Xiao Chang had disregarded this advice, treating his fitted pants as armor. Unyielding in his choice, akin to a warrior who never removes his mask. As the bell rang, the female invigilator picked up the sealed examination papers, declaring, "Please pay close attention. These have not been opened." She raised the packet to ensure all students could see. The students nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her they understood. Xiaoji took a deep breath. Despite his confidence, a sense of unease crept in, perhaps due to high expectations. Moments later, the papers were distributed, with the female invigilator standing at the podium while the male invigilator took position at the back of the classroom. "Students, please check your papers for any discrepancies. If all is in order, we shall commence the exam." With that, the female invigilator surveyed the room with a piercing gaze as the trumpet of examination had sounded. The candidates present were now tasked with forging ahead, overcoming obstacles on their path to victory. Upon receiving his paper, Xiaoji briefly scanned the contents, a smile gracing his lips as he found the questions exceedingly straightforward. With little effort, he began to write vigorously, fully engrossed in the task at hand. As he approached the final question, regarding the conditions for super evolution, Xiaoji smiled and confidently pinned his answer. The moment he capped his pen, it felt as though a sword had returned to its sheath. Outside, the azure sky was adorned with wisps of white clouds, swayed by gentle breezes, akin to dandelion seeds ascending into the heavens. Xiaoji glanced at his neighboring classmates. Some wore smiles, diligently writing, while others furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation. As time had yet to expire for submissions, Xiaoji settled down to meticulously review his paper, driven by a desire for perfection. He understood that one must remain calm and composed, diligently attending to the tasks at hand. His gaze repeatedly swept over the questions, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After numerous attempts to count the exam sessions, Xiaoji has finally confirmed that he has a firm grasp on each question. Out of the corner of his eye, a familiar figure suddenly appears. It's the class representative. She is also present here. This class representative is the very girl who once stood up for him. However, her expression now seems rather complex, her brow furrowed deeply, as if she is at a loss. Xiaoji lets out a soft sigh. Although he wishes to assist her, he restrains the burgeoning thought for the sake of fairness in the examination. A sharp blade is honed through rigorous training. After years of diligent study, this moment in the examination hall is one where they must rely solely on themselves. At this very moment, all examinees are pouring sweat, leaving traces of youth and embodying a spirit free of regrets. With a determined heart, every young man and woman harbors dreams, rushing towards poetry and distant horizons. Although this score may not alter their lives, this examination signifies the hopes of their families and teachers, marking a complete chapter in their journey through time. The female invigilator, standing at the podium, furrows her brow, fixing her gaze upon Xiaoji. It is evident that her attention has been drawn to his actions. As Xiaoji raises his head, he locks eyes with the invigilator, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Could it be that the invigilator moves silently, as if she were floating? At this moment, Xiaoji murmurs to himself. The invigilator's gaze is icy as she quietly admonishes, "Student, please focus on your answers and refrain from excessive movements." Her lowered voice is intentional, as she understands that such an atmosphere can disrupt others' concentration. Having been a student herself, she is well aware of this. Xiaoji nods slightly, indicating his understanding. Tick-tock. As the clock ticks away, the time to submit papers approaches. Attention, everyone. There are 15 minutes remaining until the exam concludes, the invigilator kindly reminds from the podium. According to the regulations, papers may be submitted 15 minutes before the end of the exam. Yet, within the silent exam hall, everyone remains engrossed in their answers, showing no inclination to submit their work. Xiaoji momentarily pauses, then collects his stationery and calmly walks toward the podium with his test paper, unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. The invigilator watches him, her expression somewhat complicated, shaking her head slightly. Over the years, those eager to submit their papers often have given up on themselves, seeking early release. Chapter 29, Stir-Fried Tomatoes? Xiaoji remains unfazed, disregarding the invigilator's expression as he strides toward the classroom door. To him, being true to oneself is paramount. Why concern oneself with others' perceptions? Life is about pursuing one's own brilliance. The invigilator gazes at Xiaoji as he exits, her mouth slightly agape, as if she wishes to say something, but ultimately refrains. At that moment, her expression shifts from complexity to shock. How could this be? She realizes that Xiaoji has filled his paper completely, leaving not a single question unanswered. The invigilator glances over the paper and cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. For every answer is impeccably correct. It seems that each generation has its own mission. I must reflect on my own hasty judgments. Just moments ago, she had assumed that the boy before her, eager to submit his paper, had given up. Yet now, it appears she has been somewhat superficial. confirming the old adage that one should not judge by appearances. As she gazes at his gradually receding figure, the invigilator ponders who this young man is. Having never heard of him before, she decides not to dwell on this matter further. Her primary concern is to supervise the students in the examination hall to prevent any cheating. Once outside the classroom, Xiaoji greedily inhales the fresh air, finding the outside environment far more pleasant. Humming a tune, he prepares to head for a meal. At this moment, Pikachu has been returned to its Pokeball due to the examination. Come out, Pikachu. With the exam concluded, Xiaoji eagerly thinks of his companion, releasing Pikachu. The instant Pikachu emerges, it leaps onto Xiaoji's shoulder, its face radiating joy. Xiaoji smiles gently. Pikachu, you truly have worked hard. Pikachu did not wish to be confined in the Pokeball, but given the circumstances, it was unavoidable. Fortunately, Pikachu was cooperative, which filled Xiaoji with gratitude. Pikachu shakes its head, indicating that all is well. All right, let us head to the school cafeteria for a meal. Along the way, Xiaoji encounters several students emerging from the exam hall. Some wear broad smiles while others display furrowed brows. The warm sunlight bathes the earth, and the campus is alive with vitality, with seeds sprouting and curiously observing the world. Xiaoji, wait for me. In the distance, a boy in a white t-shirt is sprinting towards Xiaoji, panting heavily. It's Xiaomo. I didn't expect you to finish so quickly, Xiaoji remarks, smiling and waving at Xiaomo. Xiaomo approaches, beaming. How did it go, Xiaoji? Were the exam questions all right? It is clear that Xiaomo is pleased with the examination content. Xiaoji chuckles softly. It was manageable. It didn't feel particularly difficult. Although he thinks to himself that it was quite straightforward, he decides to remain modest. That's good. Let's go to the cafeteria. Xiaomo throws his arm around Xiaoji's shoulder, and the two head directly to the school cafeteria. At this time, the crowd is not particularly dense, with a few scattered figures queuing at various counters. Xiaoji and Xiaomo scan the windows and soon spot a counter without a line. Xiaoji, there's no one here. Let's go. Xiaomo enthusiastically pulls Xiaoji towards the cafeteria window. Food lovers unite. Eating is the essence of life, Xiaomo exclaims as they reach a serving counter, where an amiable aunt is standing with a smile. What would you like, handsome boys? The cafeteria lady asks, her smile wide. Handsome? She just called me handsome, Xiaomo exclaims, shaking Xiaoji in excitement, nearly moved to tears. It is the first time in many years that he has been called handsome. And though the lady may not be a striking beauty, he is thoroughly satisfied. Auntie, I would like a serving of stir-fried tomatoes, Xiaomo declares. Gazing at the array of dishes, Xiaoji is momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, this is like an old lady crawling into bed. What a laugh. He looks at Xiaomo and asks, are you sure you meant to say stir-fried tomatoes? Xiaomo turns to him, of course. It's stir-fried tomatoes. What's wrong with that? Upon finishing his words, Xiaomo gestured towards the dishes visible through the window. Look at that dish, isn't it? Xiaoji followed his gaze and beheld a steaming plate of tomatoes that had just entered his line of sight. Xiaoji wore a perplexed expression, akin to someone encountering something exceedingly novel. Good heavens, it truly is stir-fried tomatoes. I must admit my ignorance. Xiaomo regarded Xiaoji with curiosity. Why do I sense something peculiar about you lately? Xiaoji smiled subtly. I can solve this problem. It's indeed a bit strange, isn't it? Xiaomo chuckled awkwardly. Xiaoji, you are quite oily. Xiaoji turned to Xiaomo. Oily? What do you mean? Like I love tiger oil? What on earth are you saying, Xiaoji? I can't seem to comprehend you anymore. Xiaomo's expression turned quizzical as he scrutinized Xiaoji. Xiaoji smiled sheepishly, silently reflecting. I almost forgot. This isn't Blue Star. It was evident that Xiaomo was unfamiliar with the term I love tiger oil, as it had clearly exceeded his knowledge. Xiaomo, there's a reason I urged you to read more. You don't understand, do you? At that moment, Xiaoji hastily deflected the topic to avoid exposing any unspeakable secrets. Xiaomo, not overly concerned, began to peruse the array of dishes with great care. Meanwhile, Xiaoji hesitated, his indecision becoming increasingly apparent as he grappled with a dilemma. Xiaoji, why aren't you ordering? Xiaomo had already selected dishes, a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a steamed fish. Through his observations, Xiaoji learned that in this world, there were indeed ordinary animals available for human consumption. Initially, he harbored some curiosity, wondering if steak came from Kintaro's meat or if steamed fish was derived from king carp, while braised pork came from ivory pig. Although he had previously heard that the tail of the Dai beast was edible, with its bill and seasoning, and that the tender and juicy big duck was quite palatable. After gradually understanding this world, Xiaoji no longer found it so astonishing. Otherwise, he would resemble an unevolved monkey, utterly oblivious. Xiaoji glanced at Xiaomo, pondering if the stir-fried tomatoes implied there existed stir-fried potatoes as well. Xiaomo shook his head. I don't know about that. I haven't tried it yet. Handsome, Are you looking for stir-fried potatoes? The lady behind the counter smiled at Xiaoji, since there weren't many people at the moment. And these cafeteria staff members had undergone professional training. Their attitudes remained exceptionally pleasant. Both boys turned their attention to the cafeteria lady and exclaimed in unison. Could it be that there truly is such a dish? The cafeteria lady chuckled. The school has considered that you students are quite unconventional. No, I misspoke. The school has acknowledged that students often do not favor ordinary dishes. Thus, they introduced a special item called the Golden Legend, stir-fried potatoes. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, emanating a faint golden glow. Xiaoji's expression darkened, internally exclaiming, "Good heavens, this is becoming increasingly absurd." Xiaomu, however, was exceptionally excited. "Really, Auntie? I'd like a serving of the Golden Legend." Xiaomu glanced at Xiaoji. "Xiaoji, do you want to try a serving? This is a new product in the cafeteria." Xiaoji smiled. "All right, I haven't sampled this before. I'll reluctantly give it a try." Of course, he hoped it wouldn't be a trial that led to his demise, as this was quite remarkable compared to anything he had encountered back on Blue Star. "Auntie, please don't let your hands tremble." Watching the cafeteria lady's hands quiver, Xiaomu lamented. As the exams concluded, the cafeteria became increasingly crowded, filled with sounds of laughter and playfulness, where innocent smiles adorned the faces of the students. They approached the world with carefree hearts, receiving warmth in return. Xiaoji ordered braised pork and the Golden Legend, which was the stir-fried potatoes. They began to enjoy their meals, while Xiaomu occasionally glanced at the queue of students. "What are you looking at, Xiaomu?" Xiaoji inquired, puzzled. Xiaomu chuckled. "In this situation, it's undoubtedly to admire the beautiful girls." "Xiaoji, what do you think of our class representative? She seems to have a bit of interest in you, hee. Xiaoji shot Xiaomu a disapproving look. "Don't spread rumors. You might become the defendant." "Humph, how boring. I'll continue to admire my beauties. Those legs are quite lovely," Xiaomu remarked, eating while occasionally casting furtive glances. Wearing a rather lewd smile, Xiaoji shook his head in resignation, focusing intently on his meal. Now was the time to eat, and it was best to concentrate on that. Make way. Can't you see?" Not far away, a commotion erupted among the students waiting in line. Xiaoji was immediately drawn to the sound, recognizing it as vaguely familiar. The students in line were expressing their discontent. How can this person cut in line? Such a lack of manners. A nearby male classmate quickly pulled the outspoken boy aside, advising, "Let us not meddle. That person is trouble." Xiaoji turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, his brow furrowing deeply. Not him again? Chapter 30. Russian Beauty? For the individual causing the disturbance was none other than Xiaoqiang, still cutting in line and behaving boorishly. Xiaomu clenched his fists tightly. "This foolish bird is blocking my view of the girls." Xiaoji's face twitched for a moment. He thought Xiaomu had finally come to his senses and was ready to stand up for what was right, but it seemed he had overestimated him. Xiaoji slowly rose and strode directly toward the man, his posture tall and his steps calm. "Where are you going, Xiaoji?" Seeing Xiaoji turn away, Xiaomu quickly called out. Xiaoji waved his hand. "Nothing much, just my arms are a bit sore. I'm going to stretch." Of course, Xiaomu wasn't foolish. After some analysis, he had a general idea of Xiaoji's intentions. Thus, he felt a twinge of concern, casually wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth before hastily following. Although Xiaomu often acted a bit frivolously, he had never been absent when it came to loyalty and righteousness. "Do you not understand what it means to follow the rules?" Xiaoji's demeanor was calm, his tone icy, tinged with disdain. Initially, he had hoped Xiaoqiang would reform after their last encounter, but it seemed he was still as irritating as ever. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Xiaoqiang paused momentarily before turning around, his gaze filled with malice. "You again? Are you trying to teach me how to behave?" At that moment, Xiaoqiang was arrogant and unrepentant. Xiaoji shook his head, realizing he was beyond redemption. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a voice rang out from afar. "Who is causing a ruckus over there? Stop immediately." Hearing the stern reprimand, both parties halted their actions and turned in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man approached, tall and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "It's you two causing trouble here?" His piercing gaze fixed on Xiaoji and Xiaoqiang, making them involuntarily shudder. Xiaomu darted from the crowd. It was that guy in tight pants who cut in line. And Xiaoji stepped in to resolve it. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, turning his attention to Xiaoqiang. "Excuse me, is that the case?" At that moment, Xiaoqiang had completely lost his previous arrogance, bowing his head in silence, perhaps a quintessential representation of those who bully the weak and fear the strong. The classmates who had been cut in line began to voice their discontent, pinpointing the man in the tight pants who had shown no regard for fairness. "All right, I understand. Please follow me," the middle-aged man stated with a calm demeanor, devoid of much anger. Upon hearing this, the nearby students expressed their approval. believing that such an individual deserved to be reprimanded. Having waited patiently in line only to be disregarded was intolerable for anyone. Simultaneously, the classmates cast grateful glances towards Xiaoji. If it weren't for his intervention, they would have had to silently endure the situation, too afraid to intervene. Let's go. Xiaoji, back to our meal, Xiaomu said, pulling Xiaoji towards their previous seats. The two settled down to eat, relishing their food, clearly satisfied with the meal. The disdain Xiaoji had shown earlier had transformed into delightful enjoyment, and the only fitting description was simply delicious. Through the course of time, Xiaoji had also realized that the height of Pokemon differed from their descriptions in the game. Could one imagine a Groudon, said to be 35 meters tall, causing the earth to tremble with every step? Xiaoji, are you going to challenge Xiaochong this afternoon? Xiaomu inquired curiously from the side. Xiaoji nodded. Though unsure of what Pokemon his opponent would use, he believed it necessary to teach him a lesson. You really crack me up, Xiaoji. I like what you said. Xiaomu chuckled. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their dormitory, lazily reclining on their beds, completely at ease. Generally, the school provided accommodations, but the choice lay with the students. They could return home for lunch or stay on campus. Xiaoji and Xiaomu opted to stay at school for convenience, returning home only at night. With his hands behind his head, Xiaoji stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xiaomu, unable to sleep, tossed and turned until he seemed to notice something. Xiaoji, there's a screw on your bed that's loose. What? Where are the Russian beauties? Where? Xiaoji instinctively jumped out of bed, looking around inquisitively. Clearly, at that moment, he had become a bit oblivious. Xiaomu was stunned. Xiaoji, what beauties? I'm talking about the screw on your bed. Oh, I see, Xiaoji said awkwardly, scratching his head, his face flushed. He wondered if he had been looking at too many pictures of Shinado lately, causing him to hallucinate. Soon, Xiaoji found some tools. Although he had never tightened screws on Blue Star, he believed he could manage this minor issue. Lying on his bed, his gaze drifted, pondering which Pokemon to use in the graduation battle that afternoon. To avoid drawing attention, he had already returned Pikachu to its Pokeball, and Pikachu cooperated, remaining silent. Currently, Xiaoji possessed two Pokemon, Pikachu and Froakie. Due to the graduation battle assessment that required the use of only one Pokemon, he was still unaware of what Pokemon Xiaochong had. Knowing oneself and one's opponent is essential for victory, and Xiaoji understood this principle. Yet time was too limited for thorough understanding. However, there was one comforting thought. His opponent also had no knowledge of his Pokemon. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoji dismissed these trivial thoughts. If his opponent wasn't as formidable as Xiao Mao, he would remain confident. Yet, considering the previous circumstances, Xiao Mao's Bulbasaur was at an exceptionally high level, leaving no opportunity for him to compete. The school had regulations stating that the level difference between Pokemon could not exceed 13 levels. If the level gap was minimal, a trainer with rich theoretical knowledge could overlook this factor. Glancing at Xiaomu, who was already fast asleep across the room, Xiaoji realized he bore little concern. Upon reflection, the graduation results were not particularly significant for him. His aspiration was to become a trainer, not a civil servant. Thus, the impact of his graduation grades was minimal. Gradually, he closed his eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Outside, jasmine flowers began to bloom, quietly releasing their sweet fragrance as a gentle breeze carried their scent, bringing a refreshing coolness to the sweltering summer day. Ding ding ding. That familiar sound stirred Xiaoji from his dreams as he yawned and slowly rose. Observing Xiaomu still lost in sleep, he shook his head helplessly. Time to get up, Xiaomu. After calling out, a complex expression flickered across Xiaoji's face. Time flew by, and graduation was approaching swiftly. He felt a deep sentiment towards Xiaomu, his classmates, and teachers. How can time pass so quickly? I haven't had enough sleep, Xiaomu grumbled, still half asleep. After they washed up, the two made their way to the classroom. After today, they were uncertain when they would see each other again. Nazi had also arrived early, sitting at the teacher's desk, her face radiating a smile. However, unbeknownst to her, her eyes were slightly red-rimmed, and a single tear silently rolled down her cheek. Often, teachers feel more deeply than students, like seeds nurtured to grow into towering trees under their care. The next time this classroom would be full, it would not be with the same faces. People often assume that there is plenty of time ahead, forgetting the unpredictability of life, believing graduation is far off, only to find themselves parting ways in an instant. Xiaoji traced the small engravings on his desk, seemingly seeing the playful interactions with his classmates, recalling their mischievous antics that led to many laughable moments. That moment felt so vivid yet so distant, reminiscent of a Midsummer Night's Dream, where they met in summer only to part ways in the same season. Nazi lowered her head, carefully wiping away her tears, somewhat choked up. After adjusting her emotions, She smiled and addressed the class. Dear students, every gathering must eventually come to an end. Parting is merely a precursor to better reunions. I hope everyone can find joy in this moment. Despite her words, a hint of emotion lingered in her voice, regardless of their past mischief. They had always been her cherished seats. She could not forget the classroom filled with the warmth of sweat and sunlight, nor the spirited figures of youth on the playground. Some students in the audience were already in tears, having once thought of their school uniforms as a constraint, only to realize now that those were carefree days. The taste of chilled watermelon in summer, the jasmine-scented breeze, the bustling cafeteria, and the familiar classroom would all become cherished memories. Nazi forced a smile. If you still miss the assignments I gave you, I will gladly accommodate you. The students below chuckled through their tears, their laughter somewhat awkward yet heartfelt. At that moment, Nazi had regained her composure. Classmates, for the practical assessment this afternoon, I hope everyone gives their all and leaves no regrets. The students in the classroom responded fervently, their voices filled with passion. In these final moments, they would exert every effort to leave a vibrant mark. Tears welled in Xiaoxi's eyes. As graduation was but a story among countless summers, time felt both long and fleeting, leaving behind indelible memories. Chapter 31. Nazi smiled gently. All right, classmates. Let us adjust our emotions. After all, one more assessment remains. We cannot falter due to a lapse in mindset. Standing at the podium, Nazi gazed at the students below. In the afternoon's practical assessment, they could freely choose their opponents, but consent from both sides was required. Nazi paused, adding, of course. The primary method will still rely on a lottery system, leading to a knockout tournament to determine the champion, runner-up, and third place. The students nodded slightly. The rules were not overly complex. It would not only depend on strength but also a significant element of luck for those with lesser abilities. Drawing opponents with a vast disparity in strength would put them at a disadvantage. It appeared that the differentiation of strength was primarily reflected in the trainer's performance and the levels of their Pokemon. Furthermore, this practical assessment placed greater emphasis on the trainer's knowledge base. In situations where the level gap was minimal, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge could decisively influence the outcome. Xiaoxi noticed that the current strategies in Pokemon battles were still somewhat immature, such as the substitute toxic strategy, sunny day teams, and sandstorm teams. Particularly, the substitute toxic strategy was reminiscent of a notorious tactic. Xiaoxi had previously been a victim and could deeply appreciate its terrifying nature. The sandstorm team exhibited strong attrition capabilities. Yet when faced with a rain team, they could only retreat in disarray. At that moment, Xiaoqiang shot a vicious glance at Xiaoxi. For the recent 2 penalties he faced were influenced by Xiaoxi. The clock ticked steadily, and as time passed, it was time for the practical assessment. Classmates, do not be overly anxious. Follow me to the testing ground. With that, Nazi smiled and led the students forward. Moments later, Xiaoxi and his companions arrived at a spacious venue, which was also bustling with people due to other classes undergoing their practical assessments. The atmosphere was lively, filled with sounds of excitement and laughter. Xiaoxi strode directly toward Nazi. Teacher Nazi, I wish to challenge Xiaoqiang. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. After all, Xiaoxi had previously endured Xiaoqiang's teasing and harassment in silence. Now, the contrast of Xiaoxi choosing to take the initiative was astonishing, leaving everyone speechless. Nazi was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, are you certain? Xiaoxi nodded slightly. Teacher Nazi, I have my own convictions. This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Hearing this, Nazi smiled. Very well. I respect your choice, but you must seek Xiaoqiang's consent. Xiaoxi turned to Xiaoqiang and the crowd. You heard, right? Do you dare to accept the challenge? Xiaoqiang, still in disbelief, had initially thought this was an opportunity to humiliate Xiaoxi. He smirked. What is there to fear? With your single-parent background, you probably can't afford any strong Pokemon, right? His words dripped with disdain and mockery, exuding an air of superiority. Xiaoxi lowered his head, his expression darkening, as he detested those who exposed others' wounds. Observing Xiaoxi's silence, Xiaoqiang's laughter grew louder. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? Is your mother? Enough, Xiaoqiang. Please exhibit some decorum. Nazi interjected, her anger palpable. Disappointed, she gazed at Xiaoqiang, letting out a soft sigh. The harsh reprimand caused Xiaoqiang to shrink back, his face flushing red. Nearby, students whispered among themselves, commenting on Xiaoqiang's loathsome demeanor, though they acknowledged his relatively good family background. I wonder what Pokemon he will use. One speculated. Xiaoxi coldly responded, enough with the chatter, let us begin. The crowd shivered at his words. It was their first encounter with this side of Xiaoxi, who seemed entirely out of character. Nazi nodded, dispersing the students to create a spacious arena for Xiaoxi and Xiaoqiang to showcase their abilities. Standing opposite Xiaoxi, Xiaoqiang exuded confidence. Come forth, egg. To everyone's surprise, he summoned an egg, a grass and psychic-type Pokemon with a base stat of 325, truly formidable. The students around began to murmur in discussion. Xiaoji chuckled, then it settled. Froakie, I choose you. As the Pokeball flashed with white light, Froakie appeared. Its sharp eyes fixed on Egg. What? It's Froakie. The crowd erupted in excitement, their astonished cheers echoing throughout the venue. Students from other classes were drawn in by the commotion, some curiously edging closer. Upon seeing Froakie, they were left in utter shock. Is that really Froakie? At that moment, Xiaoji's deskmate, Xiaomu, was also watching intently. Why are they so surprised to see Xiaoji's Pokemon? A nearby student chuckled, Xiaomu. The benefits of diligent study are manifesting now. Xiaomu scratched his head in confusion. What does that mean? Is Froakie really that impressive? A classmate shook his head helplessly. Froakie is one of the starter Pokemon from the Kalos region. Hearing this, Xiaomu was immediately taken aback. The Kalos region starter Pokemon. Although he was unfamiliar with the starter Pokemon from other regions, he understood the prestige associated with this particular trio. The starter Pokemon from the Kanto region consisted of Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle, beloved by countless students. To possess a starter Pokemon was, in exaggerated terms, a reason to walk with pride. Xiaomu glanced at Xiaoji, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. How on earth did Xiaoji acquire Froakie? Meanwhile, Nazi also felt a spark of curiosity, murmuring, how could it be Froakie? We are in the Kanto region. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled slightly. Regardless, this is Xiaoji's fortune, and she should feel pleased. Xiaoqiang instinctively took a step back. The arrogance he once displayed vanished without a trace, his face marred with disbelief. Froakie? Honestly, where did you steal it from? Xiaoqiang could not accept this reality, attempting to deceive himself to obscure the truth. Xiaoji ignored him, merely smiling faintly. Froakie, use pound. Froakie nodded and promptly delivered a swift slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the arena, resonating harmoniously. Egg, Xiaoqiang's Pokemon, was left dazed by the flurry of slaps. Momentarily disoriented, the sight of this clumsy display sent waves of laughter through the crowd as they anticipated Xiaoqiang's egg being completely overwhelmed by Xiaoji. However, some students leaned closer, fully engrossed in the unfolding battle. Xiaoqiang clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent as he dove into the fray, embodying the essence of an underhanded player. Egg, use Absorb. Xiaoqiang understood that this grass-type skill was, without a doubt, an inescapable nightmare for water-type Pokemon. The 6 eggs of the egg Pokemon emitted a series of ethereal glows. At this moment, the Froakie trembled, its entire body appearing exceedingly feeble. The cause of this distress was the egg Pokemon's absorption ability, which posed a significant threat to water-type Pokemon. Froakie, are you alright? Ash gazed at the tormented Froakie, his heart heavy with anguish. Come on, pull yourself together. We cannot falter here. Ash repeatedly encouraged Froakie, as if sharing in its plight. Xiaoqiang laughed with increasing arrogance. With this, I expected the starter Pokemon to be formidable, but it's merely a paper tiger. Suddenly, Froakie gradually lifted its head, its piercing gaze seemingly intent on piercing through the egg Pokemon. Ash smiled. I knew you could do it, Froakie. Observing Froakie's renewed spirit, Ash quickly regained his composure. Understanding that to secure victory in this battle, calmness and clarity were essential. It was destined to be a fierce clash. Given the type disadvantage, Froakie's position was naturally precarious. Furthermore, the egg Pokemon boasted a base stat of 325, while Froakie's was merely 314, indicating a notable gap between them. A head-on confrontation was utterly unfeasible. Ash clarified the situation, instructing Froakie to evade the egg Pokemon's attacks. Froakie nodded, indicating its understanding. In the crowd, Xiaomu expressed curiosity about Ash's strategy of avoiding the egg Pokemon's attacks, wondering how this could lead to success. A fellow student chuckled. Xiaomu, one cannot merely focus on the surface. One must possess a broader perspective. Xiaomu looked at the student in confusion, pondering the implication of this statement. Could there still be a chance for a turnaround? The youth smiled. There's no need for excessive discourse. Just continue observing. Xiaomu sighed, refraining from further inquiry, though curiosity lingered as he watched the unfolding battle. His understanding of practical combat was indeed limited, and even the fundamentals of battle strategies eluded him. To learn and grow, one must take measured steps to accumulate experience and become seasoned. In the expansive arena, Froakie leaped incessantly to evade the egg Pokemon's attacks. Thus, despite the opponent's frantic attempts, it was evident that no significant results were achieved. Observing the repeated failures, Xiaoqiang stomped his feet in frustration. Are you even a man? What does it mean to keep dodging? Realizing the situation was not in his favor, Xiaoqiang hastily resorted to provocation to spur Ash into action. Chapter 32. A stalwart adversary. As Xiaoqiang became increasingly exasperated, The onlookers erupted in laughter, for his antics were undeniably amusing. His tight-fitting pants had already drawn attention, but his current display of frustration captivated the audience even more. Ash remained indifferent. He held no admiration for this youth, who was unrepentant and akin to a societal malignancy. Well done, Froakie. Continue to evade the Egg Pokmon's attacks. Faced with Xiao Chang's provocation, Ash exhibited remarkable composure. Such antiquated tactics were beneath his consideration. Only a fool would fall for them. When Xiao Chang's provocation bore no fruit, his fury escalated. Egg Pokemon, use Hypnosis. The 6 eggs of the Egg Pokemon unleashed Hypnosis, closing in on Ash's Froakie. Dodge it, Froakie. Ash understood the insidious nature of Hypnosis. If struck, Froakie would succumb to slumber for a period, allowing the Egg Pokemon to potentially vanquish it in that fleeting moment. However, Froakie executed a nimble leap, narrowly evading the Hypnosis attack. Nazi, observing the battle, could not help but remark on Ash's methodical approach. Though appearing to be at a disadvantage, he was clearly calculating. Now, Froakie, unleash Pound, followed by Bubble. Ash seized the opportune moment, acting decisively without hesitation. To hesitate is to invite chaos. After enduring a barrage of attacks, the Egg Pokemon was left fatigued, gasping for breath, its speed significantly diminished. With a newfound opportunity, Froakie retaliated with a series of swift slaps, landing blows upon the Egg Pokemon. Following the pound, Froakie leaped and expelled a flurry of bubbles. The Egg Pokemon, having sustained such an assault, collapsed to the ground, its eyes glazed. Impossible. This cannot be. Xiao Chang stared in disbelief at his incapacitated Egg Pokemon. Well done, Froakie. I knew you could do it. Ash beamed at Froakie. The proud Froakie nodded in affirmation, embodying the spirit of an indomitable champion. Nazi observed for a moment longer, noting that the Egg Pokemon had yet to rise, indicating that the outcome was now sealed. I hereby declare that in this practical assessment, Ash emerges victorious against Xiao Chang. Nazi smiled at Ash. The gathered students erupted in cheers, clearly pleased with the outcome, as it offered a sense of vindication. Xiao Chang's reputation within the class had always been poor, earning the disdain of both boys and girls alike. Yet, Xiao Chang remained unfazed, convinced that their animosity stemmed from jealousy. Come back, Froakie. You've worked hard, Ash said with a gentle smile as he withdrew Froakie into its Pokeball. This battle was not solely a testament to Ash's tactical acumen, but also a reflection of Froakie's unwavering resolve. In the realm of Pokemon battles, it was never a solitary endeavor, it was a bond forged between trainer and Pokemon. They shared in each other's struggles, overcoming challenges together, rising time and again to face their adversities head-on. Although Xiao Chang found it difficult to accept, reality had set in. He could only glare at Ash in frustration before departing in disappointment. Congratulations, Ash, on your triumphant debut. Xiaomu approached with a genuine smile, offering heartfelt congratulations. True friends share authentic support, laughing and facing challenges together, forging an unbreakable bond. Ash nodded slightly, responding, you two must give it your all, leaving no room for regret. Nazi cleared her throat. Classmates, having witnessed this match, we shall now proceed to the drawing of lots. At this moment, the students in the arena felt a surge of excitement, aspiring to emulate Ash's example, to sweat through their battles and ultimately achieve victory. In the twilight of their school days, each student brimmed with vigor, yearning for poetry and distant horizons, advancing towards the radiant stars, one step at a time. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, each student stepped forward to draw their lots, soon clutching their respective tags. Yet, while some rejoiced, others bore a somber countenance. How could it be Ali? I've heard his Pokemon are formidable. Can I truly compete? A male student hung his head, his face etched with concern and trepidation. No worries. Believe in yourself, and you shall create miracles. The classmates nearby began to console and encourage the young man. Perhaps inspired by their support, he slowly straightened his back, affirming, you are right. I must believe in myself. In that moment, the boy's inner fervor seemed to ignite, and his eyes brimmed with a fierce fighting spirit. Perhaps this was indeed the essence of youth, undaunted, ready to battle against all odds, even in the face of despair. Little Ji, filled with curiosity, glanced at Xiaomu, asking, who did you draw? Are you confident of victory? Xiaomu scratched his head, replying, I think it should be fine, but the opponent seems a bit. Little Ji shook his head, playfully retorting, don't keep me in suspense. I'll let Pikachu zap you if you do. This half-spoken remark only heightened the intrigue, stirring up his curiosity. The opponent was a girl. Should Xiaomu be magnanimous regarding the draw? He found himself in a humorous dilemma. Given the mixed-gender nature of the draw, the chances of facing someone of the opposite sex were significant. Upon hearing this, Little Ji chuckled. Is that all? Don't worry, you might still outperform her. His words were not meant to be sarcastic. Many girls possess extraordinary talent and can rival their male counterparts. Trainers are never judged by gender. For instance, there is Sister Bai Kai, the formidable woman who instills fear in others. In this vast world, talent will always emerge. One should never be a frog at the bottom of a well. Instead, one must approach challenges with a passionate heart to continually strive for self-improvement. Everyone, please quiet down and prepare for the evaluation in order. NASA, serving as the judge for the assessment, would ensure fairness, treating all participants equally regardless of their academic performance. Thus, the students had no need for concern, they simply needed to focus on competing earnestly. As time progressed, the elimination round successfully identified the top 6 competitors, each a rare gem among many. Little G was among them, alongside the class representative in a short skirt. Unfortunately, Xiaomu did not make it to the finals. However, he felt no sorrow. Rather, he was grateful for the opportunity to gain invaluable combat experience, a treasure he would cherish throughout his life. Bit by bit, through countless battles, he would identify his weaknesses, allowing him to grow and improve. Being weak is not frightening. What is truly daunting is cowardice. With a heart full of honor, one can soar high, gliding across the azure sky. On the competition field, everyone exerted themselves to the utmost, pouring their sweat into the pursuit of youthful ambition. Naza smiled with satisfaction, expressing her joy at witnessing such a positive attitude among the participants, which reassured her. She glanced at the 6 talented individuals selected through rigorous evaluation, now preparing for another round of draws to determine their opponents. Little G nodded, understanding that the caliber of these 2 opponents was exceptionally high and should not be underestimated. Underestimating one's opponent is a cardinal sin in competition. One must never disregard the strength of others. Often, a minor detail in battle can lead one's adversary to a perilous situation, resulting in defeat. In that moment, Little G harbored no complex thoughts. The stronger the opponent, the greater the desire to fight. He slowly reached into the drawing box, retrieving a slip of paper without hesitation, revealing the words Zhongye boldly printed on it. With a faint smile, Little G mused, Zhongye? He seems to be a formidable contender. Having closely observed this young man's previous battles, he couldn't help but reflect on the limitless talent that exists beyond his own. In terms of knowledge and practical combat skills, this individual named Zhongye exhibited remarkable prowess, leaving Little G in awe. Zhongye's combat style leaned toward aggressive assaults, relentlessly breaching his opponent's defenses to deliver a decisive blow. What appeared to be mindless aggression was, in fact, a well-balanced strategy of offense and defense, as his Pokemon maintained a relentless offensive while the opponent found no opportunity to retaliate. Have you all received your slips? Naza stood in the center of the arena, wearing a smile that embodied her role as a teacher. The 6 competitors nodded in unison, affirming, we have all received our slips, Teacher Naza. Each youth's eyes sparkled with determination. They would not shy away from the challenges posed by their opponents. Naza smiled warmly, instructing, then let us proceed in order to commence the battles. A genuine visual spectacle was about to unfold. Let us go, let us get started. I can hardly wait. The onlookers in the audience appeared even more excited than the competitors, cheering and clapping. After all, the forthcoming battles represented a level of skill they could only aspire to. Enjoying popcorn while watching the thrilling confrontations unfold, a delightful spectacle indeed. I announced the first match of the finals, Xiao AI versus Balang. Naza declared before stepping outside the arena. She eagerly anticipated what kind of sparks these exceptional individuals would create and what surprises they would bring. In Chapter 33, Ninetales versus Machoke, the gathered classmates buzzed with excitement, realizing it was Xiao AI against Balang, 2 formidable opponents. Little G stood quietly, eagerly anticipating this battle, hoping to observe and learn from their techniques. Particularly with Xiao AI, who shared a similar aggressive strategy to his own, he hoped to find weaknesses during the match. Come forth, Ninetales. Xiao AI released her Pokemon from its Pokeball. With a reddish-brown coat, brown, pupilless eyes resembling amber, it bore a striking resemblance to a fox. Little G nodded, acknowledging that Ninetales boasted a base stat of 299, making it a popular choice among Fire-type Pokemon. Base stats encompass attack, defense, special defense, and speed. Particularly in its evolved form, Ninetales, its fire power significantly amplifies, rendering it a formidable adversary to Grass-type Pokemon. Ninetales boasts a base stat total of 505, with notable strengths in speed and special defense, each rated at 100, while its special attack is quite standard. However, in its evolved state, Ninetales becomes a true nightmare for Grass-type Pokemon, empowered by its ability to ignite. Machoke, a Fighting-type Pokemon, possesses terrifying skill potential. A moment's inattention could result in a devastating blow. Machoke evolves into 2 stages, from Machop to Machoke, each evolution greatly enhancing its power. Machoke has a base stat of 405, excelling in attack with a score of 100, maximizing the impact of its fighting-type moves. The next evolutionary stage, Machamp, shares a base stat of 505 with Ninetales, with a continued emphasis on its attack prowess. Machamp's attack score reaches an impressive 130, and when combined with fighting-type moves, a cross-chop can instill fear in countless Pokémon. Indeed, its attack power is formidable. Only Pokémon with exceptional defenses, like Snorlax, can withstand a direct hit from Machamp. Xiaoai stood poised in the arena, eager for battle. This is our final chance. Let us go, Ninetales. The Ninetales nodded, fixated on the formidable Machamp before it, fully aware that it faced a worthy adversary that required complete dedication to confront. Balong smiled calmly, signaling, "It's our turn now, Machamp." At that moment, Koma stood to the side, letting out a faint sigh, reflecting on the considerable sum his father had spent on the Fire Mouse. He was determined to grow stronger. Komu's situation exemplified that possessing a Pokémon with commendable potential did not grant the luxury of complacency. It necessitated the joint effort of both trainer and Pokémon to unleash their full power, demanding even greater diligence to enhance their synergy. Ninetales, use Ember. Xiaoai chose to initiate a fierce offensive, denying her opponent any respite. A burst of miniature flames flickered with intense brilliance, hurtling directly toward Machamp in the arena. Dodge it, Machamp. Balong reacted swiftly, his focus unwavering, aware that this battle was pivotal in their pursuit of championship glory, with both sides harboring a burning desire for victory. Ninetales, unleash your most powerful Ember. Xiaoai's strategy remained relentless, launching successive fierce attacks without affording Machamp a moment to respond. A torrent of flames struck toward Machamp, the surrounding air growing palpably heated, indicating that this Ember was at least double the potency of her previous assault. With a resounding crash, Machamp, caught unawares, was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Lying there, Machamp appeared battered and bruised, an array of contusions marring its body. Balong, feeling a pang of regret, gazed at his fallen companion. Machamp, get up. You can do it. At that moment, Machamp, trembling, attempted to rise, but the severity of its injuries rendered it unable to stand. Observing from the sidelines, Ash gleaned valuable insights, analyzing the unfolding situation with clarity. He noted that the level disparity between the two Pokémon was minimal, yet training seemed to diverge significantly. Logically, Ninetales Ember should not possess such overwhelming strength unless subjected to rigorous training. Targeted training could amplify a Pokémon's skill potency, revealing unimaginable power. It was evident that Xiaoai's Ninetales was no ordinary creature. It had undergone specialized training. Meanwhile, Balong's Machamp had yet to act decisively, compelled to defend against Ninetales' relentless onslaught. Ash refrained from hasty conclusions, believing in the importance of waiting until the very last moment to evaluate others. In the arena, Balong repeatedly called out to Machamp, his spirit refusing to concede defeat, determined to fight to the last breath. Machamp, glancing at Balong, understood his trainer's unwavering resolve. Despite its current state, Machamp sensed the indomitable spirit of its master and slowly began to rise. Although still unsteady, its fierce gaze locked onto Ninetales. Aware that victory might be beyond its reach yet unwilling to succumb to despair, Balong, witnessing Mashoki's resurgence, was overwhelmed with emotion. Machamp, I knew you could do it. Xiaoai smiled slightly, acknowledging, now this is interesting. Though victory and defeat were significant, the passion and fervor of battle held the utmost importance. A trainer could lose, but they must do so with dignity and purpose. Machamp, retaliate. Balong decided against further defense, recognizing that such a strategy would inevitably lead to defeat. Instead, he resolved to strike back, taking the offensive. Machamp unleashed its revenge attack, an overwhelming force that struck Ninetales with ferocity. Was this the power of a signature move? Truly formidable. The onlookers gasped, astonished by the display of raw power. With a thunderous crash, Ninetales was hit, sustaining significant injuries yet standing resiliently through the pain. Xiaoai's expression grew serious. The potency of this fighting-type move was not to be underestimated. Armed with extensive theoretical knowledge, she understood that fighting-type Pokémon possessed immense momentum and explosive power. In that case, we shall give it our all and settle this. Xiaoai exchanged a glance with Ninetales, both nodding in silent agreement. Ninetales, Thunderbolt. In an instant, Ninetales charged forward, executing Ember at the same moment. The unexpected assault left everyone in the arena stunned, some spectators unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events. What just transpired? Witnessing Machamp collapsed on the ground, the crowd's expressions reflected their disbelief. It had all happened so swiftly, akin to a flash of lightning. Ash's expression was complex. Had Xiaoai's Pokémon truly reached such formidable heights? Moreover, it had executed 2 moves without needing commands. Observing Xiaoai, Ash realized the truth in the saying. This field was not lacking in talent. Xiaoai's performance prompted Ash to commend her, recognizing her exceptional skill and promising future. This also implied that if she advanced to the finals, she would pose a significant threat to him. Shaking off these thoughts, Ash reminded himself that he had another battle ahead. He needed to strategize against Nakano, a young trainer whose approach resembled Xiao Ai's but with subtle differences. After witnessing this battle, Ash formulated a plan, vowing not to be caught off guard like Balong. Meanwhile, Balong's eyes widened in shock, unable to process the turn of events. Mahok had completely lost its fighting capability, its eyes glazed over, devoid of energy. Neko gently patted Balong's shoulder, assuring him, "You and Mahok have done exceptionally well. Keep it up. You can achieve even greater things." Her tone was soothing, patiently guiding the young trainer, understanding that at his age, the burden of defeat could feel overwhelming. Balong nodded slightly. "Neko, I understand." He withdrew the red and white Pokeball. "Come back, Mahok." The young trainer approached Xiao Ai. "Your Ninetales is impressive. I concede defeat and hope for another chance to battle in the future." Xiao Ai extended her hand. "You and your Pokemon exhibited great tenacity, a quality I aspire to emulate." As they shook hands, mutual respect blossomed between them, devoid of harsh words or mockery. This was the fundamental decorum of a trainer. Yet some who bore the title failed to embody such grace. Neko felt a sense of relief, witnessing their amicable interaction, comforting her heart. Balong, with a hint of melancholy, slowly walked away from the arena. However, the gazes of the students were filled with admiration. For this young lad had given his all and maintained such a commendable state of mind. Neko smiled gently as she turned her attention to Ash. The second match of the finals was about to commence, with Ash facing Nakano. These two truly deserve the anticipation, especially Ash, the dark horse. The onlookers, their eyes gleaming with excitement, prepared for a genuine visual feast that was about to unfold. Chapter 34. The Slime Dragon. Ash smiled calmly, feeling no pressure. Whatever was meant to happen would come in due time, and it was better to face it with composure. At that moment, a massive figure circled above, capturing everyone's attention. What was that? It resembled a Pokemon. It was Charizard. The crowd erupted with shouts, akin to a group of unevolved beings, completely losing their composure. Upon realizing it was Charizard, envy filled their eyes, each person fantasizing about possessing such a magnificent Pokemon. Charizard descended gracefully, stirring up clouds of dust that made it difficult for the crowd to keep their eyes open. "Neko-sensei, the assessment isn't finished yet?" A middle-aged man wearing glasses leaped off Charizard's back. The imposing Charizard stood silently in the arena, its mere presence radiating an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for onlookers to gaze upon it. Its sharp, proud eyes seemed devoid of fear, exuding an indomitable spirit. Neko appeared somewhat disdainful. "Is there a time constraint?" The bespectacled man felt awkward under her scrutiny and could only manage a sheepish smile, claiming he merely wished to see if Neko-sensei had any time to spare. Neko's demeanor remained serene, like a tranquil pond. "I have no time. After the practical assessment, we still need to take graduation photos." Her tone carried a hint of coldness, even impatience. This was a stark contrast to Neko's usual gentle nature, leaving those present feeling somewhat alienated. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Neko's treatment of him in front of so many. Yet, he did not relent. "If that's the case, may I stay to observe?" It was evident that he was a typical clingy individual, refusing to let go and persistently trying to attach himself. At this moment, Ash began to understand that this middle-aged man was likely Neko's admirer, harboring feelings for her. However, it was clear that Neko was not fond of him, perhaps even repulsed, though she refrained from openly confronting him in front of the crowd. Neko dismissed him with indifference. "That is your freedom. Do as you wish." Someone in the crowd shouted, "I know this man. He is the homeroom teacher of Class 7. But why is he here? Has their assessment already concluded?" A nearby youth queried, puzzled. Given the current circumstances, all classes were engaged in practical assessments, while this homeroom teacher appeared so leisurely. "Oh, isn't this your Class South infamous last place student? I've arrived just in time." The bespectacled man turned his scornful gaze toward Ash, filled with disdain and mockery, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of an educator. In that instant, Ash comprehended why Neko held such contempt for this man. He lacked basic decency. And unless he were blind, he would be hard-pressed to earn anyone's respect. The students were filled with indignation, disturbed by the man's condescending remarks, especially since he was supposed to be a teacher. Upon hearing their retorts, the man's face darkened as he glared at Charizard, seemingly attempting to convey something. Noticing the middle-aged man's gaze, Charizard emitted a wave of pressure that left the students gasping for breath. "Zhang Hao, I warn you, do not overstep." Neko's voice was laced with anger as she reprimanded the bespectacled man. "Come forth, Slime Dragon." Neko brandished a Pokeball, summoning a colossal creature. It was the Slime Dragon. The students erupted with enthusiasm, barely able to contain their joy. Nearby students, having already completed their assessments and with nothing else to do, were drawn in by the commotion. Their curiosity piqued. Look, it's really the slime dragon. Those attracted were filled with amazement and envy, for such a powerful Pokemon was indeed rare. The bespectacled man wiped the sweat from his brow. Neko-sensei, is it truly necessary to be this furious? He could not fathom why the usually gentle Neko would direct such ire towards him. An almost divine Pokemon was something he could never hope to rival. Against the slime dragon, his Charizard would likely falter in a single blow. He was aware of the vast disparity between them, both in terms of Neko's strength and the slime dragon's potential. Nonetheless, captivated by Neko's allure, the bespectacled man remained undeterred, persistently pursuing her. Neko coldly smiled. I will count to 3. Withdraw your Charizard and set aside your arrogance, or do not blame me for my wrath. Observing the unyielding man, Neko began her countdown. 3. Wait. Did your math teacher teach you that? The bespectacled man, flustered, hastily retrieved his Pokeball, quickly returning Charizard. His clumsy actions resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, utterly lacking in resistance. The crowd erupted into laughter, reveling in his humiliation. Now you're obedient, aren't you? Simultaneously, the students gazed at Neko in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that their teacher possessed a Pokemon of such caliber. With such a powerful Pokemon, she could easily assume the role of a gym leader or even hold high-ranking positions in the civil service. Yet, Neko chose to remain an ordinary teacher, a decision that left them perplexed. Neko gently caressed the slime dragon, her gaze softening. It's been a while, slime dragon. The slime dragon lowered its head, affectionately nudging Neko, displaying an endearing demeanor. Neko pressed her face against the slime dragon. All right, we can catch up another time. I have matters to attend to. Neko still needed to oversee the practical assessments, and the slime dragon was too conspicuous, drawing a throng of students around it. This atmosphere could undoubtedly influence the competitors' performances, a situation that was not conducive to their success. The slime dragon nodded obediently, showing no signs of distress. Neko recalled the slime dragon, ignoring the bespectacled man's gaze as she moved to the center of the arena. Apologies for the interruption. We shall now resume the competition. The bespectacled man, now subdued, remained compliant. After Neko's reprimand, he dared not make any further missteps. If a confrontation were to arise, he knew he would be no match for her. Moreover, he was not particularly familiar with Neko. He only knew of her background, which seemed rather extraordinary. To possess a quasi-divine Pokemon is a testament to one's prowess. And generally speaking, Neko is rumored to harbor other enigmatic Pokemon yet to make their appearance. With this thought in mind, the bespectacled man smirked lewdly. His gaze fixated on Neko's slender legs, nearly drooling in anticipation. Nearby, his classmates cast disdainful glances at him, swiftly distancing themselves, harboring no fondness for this individual. It was truly a disheartening situation for Charizard to be associated with such a character. Some classmates remarked that it was akin to a beautiful flower being placed in a pile of manure, the flower being Charizard, while the bespectacled man represented the dung. This was indeed a pungent topic. Nakano offered a slight bow and declared to Ash, I will give it my all. Let me witness the true strength of a dark horse. Ash nodded in agreement, responding, I too shall exert myself fully, holding nothing back. The two youths radiated youthful vigor, embodying the spirit of combat fueled by passion, casting forth their brilliant light. Come forth, Froakie. Ash executed his signature move, summoning Froakie into battle. What? That kid has Froakie? The bespectacled man's eyes widened in disbelief. A frog in a well. With short hair and limited vision, he was lacking in every aspect. Shomu rolled his eyes in disdain, expressing his contempt. Do you even understand what courtesy means? The bespectacled man, as a class instructor, had never been confronted this way by a student. Shoma chuckled coldly, how amusing. This isn't your 7th class. Just wait until I call teacher Neko over. And don't you dare cry. It was Shomu's first experience of the exhilaration that comes from having a powerful ally. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man involuntarily shuddered. For the time being, he dared not provoke Neko again. He could only glare at Shomu with malevolence, muttering under his breath. Even if you have such a remarkable Pokemon, what good is it when your grades are at the bottom? He chuckled in a rather lascivious manner, eagerly anticipating the moment Ash would embarrass himself publicly. This sensation brought him immense satisfaction, the very scenario he most desired to witness. Shoma cast a skeptical glance at the snickering man, questioning his sanity, and quickly took a few steps back. Nakano observed Froakie on the ground and smiled slightly. Come forth. Bulbasaur. Ash took a deep breath. Yet again, he faced a disadvantageous elemental matchup, which was rather troubling. He couldn't help but wonder if he had been cursed with a string of unfortunate matchups. In his last battle against Xiaoqiang's egg, he had faced a dual-type grass and psychic Pokemon, which not only had a type advantage, but also boasted superior stats compared to Froakie. Nevertheless, Undeterred by these circumstances, Ash demonstrated that it is not the Pokémon that is inferior, but rather the trainer. The bespectacled man laughed even more brazenly. Remarking on Bulbasaur's status as one of the starter Pokémon, coupled with the type advantage, did Ash truly believe he could turn the tide? As Ash's steadfast friend, Shomu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the opponent wielded a grass-type Pokémon, a starter no less, which exuded immense pressure. He could only silently pray for Ash. Offering unwavering support. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Nakano maintained his usual aggressive style, initiating the attack without granting the opponent a moment to react. Dodge, Froakie. Ash quickly recognized the opponent's actions, issuing commands with remarkable speed. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder. Nakano wasted no time, intensifying his assault. Ash's expression shifted as he commanded, Froakie, use Bubble. In an instant, Bulbasaur's Sleep Powder was dispersed by Froakie's bubbles. Froakie let Ash take the initiative and use Pound. With an overly defensive strategy, it was exceedingly difficult to withstand such formidable attacks. Xiaoqiang's performance paled in comparison to this youth's prowess. They were not even on the same level. Thus, while Ash had ample opportunity to defend during his previous battle with Xiaoqiang's egg, he now faced a Bulbasaur with overwhelming offensive capabilities and a well-informed trainer. Froakie charged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Bulbasaur in the blink of an eye. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Froakie delivered a swift blow to Bulbasaur's face, producing a distinctly crisp sound. Bulbasaur. The impact left Bulbasaur momentarily dazed, a visible red mark appearing on its face. Nakano furrowed his brow. It seemed Froakie's strength had surpassed his expectations. Such speed, coupled with the ability to counterattack immediately after defending, was impressive. Froakie, well done. Ash beamed with a smile, as if he had discovered a crucial weakness. Froakie, use Quick Attack. With Ash's command, Froakie shot forth like a comet, knocking Bulbasaur to the ground. The speed was staggering. No one had even seen the movement clearly before Froakie collided with Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. It crashed heavily to the ground, shaking its head before rising again. Froakie beckoned playfully, inviting its opponent to come forth. Ash chuckled helplessly. He had never taught Froakie such behavior. It was entirely its own initiative. This display reminded Ash of a certain phrase. Come at me. Bulbasaur, infuriated by the insolence, charged forward, unable to tolerate such provocation after being slapped moments earlier. Return, Bulbasaur. Nakano hadn't anticipated Bulbasaur would act on its own. However, in its rage, Bulbasaur seemed oblivious to reason and charged recklessly. Now is your chance, Froakie. Use Pound. In the face of type disadvantage, Ash opted to prioritize using a normal type move, knowing that Froakie's bubble attack would be significantly weakened. Smack. Smack. Two more resounding slaps landed on Bulbasaur's cheeks, ensuring fairness in the battle. Bulbasaur. It collapsed heavily, sustaining numerous visible injuries, appearing rather pitiful. Bulbasaur. Nakano shook his head in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom that the usually composed Bulbasaur would exhibit such impulsiveness. Continue, Froakie. Use Bubble to obscure its vision. Then follow up with Pound. Ash focused intently, analyzing the battlefield to make the swiftest decision. Froakie nodded, unleashing a flurry of bubbles that filled the arena, completely obstructing Bulbasaur's line of sight. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to throw it into the air. At this moment, Bulbasaur regained its composure, its vine tendrils stretched out, piercing through the sea of bubbles. Froakie, propelled forward by its momentum, was unable to evade in time and found itself ensnared by Bulbasaur's vines. The Froakie, suspended high by Bulbasaur, struggled incessantly, yet to little avail. Good job, Bulbasaur. Slam that Froakie. Nakano proclaimed triumphantly, as if he had completely seized control of the situation. Ash remained composed, instructing, Froakie, unleash Bubble. The Froakie, hanging aloft, promptly expelled a stream of bubbles towards Bulbasaur below. A multitude of bubbles splattered against Bulbasaur's face. Though the attack lacked ferocity, it still caused the creature to stagger backward a few steps. Break free, Froakie. Ash shouted urgently upon witnessing Bulbasaur's momentary distraction. If Froakie remained ensnared by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, it would be unable to perform effectively. Seizing the opportunity, Froakie bit down on Bulbasaur's tendril, eliciting a pained cry. As Bulbasaur flung Froakie away. How infuriating. Has it truly broken free? Nakano's expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Despite the type advantage, the battle was proving to be evenly matched. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Likewise, Bulbasaur was experiencing a first. Not only had it just slapped itself, but now it faced a fierce adversary. At that moment, Bulbasaur swiftly retracted its tendrils, wary of Froakie's cunning, fearing a sudden bite. Froakie exuded an air of pride, embodying a spirit of fearlessness and defiance. Observing the scene, the onlooker chuckled, noting how Froakie bore an uncanny resemblance to Ash. Natsu stifled a laugh, clearly amused yet mindful of maintaining a professional demeanor. The bespectacled gentleman widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning the peculiar tactics on display. Froakie, create a fog with bubble. Ash had begun to find his rhythm, feeling increasingly adept. Soon, the arena was shrouded in a multitude of bubbles, resembling a thick mist that enveloped Bulbasaur. Nakano's face paled. Bulbasaur quickly used Vine Whip to break through those bubbles. Presently, Bulbasaur found itself in utter obscurity. Any sudden attack from the opponent would surely land. Ash smirked serenely, declaring, Froakie, after a flash, use Pound. Froakie. With a swift dash, Froakie charged forward, having waited eagerly for this moment, especially after being suspended in midair by Bulbasaur. The sound of slaps resonated through the bubble-formed blind spot. Time seemed to stretch until Froakie finally emerged from the haze. Meanwhile, the bubbles began to dissipate due to the natural climatic changes, gradually revealing the scene. Lying on the ground was a red-faced dugong, twitching momentarily before falling still. It was evident that Bulbasaur had lost its ability to continue fighting. What just transpired? The audience stood agape, staring incredulously at the transformation of Bulbasaur from green to red, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Unbelievable. From the scene, it appeared that Bulbasaur had endured numerous slaps, perhaps even more than that. A nearby boy burst into laughter, exclaiming, Bulbasaur has turned into a different colored variant. Hearing the jests, Nakano clenched his fists tightly, his face a mask of frustration. The boy slowly closed his eyes, unable to reconcile with the outcome. Return, Froakie, you've worked hard, Ash said, recalling Froakie into its Pokeball before striding toward Nakano. Nakano offered a faint smile, acknowledging the reality he had to face. Return, Bulbasaur. Ash extended his hand, saying, Nakano, your knowledge is quite impressive, and Bulbasaur is strong. It simply needs better coordination. Nakano nodded slightly, admitting, you're right, Ash. I've come to understand these issues deeply. This battle had revealed the lack of synergy between him and Bulbasaur, leading to Bulbasaur's autonomous actions. The boy extended his hand for a shake, smiling softly. Ash, I hope you do not disappoint me in securing the championship. Ash nodded, assuring, rest assured, I will give it my all and will not relent until the final moment. In the second match of the finals, Ash triumphed over Nakano. Natsu glanced at Ash, nodding slightly, seemingly encouraging him. This boy had consistently astonished her, akin to an unexpected dark horse overcoming various challenges. How is this possible? Is this really the same underdog? The bespectacled man marveled, swallowing hard. Koma dashed toward Ash, exclaiming, Congratulations, Ash, on yet another victory. Witnessing Ash's consecutive wins filled Koma with delight, as he eagerly anticipated Ash's future successes, envisioning trips to exotic locales. Ash embraced Koma, saying, This is just the beginning. I want to stop here. Natsu's voice rang out, announcing, in the third match of the finals, Li Jing faces off against Xiaoyu. The audience erupted into applause, excited for the mysterious prowess of Xiaoyu, their class representative. Ash too was curious to see which of the two would advance to the ultimate showdown, keen to observe their tactics. The girl, donned in a black skirt with delicate skin and flowing hair, drew attention effortlessly. Li Jing bowed respectfully, stating, My apologies, class representative. Chapter 36. The girl's desperate counterattack. There is no need for further ado, let us begin. The girl in the black skirt swiftly released her Pokeball, declaring, Come forth. Stereo, primarily composed of golden brown star-shaped segments, featured a gem-like core and was a hermaphroditic Pokemon. Ash nodded, acknowledging Stereo's potential, which was well-suited for newcomers. With a base stat total of 340, it stood strong among starter Pokemon, in contrast to Ash's Froakie, which had a total of merely 314. This disparity highlighted that a Pokemon's strength was not solely determined by its base stats. Standing opposite the girl, Li Jing smiled, declaring, Then you shall be my choice. Ghastly, a floating, spherical ghost-type Pokemon enveloped in a dark aura, its sharp eyes and pointed teeth signified its formidable presence. Ghost and poison types. Ghastly's capabilities were not to be underestimated, despite its base stat total of only 310. Ash scrutinized the boy's Ghastly, noting its excellent condition. The stat distribution of Ghastly was remarkably extreme, boasting high special attack and speed, yet lacking in defense. The girl regarded Ghastly with grave concern. She had thoroughly studied it in her textbooks. Normal-type moves were ineffective against Ghastly, leaving only special attacks as viable options. Stereo, use Harden. The girl opted for a defensive strategy, bolstering Stereo's defenses to better withstand any impending assaults. Li Jing chuckled. Come on, Gaisai, unleash your frightful face. With an eager cackle, Gaisai lunged forward, presenting a benevolent grin to the trembling Sea Star. Hai Xing Xing. Hai Xing, Hai Xing. The Sea Star shivered in trepidation, clearly intimidated by Gaisai's ghastly visage. Do not fear, Hai Xingxing. I shall remain steadfast behind you. The girl reassured the quaking creature. Cognizant that a Pokemon deprived of its fighting spirit could easily succumb to a devastating blow from its opponent, possessing an extensive theoretical knowledge, the girl maintained her composure. Swiftly assessing the situation. In the arena, Xiaomu could not help but express his admiration. This young woman truly exemplified a heroine, exceedingly impressive. Not only was she aesthetically pleasing and academically accomplished, but her kind-heartedness shone through as she frequently assisted others. Consequently, the cheers of support for her resounded throughout the crowd. With some classmates blushing from the fervor of their enthusiasm, Li Jing smiled slightly, unfazed by the display. Gaisai, utilize your peculiar beam. In an instant, a bizarre line shot forth, spiraling around Hai Xingxing. Hai Xing. The sea star found itself disoriented by the strange light, rendered incapable of retaliating. Now was the moment. Gaisai employed hypnosis. Li Jing was filled with excitement, for this tactic had consistently proven effective by first disorienting the opponent with the peculiar beam. The success rate for hypnosis soared above 60%. A wave of sound surged toward Hai Xingxing with incredible speed. The girl's expression shifted. Oh no, it's hypnosis. Hai Xingxing, evade. Although the sea star heard its trainer's command, the interference from the peculiar beam left it unable to act. Moments later, succumbing to the effects of hypnosis, Hai Xingxing fell into a deep slumber, fully ensconced in sleep. Hai Xingxing, please awaken. We cannot falter here. The girl, watching her slumbering companion, felt an overwhelming urgency. The current predicament was decidedly disadvantageous for Hai Xingxing. Li Jing laughed heartily. Well done, Gaisai. Now use Lick. Upon receiving the command, Gaisai dashed forward, extending its long tongue directly toward Hai Xingxing. Xiaoji, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of gravity. The boy's strategy was aggressively offensive yet lacked a defensive component. Such opponents proved to be the most challenging, requiring constant vigilance against their assaults while retaliating with rapid strikes. Should Gaisai's strange light ensnare his Pokemon, it would undoubtedly disrupt its ability to perform at its best. Within the arena, Hai Xingxing was sent sprawling by Gaisai's relentless onslaught, crashing heavily onto the ground. Excellent work, Gaisai. Continue your assault. Li Jing chose not to show mercy. For this was a pivotal battle in the quest for supremacy, and thus he opted for ruthless tactics. Bang, bang, bang. Gaisai relentlessly battered Hai Xingxing, rendering the scene almost unbearable. The girl could only watch helplessly, silently praying for her companion to awaken. She would not yield easily until the very last moment. Among the onlookers, some female classmates could no longer bear to watch and turned away. Xiao Ji frowned slightly. This boy truly embodied the archetype of a heartless warrior, showing no semblance of compassion. It was evident that the young man held nothing back, continuously commanding Gaisai to attack, though he was not in the wrong. His approach was undeniably blunt. The girl clenched her fists tightly, anxiety coursing through her, acutely aware that if this continued, Hai Xingxing might not endure much longer. Awaken. Hai Xingxing. Gaisai grinned wickedly, toying with the incapacitated sea star, confident that the situation was entirely under its control. It began to kick Hai Xingxing like a ball, sending it soaring and crashing to the ground. Li Jing refrained from intervening, watching quietly with a smug smile. Enough games, Gaisai, it's time to conclude this. He understood the wisdom in resolving matters swiftly. Prolonged engagements could lead to unforeseen complications. Gaisai. Gaisai nodded, baring its fangs as it prepared to bite down. Hai Xing. Just as Gaisai was about to strike, Hai Xingxing suddenly awakened, quickly darting aside. However, it felt persistent pain coursing through its body, rendering movement laborious. Hai Xingxing. You are awake at last. The girl's face lit up with renewed hope and fervor. How could it awaken so quickly? The boy opposite her gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling cheated by this sudden turn of events. The crowd erupted into cheers, exhilarated to witness Hai Xingxing's revival. Some female classmates beamed in delight. This is wonderful. Hai Xingxing is back. Hai Xingxing, unleash your peculiar beam. In a tit-for-tat response, the girl swiftly issued her command, making a quick judgment. Hai Xing. Infuriated by the prolonged assault, Hai Xingxing emitted a peculiar beam, which surged toward Gaisai with remarkable speed. In an instant, the peculiar light enveloped Gaisai, causing it to flicker erratically and severely disrupt its focus. Now, Hai Xingxing, let us exact our revenge. Spin and use water gun. The girl maintained her composure. Normal type attacks would be ineffective against Gaisai, so she opted for the water gun assault. Hai Xingxing nodded, spinning rapidly like a top, rendering its form nearly indistinguishable. This is bad. They too have employed the peculiar beam. How could I have overlooked this? Li Jing felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated that despite being a water type, Hai Xingxing wielded the ghost type peculiar beam. Hai Xing. The spinning sea star held nothing back, unleashing a powerful water gun that cascaded over Gaisai's form, now filled with rage. Hai Xingxing was determined to repay the humiliation it had endured. Go, Hai Xingxing. Continue your water gun assault and defeat them. The girl was elated. Ready to showcase her prowess, she had no intention of holding back. Moreover, the boy had shown her no mercy, so now she sought to retaliate in kind. Gaisai, break free from the peculiar beam. Li Jing sensed impending danger. If this continued, Gaisai would not withstand Hai Xingxing's onslaught. The special-type skill water gun could inflict direct damage upon Gaisai, and its potency was not to be underestimated. Given Hai Xingxing's impressive stat distribution, it held a significant advantage in special attack, coupled with remarkable speed. Amidst the peculiar radiance, the ghostly creature, GOODRA, struggled valiantly, yet found itself ensnared in a relentless cycle. Unable to break free from the interference, Spearow, unleash your most potent water gun, leaving no opportunity for the opponent. The young girl displayed no hesitation, recognizing this as the opportune moment that must be seized, lest the future become exceedingly challenging. Observing the recent battle, it was evident that the opposing GOODRA had been meticulously trained, and the knowledge possessed by the young boy was impressive. It could be said that the girl was currently at a disadvantage, finding the struggle exceedingly arduous. Spearow persistently unleashed a torrent of water attacks, each strike magnified several times beyond its usual might. Ash watched from the sidelines, swallowing hard, as the girl's prowess was undeniably formidable. The shift from being overwhelmingly suppressed to an instantaneous reversal seemed almost surreal. Simultaneously, Ash noted the unsettling nature of the strange light, comparable to hypnosis or toxic assaults. Ultimately, GOODRA succumbed after enduring an extended barrage of attacks, unable to withstand any longer. Following the conclusion of the duel between the girl and Li Jing, the final battle loomed, the championship match. Ash, Xiaoya, and Aying emerged as the three contenders for the coveted title. Who among them would seize the championship? It was truly indiscernible. Chapter 37. The championship battle. At this moment, Ash felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, the other two were exceptional competitors. Their ability to stand out among such a multitude was a testament to their strength. Time flew by, and another round of matches concluded. Naza stood in the arena, anticipating the championship clash. Who would claim victory? After a round of draw matches, Aying was eliminated, leaving Ash to face Xiaoya in the championship showdown. To be honest, Ash was reluctant to battle this girl, for she had previously assisted him, her character beyond reproach. Ash smiled slightly, addressing Xiaoya, in this battle, I shall give my all. And I hope you will do the same. At this juncture, it was clear that demonstrating one's full strength was a mark of respect towards the opponent. Xiaoya nodded, declaring, Ash, along with Spearow, we shall hold nothing back and claim the championship throne. Both were resolute, with no intention of showing mercy. This was the final battle in school, a concluding chapter for which they would aim to craft a perfect ending. Come forth, Spearow. The girl refrained from further ado, aware of the immense pressure posed by this dark horse, especially after witnessing Ash's prowess firsthand. Spearow, let us go? At that moment, Spearow had regained its strength, brimming with vigor and fierce determination. It's you, Froakie. Simultaneously, Ash summoned Froakie, feeling a renewed fire within him. He did not underestimate his opponent. The ability to reverse the tide in such dire circumstances spoke volumes of her capabilities. Froakie, you have worked hard. Let us push forward and secure this victory. Froakie looked at Ash, its eyes filled with unwavering resolve, nodding slightly. The bespectacled boy observed Ash, doubting he could repeat such a stroke of luck. Last place against the top of the class. Could he truly turn the tables? What if Ash wins? Xiaomu chuckled. The bespectacled boy scoffed, if that kid wins, I'll give him a leaf stone. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu was incredulous. He understood the rarity of a leaf stone. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Xiaomu retorted. The bespectacled boy slowly smiled, confident he would not misjudge again, determined to return the earlier humiliation tenfold. Nearby classmates began to murmur, speculating the apparent gap between Ash and Xiaoya, especially considering their academic standings. Others chimed in, agreeing, you're right. I believe Xiaoya will emerge victorious this time. Don't jump to conclusions. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. Xiaomu protested, feeling somewhat disgruntled as support for the girl overshadowed Ash. The golden-haired youth patted Xiaomu on the shoulder. Xiaomu, I know you're close to Ash, but you must recognize the situation. Xiaomu paused, his expression complex. He understood this truth. With a soft sigh, he murmured, regardless, let us cheer for you, Ash. Listening to the raucous cheers for the girl, Ash's demeanor remained unchanged, impervious to the doubts swirling around him. Spearow, unleash water gun. The girl initiated the attack, capitalizing on her momentum, as Spearow's fighting spirit surged, amplifying its power. Froakie, use bubble. Ash chose not to evade but to trust in Froakie, knowing that within the same type, it would be difficult to inflict harm. A torrent of bubbles erupted from Froakie's mouth, showcasing an impressive force. It was evident that Froakie held its head high, refusing to allow the opponent to act so brazenly. The bubbles relentlessly countered Spearow's water gun, resulting in an intense exchange of assaults. Spearow, do not falter. Amplify your water gun. The girl, undeterred, opted for a direct confrontation. Spearow concentrated, enhancing its water gun's potency, gradually overpowering Froakie's assault. Thus, neither side yielded, as both attacks escalated in intensity. After an indeterminate duration, Froakie and Spearow staggered backwards simultaneously, eventually regaining their footing. Ash smiled slightly, pleased with the outcome. At least they were not utterly crushed by the opponent. Despite the majority favoring the girl, Ash's fiery spirit would not relent. Should the outcome not align with his desires, he would fight fiercely until the dust settled. Froakie, let Ash strike with Thunderbolt. In the face of skepticism, he resolved to prove himself through strength rather than idle chatter. In an instant, Froakie dashed forward, eager to demonstrate its capabilities. The girl's expression shifted slightly. Quick, dodge, Spearow. Spearow spun rapidly, evading to the side, without the strange light's interference. Spearow's formidable strength re-emerged, showcasing astonishing speed and synergy. All right, Froakie, continue the assault. Execute a pound. Facing the girl's formidable Spearow, Ash resolved to breach her defenses with sheer force. Froakie's powerful strike had been witnessed by the assembled classmates, who understood that despite being a mere normal-type move, it could unleash such tremendous power. The girl had been closely monitoring Ash, having already devised a strategy. Such foresight was essential for a clever competitor. Spearow, spin and unleash water gun. Boom. The spinning starfish unleashed its water gun skill, resembling a water wheel, relentlessly advancing towards the Froakie. Is this even possible? Remarkable. I've learned a new technique. The onlookers in the arena swallowed hard. They had never witnessed such a skill before, and it was an excellent opportunity for them to learn. Froakie was sent sprawling to the ground by this powerful attack. Ash, slightly disconcerted, patted his forehead, realizing he had been overly hasty. Froakie, get back up. Although Ash's maneuvering space was somewhat constrained, it was not a significant issue. Starfish, use Psybeam. The young girl smiled subtly, as if sensing victory was within her grasp, just one step away from claiming the champion's trophy. Outside the arena, Shamu was sweating profusely, his heart racing. He had witnessed the nauseating potential of this skill firsthand. Both Jengar's Psybeam and the Starfish's attack could instantly alter the course of battle due to their formidable disruption capabilities. Once ensnared by Psybeam, a Pokemon's speed would plummet, often leaving it in a state of confusion. In such a scenario, the opponent merely needed to act slightly to secure an easy victory. Now was the moment. Froakie, use Quick Attack. Upon hearing Ash's command, Froakie darted forward like a shooting star, leaving its shadow barely visible. In an instant, Froakie found itself before the Starfish, executing the Lick Attack simultaneously. Boom. The Starfish was caught off guard and knocked down, appearing dazed. Well done, Froakie. Don't stop. Use Bubble. Ash's excitement was palpable. He had waited so long for this moment, as he had anticipated that the girl would employ this strategy. In this situation, the Starfish would likely let its guard down, causing its reaction time to diminish. Boom. After a flurry of Froakie's attacks, the Starfish lay on the ground, unable to continue fighting. At that moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that even the sound of classmates swallowing was painfully audible. A gulp echoed. Who had just swallowed? Did Ash just win? The crowd erupted in astonishment, with some classmates displaying expressions of sheer disbelief. The bespectacled man nearly toppled over. How was this even possible? As an experienced teacher, he knew such occurrences were rare, a once-in-a-century event. A class's bottom-ranked student had triumphed over the top contender. The young girl looked down at the fallen Starfish, forcing a bittersweet smile. Come back, Starfish. You've done well. Ash smiled back. Sorry, Xiaoya. This was a fortunate win. The girl shook her head, her expression not overly sorrowful. Congratulations, Ash. You truly surprised me. I must admit, your transformation is remarkable, and your strength is undeniable. I hope you can go even further. Ash nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your kind words. I will keep striving and will not let everyone down. They shook hands, and the girl walked off the field. Xiaoya, what a pity. You were just a step away. Some girls crowded around, lamenting the battle, as the championship was so close yet slipped away. The girl smiled gently. It's all right. This victory belongs to Ash. He truly is strong. She gazed at the boy, now the center of attention, her cheeks slightly flushed, lost in thought. Let us congratulate Ash for winning this practical assessment. Let the applause resound. Natsu's voice rang with fervor, more excited than anyone else, tears almost brimming in her eyes. She had witnessed Ash's growth from obscurity to prominence. Applause erupted throughout the arena, heartfelt congratulations echoing. Natsu beamed. Next comes the awarding of the trophy and prizes. What could the reward be? Discussions buzzed in the crowd, eager to discover what the champion's prize would entail. Chapter 38. The mysterious gift. The bespectacled man sensed the situation was turning unfavorable and discreetly attempted to slip away. What? Planning to make a run for it. Shimu had been watching the bespectacled man closely and had anticipated this move. He was not about to let him escape so easily. Oh, no. I just need to use the restroom. Regardless, the bespectacled man was a teacher, and his words, overheard by many, would render him unable to backtrack. Shimu chuckled. All right. I'll accompany you. He understood the value of the leaf stone all too well. Sometimes, even money could not procure it, as it was exceedingly rare. The leaf stone could facilitate the evolution of the vast majority of Pokémon without the constraints of levels. For instance, if a leaf stone were used on a Bulbasaur, it would evolve directly into Ivysaur. Similar to the leaf stone, there were water stones and fire stones, which allowed corresponding types of Pokémon to evolve without other prerequisites. The bespectacled man forced a bitter smile, feeling as though he was shooting himself in the foot. It was a poor trade-off. It's just a leaf stone. I'm not that desperate. Take it. Although he uttered those words, his reluctance was amusingly evident. Hurry up and hand it over. Shimu wasted no time in grabbing the leaf stone from the bespectacled man, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this really the leaf stone? The texture, the luster, it's simply magnificent. Hearing Xiaomu's exclamations of awe, nearby classmates leaned in, curious about what could warrant such excitement. Xiaomu revealed the leaf stone for all to see. Wow, this is the leaf stone. It looks a bit different from the textbook, but it's truly beautiful. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with desire. The allure was undeniable. At that moment, the bespectacled man felt as though his heart were bleeding. He slapped his forehead and shot a fierce glare at Ash before turning to leave. The surrounding classmates were still processing the event, incredulous that Ash had claimed the championship. They had thought such inspirational stories only happened in movies or other people's tales. Now, they had witnessed it firsthand, a previously unnoticed boy rising from the bottom to become the brightest star. From this day forward, Ash is my idol. Some boys expressed their admiration, aspiring to follow in Ash's footsteps and become strong. They saw hope in Ash's journey, no matter how weak one might be. Perseverance could lead to eventual triumph. Congratulations to Ash, Xiaoya, and Ian. Natsu smiled gently, accompanied by a well-dressed student. This is school policy, the champion, runner-up. In third place, all receive a reward. A student beside Neko approached Xiaoji while holding a box and slowly handed it to him. Xiaoji slightly bent forward, accepted the box with both hands, and softly uttered a thank you. Moments later, all three of them had received their mysterious gifts, their faces beaming with joy. Neko nodded slightly, her heart brimming with happiness. You may open your gifts now. Perhaps there is a delightful surprise inside. Xiaoya laughed as she opened her box, her eyes widening in astonishment as she covered her mouth. Inside lay a water stone. This prize was indeed a boon for her, as she was in dire need of it. Given that her starfish Pokémon was of the water type, using the water stone would allow it to evolve into a gem starfish. The evolved form of the gem starfish would possess a remarkable combat power, significantly surpassing its previous capabilities, especially considering its already commendable attributes. Xiaoji was equally astonished. What an incredible stroke of luck. He felt a pang of envy, for had he received a water stone, he could have used it on his Froakie, evolving it into a Frogadier. Froakie's two evolutionary stages were Frogadier and Greninja. Each transformation would greatly enhance its prowess, elevating it to extraordinary levels. A boy named Ian also opened his box and was delighted to discover a Pokédex. Xiaoji glanced at the Pokédex in the boy's hands, noting its exquisite design, compact, aesthetically pleasing, and convenient to carry. It was indeed a marvelous item. Curiosity stirred within him about the contents of his own box. Neko, aren't you going to open yours? It could be something you adore, Xiaoji prompted. Neko, equally curious, was unsure of what lay inside. As these prizes had been distributed by the school, Teacher, may I keep it closed for now? I wish to open it at home and show it to my mother. Xiaoji hesitated because he wished to share this gift with his mother. Neko nodded. Of course, it is yours to decide. The gift is rightfully in your hands. Xiaoji chose not to open the box at that moment, and Neko respected his decision without pressing him further. With the practical assessment concluded, everyone gathered for a graduation photo. Neko was brimming with excitement, cherishing the moment that would become a beautiful memory, free of regrets. This statement acted like a wake-up call. Everyone began to adjust their appearances. Xiaoya, can you help me check if my hair is messy? Some beauty-conscious boys were also tidying their hair, a natural inclination shared by many. What do you think? Am I handsome? Laughter erupted among the classmates, each face adorned with smiles. In front of the teaching building, sunlight filtered softly onto the photo backdrop, symbolizing the closing of a youthful chapter. Neko meticulously arranged the positions according to height, ensuring everyone could be captured in the frame. At that moment, each individual present was a protagonist, enveloped in their own spotlight. The gentle summer breeze swept through, caressing their youthful spirits as fluffy clouds reflected the azure sky, the sun blazing like the radiant smiles of the young. With a click, the photographer captured their smiles, immortalizing a moment of vibrant youth. After the graduation photo, Neko smiled gently, addressing her classmates. As the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually part. Although we will be going our separate ways, I hope you all keep a passionate heart. After settling a few matters, they truly graduated, bidding farewell to their alma mater that would soon become a cherished memory. Time flew, and the familiar locust trees and the sweat-soaked basketball court would become remnants of their youth. Looking back, every blade of grass and every brick of their school felt intimately familiar. They had once chased dreams here, filled with starlit aspirations, singing joyfully under the glimmering stars. Let us go, Xiaoji, Xiaomu said, placing a hand on Xiaoji's shoulder and giving it a light pat. He too felt a tinge of nostalgia. However, Xiaomu was always one to maintain appearances, never revealing his feelings of sadness. Xiaoji nodded slightly. Let us go. I'll treat you to noodles. Should we invite Xiaomao? They should be done by now, right? Xiaomu remarked, glancing towards the distant area where Xiaomao was. Upon arriving at Xiaomao's gathering spot, they found a cluster of girls surrounding him, making passage nearly impossible. Xiaomao, leave your contact information. We should meet again in the future. Xiaomu gulped, envious of the stark contrast in their experiences. This scene was one he had never dared to imagine. His expectations were modest. He would be content with just a casual date. As a lifelong single, Xiaomu was weary of his status and longed to find a girlfriend. Xiaoji shook his head, showing no signs of envy. He had not yet entertained such thoughts. In the distance, Xiaoma spotted the two and seemed to see them as a lifeline. My friends have arrived. Make way. The girls turned their attention toward Xiaoji, stamping their feet as if something precious had been disrupted. Upon seeing Xiaomao, Xiaomu chuckled. What happened to your hairstyle? At that moment, Xiaomao's once flowing hair had become a disheveled mess due to the crowd. What is wrong with my hair? Xiaomao quickly pulled out a mirror to inspect his reflection, satisfied that he looked even better today. However, as he raised the mirror slightly, he nearly jumped. Ah, my hair. Always conscious of his appearance, he could not tolerate such disarray. After some frantic adjusting, he managed to tame his wild hair back to its original state. Not bad, not bad. I am still the most dashing one in the crowd. Xiaomu chuckled. All right then, we're headed to eat noodles. Are you coming? Xiaomao flicked his hair, resembling a rock star. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll graciously join you. The three boys strolled towards the school gate, laughter ringing out occasionally, embodying the essence of pure friendship and genuine joy. They arrived at the familiar eatery, greeted by the familiar owner. 3 bowls of noodles, extra scallions. The three shared a common love for noodles, always requesting extra scallions, feeling that without them, the flavor was significantly diminished. In the Pokemon world, ingredients like scallions and chili were available, having long been cultivated by humanity. Here you go, 3 bowls of noodles with scallions. Enjoy your meal. The owner cautiously placed the steaming bowls before them, the aroma wafting through the air, making them feel elated. Are you graduating today? The owner inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Yes, indeed. We are graduating today, Xiaomu replied eagerly. The owner paused for a moment, then declared, in that case, today's meal is on me. Eat to your heart's content. Upon hearing these words, Xiaomu was nearly overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Boss, you are truly kind. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. Time seemed to slip away as Xiaomu and his companions contentedly belched after their meal. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the sky, Xiaoji returned to his cozy abode, announcing, Mom, I'm back and I secured first place in the assessment. What? Is that true? Huazi immediately set aside her tasks, her face alight with excitement. Xiaoji chuckled. Here? This is the reward for achieving first place. Huazi gazed at the box in Xiaoxi's hand, inquiring, what could it be? Chapter 39, The Most Beautiful Pokemon. Xiaoxi shook his head. I have no idea. I'm waiting to open it with you. Pika, Pika. Pikachu leapt out of its Pokeball, shaking its head. Oh, I almost forgot you were in there, Xiaoxi said, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. With great care, Xiaoxi opened the box, his heart brimming with anticipation. He too was curious about the champion's prize. If it turned out to be a water stone, he could begrudgingly accept it, as his Froakie was in dire need of evolution. Just moments ago, while they were dining, Xiaomu had produced a leaf stone, which left Xiaoxi somewhat incredulous. After some inquiry, He learned it was a gift from the bespectacled gentleman. Currently, the leaf stone held little value for Xiaoji, as he did not possess any grass-type Pokemon. Initially, he contemplated gifting it to Xiaomu, but Xiaomu stubbornly refused. Resigned, he decided to keep it close. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. As the contents of the box gradually revealed themselves, they emitted a brilliant light. What could it be? The radiance was blinding, reminiscent of sparkling diamonds. Straining his eyes, Xiaoxi gasped, "Is that a beautiful scale?" Resting within the box was a scale, no larger than a coin, shimmering brilliantly. Huazi covered her mouth slightly. "Congratulations, Xiaoji, you have obtained a beautiful scale." Once a trendsetter, Huazi understood the rarity of this item, which could transform a Phoeba into a Milotic, renowned as the most beautiful Pokemon. Unlike other Pokemon, Phoeba could not evolve with a water stone. Only the beautiful scale could facilitate its transformation into Milotic. Xiaoji was puzzled by Huazi's choice to become a homemaker. He often heard her speak of her past, filled with powerful Pokemon across various types. She had trained everything from flying creatures to aquatic beings and ground-dwelling ones, such as Scyther, Pidgey, and Staraptor. Yet now, Huazi had no Pokemon at all. Perhaps this was the power of love. Not dwelling on this matter any further, Xiaoji resolved to cherish the beautiful scale. Moreover, the strength of Milotic was formidable, boasting exceptional defense and solid resistance. "Xiaoji, after a long day, you should rest," Huazi urged. Astonished that Xiaoji had emerged victorious in the practical assessment, surely a stroke of luck. Upon reflection, given Xiaoji's penchant for real battles, this outcome seemed only natural. Regardless, Xiaoji had brought immense joy to Huazi. This was a reward earned through his own efforts. In a day or two, he would embark on a true journey, an arduous path ahead. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence that he would tread carefully toward becoming a Pokemon master. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoji lifted a glass of water to his lips and gazed pensively at the table, lost in thought. Huazi beamed with pride. A mother wishing for her child's success. In her eyes, she was already a successful mother. Although Xiaoxi's academic results had yet to be released, she chose not to dwell on that, feeling content as she was. "Xiaoxi, would you like to eat? I'll make it now." In the distance, Huazi busied herself in the kitchen, fulfilling her role as a homemaker, managing household chores and cooking without complaint, as these were her responsibilities. Moreover, Xiaoxi was not a troublesome child. Looking at Pikachu, Xiaoxi responded without hesitation, "Just a bit more ketchup, and that will suffice." Huazi shook her head in exasperation. This child is so easy to please. Xiaoxi was never picky about food, never dissatisfied with whatever was served. Lazily reclining on the sofa, Xiaoxi felt utterly relaxed as the television broadcast Pokemon battles. "Pikachu, our journey is about to begin. Let us give it our all." Pikachu, mimicking Xiaoxi's demeanor with a sense of bravado, wore a contented expression. Upon hearing Xiaoxi, Pikachu yawned and nodded slightly. Xiaoxi shook his head. "What are you doing, Pikachu? You Haven Tea battled today." Throughout the day, Froakie had taken the lead in battles due to school regulations, which allowed only one Pokemon to compete. Pika? Pikachu nestled on Xiaoxi's lap, slowly closing its eyes, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Xiaoxi, cautious not to disturb the peacefully sleeping Pikachu, smiled softly. The commentary from the television was fervent and inspiring, igniting a fire within him. If all goes well, results should be released tomorrow. Xiaoxi's mind raced with thoughts of the adventures ahead, his heart thrumming with excitement. After battling with Froakie that afternoon, he felt increasingly adept. The dazzling badges, the diverse culinary delights, and the Pokemon he had yet to encounter filled him with anticipation. After a long and busy day, he felt aches in his back and waist. Stretching lazily, he reclined on the sofa and soon drifted off to sleep. Outside, the clouds glowed golden against the backdrop of the evening glow, resembling a gentle mother, sweet and serene. Huazi moved about the kitchen, a figure of unwavering dedication, tirelessly repeating her tasks over the years without complaint. One cannot deny that being a mother is often a challenging endeavor. All they desire is for their children to be happy each day, and that is enough. They do not wish to impose undue pressure on their children, believing that success can be found in various paths. If one avenue is not fruitful, they would not force Xiaoxi to pursue it. For instance, Xiaoxi had little interest in academic knowledge and struggled to absorb it. Of course, she hoped for Xiaoxi to excel in his studies and had made efforts to encourage him, but the reality was evident. Despite investing considerable time, energy, and resources, the results were not fruitful. Thus, Huazi chose not to pressure Xiaoxi further. If he could learn, he should, but if not, contentment was key. With that time, it would be better to nurture his innate talents, for there might still be room for redemption. Hanako is a person with a clear sense of right and wrong, possessing a far-reaching vision. Having weathered numerous storms and witnessed countless ups and downs, she carries a wealth of experience. Meanwhile, Ash has always aspired to become a Pokémon master, showing little interest in civil service roles. The requirements to become a trainer are not particularly stringent. As long as one harbors a sense of justice and refrains from stealing or cheating, that is sufficient. Of course, one must also have their own Pokémon, which is the most fundamental prerequisite. Hanako's culinary skills remain exceptional, and soon, the enticing aroma of her cooking wafts from the kitchen. The entire living room is enveloped in this delightful scent, making it irresistible to breathe in deeply. Pikachu rolls over, seemingly having discovered something, sniffing eagerly, almost levitating with excitement. Simultaneously, Ash catches a whiff of the delicious fragrance, his sleepy eyes widening. Oh, it smells so good. Is it time to eat? The rich aroma signals to Ash that a meal is imminent. Unable to resist, he greedily inhales the scent, swallowing hard, feeling invigorated. Pika, Pika. At this moment, Pikachu is fully alert, embodying the title of the King of Feasting, a title not bestowed lightly. Despite its small stature, Pikachu possesses an astonishing appetite, leaving one to wonder how such a tiny belly can hold so much food. Pikachu, go wash your hands. It's time to eat. Ash chuckles as he dashes toward the sink, clearly unable to contain his excitement. The dining table is laden with Ash and Pikachu's favorite dishes. Wow, this is simply amazing. Such a feast is rarely seen on Earth. Ash, who is not particularly eloquent, cannot help but express his admiration for the sumptuous dinner before him. His praise is heartfelt. As Hanako's culinary talent is truly exceptional, one might even say it surpasses that of chefs at renowned culinary schools. Alright, I'm about to dig in. Ash grabs his personal large bowl, his ultimate dining tool. Yes, this is the flavor. Crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside, it's absolutely delightful. Ash devours his meal with abandon, disregarding all notions of decorum. In the face of exquisite food, such concerns are trivial. Pikachu, too, is undeterred, stuffing its cheeks full of food, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Hanako shakes her head in amusement. Slow down, Ash, Pikachu. The family enjoys a cheerful dinner, soon concluding with satisfied burps from both Ash and Pikachu, their expressions radiating happiness. Being food lovers, meeting Hanako feels like a fortuitous encounter between a talented individual and a rare gem, truly a life well lived. Mom, leave the dishes to Pikachu and me. Seeing Hanako prepare to get up and clean, Ash quickly presses her back down. Pika, Pika. Pikachu, perhaps due to overeating, continues to burp, its antics quite comical. Ash chuckles and gently pats Pikachu's back, a gesture that swiftly remedies the situation. Come on, Pikachu, let's wash the dishes. With smiles on their faces, Ash and Pikachu begin to wash the dishes together, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Hanako smiles in contentment, settling down on the sofa to watch television. Chapter 40, A Turnaround. Ash lies in bed, gazing through the skylight at the starry night sky, which appears particularly beautiful. Pikachu is snoring softly, its demeanor endearingly sweet. The night is serene, with a gentle breeze flowing in through the window, refreshing and pleasant. At this moment, Ash finds it difficult to fall asleep. Realizing how swiftly time has passed, many days have already gone by. Truth be told, he has developed some feelings for Hanako, having spent so many days together. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Hearing this sound, Ash quickly closes his eyes, pretending to be deeply asleep. The door is gently pushed open, apart from the creaking noise. There is no other sound. The carefulness of the movements is evident. This child, despite being so grown up, still cannot cover himself properly with the blanket. Hanako cautiously pulls the blanket over Ash's body, her gaze softening. To ease Hanako's worries, Ash continues to feign sleep, even emitting soft snores. It is clear that Ash is experienced in this act, as he does so effortlessly. Sitting at the bedside, Hanako gazes earnestly at Ash's face, and before she realizes it, her eyes glisten with tears. The heart of every parent is tender. Which parent would not be concerned about their child facing separation, stirred by the bittersweet memories? Moonlight streams through the window, casting a gentle glow on Ash's youthful face, which now reveals hints of determination. With a soft sigh, Hanako turns to leave, fearing that she might succumb to tears and disrupt Ash's sleep. At this moment, Ash's heart is also heavy, yet he understands he cannot remain under his mother's protection forever. He must ultimately face life's challenges. This is a journey that everyone must undertake. An eagle does not falter in a storm, nor do wolves cower in the darkness of night. Having come to this understanding, Ash peacefully drifts into slumber. Time flies, and the sun gradually rises, casting a golden light across the earth. Awakening to the dawn feels refreshing. Ash sits up in bed, exuding youthful energy and vitality. Pikachu, it's time to get up for breakfast. Let's go buy some tasty food. Upon hearing the words tasty food, Pikachu immediately opens its eyes. Pika, Pika? It's large. Sparkling eyes fixate on Ash, clearly eager. Seeing Pikachu's adorable expression, Ash cannot help but laugh. You may not excel at anything else, but you certainly excel at eating. After enjoying breakfast, Ash sets off for the city to purchase food and essential supplies. Hanako had initially planned to accompany him, but ultimately relented to Ash's insistence, offering her advice before allowing him to go with Pikachu. Woohoo, let's go. The distance from Pallet Town to the city is not particularly far, and they soon arrive. Without delay, Ash heads straight to the shopping center, beginning to select the items he needs: some provisions, a sleeping bag, a tent, and drinking water. Hanako is quite generous, providing Ash with ample money, allowing him to afford most items. However, Ash is prudent and only buys what is necessary, opting to purchase extra ketchup. Better safe than sorry. Suddenly, Ash notices something and, feeling a spark of curiosity, follows a small boy who appears somewhat lost, seemingly searching for a product while holding some money. So young, and already out shopping alone? After a moment of hesitation, Ash decides to follow him, for in this boy, he sees a reflection of his younger self, who also ventured out alone to buy things back on Blue Star. The young boy suddenly halted, gazing at the couple ahead, a man and a woman, seemingly in a romantic relationship. Uncle, could you tell me where the eggs are? The expression on the man's face instantly froze, a predatory look crossing his features. Do not call me uncle. Address me as big brother, and I shall reveal the information to you. The woman beside him couldn't help but stifle a laugh, clearly amused by the unfolding situation. The boy blinked in confusion. Look, even your mother is laughing. Xiaoji couldn't contain his laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Is this what they call innocent childhood candor? The couple was undoubtedly a pair, perhaps due to the woman's mature demeanor or the boy's unfiltered remarks. The woman, now visibly furious, appeared ready to explode. When the city gates are aflame, the fish in the moat suffer, she declared, and the man swiftly received a sharp slap across the face. What are you laughing at? Sensing the tension escalating, Xiaoji quickly stepped forward to pull the boy away. Big brother knows where the eggs are. Just turn left up ahead. The boy nodded and replied, thank you, big brother. I'll go buy the eggs now. Xiaoji smiled encouragingly. Go on, the sooner you return, the less your parents will worry. The marketplace was a cornucopia of goods, overflowing with various foods, and Pikachu felt as if it were in paradise, grabbing handfuls of snacks. Xiaoji shook his head in exasperation, opting not to intervene, knowing Pikachu couldn't carry too much. While meandering through the shopping center, he spotted a familiar silhouette. That figure seemed oddly reminiscent. All right, Pikachu, hold off on the selection for now. We have something to attend to. Pikachu paused momentarily before leaping onto Xiaoxi's shoulder, clutching a bag of chips. Xiaoxi's curiosity piqued as he followed the almost vanishing figure, feeling a sense of certainty growing within him. To confirm his suspicions, he needed to see that individual. The girl in the black miniskirt felt someone rushing up behind her and couldn't resist glancing back. Their eyes met, and Xiaoxi momentarily froze, scratching his head awkwardly. What a coincidence, Xiaoyu. The vibrant girl before him was his class representative, a formidable competitor in her own right. She smiled gently, like a blooming lotus, greeting him with, good morning, Xiaoxi. Good morning, Xiaoyu. Are you here to purchase supplies too? Xiaoxi slowed his pace, smiling as he approached her. Yes, Xiaoxi. I'm stocking up on essentials. We're setting off tomorrow for the Quartz conference. Her shopping cart brimmed with an abundance of items, causing Xiaoxi to swallow hard, realizing her family's affluence was evident in her attire and expenditures. He nodded, aware that her ambition was to become a Pokemon master, albeit seemingly squandering her academic potential. Yet, her family didn't appear to be in financial distress, making it reasonable for her to pursue her passions. This does not imply that being a trainer yields no income. If that were the case, it would be quite dire. Relying solely on one's family background would not sustain them for long, as the journey is fraught with expenses. Most ordinary families could hardly bear such pressure, which is why the Pokemon League provides support. Every month, they supply a living stipend, provided one refrains from extravagant spending, ensuring that basic needs are met. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the more badges a Pokemon trainer earns, the greater the subsidies from the league. Simply put, it's akin to a salary increase. The more capable one is, the greater the rewards they receive. After a brief exchange, they each set off in search of their desired items. Pikachu was overjoyed, reveling in the freedom to indulge in snacks. Pikachu, look at you. You can barely hold all those treats. Xiaoxi chuckled helplessly at the sight of Pikachu laden with goodies. After a leisurely stroll around the store, he found nothing else he needed to purchase. He pushed the cart to the checkout, where the flow of customers was incessant, forcing him to patiently wait in line. As he stood there, boredom set in, and he mused that at this rate, he would receive his graduation certificate by afternoon, assuming no unforeseen incidents arose. Once he had completed his shopping, Xiaoji returned home to drop off his items before heading straight to school to collect his diploma and transcript. The sky was clear, and the air was fragrant with blossoms. "Good day, Teacher Na. I am here to collect my graduation certificate." At that moment, Teacher Na was in her office, diligently reviewing each student's certificate to ensure nothing was amiss. "Ah, Xiaoji, you have truly surprised me. How did you achieve this?" Her face lit up with excitement, pride radiating from her like she had encountered something remarkably astonishing. Xiaoji was taken aback by her words. "What is the matter, Teacher Na?" She quickly retrieved the transcript. "Xiaoji, take a look. Full marks, you are ranked first." Her voice trembled, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Xiaoji smiled softly. "Really? That is wonderful." In truth, he had already anticipated this outcome, but he decided to feign ignorance for authenticity's sake. "Xiaoji, how did you accomplish this? It's a once-in-a-century feat." Teacher Na was still grappling with the reality that a student who had once been at the bottom had now risen to the pinnacle of success. Not only did he excel in practical assessments, but he also topped the cultural examinations. In the context of the school's century-long history, this was nothing short of remarkable. Few would dare to believe that such a seemingly fantastical scenario could manifest in reality. Xiaoji Henti expected Teacher Na to be so ecstatic. "It is thanks to your excellent guidance that I achieved such results." Teacher Na shook her head. "No, these accomplishments are entirely your own doing. I am genuinely proud of you. Here is your diploma, transcript, and graduation photo." Xiaoji took these items with both hands, his heart brimming with joy. "By the way, Xiaoji, the principal would like to see you in his office." Surprised by Teacher Na's words, Xiaoji felt a pang of confusion. "All right, I'll head over now." At that moment, he was uncertain as to why the principal wanted to see him. Chapter 41. The Pokemon Egg gifted by the principal. After a brief internal struggle, Xiaoji decided to discover what was amiss. With integrity, he felt no fear of shadows, and perhaps the principal wished to discuss his academic achievements. The summer sun shone brightly, the sky was clear, and the shaded avenue was alive with verdant branches. Xiaoji strolled leisurely toward the principal's office, particularly thrilled at having achieved full marks. After all, the cultural knowledge assessment had presented certain challenges, such as the conditions for Mega Evolution and Dynamaxing. Without a thorough understanding of Pokemon, encountering such questions could easily lead to hesitation. Before long, Xiaoji arrived at the principal's office. At this moment, the principal, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wore a troubled expression, as if burdened by some unspoken dilemma. Xiaoji gently knocked on the door, inquiring, "Principal, I hear you were looking for me?" Upon seeing Xiaoji, the principal's demeanor brightened with unexpected delight. "Indeed, please take a seat." Given the principal's invitation, Xiaoji felt comfortable enough to sit down, maintaining his characteristic composure. Neither overly modest nor arrogant, the principal scrutinized Xiaoji, as if assessing a novel face he had never encountered before. It was true that he had seldom paid attention to Xiaoji, who would notice a person who remained inconspicuous. To prove one's worth, one must let their capabilities speak for themselves, thus earning respect. If one were to abandon their own potential, there would be no room for redemption. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the principal's gaze, Xiaoji asked, "Principal, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Ah, it's nothing grave, merely that you have surprised me greatly," the principal replied, hesitating slightly. Xiaoji furrowed his brow, sensing the implication. "Principal, are you suggesting I have been cheating?" The principal chuckled softly. "That is not what I meant. While I do harbor some doubt, rest assured that the invigilators in the examination hall will be accountable. However, I would like to pose a few questions to you. If you can answer them correctly on the spot, I shall reward you with a mysterious gift." Xiaoji paused for a moment, aware of the principal's skepticism regarding his exceptional results. The leap from the lowest to the highest rank was indeed hard to fathom. A mysterious gift? Very well, please proceed with your questions. Xiaoji felt no significant anger. On one hand, he aimed to prove himself, and on the other, it was reasonable for the principal to harbor doubts. Moreover, the elusive gift promised by the principal surely wouldn't be trivial. The thought of the reward excited Xiaoji. Filling him with determination, he was confident he could answer correctly. The principal observed Xiaoji thoughtfully, surprised by his eagerness. "Xiaoji, may I ask what the conditions for Gigantamaxing are?" A slight smile graced Xiaoji's lips as he confidently responded, "One must possess a Gigantamax band." The principal chuckled, "Indeed, you are quite the promising talent." In the ensuing moments, the principal posed several challenging questions, some of which were rather complex. Yet, Xiaoji answered each one flawlessly, achieving perfect scores. "Excellent. This is the mark of a true genius." The principal was visibly thrilled, his face beaming with joy, unable to contain his delight. "As a figure of authority, I must maintain a semblance of decorum. Xiaoji, you are truly exceptional, and I shall honor my promise to you." With that, the principal opened a cabinet and retrieved a wooden box. What is this? Xiaoxi wondered, sensing that something precious lay within. Inside is a Pokemon egg, the specifics of which you shall discover in due time. The principal refrained from revealing the mystery of the Pokemon contained within. Xiaoxi shook his head slightly, murmuring, "Why the secrecy?" After expressing his gratitude, he departed the office, carefully cradling the box, fearful of damaging the precious egg inside. The prospect of a Pokemon egg filled him with anticipation. Although he was brimming with curiosity, he realized he would have to wait for it to hatch to unveil its secrets. At present, he possessed an electric-type Pikachu and a water-type Froakie. Thus, he primarily sought fire and grass types, though he would be open to other types as well. The three primary types represented the quintessential starter Pokemon, for instance. In the Kanto region, there were Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. In the Johto region, Chikorita, Totodile, and Cyndaquil. And in the Hoenn region, Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip. There are no weak Pokemon, only inadequate trainers. A true Pokemon enthusiast would never forsake a companion based solely on their strength. Just as the esteemed trainer G had once triumphed with the most commonplace Pokemon, overcoming formidable adversaries time and again, he had never dismissed his humble companions. Growing together through trials. Ultimately, they rose to greatness, becoming revered figures in the Pokemon world, with the fearsome Pidgeot haunting the dreams of countless trainers. Having endured innumerable hardships, Xiaoxi smiled softly. "No matter what kind of Pokemon you are, I will treat you with kindness." Pikachu nodded in agreement, its cheerful demeanor radiating warmth. At this moment, Xiaoxi felt a sense of tranquility, as if the very air had sweetened around him. "Let us go, Pikachu, and surprise Mom." Upon returning home, Xiaoxi eagerly shared the day's events with Hanako. "Mom, look what I brought back." Hanako approached, puzzled, wondering when her son had become so enigmatic. "Mom, behold my report card." Taking the report card, Hanako observed Xiaoxi's exuberance, suspecting he must have performed exceptionally well. However, as she glanced at the grades, disbelief washed over her. Her expression was one of exaggerated astonishment, akin to encountering the extraordinary for the first time, a mixture of shock and joy. "Xiaoxi, is this for real?" Tears welled in her eyes. She was overwhelmed with emotion, questioning if this could truly be happening. Xiaoxi smiled gently. "Yes, Mom, it's all true." At that moment, Hanako felt a swell of pride and fulfillment as a mother, realizing her efforts had borne fruit. The evening breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness rather than chill. "You've worked hard, Xiaoxi. You must have faced many challenges." Hanako embraced him tightly. "Hey, Mom." Xiaoxi stood still, savoring the warmth of maternal love. After a moment, Hanako regained her composure, reminding him, "Tomorrow, we embark on our journey. Let us have dinner, wash up, and get some sleep." Xiaoxi retreated to his room, gazing at the familiar surroundings, tears brimming in his eyes. A warm home, a cozy room, a caring mother, after tonight. He could not tell when they would reunite. Gently, he took out the Pokemon egg from the box and placed it in the incubator. Following the normal hatching process, the Pokemon inside would emerge in just a few days. Having completed these tasks, it was time for Xiaoxi to pack his belongings, ready to embark on a journey of poetry and adventure. Pikachu patted him gently, signaling him not to dwell on sadness. "I understand, Pikachu. I won't falter here. Every youth should be filled with hope, for a spark can ignite a blazing fire, as long as one harbors dreams and steadfastly continues forward. The dawn of victory will eventually arrive." After dinner, Ash engaged in an endless conversation with Hanako, laughter flowing like a gentle stream. The bright moonlight shone down, resembling a guiding lantern illuminating the darkness of the world, leading lost souls back to their paths. Hanako and Ash stepped into the courtyard, feeling the tender evening breeze and listening to the symphony of crickets. The moonlight cascaded upon their faces. The boy's gaze was resolute, his dark eyes seemingly harboring countless stars. "Our little Ash has grown up, looking so handsome. I wonder if any girls have already fallen for him," Hanako mused, covering her mouth with a smile as she gazed at Ash. "Not at all, Mom," Ash protested. The family was enveloped in warmth, devoid of any worries. "Ash, can you promise me one thing?" Hanako asked, her beautiful eyes lowered as she contemplated the moon above, lost in thought. "Just say it, Mom. I will do whatever it takes to fulfill it," Ash declared, patting his chest confidently, as if nothing could stand in his way. Hanako smiled softly. "It's about your father." Upon hearing this, Ash instantly understood her meaning. "I know, Mom. If I ever meet Dad, I will bring him back." Hanako did not say more, gently stroking Ash's head with a hint of affection in her gaze. Their unspoken words seemed to linger in that look. "You should get some rest. We need to wake up early tomorrow," Hanako reminded him, noticing the night was deepening. Obediently, Ash returned to his room, lying quietly on his bed. The Kanto region. The Johto region, the Orange League, a brand new journey awaited him. The Pokemon he had yet to encounter would soon reveal themselves. This time, he vowed not to settle for merely reaching the top 16 in the Indigo League, nor to be merely an honorary trainer of the Orange Islands or a top 8 finalist in the Silver Conference. Ash silently swore that these honors belonged to him, and he would reclaim them. The next morning, wisps of cloud floated in the pale blue sky, creating white waves. Ash awoke early, brimming with energy as if invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm, completely devoid of sleepiness. He was ready to embark on his journey, with Hanako's reluctant gaze following him. Ash stepped onto the road of adventure. "Please be careful, Ash," she called out. Ash turned back and waved. "I know, Mom. I will take care of myself." "Pika Pika," echoed Pikachu as Ash's figure gradually faded from view. Shin hadn't shown up. Perhaps he was still lost in slumber. Nevertheless, the two had previously agreed to strive to become better versions of themselves. Who knows, they might cross paths again in their travels and battle each other. 3 days apart should warrant a fresh perspective, Ash thought, reminding himself never to underestimate his opponents. Caution is the mother of safety. Even the mightiest have their flaws. History has shown countless examples of those who failed due to arrogance, teaching the world this lesson through bitter experience. Next stop, Pewter City, here I come. Ash strolled along the country path, savoring the exquisite essence of nature. Just as he frolicked with Pikachu, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes, prompting Ash to heighten his vigilance. Pikachu wore a serious expression, fixating on the commotion within the grass, ready to spring into action at any moment. A Pidgey was engaged in a fierce skirmish with a Spearow, neither willing to back down, exchanging blows relentlessly. These two Pokemon often found themselves in conflict. Any seasoned trainer would be aware of this. Additionally, Pidgey and Spearow were prey for the fearsome Arbok, a reality that couldn't be overlooked. Pidgey gender, female type, normal. Flying level, basic, level 6, ability, keen eye-based stats, 251-ish. Observed the Pidgey, noting its admirable spirit. Even in a disadvantaged position, it remained undaunted. The Spearow, too, was not in a good state, battered and gasping for breath, merely holding on by sheer will, instead of fleeing. Pidgey seized the moment when Spearow relaxed its guard and unleashed a quick attack. With a resounding thud, Spearow was knocked to the ground. Ash chose not to intervene. This was the law of nature, and neither side was intent on a life-or-death struggle. Dizzy and disoriented, Spearow shook its head and rose again, glaring defiantly at Pidgey. Ready for round 2? Ash wondered. In a flash, Spearow bolted, leaving a perplexed Pidgey behind. Ash's expression turned to one of disbelief. It ran away. He found it hard to believe how swiftly the once furious Spearow had fled, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps it was true that wise individuals recognize the tides of circumstance. Ash shook his head in resignation. He had initially hoped to witness a grand spectacle between the two Pokemon. Ahem, he chuckled to himself, eyeing Pidgey with a newfound idea. Pidgey noticed Ash's expression and was taken aback. Pip, Pip, it chirped. Ahem, Pidgey, I challenge you. Pikachu scratched its head, hesitating, aware that this seemed rather underhanded. After all, Pidgey had just fought a battle, and its strength would undoubtedly be diminished. Hey, Pikachu, what are you doing? Ash called the Pikachu, still perched on his shoulder. Pika Pika. Reluctantly, Pikachu jumped down, preparing to face Pidgey. Pidgey held a determined gaze, standing its ground without a hint of retreat. Pikachu, quick attack, Ash commanded, seizing the initiative and denying Pidgey much opportunity to respond. Under Ash's guidance, Pikachu launched forward like a shooting star. With a thud, Pidgey staggered back, clearly exhausted. Pidgey, with unwavering resolve, fixed its piercing gaze on Pikachu, exuding an impressive aura. Seeing the steadfastness of Pidgey filled Ash with excitement. If he could capture this Pidgey, it would surely lighten his burdens on the long journey ahead. Pikachu, don't stop. Use Thunder Shock. Ash knew this move was particularly effective against flying-type Pokemon, promising great results. Easy. Pikachu's Thunder Shock hit perfectly, and Pidgey, overwhelmed by the continuous assault, collapsed to the ground. It was evident that Pidgey had succumbed to the effects of a type disadvantage. A smile crept across Ash's face. Pidgey, will you join me as my partner? Regardless of the circumstances, Ash felt it was important to seek Pidgey's consent, especially given the long journey ahead. Though Pidgey had lost its fighting ability, its mind remained sharp, and its keen eyes were fixed on Ash. Ash met Pidgey's gaze, maintaining a steady connection. Uncertain whether it was due to the prowess or the sincerity of Ash, Pidgey nodded in agreement, signaling its willingness. Splendid, Pidgey. Ash's love for Pokemon remained as fervent as ever, filling him with immense excitement. He retrieved the Pokeball given to him by Professor Oak and said, Pidgey, I look forward to our future together. After successfully capturing Pidgey, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He now had 3 Pokemon. Moreover, he possessed a mysterious Pokemon egg, which further fueled his confidence as he smiled faintly, envisioning the formidable ally he had just acquired. Though Pidgey was relatively common, with proper training, it could rival any other flying-type Pokémon. Additionally, this particular Pidgey exhibited a tenacious spirit, establishing a solid foundation for their partnership. At that moment, Ash felt a surge of anticipation, pondering whether the legendary Ho-Oh would appear along this path. He yearned to witness this mythical creature with his own eyes. But he tucked away other thoughts for now. He lacked the ability to capture a Ho-Oh, given the vast disparity in their strengths. Ho-Oh, a dual-type fire and flying Pokémon, was a formidable challenge. If only I had a Master Ball, Ash mused, shaking his head as he continued toward Viridian City. Time slipped by, and Ash finally arrived at the designated location, but the legendary Ho-Oh was nowhere to be found. Indeed, this Pokémon world did not follow the script he had known. Gradually, Ash began to comprehend that, due to the system's influence, this world would undergo alterations. This implied that he would embark on a novel journey and perhaps encounter Pokémon he had never heard of before. With this thought, Ash's excitement intensified, and he could hardly wait to dive into the experience. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the warm sunlight enveloped him like a golden veil. Suddenly, a stern voice pierced the air. "Who goes there?" "Stand still." Ash paused momentarily, glancing back. He beheld a figure clad in a blue police uniform, with light blue hair, exuding an aura of justice. "Is that Officer Jenny?" Ash recognized her instantly. Moments later, Officer Jenny approached on her motorcycle and commanded, "Please present your identification for inspection." Though Ash was somewhat bewildered, he complied obediently, rummaging through his backpack until he finally located his ID. Officer Jenny examined the identification carefully, nodding as she confirmed there were no issues. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ash asked, "Officer, may I inquire what is happening?" After verifying Ash's ID, Officer Jenny relaxed her demeanor, apologizing, "I am Officer Jenny. Recently, poachers have been spotted in this area, so I must remain vigilant." She acknowledged that her earlier attitude was somewhat rash. Ash nodded slightly, understanding, "I see. My name is Ash, and I hail from Pallet Town. I am a novice trainer." He expressed his disdain for the poachers, exclaiming that if he encountered them, they would face dire consequences. Generally, if Pokémon fell into the hands of such poachers, the repercussions would be grave. Poachers often sold Pokémon on the black market, and those who purchased them might subject them to harmful experiments or other nefarious activities. Officer Jenny smiled. "Isn't Pallet Town where Professor Oak resides?" Ash affirmed, "Yes, Professor Oak lives there." After listening to Ash, Officer Jenny did not linger, encouraging him, "Keep pushing forward. Maintain your original intentions and persevere." With that, she rode off to continue her patrol. Ash waved, promising, "I will, and I will protect the Pokémon." After bidding farewell to Officer Jenny, Ash proceeded along the road to Viridian City, remaining alert to the subtle shifts in his surroundings. As Officer Jenny had mentioned, poachers were afoot, and he needed to stay vigilant. Pikachu, ever the diligent partner, transformed into a scout, peering through Ash's binoculars to survey the area. At this pace, they should reach Viridian City soon. Ash quickened his steps, realizing he needed to find accommodations before nightfall. Otherwise, he would have to pitch a tent in the wilderness to endure the long night ahead. To be honest, the idea of spending a night alone in the wild filled him with a touch of trepidation. After all, with the moon hidden by clouds, who knew what might lurk in the shadows? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ash shuddered involuntarily and hastened his pace. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him. What was happening? Why was there such an overwhelming smoke? Ash became alert, his heart racing with apprehension. Chapter 43. All you hear are trash. Ash found himself bewildered by the unexpected fog. His instincts warned him of impending danger, and he demanded, "Who goes there? Show yourself." A loud crash echoed through the sky, and the notorious Team Rocket made their grand entrance. "Wrong. Try again." As the smoke gradually cleared, 3 figures emerged in Ash's line of sight. "Since you have inquired so sincerely, we shall benevolently impart our intentions. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace. We are the harbingers of love and truth, the charming yet mischievous villains. Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Meow." Ash shook his head slightly, already anticipating the appearance of these persistent nuisances. The trio, 2 humans and a Meowth, stood before Ash, their expressions radiating arrogance. Clearly in need of a reality check. I had no intention of engaging, but here we are, Ash thought, surprised that Team Rocket had targeted him so quickly. "Hey kid, aren't you the least bit frightened? We are Team Rocket." James barked, noticing Ash's dazed expression and feeling insulted by the apparent indifference. "What? Team Rocket? To play along?" Ash feigned fear. "Haha, if you're scared, hand over Pikachu and your Pokémon." James proclaimed triumphantly, envisioning a scenario where he would take Pikachu back to their boss. Seeing James grinning foolishly, Ash questioned, "Are you alright?" Jessie smacked James, admonishing, "Stop grinning and finish this quickly to avoid complications. Go Eekins. Go Weezing. Meow. Don't forget about me." With that, Jessie and James unleashed their Pokemon, totaling 3 against Ash. Furrowing his brow, Ash resolved, "If that's the case, then I choose you, Froakie, and my newly acquired companion, Pidgey." In an instant, Ash summoned 2 Pokemon, and Pikachu joined the fray. The current situation in the arena is a tense standoff of 3 against 3, with the outcome still uncertain. Meow, to my surprise, there are so many Pokemon here. Bringing them back will surely earn me praise from the boss. Meow, displaying a fierce expression, is eagerly anticipating capturing the 3 Pokemon before it. Eager to claim glory and rewards. Suddenly, the Froakie standing on the grass calls out to Meow. "Goo goo, goo goo." Little Jessie looks towards Meow and asks, "What is that Froakie saying?" At this moment, Meow's expression stiffens as it declares that everyone present is worthless garbage. Upon hearing Meow's words, James can no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Don't hold me back. I want to take it down." Having traversed the world for so long, they have never encountered such an arrogant Pokemon, especially one that has yet to evolve and is so brazen. James quickly restrains Jessie, urging her to calm down. With a personality like Froakie's, the boss will definitely appreciate it. Gas Bomb, unleash Smokescreen. Arbok, attack with Poison Sting. Meow is not idle, it extends its sharp claws, licking them slightly as it gleams with anticipation, rushing forward at incredible speed. Jessie and James do not delay any longer, knowing that the trainer, Ash, might not be far behind. If a commotion arises, Ash will undoubtedly arrive at the scene in no time. However, they have already discovered that Pikachu is present. Moreover, this trainer appears to be a novice, practically a gift handed to them, an opportunity too good to miss. As members of Team Rocket, seasoned in the ways of the world, they regard Ash with utter disdain. "Pikachu, Froakie, let them see what we're made of." If Team Rocket understood English, they would have taunted him further. "Let's go. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Froakie, unleash Bubble. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack." Ash seizes the moment, decisively launching his attack, leaving the opposing team with no chance to react. In a flash, Froakie's Bubble attack disperses the smokescreen, gradually restoring their clarity of vision. Although Pidgeotto is incredibly fast, its attack power is not particularly strong, merely forcing Meow back a few steps. At the same time, Pikachu's Thunderbolt successfully intercepts Arbok's Poison Sting attack. After taking damage from a Poison Sting previously, Pikachu has become extremely cautious, attentively monitoring Arbok's movements. Arbok, flicking its tongue, glares menacingly at Pikachu as if to assert its dominance. Pikachu, however, feels no fear, glaring back defiantly as the 2 Pokemon engage in a fierce stare-down. How infuriating. It managed to withstand the attack so easily, it seems it possesses some strength. Seeing Ash perform so admirably causes Jessie and James to grow increasingly serious, as they had not anticipated this little brat to be so formidable. This isn't a sustainable situation. Meow. Meow senses that something is amiss, realizing that the opponent does not resemble a novice trainer. Who cares? It must just be luck. Go, Arbok. Let that Pikachu. Jessie dismisses any further thought, viewing Ash merely as a child. If they cannot win against him, how could they continue to function within Team Rocket? Gas Bomb, unleash Mist. Meow exerts its full power without reservation, knowing they must quickly resolve the matter. Ash smiles calmly, feeling no panic in the face of the unfolding scene, for he has already devised a solution. Now, Pikachu, unleash your most powerful Thunderbolt. Froakie, use Lick. Pidgeotto, intercept Meow with Quick Attack. Pika. Pikachu nods, gathering electricity as currents dance across its cheeks, instilling a sense of foreboding. With Froakie and Pidgeotto assisting, Pikachu has ample time to charge its attack. Pikachu. A powerful surge of electricity illuminates the area, leaving Team Rocket momentarily dazed. Even Ash, Froakie, and Pidgeotto are caught in the electric surge. Pikachu. Could you be a bit more careful? Ash exhales a puff of smoke, his hair resembling a wild mess. The powerful current sends James and Jessie flying, leaving behind the remark, "Another failure." What an annoying feeling. Meanwhile, Miss Junsha speeds towards the scene in her police car, her face betraying some concern. Ash shakes his head in resignation, wondering why she couldn't have arrived sooner, as the battle has already concluded. Come back, Froakie, Pidgeotto. You both contributed significantly to this victory. It was not solely my effort, but rather a testament to our teamwork. What's going on here? What happened? Junsha inquires, puzzled by the evident signs of battle in the area, which seems to have been quite substantial. Ash turns to her, explaining, "Miss Junsha, Team Rocket attempted to steal my Pokemon. However, the situation has been resolved. I defeated them." Junsha nods thoughtfully, acknowledging, Team Rocket, those poachers, have not yet departed from this place. With a somewhat awkward smile, Junsha apologizes, I'm sorry for arriving late. I was patrolling the other side when I suddenly heard a commotion and rushed over. Ash reassures her, it's all right, Miss Junsha. I could handle this situation. He does not blame her for her tardiness, recognizing from her sweaty appearance that she must have hurried. Well then, I'll continue my patrol to prevent poachers from reappearing. Miss Junsha does not linger, as there are other factions of poachers aside from Team Rocket that could pose a threat. Ash nods in agreement, stating, all right. I must make my way to Pewter City. Time has been wasted due to the earlier encounter with James and Jesse, so he needs to step up his pace. With James and Jesse hanging limply from the branches, they lament, how could that little brat be so strong? Meow, his Pokemon are impressive. They differ from those we usually encounter. As Ash heads towards Pewter City, he notices numerous wild Pokemon along the way, predominantly bug types, such as Caterpie, Weedle, and Beedrill. However, he has no desire to capture these Pokemon. His sole objective is to reach Pewter City before nightfall, while passing a river. Ash spots an older gentleman sitting by the bank, fishing. Intrigued by the act of fishing, Ash approaches with mild curiosity, thinking it wouldn't take too long to observe. After hesitating for a moment, he decides to take a closer look. Approaching the fisherman quietly, Ash makes sure not to disturb him, as he focuses intently on his line. The fisherman notices Ash's presence, glancing over before returning his attention to the task at hand. Indeed, fishermen possess a singular focus, undeterred by external distractions. With a resounding splash, the elder gentleman successfully reeled in a magnificent carp, a splendid catch indeed. Little she gazed on with a hint of envy. Glancing up at the sky to note the advancing hour, it was time for him to continue his journey. Just as he was about to set off, a voice halted him. Young friend, please wait a moment. Chapter 44, The Missing Starfish. Little G abruptly paused and turned to the fishing elder. Is there something you need? The elder chuckled, the joy of his catch seemingly uplifting his spirits. I noticed your courteous demeanor earlier, and you appear to have a genuine passion for fishing? The elder's tone was slightly uncertain, as Little G had only paused briefly. Little G nodded. Yes, I am indeed quite interested in fishing. Ah, the elder laughed heartily. It is rare for me to be in such good spirits today. It seems we are fated to meet. Allow me to gift you something. Upon hearing the elder's words, Little G was momentarily taken aback. A stranger was offering him a gift. The elder produced a collapsible fishing rod from a small box. This rod has been of little use to me. Waiting for the right person to take it, I would hate to see it rust away. Do not underestimate it. It has helped me catch many formidable Pokemon. Treat it well. Little G accepted the rod with both hands, inspecting it carefully. Indeed, this rod is quite impressive. It feels remarkably smooth. The elder smiled. So, what do you think, young man? Quite a fine gift. Isn't it? A gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples across the river's surface. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Are you heading to Shurjin City? The elder observed the direction Little G was traveling, which indeed led to Shurjin City. Little G nodded slightly. Yes, I am a novice trainer eager to explore the outside world. At that moment, he envisioned the countless Pokemon he had yet to encounter and the gleaming gym badges, his heart racing with excitement. The elder, upon hearing Little G's words, paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. How I wish I could relive those days. But never mind that. Could you do me a favor and deliver something to the resident at 054 on Route 112 in Shurjin City? Without a moment's hesitation, Little G replied, no problem. I promise to deliver it. The elder then handed him a box and returned to his fishing. Little G cradled the box carefully, understanding the importance of gratitude. He knew that accepting the fishing rod was a gesture of goodwill, and delivering the package would not be too arduous a task. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what lay within. Looking at the box, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Its exterior bore no peculiar markings. Perhaps it was best not to open it without permission. After a brief internal struggle, he decided against prying it open, as doing so would reflect poorly on his character and trustworthiness. Since he had committed to delivering the item, he would ensure it reached its destination intact. Starfish, where are you? Little G heard a familiar voice and instinctively turned around. How could it be her? A girl with vibrant orange hair, dressed neatly, radiating the essence of youthful vitality. Hey, young man up ahead, have you seen a starfish? The girl, breathless and drenched in perspiration, had chased up from behind, her face showing signs of fatigue. A starfish? I have not seen one along my way, Little G replied honestly, as he truly had not encountered any sign of the starfish. Upon hearing his response, the girl looked crestfallen. I see. Thank you. Little G contemplated saying more, but the girl had already resumed her search for the starfish, too preoccupied for conversation. After a moment of silence, Little G understood her feelings. The anxiety of losing a beloved Pokemon could weigh heavily on a trainer's heart, often leading to self-reproach and guilt. Without a second thought, he decided to join her in the search for the starfish, momentarily setting aside his journey to Shurjin City. Starfish, where are you? The girl meticulously scoured every corner, leaving no stone unturned in her quest to find the starfish. Her urgency had left her arms marred with scratches from prickly plants hidden among the grass. Furthermore, her delicate skin, unaccustomed to the rigors of nature, appeared tender and vulnerable. Little G opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. He recognized that any words he might utter would be futile. The bond between a trainer and their Pokemon ran deep, often surpassing the understanding of outsiders, forming an unbreakable connection. All he could do was hope that the starfish would be found swiftly, sparing the girl from further distress. Come forth, Froakie and Pidgey. Froakie, Pidgey, I implore you, assist me in locating the starfish. After a brief command, Froakie and Pidgey commenced a thorough search. Pidgey soared high above, keenly scanning the landscape, while Froakie and Pikachu diligently searched the ground for any sign of the starfish. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you. Little G shook his head gently. As a trainer, I can empathize with your current feelings. Stay calm, we will find it. The girl managed a small smile, regaining some confidence as she resumed her search for the starfish. Little G pondered for a moment, contemplating why the starfish had vanished without a trace. Something must have captivated its attention, but what could possibly draw the starfish away? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. I understand. Only under such circumstances could its disappearance be explained. Little G's realization sparked excitement in the girl. Starfish, where could it be? Little G grinned. Follow me, and you shall discover the answer. Froakie and Pikachu ceased their search and joined Little G and the girl as they proceeded forward. Although the girl felt a hint of confusion, it was evident that this young man possessed a strong conviction about the starfish's whereabouts. The refreshing air invigorated them, filling them with renewed vigor. Moments later, they arrived at a bountiful grove teeming with wild berries, a veritable paradise for Pokemon. The girl suddenly realized, how did I not think of this? I must have been too anxious. She patted her forehead, smiling with relief as she glanced at Little G with newfound admiration. Let us head towards the area where the berries grow. The starfish should be there, as its affinity for berries is undeniable. Ash took the lead, bravely stepping forward into a realm that might be fraught with peril, given it was the habitat of wild Pokemon. Pikachu, feeling utterly exhausted, was completely captivated by a plethora of wild fruits. The usually aloof Frogadier, too, lost all semblance of decorum, drooling at the sight of the delectable fruits. Ash shook his head, admonishing, Pikachu, Frogadier, this is not the time for a feast. Hearing his words, they acknowledged with slight nods, their mouths and hands soon brimming with wild berries as they hastily followed Ash's pace. As Ash had stated, their mission was to find Starmie. All other matters could be set aside for the moment. Pikachu and Frogadier understood this well, ensuring that Ash need not worry excessively. Pidgeotto circled above, seemingly vigilant of their surroundings, safeguarding Ash and his companions. The area rich with orange berries should be just ahead. Ash recalled from his studies that this particular plant was quite particular about its living conditions. Insufficient moisture or poor soil quality would render it unable to thrive. Currently, the humidity was remarkably high, and the surrounding flora flourished abundantly. As they pressed on, they soon arrived at the grove of orange berries. Starmie, are you here? The girl called out loudly, ensuring her voice reached Starmie's ears. Starmie, Starmie. At that moment, Starmie, indulging in the orange berries, abruptly halted upon hearing the girl's voice and leapt from the thicket. Look, that appears to be Starmie, Ash exclaimed, quickly alerting the girl beside him. Starmie, Starmie. Upon seeing the girl, Starmie dashed towards her with great speed. Starmie, I was so worried about you. I'm relieved you're safe. The girl embraced Starmie, a radiant smile illuminating her face as the weight upon her heart lifted. Thank you for helping me find Starmie. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Misty. It's a pleasure to meet you. She extended her hand towards Ash with a warm smile, her gratitude evident. I'm Ash, a novice trainer from Pallet Town. I look forward to your guidance, he replied, shaking her hand with a sunny grin. Starmie, Starmie. At that moment, Starmie sported traces of juice from the orange berries it had pilfered, clearly having indulged quite a bit. I'm sorry, Starmie. I didn't realize you were hungry. Misty did not scold Starmie. Rather, she chided herself for her oversight. Ash chuckled, acknowledging that as novice trainers, occasional oversights were entirely understandable and urged her not to be too hard on herself. Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement, signaling Misty to ease her self-reproach. I'll be more cautious in the future to prevent such incidents from occurring again, Misty said, gently stroking Starmie. By the way, Ash, since you're a novice trainer, are you headed to Cerulean City? Ash nodded with a smile. Yes, Cerulean City is our next destination. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the dense forest. A series of piercing sounds that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 45, The Attack of Beedrill. Ash and Misty exchanged curious glances towards the woods, sensing an unsettling tension. Pikachu, standing beside Ash, appeared gravely concerned, as if it had sensed something ominous. Realizing the potential danger, Ash swiftly grasped Misty's hand, urging, "We must leave immediately. Don't just stand there, everyone run." The shrill sounds from the forest intensified, as if something formidable was about to emerge, and it was not a small matter. In an instant, a swarm of Beedrill was upon them, their menacing presence palpable. Witnessing this, Ash broke into a cold sweat. He was all too familiar with Beedrill. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. However, Ash was perplexed. He had done nothing to incite their wrath, so why were they attacking? With no time to ponder further, he ran with all his might, not daring to pause for even a moment. Time seemed to stretch as Ash and Misty pushed themselves to the limits of their endurance, panting heavily, their faces pale and drained. "Ash, I can't go on." Misty gasped, clearly fatigued after such prolonged exertion. Ash himself was not faring well. Beads of sweat coated his forehead as he struggled to keep pace. Glancing back, he saw no sign of the Beedrill in pursuit. Surely, hadn't he followed them? Exhausted, Ash collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath as if trying to inhale every ounce of air. Basking in the summer sun, Ash lay on the ground, quietly absorbing the gifts of nature. Allowing the sunlight and gentle breeze to caress his face, he pondered the unusual aggression of the Beedrill. It was out of character for them to be so irritable, leading him to wonder if something had transpired. Misty retrieved 2 bottles of water from her backpack, offering one to Ash. "You must be thirsty after running so long," she remarked politely. Ash accepted the bottle and took a refreshing sip, gradually regaining his composure. Misty observed Ash, puzzled by the recent events involving the Beedrill. They had not provoked them in any way and yet found themselves in perilous circumstances. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's Jesse and James bore the marks of their encounter, their faces bruised and their bodies swollen. At first glance, one might mistake them for completely different individuals. "Meowth, I told you not to provoke that swarm of Beedrill. Look where we are now." From a distance, one could easily mistake them for a hefty Pokemon, their forms resembling that of a bloated creature. "This was my idea. It was Jesse who insisted that honey would enhance our beauty," James lamented, cradling his swollen face. "Meowth, I'm starving. Let us find something to eat, but steer clear of any honey." The mere thought of those terrifying Beedrill sent shivers down Meowth's spine. "Those wretched Beedrill have ruined my once flawless beauty. I'll burn their nest to the ground." Jessie fumed, her rage boiling over as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Calm down, Jessie. A gentleman waits for his revenge. Let us recuperate first," James suggested, swallowing hard, genuinely concerned that Jessie might rashly seek out the Beedrill again. He had no desire to relive that harrowing experience. "Meowth is right. You still look quite lovely despite the circumstances," James added, trying to soothe her. Hearing his words, Jessie's ire began to dissipate slightly. "Really, Meowth? You think so?" Although Jessie was skeptical, she found solace in Meowth's compliment, and her mood began to brighten. Meow Meow nodded eagerly, affirming that it must be true. Meow Meow never tells lies. A slight smile played at the corners of Kojuro's lips, but it quickly faded, forcing him to feign a gaze into the distance to suppress his laughter. After a series of persuasive discussions between Kojuro and Meow Meow, Musashi relinquished his vengeful intent towards Beedrill. Gurgle, gurgle. Musashi instinctively patted his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. With no honey secured, they would have to scavenge for other sustenance to satiate their appetites. Their meager provisions had been completely consumed, leaving them no choice but to forage locally. The trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, hung their heads low from prolonged hunger, fervently wishing for food to come their way. At that moment, Ash gazed up at the azure sky. Having regained his strength after a lengthy rest, he sighed, unable to comprehend the situation, and decided to cease his pondering. While recovering his energy, he also contemplated the reasons behind the Beedrill's attack. However, after much reflection, he could not fathom why such an incident had transpired. Given the time, they would not reach Tokiwa City before nightfall, so they needed to secure accommodation for the night. With a bitter smile, Ash realized he had not anticipated such a flurry of unexpected events in a short span of time. These occurrences had entirely disrupted his plans. Misty, aware that her actions had delayed Ash, felt apologetic for impacting his journey. Ash waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her that it was of no consequence and that he would simply consider it an experience in outdoor camping. He possessed enough composure not to blame her, especially since the decision had been his own. Without further hesitation, they needed to act swiftly before darkness descended. The 2 of them laid out their tents in a suitable area and began their work. Misty, though somewhat afraid of insects, had not yet encountered anything that would deter her, so she chose a spot where wild bug-type Pokemon were unlikely to appear. Once their tents were erected, the duo felt a sense of relief, knowing they had a place to rest for the night. Moreover, there had been no reports of ferocious Pokemon in this forest, alleviating their concerns. After completing these tasks, Ash did not idle. Instead, he sought out some dried twigs. Pika, Pika. Pikachu cradled a handful of branches, its expression radiating joy. Pikachu, are you not afraid of monsters lurking about in the middle of the night? Ash teased, grinning mischievously while mimicking a frightful gesture. Pikachu, crackled Pikachu, retaliating with a jolt of electricity. Ash experienced a brief shock, albeit somewhat comically. Pikachu, are you not capable of taking a joke? He grumbled, slightly annoyed by the sudden electric surprise. Pikachu, however, ignored his complaints, wearing a haughty expression. It was hard to blame Pikachu, after all. Ash had been the one to initiate the scare. As night fell, the luminous moon hung high above, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. Ash gathered the twigs into a pile, and a fire slowly ignited, forming a small campfire. Due to the significant temperature difference between day and night, it was necessary to rely on some external warmth. Ash and Misty's tents faced each other, not too far apart, allowing Misty to join Ash by the fire. Aren't you specializing in a particular type? Misty inquired, seizing the opportune moment to voice her curiosity. She had noticed during the day that this boy seemed to possess more than just one type of Pokemon. Ash nodded slightly. I do not confine myself to a singular type. Rather, I am an all-rounder. Misty was taken aback. An all-rounder? I have heard that this path can be quite challenging, requiring extensive theoretical knowledge and covering a wide spectrum. Her gaze turned inquisitive, as if she sensed an air of mystery surrounding Ash. Ash smiled gently. You are correct. This journey may indeed be fraught with difficulties. Yet I shall not falter in my pursuit. Misty fell silent for a moment, gazing at Ash with a contemplative expression, perhaps pondering something profound. You must come from a distinguished background, she posited. Ash was momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry, wondering why she would pose such a question. Is there anything particularly special about me? Clearly, Ash could not grasp Misty's reasoning behind her question, as it felt quite peculiar. The night air was cool, and Misty rubbed her hands together. That Froakie of yours, if I recall correctly, is a starter Pokemon from another region. Hearing this, Ash chuckled. My family is quite ordinary, but I hold great love for my mother and feel fortunate. As for Froakie, perhaps it was fate that brought us together. We encountered each other by chance without spending much money. Misty listened intently, her expression reflecting disbelief at Ash's words. If what he said were true, his luck could only be described as extraordinary. Yet, Ash had no reason to deceive himself. Such an act would serve no purpose. Taking a deep breath, Misty, though skeptical, found a degree of reliability in Ash's assertions. After all the events that had transpired, she felt Ash's character was commendable, at least based on his behavior today. If what you say is indeed true, your luck is truly enviable, Misty exclaimed, astonished that a starter Pokemon had been fortuitously acquired by this boy. Just as Ash was about to respond, Misty suddenly cried out in alarm, her demeanor filled with panic. Chapter 46, The Mysterious House. What happened? What's wrong? Ash inquired, becoming alert as he sensed her distress. She must have encountered a fearsome Pokemon or something terrifying. Misty trembled as she hurried to Ash's side. There's a bug. Ash fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Where? Misty, too frightened to look, pointed in the direction, over there, just beneath my feet a moment ago. With no other option, he stepped forward to investigate the bug-type Pokemon in question. Curiosity piqued, Ash approached the spot Misty had indicated, and indeed, he discovered a Caterpie wriggling about. Seriously, Misty? A Caterpie? It hardly poses any threat and is quite adorable, Ash sighed, shaking his head in exasperation as he picked up the little creature and examined it closely. It was indeed plump and rather endearing. Pika, Pika, Pikachu exclaimed, wide-eyed as it stared at the Caterpie. Hey, are you the legendary Rayquaza? Ash jested, feeling playful as he sought to tease the Caterpie. From a distance, Misty shouted, Ash, can you please get that Caterpie away? Misty was a classic example of someone unafraid of the world around her, except when it came to insects. With a mischievous smile, Ash exclaimed, oh, come now. The Caterpie is not so terrifying. Let me show you how adorable it truly is. With that, he picked up the Caterpie and approached Misty. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the forest, emanating from Misty herself. Observing her vehement resistance, Ash decided to cease his teasing. After all, even a cornered dog will leap over a wall, and one should never provoke a person to the point of fury. Come along, Caterpie. It's time for you to return home. The Caterpie tilted its head, hesitated for a moment, then began to slither away. Watching the Caterpie vanish from sight, Misty took a deep breath, finally able to release the anxiety that had gripped her heart. She could hardly believe that Ash had the audacity to declare the cater IQ'd. It was utterly ludicrous. In her eyes, nothing could be more fearsome than those hair-covered caterpillars. As night deepened, the once bustling forest fell into a hushed stillness, as if even the earth had succumbed to slumber. I'm so tired, Ash yawned, feeling the weight of drowsiness begin to settle in, his eyelids growing heavy. It's getting late. We must head to Pewter City tomorrow. You should rest, Misty. Indeed, it is quite late. Good night, Ash. Ash retreated to his tent, collapsing onto his sleeping bag after a long day of exertion, utterly exhausted. Pikachu nestled beside him, contentedly tucked under a blanket, although Misty felt a measure of relief. She prudently rummaged through her backpack for a while before producing a bottle. This should prevent any strange creatures from appearing tonight, she declared, revealing a can of insect repellent, effective against unwanted pests. After ensuring her safety, she returned to her tent, changed into her pajamas, and finally drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Meowth, Musashi, Kodra. You are truly unreliable. At that moment, Meowth shivered from the cold, letting out an involuntary sneeze. Musashi and Kodra were not faring much better, clutching their bodies in an attempt to keep warm. Musashi, perhaps we should look for a place to rest? Kodra suggested, his teeth chattering and his complexion pale. Their original plan had been to capture rare Pokemon in this forest, but unexpectedly, just as they were on the verge of success, that troublesome Junsa had thwarted their efforts. Now, they had lost all their supplies, including food and their tent. To add insult to injury, they had been bested by a mere child. If this were to be revealed, the members of Team Rocket would surely burst into laughter. Kodra rubbed his hands together. Didn't he, the boss, say there might be legendary Pokemon here? Meow, where are these legendary Pokemon? I haven't seen a single hair. In their current predicament, it hardly seemed the right time to discuss such matters. Meowth was not keen on spending the night in this manner. Kodra nodded, shivering involuntarily. Had it not been for the wild berries they had managed to find, their situation would have been even more dire. The trio appeared utterly deflated, devoid of energy, as they searched for a place to spend the night. However, after such a lengthy search, they had yet to discover a suitable spot. Now, as the clock struck midnight, the moon shone coldly above, and the temperature plummeted. Without any means of warmth, this night promised to be a sleepless one. Just as despair began to set in, Meowth seemed to spot something, bouncing with excitement. Meow, Musashi, Kodra, look. There's a house up ahead. Hearing Meowth's words, Musashi and Kodra felt a surge of hope. Yet, as they rushed forward, they halted abruptly at the sight before them. What kind of house is this, out in the wilderness? It appears rather dilapidated, Musashi pondered aloud, equally perplexed by the solitary structure, which seemed all the more unsettling in the dead of night. Gulp. Meow, don't scare me. Meowth quivered at their banter, feeling a growing sense of trepidation. The group stood hesitantly before the house, shoving one another, each reluctant to take the lead. Fully aware of the adage that it is the head bird that gets shot. Are you two not men? Why are you so cowardly? Musashi could no longer contain his frustration and chastised them. Meow, I'm not a man. I'm a cat. Meowth stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Meow. Enough of this. I can't take it anymore. Mustering courage, Meowth charged forward to stand before the crumbling house. The moon was veiled by clouds, and the occasional caw of a crow echoed in the air. Upon closer inspection, the house was indeed covered in cobwebs, with several areas in disrepair. Meow, you too. Come over here. Musashi and Kodra exchanged glances before cautiously approaching Meowth, carefully surveying their surroundings. Meowth sighed in exasperation. It had not expected these two to be even more timid than itself. Let us go in and take a look. It must be an abandoned house. With a creak, the door swung open at Kodra's gentle push, releasing a cascade of dust, indicating that no one had entered in quite some time. Inside, thick layers of dust blanketed the floor, with various discarded items strewn about haphazardly. Kodra and Meowth discovered 2 beds and began to clean up, as it was far too filthy to stay without tidying up. Musashi assumed the role of supervisor, lounging on a chair with his legs crossed, not lifting a finger. Of course, Kodra and Meowth only grumbled a few complaints, but said nothing further. They knew they had faced countless challenges together, traversed mountains and rivers, with each member contributing their share. Although Musashi often appeared aloof, he genuinely cared for Kodra and Meowth. Thus, one must not judge a book by its cover. Appearances can be deceiving, and one should never rely solely on surface impressions to evaluate a person. Meow, I'm truly exhausted. Finally, it's clean. Meowth stood with hands on hips, seemingly satisfied with its labor. Well done, Meowth and Kodra, Musashi remarked, admiring the neat and tidy beds, feeling quite pleased. Without hesitation, he lay down on one. Ah, this is the sensation of a Rayal bed. Kodra and Meowth followed suit, smiles breaking across their faces, reveling in the luxury of not having to endure the elements. Kodra glanced at Meowth, hesitating as if he wished to say something. At that moment, Meowth noticed his demeanor. Meow, just say it. Why are you being so fussy? Meowth was genuinely curious, as Kodra usually had a carefree attitude. Little Kizakura remained silent, seemingly troubled by something. Meow? Kizakura, you are not that kind of person. If you are hiding something from me, speak up. With that, Meow couldn't contain her frustration any longer and extended her sharp claws, looking as fierce as a whirlwind. For a Pokemon like Meow, the most formidable weapon was indeed her claws. Moreover, Meow had many trainers, especially the evolved form, the majestic Meowth, whose overall strength was quite impressive. Some powerful trainers could easily defeat their opponents with the aid of Meowth. The leader of Team Rocket was a prime example, often accompanied by a Meowth, making him quite a prominent figure. The status of that Meowth was even more esteemed than some members of Team Rocket. Meow, will you speak or not? If not, don't blame me for my merciless claws. At this moment, Meow's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. She would not rest until she got an answer. What are you two discussing? Musashi, lying on the adjacent bed, appeared puzzled and had yet to grasp the situation. You must ask Kizakura. He has become so mysterious, speaking in riddles. I suspect you may not be Kizakura at all. Chapter 47. The Trials and Tribulations of Meow. Hey, Meow, you can make wild claims. But you cannot just about medicine. What nonsense. I misspoke. As long as you understand, that's what matters. Kizakura quickly interjected, anxious that they might take him seriously. After all, there existed a Pokemon capable of changing its form at will, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion. That Pokemon was Ditto. Meow had only spoken casually, not expecting Kizakura to react so intensely, stuttering in his speech. This made both Meow and Musashi more wary, especially in such a desolate wilderness, where things were indeed uncertain. Kizakura looked as if he were on the verge of a breakdown. I am indeed Kizakura. Meow, how will you prove it? Present evidence for us to believe you. Meow, inherently suspicious, felt a lingering unease. Furthermore, there was a period when Kizakura had vanished, claiming he went to relieve himself in the bushes. That interval felt particularly lengthy, making Meow and Musashi quite impatient, something they would not forget. Given these signs, doubts inevitably arose about whether something unusual had transpired. Kizakura seemed to sense their thoughts. During my absence, I merely had a stomach upset, which is why it took so long. I have one thing that can prove I am Kizakura. In his flurry, Kizakura suddenly recalled something, almost losing clarity due to his anxiety. Musashi, wielding a whip she had procured from somewhere, urged, you have another chance. Hurry up and speak. Or else. With a sinister grin, Musashi made Kizakura gulp nervously. I remember our motto, surely that can serve as evidence. Since you have sincerely asked, we shall generously reveal it to you. Stop. You mustn't continue. That cannot serve as evidence. Meow immediately halted Kizakura, fixing her gaze upon him. Anyone who has heard us would recall a portion of it. This is not suitable as proof. Musashi nodded in agreement. Meow is right. That does not constitute a secret. It has already been made public. With a swish of the whip against the floor, Musashi warned, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you cannot present something that convinces us, do not blame my ruthlessness. Kizakura took a deep breath, needing to calm himself. Realizing he could not afford to be so hasty. Allow me 2 minutes to think, just 2 minutes, and I will surely provide you with a satisfactory answer. He could only hope to buy himself those 2 minutes, thinking rapidly about evidence and secrets. I've got it. Kizakura suddenly became animated, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Meow, then please, Mr. Ditto. Kizakura, do tell. Meow, you not only wet the bed at night but also talk in your sleep, and... Upon hearing Kizakura's words, Meow quickly interrupted. Meow, stop. Do not say any more. Musashi burst into laughter. I had no idea, Meow, that you had so many secrets. It became clear to them that this was indeed the real Kizakura, not some Ditto. They were convinced, as there were certain secrets only the three of them shared. Ones that even Team Rocket would not know. Kizakura shrugged. Meow, you cannot blame me. You were the one who made me say it. At this moment, Meow's face flushed crimson, as Kizakura had revealed some of her little quirks and secrets. Meow, your odd behavior tonight is truly hard to believe. After confirming that the individual before her was Kizakura, Meow voiced her confusion. After all, the root of the matter lay in this incident, which had led to such a situation. However, fortunately, things were not as dire as they had imagined. Kizakura was still Kizakura. Moreover, Ditto was notoriously difficult to distinguish. Often playful and mischievous, frequently transforming into other forms to tease other Pokemon or humans. Kizakura looked at Meow, pondering a question that had long puzzled him. Unsure whether to ask it. Meow nodded. Ask away. I shall answer you. Kizakura finally spoke. Meow, I remember you used to be beside Boss Sakaki. How did you end up in such a state? This was a question Kizakura had contemplated for quite some time without arriving at an answer. Meow. Meow seemed to plunge into a whirlpool of memories, fragments of recollections resurfacing to form vivid images of her past experiences. Her history was quite tragic and filled with hardships. Back when she was at the Pokemon camp school, she often went hungry, her body frail and weak. This led to many humorous incidents, as her hunger would cause her to mistake a baseball and a glove for a rice ball. It was during one such incident, while trying to snatch what she thought was a rice ball, that she was caught and left hanging from a tree, utterly helpless. Later, she encountered her first love, a beautiful and alluring Meowth, which drew the admiration of her peers. Meow was unabashed in her affections, believing that one only lived once and thus confessed her feelings. Yet, fate was unkind. The heavens did not favor her twisted destiny, but rather played a cruel trick. The female Meowth rejected her, claiming to prefer humans who dressed flamboyantly. Undeterred, Meow resolved to win her affection and diligently attempted to emulate human behavior. No matter how many times she fell, she would rise again and continue to mimic human body language, never giving up. Finally, after enduring countless unseen hardships, she succeeded in learning to walk like a human and speak their language. Thus, she made her grand return, elegantly adorned, flowers in hand, to sincerely confess her love to that female Meowth. However, it remains unchanged, even to the point of leaving Meow Meow grievously wounded. The other party uttered a phrase, walking while standing, a talking Meow Meow, truly disgusting. In that moment, it felt utterly shattered, all its dreams collapsing. Kojiro waved his hand. Meow Meow, what are you doing? Observing the silent Meow Meow, Musashi and Kojiro shared a hint of concern. After all, this was quite uncharacteristic. Meow. I was just reminded of some unpleasant memories. Kojiro slapped himself. Why am I so curious about these things? It's truly infuriating. Meow Meow shook its head. It's all in the past. I was abandoned by Boss Sakamaki because of a certain incident. Had it not been for that, I might have soared to great heights. Musashi and Kojiro listened intently, allowing Meow Meow to express itself without interruption. It was its own decision to share. Once, I delivered coffee to Boss Sakamaki, but I accidentally tripped, spilling coffee all over him. Musashi and Kojiro nodded slightly, grasping the situation better through Meow Meow's explanation. In essence, due to this trivial incident, Meow Meow found itself cast among the three of them. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. That was a position Meow Meow had painstakingly earned, only to plummet back down due to an accident. Perhaps this is the unpredictability of life, like a sausage wrapped in another sausage. Meow, regardless, I am happy now, for I have both of you by my side. Meow Meow did not feel sorrow. Instead, it laughed, a smile of happiness illuminating its face. In that moment, Musashi and Kojiro felt a lump in their throats. Meow Meow, you two, they said, recalling the storms they had weathered together, so unforgettable, filled with both sorrow and joy. Through all the bitter trials, regardless of the challenges they faced, they remained inseparable, that united trio of camaraderie. Do not worry, Meow Meow. One day we will greet the dawn and become better versions of ourselves, Kojiro declared confidently, never willing to relinquish his dreams, believing that even amidst thorns, flowers would surely bloom. Indeed, Meow Meow, we are an indomitable trio, not so easily brought down. Musashi, fearing that Meow Meow might feel lonely, spoke passionately to prevent it from dwelling on unpleasant memories. Why so sentimental, Musashi, Kojiro? I wasn't even crying. Meow Meow wiped its tears, eyes reddening. The two hurried to comfort Meow Meow, not anticipating that their fervent words would bring it to tears. This was not the outcome they had hoped for, but rather counterproductive. After some time passed, Meow Meow and Kojiro shared a bed, both fast asleep in a most casual manner, finding comfort in whatever position suited them. Musashi gradually succumbed to slumber as well, exhausted from the day's labor. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene ambience. In the dilapidated house, a pair of dark red eyes flickered in a corner. No one would notice this secluded spot, as it was exceedingly hidden. This figure drifted silently from the corner, making no sound. Meow, such a large chicken leg, so delicious. At that moment, Meow Meow lay in bed, mumbling in its sleep, the corners of its mouth lifted, drooling unconsciously. Big chicken leg, don't run away. Meow Meow seemed to dream of a colossal chicken leg, suddenly soaring away, calling out loudly. Suddenly, Meow Meow grasped Kojiro's arm, beginning to lick it. Big chicken leg, I've caught you, let me have a taste. Ah, a muffled scream erupted from the forest. Chapter 48, Psyduck Fried Rice? Kojiro cried out in pain, leaping from the bed. Meow, what happened? Meow Meow, awakened by Kojiro's outburst, rubbed its eyes, struggling to open them due to fatigue. Before Kojiro could elaborate, Meow Meow fell back asleep, snoring away. Now that's a new experience. Kojiro shook his head helplessly, inspecting the bite mark on his arm. Thankfully, there was no injury, just a faint impression. Relieved that it was nothing serious, Kojiro also lay down to sleep, albeit at a distance from Meow Meow, just in case it decided to repeat the incident. The next morning, as the sun rose, Ash awoke feeling revitalized. Ready to take on a Tauros with a punch or a Snorlax with a kick. After preparing breakfast, Ash called to Pikachu. Hey, has Misty not woken up yet? Scanning the surroundings outside the tent, he found no sign of the girl, confident that she was still lost in dreams. Time was of the essence. They had already delayed too long and needed to reach Pewter City soon. Upon arriving in the city, he could replenish supplies and acquire items he had forgotten to purchase. The journey ahead was still long, leading to Pewter City, through the Viridian Forest, and then to Cerulean City. This was a city Ash was eager to reach. For a badge awaited him there. Hey, Misty, the sun's already up. Hurry and get out of bed. Regardless, he couldn't just leave without a word. That would be rather rude. Ah, is it morning already? Inside the tent, the girl kicked her blanket, turning over, then fell silent. Ash remained quiet for a moment, realizing he had to employ his secret weapon. Pikachu, munching on breakfast, looked curiously at Ash. Misty, there's a cater pie in your tent, Ash shouted from outside, startling all the Pokémon around, who perked up their ears. Ah, what cater pie? The girl sprang up, frantically glancing around. Suddenly, it seemed she comprehended. Oh, Ash, how dare you tease me? Misty quickly got dressed and stormed out of the tent. Ash. Realizing the situation was amiss, Ash took off running. This isn't my fault. You sleep like a log. I couldn't wake you. After chasing for a while, the girl was panting heavily, unable to catch up to the sprightly Ash. Ash, I forgive you, just stop running. Opting for a softer approach, Misty decided to employ her charm, knowing it often worked wonders on boys. In school, she frequently used this tactic to lure boys, only to give them a good beating afterward. From a distance, Ash chuckled, You think I'm foolish? I'm not falling for that. Possessing a keen intellect, Ash was well aware of Misty's trickery. Such tactics might work on some peers. Perhaps those inexperienced youths who had yet to face the harshness of reality. They had not yet experienced the treacheries of life, only learning through trial and error. Seeing this, Misty pondered for a moment, choosing not to pursue Ash any further, turning back toward the tent. Hiss, why isn't that girl chasing me? Something's off. At this very moment, Ash stood still, contemplating the reasons behind the unfolding events. Let's follow her and see what she is up to, he thought. Without looking back, Misty returned to the front of the tent. Pikachu, it's time for breakfast. A flame flickered to life, indicating that something grand was about to be prepared. Soon, the air was filled with an enticing aroma, wafting invitingly all around. Unfortunately, one individual could only watch longingly. Come on, Pikachu, eat up. The delicious noodles, steaming hot and accompanied by various toppings, could only be described as perfection. Pikachu pointed eagerly at the ketchup nearby, exclaiming, Pika, Pika. Do you want ketchup, Pikachu? Misty asked, handing the condiment to him. From a short distance away, Ash watched the scene, unable to suppress a gulp of envy. Noodles, with ketchup no less. He glanced at the dry bread in his hands and felt a pang of jealousy. Pika, Pika. Pikachu held a bowl full of noodles, delight radiating from his face as he devoured them with gusto. Traitor, Ash exclaimed. Misty smirked slightly. Too bad, it's almost gone. Soon there will be no soup left. Though Ash was a person of principles, he could hardly resist the temptation of delicious food, especially when it was his favorite noodles topped with ketchup. The more he thought about it, the more he was tempted. Oh well, it's just a beating I'll have to endure. Ultimately, his resolve wavered. Spotting the last bowl of noodles, he rushed over. Pikachu, save me some. So tasty. Ash lifted a bowl of noodles, adding a sprinkle of seasoning and ketchup, transforming it into a dish reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty's culinary delights. The flavor was nothing short of heavenly, leaving him utterly captivated. After savoring the last spoonful of broth, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, as if his very soul had been uplifted. However, he seemed to have forgotten something Misty. Just then, he felt a chill creeping down his back. Was it good? Misty's voice cut through the air, and Ash instinctively replied, Yes, it was good. It better be. Eat more. Misty had stealthily approached him, her piercing gaze locked onto Ash. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug on his ear, his face flushing red. You tricked me. Take this. After enduring a thorough scolding, they tidied up their belongings and gathered the litter they had left behind. They had received proper education on environmental protection and would not carelessly discard trash. Many might think that a small piece of litter could not possibly impact the ecological environment, deeming such concerns exaggerated. But is that truly the case? Waste does not decompose in the soil, leading to hardened and alkaline soil, diminishing its ability to retain water and nutrients. Nature operates as a delicate web of life. Human beings and nature are inextricably linked. Pollution from waste not only harms the environment but poses significant risks to humanity as well. Once Ash and Misty were prepared, they set off on the road to Pewter City, united by a common goal, to challenge the gym and earn their badges. The long journey brought them encounters with many adorable Pokemon, and the picturesque scenery was a delight. Soon, they arrived in Pewter City and found a restaurant to satisfy their hunger. The vibrant city bustled with life, its streets alive with the flow of people. Most individuals were accompanied by their Pokemon, having formed enduring partnerships. The names of various shops were distinctly quirky, such as Big Mouth O Fresh, BB Bird Express, and Shanai Massage. Even the restaurant they entered was whimsically named Psyduck Fried Rice. Welcome. What type of fried rice would you like? We have a wide variety. The owner, overflowing with enthusiasm, approached Ash and Misty with a broad smile. After a brief glance at the menu, they quickly ordered 3 servings of sausage fried rice. Great. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly. The owner cheerfully walked to the kitchen. Psyduck, 3 orders of sausage fried rice, and make it quick. Ash was taken aback by the name of the dish. Psyduck fried rice. Suddenly, he grasped the meaning behind the restaurant's name. Growing slightly bored while waiting, Ash took out an incubator from his backpack, which held a Pokemon egg. There don't seem to be any signs of hatching. It probably won't emerge anytime soon. Misty, intrigued, gazed at the egg. What kind of Pokemon is this? Typically, it's challenging to identify a Pokemon egg based solely on its appearance unless it's something unique or special. However, certain techniques could reveal the Pokemon contained within. Ash shook his head. I'm not sure what Pokemon is inside. It was a gift from the principal. Just then, an elderly man with white hair seemed to take notice of Ash's egg. Young man, may I take a look at that egg? Ash, feeling secure in broad daylight, readily agreed. Sure. The elderly man pulled out a magnifying glass and examined the egg closely for a moment. Interesting. So it's this little thing. Ash's heart leapt with joy. Do you know what Pokemon is inside? The old man smiled warmly, appearing very amiable. Youngster, that is not what matters. A competent trainer shouldn't be overly picky. Ash nodded. Understanding the underlying message, he should focus on his own journey rather than fixate on trivial details. Being a clever young man, Ash refrained from pressing the elderly gentleman further. You two seem like novice trainers, the old man remarked kindly. Although he appeared to be over 50, his vitality was commendable and his complexion was vibrant. Ash nodded. Yes. My goal is to become the best trainer. Misty shook her head in resignation, clearly skeptical of Ash's aspirations. To her, it seemed like a mere daydream. In a world teeming with trainers, many gifted individuals were born into privilege, standing atop the hierarchy, far beyond reach. Ash was merely an ordinary person, lacking a strong background or an exceptional Pokemon. While Froakie was a starter Pokemon, it was not particularly rare, easily obtainable by those of wealth. The elderly man smiled slightly. Youngster, just keep working hard. Let fate take care of the rest. Chapter 49. An encounter with Brock's father. Although Misty internally scoffed, she did not express her disdain outwardly. Everyone should have dreams. Otherwise, what sets them apart from a mere fish out of water? However, it must be said that aspiring to be the #1 Pokemon trainer is akin to aiming to be the richest person. Both are equally daunting challenges. After exchanging a few brief words, the elderly man took his leave. As he gazed at the receding figure, Ash's resolve grew ever more steadfast. He understood that he was merely an ordinary individual, unable to indulge in whims like those affluent heirs who can acquire any Pokemon they desire. Yet he harbored a firm belief that this verdant expanse was never devoid of prodigies. It was diligence alone that served as the exclusive ticket to success. No matter how formidable an opponent's Pokemon might be, he would not waver in the slightest. Ash was impervious to any toxic negativity. For becoming a Pokemon master was his heartfelt aspiration. Without making an earnest effort, he would never truly comprehend the limits of his potential. Despite the odds being stacked against him, he would hold his head high, shattering constraints through sheer skill and nurturing the seeds of his dreams with perspiration. Pardon the wait. Gentlemen, the sausage fried rice is here. The proprietor cheerfully approached, placing the steaming dish on the table. Enjoy, and be careful, it's hot. Pika Pika. Pikachu leapt from Ash's shoulder, eyeing the fragrant dish with eager anticipation. Let's dig in, Pikachu. Misty. After such a long journey, Ash was ravenous. And upon arriving in Pewter City, his first priority was to satisfy his hunger. Is this the Psyduck fried rice? He pondered, but something seemed amiss. Perhaps it would be better to stick with the name sausage fried rice. Ash relished every bite, embodying the essence of a true food enthusiast. Once they had replenished their supplies and completed their errands, the duo set forth on the road to Cerulean City. the place where they could truly showcase their talents, a brand new stage. Within the lush expanse of Viridian Forest, numerous bug-type Pokémon frolicked about, some playfully chasing one another, while others basked lazily in the sun. This was a testament to the rich ecological environment of Viridian Forest, making it an ideal habitat for Pokémon. Wait for me. Ash. I'm scared. At this moment, Misty had shed her previously haughty demeanor, closely tailing Ash. Isn't it inappropriate for a girl and a boy to be so close? Are you secretly harboring feelings for me? Ash seized the opportunity to tease the girl, relishing the chance for playful revenge. However, Misty paid him no mind, her attention entirely captivated by the bug-type Pokémon, leaving her no time to engage Ash. Ah, so you choose to ignore me? Ash smirked. Misty, you surely don't want to. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the Viridian Forest. Have you become restless again? It seems you weren't disciplined enough during the day. Ash instinctively covered his flushed face. It was clear that provoking this girl was best avoided. In that moment, Ash found himself reminiscing about his former classmates, realizing how gentle and kind they had been. Nevertheless, it was comforting to have a companion on this long and arduous journey, alleviating his solitude. As they continued their trek toward Pewter City, they unexpectedly encountered a disheveled man with a buzz cut. Simultaneously, the man's eyes lit up, spotting the two newcomers. Hey, handsome and beautiful. Care to take a look at my wares? I assure your satisfaction. Ash halted, recalling a familiar face. Could it be? He remembered that this man was none other than Brock's father, Flint. Misty glanced at Ash, wary of the man amidst the wilderness. We must be cautious. He might be up to no good. Don't worry, let's check it out. I'll be right here. Ash, fully aware of the man's identity, strode over confidently. Misty's vigilance was commendable. It was wise to be cautious around strangers, especially in Viridian Forest, where encounters were scarce. Danger could lurk unexpectedly. After a moment's hesitation, Misty followed, only to discover she had unwittingly acquired a spray-like object in her hand. What is this? Just a pile of rocks? Do you think we're foolish? She retorted, glaring at the heap on the ground, showing no leniency toward the man. Upon hearing her words, Flint's expression shifted slightly, his face twitching momentarily before he managed to smile. Many people say the same. Only those with insight can appreciate the hidden wonders within. Both Ash and Misty fell silent, sensing that Flint perceived them as naive and utterly lacking in discernment. These are just ordinary stones. You could find better quality by simply picking one up off the street. Initially, Ash had been curious, wondering if there might be evolution stones among them, but it was evident that there was nothing of value in the pile. Flint, unfazed and composed, remained adept at handling such situations. After all, the two novice trainers had already fallen victim to his schemes, and these two, appearing youthful, were likely unaware of the dangers that lurked in the world. With a hearty laugh, Flint declared, "You see, this is where you lack understanding. These are not mere stones. They are treasures that can bring you luck. I can tell you two are heading to Pewter City, likely to challenge the gym leader." Ash nodded. Yes. And what of it? Flint sensed his plan was nearing fruition. This is the perfect antidote to rock types. With it, defeating the Pewter gym leader will be a breeze. And it's only $50. Ash chuckled awkwardly. No, thank you. I'm confident I can defeat the gym leader without it. And my friend here specializes in water types, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Given the type advantages, Ash felt assured of Misty's capabilities, barring any unforeseen circumstances regarding their opponent's strength. $50 meant nothing to the affluent, but for Ash, raised in a modest household, frugality was second nature. Money was to be spent wisely. He simply couldn't justify spending $50 on a stone. Flint's expression soured slightly, genuinely surprised by Ash's maturity, which belied his age. How dull. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Ash turned to leave, unwilling to let this encounter hinder his journey any further. Wait, Flint called out, desperation creeping into his voice as he watched them depart, unable to accept the loss. With the low-foot traffic in Viridian Forest, his only option was to resort to such dubious schemes. Were he to conduct business in a city, it would not be long before the authorities would come knocking. Ash did not pause, urging Misty, forget him. Our goal is to reach Pewter City. We've already wasted enough time, and we cannot afford to linger with this fraud. He shook his head, though he was uncertain why Flint appeared so despondent. He likely had his own burdens to bear. It was best not to involve himself in such matters. I have another service that will surely satisfy you. Flint, like an indefatigable cockroach, rushed toward Ash once more. As Xiaoji walked forward, he spoke. Then you tell me. Let's see if I can be moved. He held no affection for Wunung, who idled away his days while deceiving others. I can take you to Nibby City at double the speed for just 20 yuan. What do you think? Wunung maintained a professional and sincere smile, clearly not new to trickery. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi's expression subtly shifted. 20 yuan for double the speed to Nibby City intrigued him. Xiaoxia, what do you think? At that moment, Xiao Xia's face remained unchanged. Bug-type Pokemon were not very common in this area anymore. It sounds quite appealing. How about we each pay half? She suggested after careful consideration. 10 yuan each to reach SH Can City at the fastest speed was something they could accept. Xiaoxi nodded. Double the speed, are you certain? Given Wu Ning's history of deception, Xiaoxi felt compelled to express some skepticism. Wu Ning smiled and suggested. How about this? You pay me once I successfully get you to Nibi City. Hearing this condition, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Xiao Ji was not worried about being sold off. After all, Wu Ning was the former gym leader of Nibi City, not the sort to stoop to such depths. Indeed. Under Wu Ning's guidance, they took shortcuts and moved swiftly. Look, that city ahead must be Nibi City, Xiao Xia exclaimed, her excitement evident. She hadn't anticipated arriving there so quickly. Xiao Ji silently praised Wu Ning, realizing that experience counts for a lot. Had they traveled at their normal pace, they would have arrived only by nightfall and the sun had yet to set. Wu Ning grinned. So, how do you find my service? Xiao Ji nodded in approval. Not bad. Let's head to the city center first. Moments later, they arrived in Nibi City. Chapter 50, A Deceptive Lottery? The streets were lined with shops, bathed in brilliant sunlight, while traffic bustled by. Now that we're in Nibi City, it's time to settle the payment, right? Although it wasn't a large sum. For a drifter like Wu Ning, any earnings were welcome. Xiao Ji, being straightforward, handed over the 20 yuan. Wu Ning accepted the money with a quiet thank you and did not linger. Xiao Ji shook his head. He couldn't force Wu Ning to meet Xiao Gang. But the underlying reasons were truly perplexing. As dusk approached and after a day of travel, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia decided against challenging the gym immediately, as that would be unwise. Regardless of one's strength, there are always moments of vulnerability. After finding accommodations, they checked in separately, as sharing a room would be rather awkward. Privacy was essential for both bathing and changing. Just as Xiao Ji was about to sleep, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have arrived in SH Can City. Reward, 2 bronze lottery tickets. Xiao Ji was momentarily startled. What on earth? The system was notoriously unpredictable, and the host had no freedom to use it at will, leaving him at a loss for words. Over time, he had almost forgotten about the existence of this system. Its presence was so faint that it seemed superfluous. What on earth is a bronze lottery ticket? Without further thought, he took advantage of the unreliable system. Use 1 bronze lottery ticket. Be sure to utilize a cheat if available. Ding ding ding. The first bronze lottery ticket is now drawing. Congratulations, host, you have received a great ball. Xiao Ji fell silent for a moment. Is this it? He felt a surge of frustration. A mere great ball felt rather stingy. However, upon reconsideration, he acknowledged that at least he hadn't had to spend his own money. With a heavy heart, he accepted the great ball and settled in for the night. He chose not to use the second bronze lottery ticket immediately, exercising restraint, a principle he understood well. Moreover, this deceptive lottery bore an uncanny resemblance to certain other platforms. Nevertheless, a great ball held significant advantages over a standard Pokeball, offering a much higher success rate in capturing wild Pokemon. Tomorrow, they would challenge the gym. It shouldn't be too difficult. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoxi soon drifted into slumber. Outside, the vibrant city continued its rhythm, and the night air felt remarkably refreshing. As day transitioned into night, the moon concealed itself behind clouds, gradually fading away, heralding the arrival of dawn. So fragrant. At that moment, Xiaoxi was lost in a dream. His expression one of pure enjoyment, seemingly still in slumber. Pikachu had naturally awakened, standing beside Xiaoxi, scratching its head. Pika? After a moment, noticing that Xiaoxi showed no signs of waking, Pikachu nudged him. Unsurprisingly, given how deeply Xiaoxi slept, it was a daunting task for Pikachu to rouse him. Pikachu glanced at the clock. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. Pikachu hurried over, straining to open it. Its small stature made the task rather challenging. Oh, it's you, Pikachu. Is Xiaoxi still asleep? Xiao Xia peeked her head in, assessing the situation. Sure enough, Xiaoxi was still snoring away. Pikachu, go wake Xiaoxi. I need to go buy breakfast, Xiao Xia instructed before heading downstairs, leaving Pikachu looking somewhat bewildered. Pika? With its strength, the chances of waking Xiaoxi seemed slim. Pikachu shook its head and returned to the bedside, employing its secret technique. Easy. With a burst of electricity, Xiaoxi was forcibly awakened, momentarily dazed. Pikachu glared at Xiaoxi, pointing to the clock. Although Xiaoxi was awake, he appeared as if still lost in a dream, sitting on the bed, half asleep. What's the matter, Pikachu? Xiaoxi's gaze shifted, and he was startled. Is it already past 9? Pikachu, why didn't you wake me up sooner? Pikachu regarded Xiaoxi with a look of disbelief. Quickly, Xiaoxi scrambled out of bed, dressed, and began his morning routine. He caught a glimpse of his rather handsome reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but admire himself a bit longer. After a simple breakfast, they followed the navigation to the Nibby City gym. The gym's exterior was quite peculiar, resembling a pile of raw stones stacked together. This won't collapse, will it? Of course, Xiaoji was merely jesting. A proper gym could hardly collapse so easily unless it had been poorly constructed. The dojo was enveloped in darkness, so thick that one could hardly see their own hand in front of their face, casting doubt upon the presence of the dojo master. Is the master here? We have come to challenge the dojo. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia stood at the entrance, hesitating to enter. Just as they felt a sense of confusion, a beam of light appeared from the high platform. Who could this be? In the shadowy surroundings, Xiao Gang's figure emerged, with sun-kissed skin and small yet bright eyes. I am Xiao Ji from Jinxing Town, here specifically to challenge the dojo. Xiao Gang, standing atop the platform, smiled. Oh, another trainer, how delightful. I am Xiao Gang, the master of the Nibai City Dojo, and I gladly accept your challenge. As a dojo master, he felt no fear, even against two novice trainers. After briefly outlining the rules of the match, the battle commenced in earnest. Come forth, Geodude. Pokemon. Geodude gender, male type, rock ground level, 15 ability, rock head base stats, 300. Xiaoji grinned confidently. In that case, I choose you, Froakie. He would not make the mistake of disregarding type advantages and would naturally prioritize his Pokemon with favorable attributes. Pokemon. Froakie gender, male type, water level, 14 ability, torrent hidden ability, protean base stats, 314. Having undergone rigorous training, Froakie had reached level 14. With the advantage of type effectiveness and minimal level disparity, Xiaoji felt assured he could secure victory in this initial battle, which would significantly boost his team's morale. How unexpected to see a Froakie. Xiao Gang's pupils dilated, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. The seemingly plain Xiaoji, with his modest attire, had surprised him by possessing a starter Pokemon. This is indeed intriguing. However, Xiao Gang was undeterred by the type advantage. This was his belief and his resolve. Knowing that rock and ground types faced considerable challenges, Froakie remained defiant and full of spirit, exuding confidence. Geodude, too, was no pushover, having weathered many storms in battle. Geodude used Defense Curl. Rather than recklessly attacking in light of the type disadvantage, Xiao Gang opted for a more cautious approach. After using Defense Curl, Geodude's defenses were significantly bolstered, appearing remarkably resilient. Now, Froakie unleashed Bubble. In a favorable turn of events, Xiaoji's strategy was bold, instructing Froakie to attack directly. Dodge, Geodude. Xiao Gang maintained his composure, meticulously observing Froakie's every move, refusing to take any chances, perhaps due to the quickness of Xiao Gang's command or Geodude's extensive experience. It successfully evaded the attack. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. Geodude's reflexes exceeded his expectations. Better to proceed with caution, he thought, growing increasingly serious. Unwilling to accept defeat in his first battle. Geodude, it's time for us to strike back. Use Rock Throw. The ground trembled violently, resonating with the impact. Xiaoji remained unfazed, commanding Froakie to counter the falling rocks with Bubble. Froakie, steadfast and unyielding, showed no fear of the enormous boulders. The collision between the bubbles and rocks produced a thunderous sound, stirring up clouds of dust. That was easily dealt with. Geodude's attack had failed to inflict any harm on Froakie. In that case, let us go all out. Geodude, use Rollout. Xiao Gang recognized that this battle would be fiercely contested, necessitating the full extent of his efforts to seize even a slim chance of victory. Geodude, resolute, nodded firmly, aware that Froakie's strength was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Geodude radiated a brilliant light, momentarily blinding Xiaoji and the others. Massive clumps of earth surged toward Froakie, the attack resembling an unassailable tide. Froakie, do not be outdone. After using Bubble, execute Water Shuriken. Froakie seemed to have awaited this command eagerly, launching itself forward as soon as it received Xiaoji's directive. Froak, with a fierce determination ignited within, Froakie became increasingly resolute in battle. In an instant, a torrent of bubbles collided with the rolling rocks. Chapter 51. The performer Pikachu Xiaoxia, seated in the spectator area, watched the formidable Geodude with bated breath, feeling a wave of anxiety for Xiaoji. Simultaneously, she scrutinized Xiao Gang's battle tactics, searching for any potential weaknesses, as she too aimed to challenge him for the dojo badge. In this world, perfection is a myth. Every individual possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Pika Pika. Pikachu waved its cheering stick, tirelessly rallying support for Xiaoji, undeterred by being overlooked in favor of Froakie. Boom. The visibility in the arena began to blur, obscuring the unfolding events, causing the onlookers to grow increasingly anxious. Froak. Just then, Froakie's figure emerged, albeit looking somewhat worse for wear. Xiaoxi smiled, for he saw Geodude lying on the ground, having lost its fighting capability. Well done, Froakie. With this victory, Xiaoxi had triumphed in the first battle. He needed to win just 2 more to claim the gray badge from the NI dojo. The thought of that exquisite badge fueled Xiaoxi's fighting spirit, igniting his determination to obtain it. Xiaogang nodded slightly. Impressive. Youth truly breeds heroes. I commend you. Xiaoxi laughed heartily. You flatter me. It was merely luck. You're Geodude, and you are both exceptional. With mutual praises exchanged, they prepared for the next confrontation, for the battle was far from over. Come forth, Zubat. Zubat, adorned in deep blue, boasted a wide mouth with 4 white fangs, yet lacked eyes. Xiaoxi smiled lightly. Return, Froakie. According to the battle rules, challengers could select a new Pokémon after completing a round. Zubat, with a base stat of 245, possesses commendable attack and speed. Then it is you, Pikachu. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's command, Pikachu eagerly leaped down from the spectator area to join his side. Pika, Pika. At that moment, Pikachu's spirits were high, after much anticipation. It was finally time to take the field. Pikachu, let us give it our all. With only 2 battles standing between him and the gray badge, Xiaoxi was resolute in his pursuit. He must exert himself fully to ensure that no unexpected occurrences arise. Only by securing the badge can he finally ease his anxious heart. Pikachu nodded, fixing a keen gaze upon the Zubat before him, eagerly anticipating the battle. Zubat, unleash your wing attack. At present, Brock's Zubat had reached level 15, still in its first stage, and yet to evolve. In contrast, Ash's Pikachu had attained level 16. A marginal difference, but Pikachu's electric-type abilities could effectively counter the flying-type Zubat. Thus, Ash's choice to deploy his Pokémon was not a matter of whim, but rather a decision born of careful contemplation. Pikachu, use Double Team. Soon, multiple illusions of Pikachu appeared in the arena, making it exceedingly difficult to discern which was the genuine Pikachu. Zubat, clearly disoriented, could only attack randomly, failing to strike at Pikachu's true form and merely dispersing a few of the illusions. Alright, it's our turn now. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Although Ash enjoyed the advantage of type effectiveness, he did not allow himself to grow complacent. History is replete with heroes who fell from grace due to their arrogance, leaving them with nothing but regret. Pikachu. A powerful surge of electricity shot forth at lightning speed, striking Zubat squarely. Boom. Zubat had no opportunity to react, as the speed was akin to a flash of lightning. All that could be seen was a flicker of white light before the attack connected. At that moment, Zubat plummeted to the ground, utterly incapacitated. How was this possible? Brock could hardly believe his eyes. A single move had taken down Zubat. Though Ash's technique was commendable, this outcome far exceeded his expectations, bordering on the miraculous. Undoubtedly, the key lay in Pikachu's formidable prowess. Without such strength, this feat would have been unattainable. At this moment, Ash was somewhat taken aback himself. He had not anticipated that Pikachu would grow so rapidly. Yet for him, this was nothing short of a momentous boon. I didn't expect your Pokémon to be so impressive, truly astonishing. However, I still have one final ace up my sleeve. Let us see how you contend with this. Brock had only 1 Pokémon left, but it was his strongest card. Come forth, Onix. With a resounding crash, a colossal Pokémon emerged, exuding an imposing presence. Ash clenched his fist, fully aware of Onix's capabilities. Among unevolved Pokémon, it was undoubtedly a standout. Composed of massive boulders, Onix's exterior was remarkably hard, and its offensive power was not to be underestimated, boasting a total base stat of 385. What does this signify? While Froakie is one of the starter Pokémon, it has a base stat of only 314. The disparity between the two is considerable and cannot be overlooked. Pikachu's base stat is merely 320, far inferior. Nonetheless, Onix's strengths and weaknesses were pronounced. It possessed exceptional defense but was notably slow. Pikachu, can you still fight? Ash inquired, a hint of concern in his voice, for Pikachu's electric-type moves would be ineffective against Onix, significantly limiting its offensive capabilities. Pika, Pika. Pikachu glanced at Ash, signaling its readiness to engage in battle. Alright, I understand. Ash smiled confidently, choosing to trust in Pikachu. Pikachu, use Double Team. He refrained from hastily attacking Onix, as that would merely expose vulnerabilities and grant his opponent an advantage. Brock held a deep-seated trust in Onix, as it was his first Pokémon, having weathered countless challenges together. Many who appear glorious in the eyes of the public are often unaware of the sweat and toil that lie behind the scenes. Go forth. Onix, my partner. I believe in you. You can do it. Onix, use Tackle. Brock shifted from a defensive strategy and initiated an assault. Drawing upon the experience gained from previous encounters and capitalizing on his absolute advantage, he sought to seize the initiative. Onix barreled forward, ruthlessly dismantling Pikachu's illusions until it ultimately located the true Pikachu. Boom. Onix charged ahead with ferocity. Be careful, Pikachu, don't get hit. Should Pikachu be struck by this blow, it would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Onix's body, composed entirely of stone, would inflict significant pain even with the slightest contact, let alone a full-speed charge. Pikachu reacted swiftly, darting aside with remarkable speed, yet this exertion drained a considerable amount of its stamina. Brock smiled slightly, urging, Onix, don't stop, keep attacking the Pikachu. Upon hearing Brock's command, Onix let out a fierce roar and charged forward, kicking up dust from the ground. Pikachu continued to evade, utilizing its speed advantage. And for a time, Onix was unable to land a blow. However, Ash recognized that this could not persist, as Pikachu was becoming increasingly fatigued, gasping for breath. Pikachu. We must take the offensive. Use Iron Tail. Currently, electric-type moves were entirely ineffective, but fortunately, the Iron Tail technique could inflict considerable damage on Onix. Onix, use Rock Slide. Brock opted not to have Onix evade, for the likelihood of successfully dodging was exceedingly slim. Dragging its massive form, Onix's speed could not match that of Pikachu. Rumble. Chunks of rock hurtled toward Pikachu, forcing it to defend itself. Pikachu's Iron Tail struck against the boulders, causing them to shatter upon impact. Gulp, gulp. Pikachu clutched its stomach, seemingly indicating it was time for a meal. Ash immediately sensed that something was amiss. Pikachu, please don't play tricks on me. Alas, it appeared that Pikachu's hidden ability, Actor, had been triggered. Brock's heart leaped with excitement. The moment had arrived. Onix quickly used Tackle. The instant Pikachu exposed a vulnerability, Brock seized the opportunity. As a seasoned strategist, he was not about to let this rare chance slip away. A moment's hesitation could spell disaster. Onix, quick to react, charged toward Pikachu as it sensed its weakened state. Pikachu, evade. Onix is coming. Boom. In an instant, Pikachu was knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. Ash's expression darkened. Pikachu. There was nothing to be done. The actor ability had activated, and Ash felt powerless. You've worked hard, Pikachu. Although Pikachu despised being confined within a Pokeball, it was now battered and bruised, necessitating healing within the ball. Now, with only 2 Pokemon remaining, Froakie and Pidgey, it was clear that Froakie would be the choice. Ash did not deliberate long, for Pidgey's level was far too low, and it was at a disadvantage against Onix, making its deployment seem less than promising. He now places all his hopes on the Froakie, determined to give his all regardless of the outcome. Ash remains true to his original aspirations, presenting his most confident self and bravely confronting the challenges ahead. His passion for Pokemon is akin to an impenetrable shield against any overwhelming force, rendering him impervious to defeat. Brock nodded, acknowledging that this is the spirit a young trainer ought to embody. Let us strive with all our might. Chapter 52. A single move decides the outcome at this moment. Brock could not help but commend the young boy before him. He saw in this lad a beacon of hope, reminiscent of the sun rising at dawn, full of vigor. Onix, do you have the confidence to overcome the opponent? Onix nodded, its gaze resolute. Excellent. Then let us showcase our strength. Go for it, Onix. Perhaps inspired by Brock's encouragement, Onix radiated an undeniable power, surpassing its earlier performance. Froakie, I entrust you with this. Ash and Froakie shared a deep understanding, as if infused with a unique energy. Let us go, Froakie. Leave no room for regret. He understood that if Froakie were to lose, his chances in the subsequent battles would significantly diminish. The newly captured Pidgey, despite its potential, lacked both overall strength and synergy. Moreover, the opponent was a seasoned veteran, indicating that a fierce battle was inevitable. Froakie's proud demeanor would not permit the adversary to act so recklessly. With a speed advantage, Froakie charged forward, delivering a couple of swift strikes to Onix. However, the outcome was apparent. Onix's formidable defenses absorbed the blows with minimal damage. Onix is indeed tough. Froakie, use Bubble Attack. Brock countered. Onix, perform a rollout attack. Boom. The 2 attacks collided, reverberating throughout the gym. Misty looked on in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable boy was proving to be exceptionally formidable. Ash was indeed full of surprises. Having observed Ash's match closely, she now realized that the boy she had previously underestimated shone like the sun. Due to the gym's openness, several spectators had gathered, occupying the viewing seats to witness this visual spectacle. If one were to look closely, they would notice a middle-aged man sitting in a corner, exhibiting a somewhat timid demeanor that suggested a hint of awkwardness. This man was none other than Brock's father, Flint. At this moment, Flint had concealed his identity well enough that no familiar face would recognize him. He watched the 2 combatants intently, furrowing his brow slightly. This young man seems rather extraordinary. Brock, my son, I hope you won't blame your father. Flint dared not make any sudden movements, quietly sitting on the bench, awaiting the final outcome. The situation remained uncertain, as luck is an unpredictable element in battles. Take, for instance, that Pikachu, which was immensely powerful yet delivered a shocking result, leaving one to question their own eyes. A Pikachu that could easily defeat a Zubat suddenly found itself starving at a critical moment. Thus, the onlookers turned their attention back to Froakie, who appeared to be the more reliable contender. At this moment, both trainers exchanged blows in a fierce back-and-forth, with neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. Ash took a deep breath. Indeed, as the gym leader, Brock demonstrated remarkable prowess even in the face of type disadvantages. He felt a weight of solemnity. He had initially believed that he could easily secure victory through type advantages. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent's experience. These seasoned trainers have maintained their reputations for a reason. Otherwise, they would have long since faded into obscurity. Let us give our all and determine the ultimate victor. Froakie, unleash your most powerful bubble attack. Let the single move decide the outcome. After a prolonged battle, it was evident that a resolution was needed to conclude this fierce confrontation. Brock's lips curled into a smile. He too had faith in his Onix, the strongest card in his hand. Onix, if the result is not in our favor, then let us fight with all our might before the dust settles. Thunderous vibrations filled the arena, and the audience held their breath in anticipation, eager to see where victory would land. This was their all-out effort, and the result was imminent. Boom. As the dust began to settle, the scene slowly revealed itself to the spectators. Look, that figure seems to be Onix. Wait, no, that's Froakie. Could it be that both had endured the attack? In an instant, the audience erupted in chatter, struggling to comprehend the astonishing outcome. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the arena as Onix collapsed, motionless. Everyone look. Onix has fallen. Gasps filled the air. It seemed that Ash's Froakie had triumphed. Froak. At this moment, Froakie appeared battered, yet its eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Froakie. Ash was overwhelmed with excitement, scooping Froakie into his arms and spinning joyously. Brock chuckled. You did well, Onix. Your name is Ash? Brock, not having the best memory, confirmed once more to avoid any potential embarrassment from misnaming him, especially after having mistakenly called a previous trainer by the wrong name. Ash nodded yes. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Brock nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed impressive. A remarkable trainer. With that, he produced a hexagonal badge. This is the grade badge from the pewter gym. Please accept it. Ash trembled as he accepted the badge. Is this really a badge? It was his first, and he found it hard to believe. The tangible sensation sent shivers through him. After expressing his gratitude to Brock, Ash approached Misty. So, what do you think? Wasn't he at an exhilarating duel? Misty forced a smile. Yes, indeed. Seeing Ash's familiar cheeky demeanor, her desire to compliment him evaporated instantly. Let us head for lunch. The gym leader requires some time to recover his Pokemon. Ash rubbed his slightly empty stomach, recalling the delectable meals outside, unable to suppress his salivation. Misty nodded. Sounds good. We'll need the energy after lunch. They reached a consensus to prioritize their meal before addressing other matters. Food enthusiasts, let us feast. Dining is the essence of life. Arriving at a quaint eatery, Ash and Misty sat across from each other amidst a bustling crowd. It was apparent that although the place was modestly sized, the quality of the food was assured. Masters reside among the populace. True connoisseurs of cuisine remain indifferent to external conditions. Xiaoxi ordered a serving of roasted duck leg rice, while Xiaoxia opted for merely a portion of carrots. Alas, the realm of women is one he struggles to comprehend. Life is but a fleeting journey. Why confine oneself to endless rules? One ought to eat and drink freely, prioritizing personal comfort above all. If one is a vegetarian, that is perfectly acceptable, as long as one does not impose such restrictions upon oneself, but rather engages in endeavors that resonate with their true self. My apologies for the wait, said the waiter, balancing the dishes with a hint of remorse. After all, the influx of patrons today had been overwhelming, nearly causing the kitchen to burst into flames. Xiaoxi smiled and reassured, the crowd is understandable, right, Xiaoxia? Xiaoxia, ever empathetic, nodded. It's no trouble at all. Thank you for your hard work. The waiter, upon encountering such considerate customers, felt an immediate alleviation of fatigue. The effort seemed worthwhile. Sometimes, the power of words can uplift a person's spirits for an entire day. The world would indeed be a more beautiful place with a touch more kindness. As the saying goes, to give a rose is to leave a lingering fragrance. If everyone could temper their harsh words, disputes would diminish and quarrels would lessen. Xiaoxi devoured his meal with gusto, visibly pleased with the food. Pikachu sat beside him, relishing a cob of corn. This parallel world still housed ordinary mammals and various familiar fruits and vegetables. Pikachu. Xiaoxi suddenly recalled something, casting a stern gaze at Pikachu. Pika. The little creature, engrossed in its meal, looked up in confusion, its big eyes wide with innocence. "You just imitated me," Xiaoji exclaimed, referring to the earlier gym battle against Onix, during which Pikachu had faltered at a crucial moment, nearly costing him the match. A displeased expression crossed Pikachu's face, electricity crackling at its cheeks. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xiaoji quickly changed his tone. "No, please don't, Pikachu." A wise individual knows when to yield. He decided to focus on his meal instead, saving the reprimand for another day. Seeing Xiaoji relent, Pikachu pouted but resumed eating. Xiaoji sighed in relief and concentrated on his roasted duck leg rice, pondering whether this truly was the famed Dahongya duck. "This restaurant's flavor is simply extraordinary," he exclaimed, showering praise upon the food. Xiaoxia, though less exuberant, acknowledged the establishment's distinctiveness. This underscored a vital truth: the world is vast, and one must never confine oneself like a frog at the bottom of a well. Countless unknown experiences await discovery. After their satisfying meal, both Xiaoji and Pikachu leaned back, contentedly burping. It was hard not to believe that Xiaoji, on this journey, might have gained several pounds following their feast. Xiaoxia did not forget her primary objective, to challenge Xiao Gang and acquire the gray badge. Chapter 53. Xiaoxia and Xiao Gang. Xiaoxia understood that the gym leader of Ni City was not as simple as she had initially thought. From her recent battle with Xiaoji, she recognized that despite her water-type Pokemon holding a significant advantage, the confrontation could prove quite challenging. Defeating even one of the starter Pokemon, Froakie, would not be an easy feat against Onix. She must give her utmost effort and showcase her true abilities to seize victory. "I hope to secure the gray badge smoothly," she mused, her expression revealing a hint of concern, indicating a lack of confidence. "Oh dear, is that not my sister Xia? The fearless woman who fears nothing? How could she be afraid of this?" Xiaoji commented, feeling restless and uneasy. Xiaoxia's expression darkened. "Xiaoji, do you believe I won't retaliate?" Xiaoji dashed away, fully aware of his limitations. He could not possibly stand against this formidable woman. Furthermore, as a gentleman, he would never engage in physical confrontation with a woman. Of course, prideful as he was, he would never admit that he was outmatched by Xiaoxia. A woman wielding a bicycle was indeed an intimidating sight. It was wiser to avoid direct conflict. Xiaoxia had grown accustomed to Xiaoji's antics, as he seemed to thrive on avoiding a well-deserved thrashing, as if he would lose sleep if not subjected to some form of playful punishment. Moments later, they arrived once more at the familiar stone structure of the Ni gym. The interior was brightly lit, with Xiao Gang seated atop his platform, awaiting the next challenger. It seems Xiao Gang's Pokemon have regained their strength, Xiaoji thought, now devoid of any responsibilities, ready to watch the unfolding events. "Hello. I am here to challenge the gym," Xiaoxia declared boldly, undeterred by the opponent's formidable prowess. Upon seeing her, Xiao Gang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "This beautiful lady, I can hardly bring myself to battle you." Xiaoxia sighed, tapping her forehead. "Please, gym leader, maintain your composure." Observing Xiao Gang's smitten expression, Xiaoji could only awkwardly chuckle to himself. He had hoped for some maturity in Xiao Gang, but it appeared he remained unchanged. Xiao Gang scratched his head, chuckling. "My apologies. I accept your challenge. In respect of your skills, I shall not hold back." Both sides prepared for battle, the confrontation imminent. Xiaoji, seated in the spectator area, felt a twinge of concern for Xiaoxia. It seemed he had yet to witness the full extent of her abilities. "Come forth, Stereo. Indio, Zabat." They both released their Pokemon, each exuding unwavering confidence. At any moment, a heart filled with self-assurance can secure half the victory. In Pokemon battles, success hinges not only on the Pokemon's overall strength, but also on the trainer's skillful execution. Stereo, give it your all. This was Xiaoxia's inaugural battle, and she was determined to triumph in her first encounter. As time flowed, both Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia were left with only one Pokemon each. "Come on, Magikarp. I'm counting on you, win this." The Magikarp, predominantly white with red fins and a sharp horn atop its head, trembled slightly in Xiaoxia's hand. Her anxiety evident as her palms grew sweaty and her breathing quickened. "You can do it, Xiaoxia." Xiaoxi cheered, his veins bulging with enthusiasm, leaving no energy unspent. Nearby spectators wisely distanced themselves from Xiaoxi, fearing they might become victims of his fervor. Xiaoxia glanced in Xiaoxi's direction, nodding slightly. The final battle was crucial to her quest for the gray badge. "Go, Onix. Use Bind." Xiao Gang showed no mercy, unleashing his full power, revealing his mightiest side. "Magikarp. Use Splash." Xiaoxia took a moment to calm her emotions. She knew she could not lose her composure in this critical situation. Remaining calm would allow her to perform exceptionally well and secure victory over her opponent. With the swift movements of her horned goldfish, its speed significantly increased. making it impossible for the Onix to make contact. Now is the moment. The horned goldfish unleashed the water pulse. Seizing the opportunity while the Onix rested for a brief moment, Xiao promptly issued her command. Boom. The water pulse struck the Onix with precision. And due to the type advantage, the damage inflicted was immense. Onix, unable to contain his surprise, found himself re-evaluating this remarkable girl, as her performance was far more impressive than he had anticipated. At this moment, the Onix, having endured the assault, appeared to be on the brink of collapse, swaying precariously. The Onix retaliated with a tackle. Xiaojing felt somewhat helpless. The type disadvantage had significantly diminished the power of rock and ground-type moves. Boom. The Onix, regaining its resolve, charged forward with determination, its pride refusing to allow it to falter. The Spearow, after moving swiftly, unleashed another water pulse. Xiao opted not to use the horn attack, as the Onix's defense was simply too formidable. Ordinary moves could not breach the Onix's defenses, so she prioritized the water-type attack for a more secure approach. Bang! After a tremendous crash, the Onix fell to the ground, entirely incapacitated. Return, Onix, Xiaojing said, clapping his hands. You and that boy named Ash are indeed full of surprises. Congratulations, Xiaoxia, you have earned the gray badge from the pewter gym. With a gentlemanly demeanor, Xiaojing presented the exquisite gray badge. Ash leaped down from the spectators' area, exclaiming, "That was amazing, Xiaoxia. I didn't realize you were so powerful." Regardless of the circumstances, Ash acknowledged Xiaoxia's strength, recognizing her stable mindset and impressive combat skills. For some reason, Xiaojing appeared somewhat troubled, as if he were preoccupied with something. Both Ash and Xiaoxia noticed this and asked, "Gym leader, is something wrong?" "Please don't feel too pressured. Failure is common in battles, and you have done exceptionally well." They comforted Xiaojing, believing he was disheartened by his consecutive losses. Xiaojing shook his head, saying, "It's not because of that. I truly envy you." Ash, puzzled, inquired, "Gym leader, what do you mean by envying us?" Xiaojing gazed toward the entrance of the gym, smiling softly. "What I aspire to be is not the top trainer, but an exceptional breeder." Ash nodded slightly, understanding. Since Xiaojing's father was not present at the gym, he needed to support it, which limited his freedom. Those dreams and pursuits were gradually being overshadowed by the mundane realities of life, eventually fading away into obscurity. "Xiaojing, I'm back." From a corner of the spectator area, a cloaked figure stood up, slowly removing their cloak to reveal their true appearance. "Dad?" Xiaojing rubbed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. "Yes, Xiaojing. I'm sorry. I hope you won't hold it against me." Xiaojing embraced his father, Wu Ning, saying, "It's all right. Seeing you safe and sound is what matters." Wu Ning patted Xiaojing's head, encouraging him, "Go on, pursue your dreams, and leave no regrets. I will take care of everything at home and the gym, so you need not worry." Xiaojing nodded. "Please take good care of my younger siblings. They have endured so much." Wu Ning smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Everything will be fine here. You should travel with these two young ones." Ash said nothing more. An extra pair of hands would mean additional strength, making the journey less lonely. Moreover, Xiaojing's prowess assured that he would not become a burden. After briefly discussing matters with Wu Ning, Xiaojing hurried home to pack his belongings, preparing to set off immediately. He had awaited this day for far too long, and excitement coursed through him as he pursued his dreams. Everyone has their own dreams. As long as one dedicates themselves wholeheartedly, leaving no regrets, that dream is already half fulfilled. Ash and Xiaoxia also needed to return to their lodgings, organizing their belongings for the next leg of their journey. They agreed to meet on the road to Moonview Mountain, as it would save considerable time and eliminate unnecessary back and forth. All were in agreement, ensuring they had everything they needed. Shortly after, Ash and Xiaoxia arrived at the designated meeting spot. Xiaojing had already reached it and was waiting for them. "I'm quite familiar with the route to Celadon City. I'll lead the way," Xiaojing volunteered. Ash and Xiaoxia nodded in agreement, as they needed someone knowledgeable to guide them to Celadon City. However, to reach Celadon City, they would have to traverse through Moonview Mountain, the most direct route. Moonview Mountain, what a lovely name. Does it hold any significance? Xiaoxia asked as they walked alongside Ash and Xiaojing. Ash was not particularly knowledgeable about Moonview Mountain. Xiaojing chuckled. "I'm not sure where the name originates, but I've heard that a meteorite once fell upon this mountain." Xiaoxia pondered for a moment. "A meteorite?" Xiaojing nodded. "The legendary meteorite is referred to as the Moonstone, which seems quite mysterious." The group continued their discussion and soon arrived at the entrance of Moonview Mountain. Chapter 54. Falling into crisis thinking of the three sisters in Celadon City, Iris, Peony, and Sakura, Ash felt an even greater anticipation. Cough, water ballet, Ash shook his head, reminding himself that he could not indulge in such thoughts. He was a person of integrity. "It's so bright, it's a bit blinding." Initially, The light within the cave was overwhelming for Ash and the others. This area has been developed by people, which is why it looks like this, Xiaojing explained, pulling out goggles from his backpack and handing them to Ash and Xiaoxia. Once they donned the goggles, they felt much more comfortable, no longer dizzy from the intense light. The group continued along the path, hastening toward their next destination. Is that a Sandshrew? Ash rushed forward to approach the Sandshrew, offering it a bottle of mineral water. The Sandshrew appeared weak, likely due to dehydration. A single bottle of water quickly ran out, illustrating the dire state of the local ecosystem. Xiaojing sighed. It's unfortunate. But many come here in search of the Moonstone, which has adversely affected the ecological environment. Soil erosion and plant die-offs disrupt the entire food chain. Witnessing this scene, Ash felt a pang of sorrow. After drinking the water, the Sandshrew scampered away, perhaps frightened by their presence. Let us continue ahead, Ash said, his spirits dampened by the sight, which he least wanted to witness. Who are those people ahead? Suddenly, a youthful male voice emerged from behind. Xiao Ji and his companions turned to look, and there stood a man clad in a white lab coat, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. We are novice trainers en route to Hualan City, he announced. Xiaoji couldn't help but question the identity of this individual. The presence of a researcher in such a place struck him as peculiar. Generally, Yuejian Mountain was home to common Pokemon, such as Sandshrew and Zubat, all of which had been thoroughly studied. The man in the lab coat smiled and replied, I am a researcher from Nibi City. I heard there have been unusual occurrences here, so I came to investigate. Xiaoji glanced at Brock beside him and whispered, Do you think what he said is true? Brock nodded, affirming he is indeed correct. There have been some unusual happenings in Yuejian Mountain recently. The man in the lab coat smiled again. If everything is fine, you should leave this place quickly. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face, as if he were concealing something. Xiaoji observed these signs keenly, further solidifying his suspicion that the individual might not be a legitimate researcher. Understood. We shall continue our journey to Hualan City, Xiaoji replied, maintaining his composure while preparing to unravel the mystery behind this man's intentions. The man in the lab coat, upon hearing this, gradually lowered his guard and turned to leave. Xiaoji pretended to walk forward while closely monitoring the direction the man took. Brock, quickly send your Zubat to follow that man. Something feels off. Xiaoji cautiously explained to Brock. Come forth, Zubat, and follow him discreetly without being detected. Although Brock was somewhat skeptical, he trusted Xiaoji's instincts and decided to see how the situation unfolded. Moreover, Xiaoji's earlier points were indeed perplexing. What are you two discussing so secretly? Misty, who had yet to comprehend the unfolding situation, interjected. Xiaoji had no choice but to inform her. I suspect that man was not a researcher at all. Upon hearing this, Misty chuckled lightly, but he is wearing a lab coat. How could he not be a researcher? Xiaoji fell silent for a moment. Have you ever heard of the term imposter? He then articulated his findings, which began to sway Misty's belief. Based on what you've said, there does seem to be something amiss. Now, they could only await the return of Zubat, which would guide them to the man's hidden base. Xiaoxi's instincts told him that this matter was far from simple. Before long, Zubat returned. Let us go. Following Zubat will reveal the truth. Brock dashed ahead while Xiaoji remained at the back of their group, ensuring their safety. As they trailed Zubat, they soon arrived at a cave. At the entrance, they could faintly hear noises from within. Fortunately, there were no guards stationed at the entrance. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite complicated. Quick, hide. Someone's coming. Xiaoji immediately heard footsteps and hurriedly warned his companions to conceal themselves in a nearby cave. The moment passed swiftly, and they would finally be free from this wretched place. Who wouldn't he wish for a swift resolution? It was becoming exceedingly troublesome. Two men in lab coats passed by without noticing Xiaoji and his friends. Eavesdropping on their conversation piqued Xiaoji's curiosity. After waiting a moment and confirming that the two men had moved on, they cautiously approached the cave entrance. They dared not make any sudden movements, merely peering inside to gauge the situation. Inside the cave, numerous instruments were arranged, illuminated by bright lights. There were individuals in white lab coats as well as those in Team Rocket uniforms. How could they be with Team Rocket? Misty gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had heard of Team Rocket's notorious reputation at school, known for their nefarious deeds. Xiaoji smirked. As expected, it truly is you. Suddenly, two individuals in Team Rocket uniforms approached Xiaoji's direction. The superiors mentioned disturbances over here, yet there is nothing to report. What a waste of our time. Let us hurry back to our posts. Xiaoji and his friends had already retreated to the safety of the cave, but now they faced a dilemma with guards on duty. Brock stood pensively, contemplating their predicament, appearing quite disheartened. For a moment, they all felt somewhat helpless. Yet they could not simply ignore the situation. The presence of Team Rocket signified that something sinister was afoot. Perhaps we should report this to the authorities and devise another plan afterward. Xiaoji concluded, as it was the only course of action he could think of. Brock and Misty nodded in agreement. At this point, contacting the police seemed to be the best option. Before long, Xiaoji dialed the number and accurately relayed their situation. Fortunately, the circumstances were relatively favorable. Their phones had signal, and the other party was unaware of their location. Hence, they could only wait for the police to arrive. Refraining from taking any rash actions in the meantime, Xiaoji assessed the situation, noting that Team Rocket's influence was not to be underestimated, especially with their numbers. If they acted recklessly, they would likely provoke Team Rocket and incite unfavorable repercussions. Just then, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Xiaoji and his companions, but vanished almost instantly. Let us take a moment to rest, as we have nothing else to do. Xiaoji leaned against the wall, preparing to take a short nap. As the wait was becoming increasingly tedious, Brock and Misty followed suit, having been on the move all day and engaging in Pokemon battles. The three of them gently closed their eyes, seeking to rejuvenate themselves. Suddenly, a plume of red smoke enveloped the entire cave, filling the air with a peculiar scent. Xiaoji's eyes shot open in alarm. What was happening? This unexpected turn of events put all of them on high alert, as danger could strike at any moment. Come forth. Pidgey. Arise, Zubat. You shall be my choice, Stereo. The three released their respective Pokemon, bracing themselves for battle. Clapping echoed through the haze, revealing a band of mischievous individuals who exhibited audacity beyond belief. Emerging from the thick fog were a dozen individuals wearing gas masks and dressed in Team Rocket uniforms. It was evident that Team Rocket had discovered their presence. This smoke is problematic, Xiaoji realized upon seeing their gas masks. However, it was too late. Misty had already succumbed and collapsed, her body rendered weak, leaving only a fragment of consciousness. Ha ha ha, this is the fate that befalls those who provoke Team Rocket. The leading Team Rocket member regarded Xiaoji and his companions with disdain, perceiving them as mere novices utterly incapable of posing a threat. Xiaoji clung to the hope of enduring a little longer, yet his body was gradually slipping beyond his control. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head and a profound fatigue that rendered him incapable of exerting any strength. Even his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Xiaogang, possessing the greatest stamina among them, remained the sole fighter, still valiantly holding on. Observing this, the leader of Team Rocket erupted into laughter, declaring, I am eager to see how much longer you can endure. Xiaogang shook his head and commanded, Noivern, unleash your wing attack. Regardless of the circumstances, he is now the sole hope for everyone. Even if he cannot vanquish the adversary, he must at least buy some time. They have already alerted the authorities, and the police should soon arrive at Moonview Mountain. He truly resembles an indomitable cockroach. Come forth, mighty hound, and enlighten this young man across the way, allowing him to grasp the formidable prowess of our rocket team. The body of the great wolf dog is cloaked in a gray hue, while its limbs are adorned with black fur. Chapter 55. Peril. The revelation that it is indeed a great wolf dog is dire news. Xiaogang's expression darkens. He realizes that a direct confrontation is futile, fully aware of the vast disparity between them. The great wolf dog has undergone a significant phase of evolution, resulting in a substantial enhancement of its overall strength, rendering the supersonic bat utterly incapable of contending with it. What on earth are you all doing? The Rockets player smiled and said, What business is it of yours? Interfering in the affairs of the Rockets will only bring you misfortune. Xiaogang, in an effort to buy time, could only devise various strategies. Do you know who my father is? If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go. Upon hearing Xiaogang's words, the Rockets player paused for a moment, taken aback. Are you jesting? Ha ha ha. There are indeed some individuals that our rocket team dares not provoke. The members of the rocket team beside him burst into laughter, feeling that this young man is utterly oblivious, naively simplifying their organization. The strength of the rocket team is beyond the imagination of outsiders, after all. To establish influence across such a vast expanse requires a formidable foundation. Their power extends far beyond just the Kanto region, having infiltrated numerous other areas as well. Enough of this idle chatter. I have no time to waste. The great wolfhound shall unleash its crushing bite. At the command of the Rocket's male member, the massive hound surged forth like a black whirlwind, dashing out in an instant. Before the soundbat could even react, the hound had already leapt upon it, baring its menacing fangs, presenting a rather chilling sight. With a single, thunderous strike, it obliterated the soundbat, demonstrating an insurmountable disparity in prowess. The sheer ferocity was astounding. Although Xiaogang had mentally prepared himself for defeat, the swiftness of this overwhelming blow was still somewhat unforeseen. At that moment, Xiaogang, having inhaled too much smoke, felt his body gradually weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. You all, ensure they are securely confined. Do not hinder the boss's affairs. After the members of Team Rocket had subdued Ash and his companions, they were left in the care of these operatives while he attended to other matters. When Ash and his friends regained consciousness, they discovered themselves confined within an iron cage, surrounded by numerous Team Rocket members. The walls were adorned with a dozen incandescent lights, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable from daylight. However, under normal circumstances, devoid of illumination, this place would be utterly dark, shrouded in impenetrable gloom. Amidst the bustling activity, individuals operated various instruments, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Let us not panic. They are too preoccupied with their tasks to pose an immediate threat. Ash thought as he took a deep breath. In perilous situations, it is imperative to maintain composure to keep one's mind clear and devise a solution swiftly. Brock, Misty, remain still and feign unconsciousness, Ash whispered, cautiously opening one eye and lowering his voice to ensure the Team Rocket members could not overhear. Understood, we'll follow your lead. The two responded, skillfully playing their parts, leaning against the iron bars, appearing as though they were still in a state of unconsciousness. Why doesn't the boss just dispose of these brats instead of leaving me to watch over them? Grumbled a Team Rocket member with dyed red hair, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. The man beside him shook his head. I told you to study more, yet you chose to tend to cattle. The boss has his reasons for acting this way. That is precisely why he holds his position, and you do not. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man became quite displeased, exclaiming, What, do you think you can take charge? Witnessing this somewhat juvenile exchange, Ash's lips curled into a faint smile, though he quickly regained his composure. In order to avoid drawing too much attention, they needed to maintain such a demeanor, thus diminishing their presence. The red-haired man appeared exceedingly dissatisfied with the task of monitoring Ash and his companions, for it was a tedious and monotonous endeavor, lacking any semblance of excitement. I'll go use the restroom. Keep an eye on these little rascals, he said. Before the man named Yuan could respond, the red-haired individual hastily rushed out, seemingly in a state of urgency. The man left behind could only shake his head in resignation. This fellow was always so reckless, which was unacceptable. As members of the Rockets, they had to remain perpetually vigilant and cautious. Should they fall into the hands of the police, the consequences could be dire, facing a sentence of a decade or more in prison, or even the death penalty. Among the members who joined Team Rocket, some are pursuing their dreams, while others are compelled by the harsh realities of life. Ash, with his keen intellect, immediately recognized this fact. At present, there was only one Team Rocket member overseeing them. This situation presented a significant opportunity, contingent upon their ability to seize it. The key dangled from the man's waist, appearing tantalizingly close yet, in reality, quite distant. Without the proper tools, they could only gaze longingly. Furthermore, their Pokeballs had been confiscated and placed in a neighboring cage, which housed many Pokemon, though they seemed to be in a rather poor state. Pikachu, too, lay listlessly within, seemingly affected by some unseen force. Under normal circumstances, such a state would be inconceivable. After a moment of silence, Ash thought to himself, Wait, I believe I have conceived a plan. With a fervent expression, Xiaoji cast his gaze towards Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he was looking at her, as she possessed no ability to transcend the heavens or traverse the earth. No, he reassured her. There's no need for such extraordinary feats. I merely require your assistance. Xiaoji felt that hope was within reach. The present moment was ripe for action. With the red-haired man yet to return, success or failure hinged upon this decisive moment. Xiaoxia suddenly realized the truth. Now she understood. She subtly shifted her position, striving to minimize any noise, prepared to halt her movements at the slightest indication of others passing by. Through her relentless efforts, she gradually approached the outermost edge, drawing closer to the direction of the Team Rocket member. Just a little more. Come on, Xiaoxia. Ash observed as Xiaoxia extended her hand, fervently praying for her success, while keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. What is taking him so long to return? Could something have gone awry? The Rockets player lingered momentarily, only to be suddenly enveloped by a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, as though he were being closely observed. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned around to investigate. However, when he turned back, the few individuals inside the iron cage remained in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of abnormality. He failed to notice that Xiaoxia's position had changed. After all, his sole responsibility was to oversee them and prevent their escape. He had little concern for Xiaoji and the others, merely viewing them as a group of young children devoid of Pokemon. It could be said that those within the iron cage were utterly defenseless, posing no threat to them. What a close call. They almost got discovered. Fortunately, Xiaoji was observant and quickly alerted Xiaoxia to cease her actions, thus averting a tragedy. After a brief moment, Xiaoxia extended her hand once more, as her arm was the slenderest among the group. The gaps in this iron cage were not particularly large, making it impossible for Xiaojing and Xiaoji to pass through. Hence, Xiaoxia was their only savior and the best option available. Were they on the brink of success? Both Xiaoji and Xiaojing held their breath, so tense that they seemed to forget to breathe. The emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs are anxious. Their feelings were even more urgent than Xiaoxia's. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm. Danger alert. At this moment, the cave flickered with red lights, and the alarm blared incessantly. Indeed, had something significant occurred? The Team Rocket Guard watching over Xiaoji and the others rushed over, anxious to ascertain the situation. The sudden alarm startled Xiaoji and his companions, who feared their cover had been blown, nearly causing their hearts to stop. Xiaoxia smiled faintly, having successfully acquired the key, and it was a perfect conclusion. Seizing the critical moment, Xiaoxia extended her entire arm and, just as the man lifted his foot, she successfully grasped the key. The situation outside must indicate the arrival of the police force, right? Xiaoji felt a lingering unease, yet under the current circumstances, it was monumental news for them. At that moment, no one paid any attention to Xiaoji and his friends. Some were frantically gathering equipment, while others fled without a backward glance. In dire straits, those fearful of death would hardly contemplate anything else. As long as they were not captured by the police, they could still have a chance to rise again. Xiaoji successfully unlocked the iron cage, and the moment he stepped outside, he felt invigorated, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. He then proceeded with the key to the chamber where Pikachu was held captive, liberating Pikachu and the other Pokémon inside. The joy of reuniting with their Pokeballs was unreservedly displayed. Xiaoxia's eyes glistened with tears. She thought she had lost Haixing. Xiaoji, overwhelmed with happiness, lamented. "It's all my fault, Pikachu." Noticing Pikachu's weakened state, he promptly returned it to its Pokeball, planning to visit the Pokémon Center after their escape. "Come back, Haixing." Xiaoxia shared the same sentiment. Her priority was to leave this dreadful place, not wishing to linger there for even a moment longer. The personnel clad in white lab coats shed their layers of constraint, facilitating a swifter escape. "Let us hurry and leave this place to avoid any unforeseen incidents." Xiaoji dared not linger any longer, for the danger was palpable. "Those little brats, are they trying to make a run for it?" A middle-aged man's voice echoed from behind Xiaoji. Chapter 56. Desperate Situation. Just as Xiaoji lamented, "Speak of the devil, and the devil appears." He couldn't help but slap his forehead in exasperation. "You little brats, don't even think about escaping amidst the chaos." The Team Rocket member, clad in a uniform, glared fiercely at Xiaoji and his companions, showing no intention of letting them go. "Come forth, Zubat." Xiaoji glanced at the opposing Zubat and resolutely called, "All right. Then it's you, Froakie." Since Pikachu was still in a weakened state, despite its type advantage, it was unable to participate. "Xiaoji, you're not fighting alone. We're with you." Xiaojing and Xiaoxia refused to abandon Xiaoji, choosing instead to face the challenge together, no matter how formidable the opponent might be. They were a team, partners in adversity, ready to confront the unknown challenges ahead. "Come forth, Corphish. Onix, let us go." In an instant, Xiaoji unleashed 3 Pokémon, creating an impressive display of pressure that caused the Team Rocket member to tremble slightly. However, his Zubat was at level 21, holding a significant advantage. So he chose not to retreat. In the eyes of the Team Rocket member, the opposing Pokémon were merely low-level creatures, incapable of matching his Zubat's prowess. "Zubat, unleash Supersonic and teach these ignorant brats a lesson." Buzz. Due to the level disparity, Zubat's speed was remarkable. The Supersonic was released in an instant, enveloping Xiaoji's Pokémon. At that moment, Xiaoji felt a pang of anxiety. The Supersonic was exceedingly troublesome, and the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Froakie, Onix, and Corphish were now dazed and severely hindered in their actions. "Froakie, you must hold on and shake off the effects of Supersonic." The Team Rocket member laughed mockingly. "Don't struggle in vain. My Zubat's Supersonic is not so, Froakie." Before the Team Rocket member could finish his taunt, Froakie had regained its fighting spirit, evidently having dispelled the confusion. How was this possible? The man gaped in disbelief, unable to reconcile the scene before him. Yet, the truth was undeniable. He had nearly overlooked the fact that Froakie was one of the starters from the Kalos region. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." The Team Rocket member erupted into laughter, displaying no fear towards the now-revived Froakie. "Zubat, use Wing Attack and eliminate the pesky frog." Boom. A massive whirlwind began to form, sweeping towards Froakie with terrifying force. After all, Zubat was at level 21, having reached the entry-level stage. Each 10 levels marked a significant threshold, meaning that Froakie would face immense difficulty in overcoming the Zubat. "Froakie, dodge. Don't let the Wing Attack hit you." Observing the impending attack, Xiaoji was compelled to exercise utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Boom. The colossal whirlwind surged like a demon, mercilessly assaulting Froakie, accompanied by howls of wind. Bang, bang, bang. Although Froakie reacted swiftly, it was powerless to evade. Its speed was far inferior to that of Zubat, and it was struck directly by the wing attack. Onix, use Rock Throw. Corphish, unleash Horn Attack. At that moment, both Onix and Corphish regained their senses and immediately joined the fray. Gua Bubble Frog, are you alright? Observing the battered Gua Bubble Frog, Ash felt a pang of guilt. Gua. True to its resilient nature, Gua Bubble Frog did not falter. Instead, it thrived on adversity, growing more determined to achieve victory against formidable foes. Well then, I shall not disappoint you, Gua Bubble Frog, Ash declared, unleashing an attack with a decisive slash. 3 powerful strikes surged toward the Team Rocket member's Zubat, causing tremors throughout the cave. Bang! Zubat narrowly evaded the attack from the Koi King, but was struck by the boulders from Onix's rock slide, its condition deteriorating rapidly. In that moment, Gua Bubble Frog executed the decisive slash with utmost speed, striking Zubat squarely. Boom! The relentless barrage left Team Rocket's Zubat on the brink of collapse, its spirit waning. Now's the time. Use Bubble Attack, Ash commanded. The Team Rocket member's face paled. No. Quickly, evade, Zubat. If Zubat were to be hit by this bubble attack, the outcome would be sealed, a fate too dreadful to accept. Zubat struggled briefly, mustering all its strength to recover, but its injuries were far too grave. Bang! The bubble attack connected, and Zubat fell, utterly devoid of combat awareness. This is impossible, the Team Rocket member stammered, astounded that a few mere children could defeat him. Truly a humiliating defeat. Just wait. Our leader will not let you go unpunished. In a hurry, he recalled Zubat and fled without a backward glance. At that moment, if he did not escape, he must have been out of his mind, as he had no Pokemon left to fight with. Let's leave this perilous place at once. Ash felt a shiver of apprehension. Who would have thought that even a common member of Team Rocket could be this formidable? Brock and Misty dashed away, knowing that only by swiftly vacating the area could they ensure their safety and that of their Pokemon. As they rounded a corner, they encountered a guard. Who are you lot? The guard, realizing they were not members of Team Rocket, paused for a moment before recognizing Ash and his companions. Thinking you could escape? How naive. He sneered, summoning Jengar. Ash smiled wryly. Was this the fabled encounter around the corner? Just as they prepared for battle, footsteps echoed from the cave's entrance. Oh no. Could it be that Team Rocket members are converging here? If it were just one member, they might manage, but facing 2 or more was a daunting prospect. The approaching footsteps unmistakably belonged to a group. Despite Ash's immense talents, he felt powerless to alter their fate. Halt. You were surrounded, members of Team Rocket. Leading the charge was Junsha, exuding an air of authority tempered with grace. Upon seeing the myriad of special police, the Team Rocket member raised his hands in surrender, slowly crouching down, too intimidated to make any further moves. Excellent. It's Miss Junsha. Ash and the others expressed relief, finally able to set aside their anxious hearts after a prolonged state of heightened tension. Apologies for the delay, we've arrived. Junsha swiftly apprehended the Team Rocket member and handed him over to the nearby officers. Ash shook his head slightly, assuring her, no, your timing is impeccable. It is not late at all. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Junsha's arrival was indeed timely, for they had suffered no injuries, and the Pokemon remained unharmed. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of dining with you? I vow to protect you for a lifetime, Brock declared, kneeling and grasping Junsha's delicate hand, his eyes sparkling as though enchanted. Ash and Misty exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was happening? Junsha chuckled awkwardly. Sir, please maintain your decorum. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing her words, Brock reluctantly released her hand and walked back to Ash and Misty, visibly disheartened. Ash patted Brock's shoulder, reassuring him. You are still young. One day, you shall encounter your true love. Do not be upset. Junsha turned to Ash and the others, bowing deeply. Thank you so much. I shudder to think what might have occurred otherwise. Here is the plan. I will report this incident to the Pokemon League and ensure that the rewards are credited to your accounts. Initially, Junsha had contemplated hosting a commendation ceremony to introduce Ash and his friends to the citizens of Nibby City. However, they declined, as they needed to hasten their journey to Hualan City and lacked the time for a prolonged stay. Ash nodded. That sounds fine. Thank you, Miss Junsha. Junsha ordered the equipment to be taken back, and the remaining Team Rocket members who had failed to escape were apprehended, facing the consequences of their nefarious deeds. They had committed countless wrongs, bringing ruin to many families and leaving children orphaned. Ash and his companions set off once more toward Hualan City. After numerous twists and turns, they felt the weight of their journey, realizing the urgency of enhancing their strength. A single ordinary member of Team Rocket had dealt them such a blow, serving as a stark reminder that they could no longer remain complacent. Otherwise, the road ahead was long, fraught with uncertainties and formidable adversaries awaiting them. Just then, a Clefairy appeared within their sight, gesturing animatedly toward a cave entrance. Ash paused, taken aback. "You mean to lead us?" Clefairy nodded, bouncing ahead while glancing back to ensure Ash and the others followed closely. The group exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before deciding to follow, curious about what lay ahead. Chapter 57. The mysterious Moonstone. As they journeyed onward, Ash marked their trail, realizing they were venturing deeper into the unknown. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Misty tugged at Ash's sleeve, her unease palpable. Is this really safe? Having walked for quite some time without reaching their destination, she felt a growing anxiety, compounded by their unfamiliar surroundings. Should anything untoward happen, they would be at the mercy of fate. Clefairy, Clefairy. Clefairy turned to check on Ash and the others, concerned they might lose track of it. Ash, having heard Misty's words, paused for a moment, lost in thought. It's all right, let's keep following. Perhaps I have already devised a plan, he reassured Misty with a determined gaze. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from somewhere nearby. Misty dashed behind Ash, exclaiming, "Did you hear that?" It sounded strange. Ash shook his head. It's likely just a natural phenomenon. Don't dwell on it. However, to ease Misty's apprehension, they adjusted their formation, placing her in the center while Ash took the rear. Upon the once barren rock wall, an unusual vortex suddenly materialized. With a spirited leap, Pippi dove straight into it. What could this possibly be? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxi and his companions mimicked Pippi, plunging into the swirling abyss. Once they had all entered, the rock wall gradually returned to its ordinary state, appearing entirely unremarkable. In the next moment, they found themselves within a vast cavern, where a magnificent stone rested upon a grand pedestal. Could this truly be the legendary Moonstone? The group stood momentarily entranced, completely captivated by the Moonstone, unable to tear their eyes away. The Moonstone, also known as the Stone of the Moon, is said to facilitate the evolution of Eevee into its moonlit form when its bond with its trainer reaches a certain level during the night. Xiaoxia, with her heart aflutter, yearned to touch the stone but quickly restrained herself, aware of its mysterious nature, until they could ascertain the situation. Xiaoxi and his friends decided to refrain from interacting with anything in this enigmatic place. A gathering of Pippi encircled a venerable Pikachu, who, upon noticing Xiaoxi and his friends, beckoned them. "Young ones, might you come here?" The Pikachu spoke with an eerie clarity. A talking Pikachu? Xiaoxia and Xiaogang swallowed hard, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Yet Xiaoxi displayed little surprise, urging, "Come on, let us take a closer look." Pikachu nodded. "I have observed your every action. Thank you for rescuing so many Pokémon." With a wave of its hand, the immense stone on the pedestal fractured into 3 smaller pieces, which floated down into the hands of Xiaoxi and his companions. "Is this for us?" Xiaoxi cradled the Moonstone as if it were a treasured artifact, unable to part with it. He was well aware of its significance. Many Pokémon would benefit from it, and it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. For instance, the Pippi surrounding them could evolve into Pikachu with the aid of the Moonstone. Pikachu affirmed, "You are good-hearted individuals and deserve this reward. There is no need for formality." The Pippi, hand in hand, clustered together with beaming smiles. Could this be the evolution ceremony for Pikachu? Xiaoxi, with his knowledge of Pippi, understood this well. Pikachu gazed at Xiaoxi with a hint of surprise. "You are quite remarkable." Taken aback by the compliment, Xiaoxi masked his surprise with a smile. In the midst of the Pippi stood a colossal moonstone, from which radiant red light emanated, gradually illuminating the entire cavern. Once the ceremony concluded, all the Pippi present evolved into Pikachu. "Pikachu, now that the matter is settled, we must return to restore our Pokémon," Xiaoxi expressed, still concerned for Pikachu. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to visit the Pokémon Center without delay to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Pikachu nodded, waving its little hand. "Good luck to you. May we meet again." In an instant, Xiaoxi and his companions found themselves outside of Moonlit Mountain, near the vicinity of Nibi City. How astonishing that Pikachu possessed such capabilities. They had just been fretting over how to exit, yet it seemed they had worried unnecessarily. "Let us head to the Pokémon Center first to check on our Pokémon. We cannot afford any lingering effects." Xiaoxia and Xiaogang readily agreed, and the group retraced their steps to the Pokémon Center. "Miss Joy, could you please examine these children and see if there are any issues?" Upon this request, Xiaoxi and his friends presented their affected Pokémon, Pikachu, Zubat, and Xiaoxia as stereo. "Why do these Pokémon appear so unwell? We must conduct an examination immediately." Miss Joy's gaze was filled with concern as she watched Pikachu and the others, with the assistance of a Jigglypuff pushing a gurney, They gently placed the Pokemon onto it. Please wait here for a moment. The examination may take some time. Upon hearing Miss Joy's words, the group nodded, willing to wait for the safety of their Pokemon. Pikachu, please be all right. Xiaoji sat in the waiting area. An expression of guilt etched upon his face. Xiaoji, this is not your fault, Xiao Gang reassured him. Yes, we should blame Team Rocket. They are truly despicable. Both Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia hurried to comfort him, fearful he might spiral into despair. Of course, Xiaoji was not overly dramatic. Thank you. I will become stronger to protect everyone, he affirmed. He understood that wallowing in despondency was futile. The only solution was to rise again and enhance his strength. Through trials and tribulations, he had grasped certain truths, allowing him to refine his character and emerge a better version of himself. Witnessing Xiaoji reignite his fighting spirit, Xiao Gang smiled. Now this is the Xiaoji I know. In Xiao Gang's mind, Xiaoji was a fearless youth, unafraid of challenges. Riding the steed of his dreams, not squandering his youth. They are all fine. Fortunately, they were brought in on time, Miss Joy said with a gentle smile, bringing Pikachu and the others out. Trailing behind was a particularly adorable Jigglypuff, a diligent assistant to Miss Joy. Pikachu. The moment Pikachu saw Xiaoji, tears glimmered in its eyes as it rushed toward him. Pikachu, I'm so relieved you're okay. Xiaoji embraced Pikachu tightly, realizing after enduring challenges together that he could no longer bear to be apart from these little companions. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang felt similarly, their faces radiant with joy at seeing their beloved Pokemon safe and sound. Thank you, Miss Joy. Xiaoji and his friends expressed their heartfelt gratitude. It is my duty. Seeing your love for Pokemon reassures me, Miss Joy replied, choosing not to delve into the circumstances surrounding their predicament. No one is perfect. Certain events are simply unavoidable. Miss Joy, may I? Before Xiao Gang could finish his sentence, Xiao Xia swiftly grasped his ear, exclaiming, Stop. We still need to head to Hualan City. My Miss Joy? It must be said, Xiao Xia possessed considerable strength, dragging Xiao Gang a significant distance. Xiaoji shook his head in resignation, finding solace in the fact that someone could keep Xiao Gang in check. Due to Team Rocket's appearance at Moonlit Mountain, the police swiftly cordoned off the area, prohibiting any outsiders from entering. Fortunately, there were alternative routes to Hualan City beyond Moonlit Mountain. The weather is splendid today. We should reach Hualan City before dusk, Xiaoji thought, his spirits soaring with the acquisition of a moonstone, a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Xiao Xia wore a furrowed brow, her mind seemingly troubled. Observing her from the side, Xiaoji sensed the underlying reason but chose to remain silent. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Some matters are simply fated and cannot be altered by one's own efforts. Fortunately, our mission does not involve ascending Moonview Mountain. Otherwise, you would be deprived of my presence. As Kojiro strolled leisurely, he could not help but feel that he was indeed the child of destiny, and such misfortunes were unlikely to befall him. Meowth and Musashi fell into a contemplative silence, wandering aimlessly, as they had yet to encounter any rare Pokemon. Meow. I hope I do not cross paths with that little rascal again. I shall certainly give him a taste of his own medicine. Meowth seemed to harbor a deep-seated humiliation from his previous defeat to Ash. The new generation of trainers truly was formidable, causing Kojiro to feel a twinge of self-doubt and discouragement. Chapter 58, A Ballet on Water. A magnificent battle. Hualan City is a picturesque locale, where streams flow gently and flowers bloom abundantly. Here, Pokemon frolic without a care, coexisting harmoniously with humans. The city is renowned for the water ballet performed by the Hualan sisters, attracting visitors daily, whether for travel or to witness the splendor of the bustling streets. Adorned with posters of the sisters that blend seamlessly into the vibrant atmosphere, Ash and his companions promptly made their way to the Pokemon Center to register for a room and inform Hanako of their safe arrival. Beep, beep, beep. Eagerly, Ash activated the communicator, and upon establishing a connection, Hanako's image appeared on the screen. Is that you, Ash? How are you doing? Are you eating well? You must take care of yourself. Hanako's words flowed forth, brimming with maternal love and concern. Ash felt no annoyance. Instead, a warm current surged within him, a reflection of Hanako's affection. I understand, Mom. I just earned my first badge. Ash proudly displayed the gray badge, eager to share his triumph with Hanako. Wow. You obtained the gray badge so quickly. I am truly amazed. Hanako's face lit up with a radiant smile, her heart at ease upon hearing of Ash's success. Is that really you, Ash? You've acquired the gray badge already? Professor Oak chimed in, peering curiously from the side. Hello, Professor Oak. Yes. I managed to secure my first badge quite smoothly and have just arrived in Hualan City, Ash replied. Professor Oak nodded slightly. I have always believed in you since childhood. You have not disappointed me. Keep pushing forward and strive for more badges and Pokemon. After a brief exchange, Ash concluded the communication. After a day filled with travel and battles against Team Rocket, Ash and his friends were thoroughly exhausted and needed to rest. They were now preparing to challenge the Hualon Gym the following morning, eagerly anticipating the predominantly male competitors, who were likely to be a group of noble gentlemen. After a restful night, Ash and his friends felt rejuvenated, ready to take on the gym challenge. From outside the gym, it resembled an aquarium, evoking the sensation of a marine kingdom, offering a refreshing escape reminiscent of a summer seaside. This place felt less like a gym and more akin to a leisure venue, as posters adorned every inch of the walls. Observing the throngs of people queuing, Ash sighed and resigned himself to waiting patiently. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the atmosphere inside was refreshingly cool. After more than half an hour of waiting, they finally squeezed inside, casually finding seats to watch the performance of the three sisters. The venue was plastered with posters depicting grand spectacles, further underscoring the city's openness and the exuberance of its inhabitants, who appeared untroubled by any cares. As Ash gazed at the sisters gracefully performing, he found himself compelled to watch a little longer. The audience erupted in waves of excitement, with one man standing up, exclaiming, "Ah, Miss SHBU, I love you. Marry me." The fervor in the audience was palpable, with every individual radiating intense enthusiasm. Ash could hardly believe the extent of the madness, feeling his adrenaline surge. "Right, Misty?" Ash glanced at Misty, assuming she would not appreciate such a spectacle, given the nature of the situation. "Hey, Misty, what are you doing?" Ash called, noticing Misty was fixated on the stage, nearly drooling. "Misty, are you even listening to me?" He raised his voice to ensure she could hear over the uproar. Startled, Misty snapped back, "Don't distract me. I'm trying to watch the performance." Without a second glance at Ash, she remained transfixed on the sisters. Ash began to question her focus. "Brock, when do you think this performance will end? It's been ages." Ash expressed his eagerness to battle and earn that coveted badge. "Ah, yes, indeed," Brock replied, seemingly oblivious to Ash's sentiments, offering only a perfunctory response. Ash fell silent, resigned to the fact that he would have to wait while occasionally enjoying the spectacle as well. "Ah, Sakura and Peony, I adore you. This is simply magnificent." At that moment, the audience resembled a pack of wolves, captivated and nearly salivating. It was no surprise, given the mesmerizing performance that was undoubtedly irresistible to the youthful spectators. As time passed, the hours of enthralling displays garnered unanimous acclaim from the audience, leaving many entranced and reluctant to depart. As the performance concluded, the sisters bowed gracefully, eliciting a flurry of excitement among the audience, with many unable to contain their elation. As the crowd began to disperse, Ash and his friends approached the Hualon sisters to express their intentions. Upon hearing Ash's declaration, the sisters exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly struggling to believe his words. "Little brother, we are quite formidable. Are you certain?" they inquired, perceiving Ash's youthful appearance as a sign of naivety. Ash nodded resolutely. "Yes, I am certain. I will decisively claim victory over you and earn the Hualon Gym badge." At that moment, Ash was filled with determination. He knew he must grow stronger on his path to becoming the greatest Pokemon trainer. The sisters refrained from further persuasion, instead offering a friendly reminder. "We exclusively use water-type Pokemon, so you must strategize wisely with your own team." Moments later, they arrived at the battlefield. Ash took a deep breath, calming his nerves, feeling bolstered by the inherent advantages of type matchups. This battle would have no time constraints, employing a one-on-one format across 3 rounds. As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially commenced. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia sat in the spectator seats, eagerly anticipating a visual feast. The 3 sisters beside them engaged in a brief discussion before promptly entering the fray. The first to take the stage was Yinghua, her graceful form and flawless long legs radiating elegance, her skin seemingly delicate enough to be broken by a gentle touch. Yet, the ever-earnest Xiao Ji was oblivious to such aesthetics, his singular focus on swiftly obtaining his badge. "It's you, Pikachu." Yinghua smiled slightly. "An electric-type Pokemon, is it? Very well, I shall give it my all as well. Come forth, Carps." Chapter 59. Xiao Xia's Identity. Carps, you say? The disparity in levels between both sides was minimal, both being in their teens. Xiaoji nodded slightly. Indeed, this Pokemon was quite commendable, but alas, it had met its match in him. "Let us go, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt." Pika, Pika. At this moment, Pikachu could hardly contain its excitement. Given that Xiaoji had chosen it to battle, it was determined not to disappoint its trainer. A crackling surge of electricity struck Carps, delivering an overwhelming force. The electric type had a distinct advantage over the water type, amplifying the skill's potency, making the battle particularly enjoyable for Xiaoji. "Carps." Yinghua furrowed her brow slightly. "Use Water Pulse." Pikachu, use Double Team. Xiaoji's strategy was astute. Although the opponent was not exceedingly powerful, He opted for a steady approach to ensure victory. He aimed to conquer this challenge decisively. As Pikachu executed Double Team, it skillfully evaded Carp's attack. Pika Pika. Pikachu's expression was one of pride, as if to convey its prowess to Xiaoji. Excellent. Now, Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. The speed of Pikachu was incomparable to that of Carp's. They were not on the same level. 2 successive Thunderbolt strikes rendered the Water-type Pokémon utterly incapable of resisting. And it collapsed, unconscious. How could this be? So fast. Ingwa was momentarily speechless. She was aware of her limitations, but as the eldest sister, she had hoped to at least force her opponent to send out another Pokémon. Now, it was evident that her expectations had been far too optimistic. For a moment, she found it difficult to accept. Xiaoji smiled reassuringly. You did well. With practice, you will truly grow. Perhaps it was due to the sisters' frequent dedication to practicing water ballet that left them little time to nurture their Pokémon, or perhaps for other reasons entirely. Ingwa nodded. Retreating from the battlefield. Come back, Carps. The reality was undeniable. Carps had been bested by Xiaoji's Pikachu, and she had lost. You insufferable brat. You have no regard for the fairer sex. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Come forth, Spearow. The horn for the second battle had sounded, and this time, it was Acanthus, one of the 3 sisters, who took the stage. Xiaoji chuckled awkwardly, opting for a swift resolution for the benefit of both sides. Pikachu. Use Double Team. Acanthus observed Pikachu with a serious demeanor. Spearow, use Confuse Ray. Pika Pika. The number of Pikachu duplicates multiplied, rendering it impossible to discern the original. Thus Spearow's Confuse Ray had no effect. A slight smirk appeared on Xiaoji's lips as he commanded, use Thunderbolt and finish it. Boom. Pikachu was in its element. Growing increasingly familiar with the battlefield, quickly charging its energy before unleashing a torrent of electricity. Spearow fell, completely incapacitated, losing its will to fight. With Spearow rendered unable to continue, Xiaoji's Pikachu emerged victorious. The referee cast a surprised glance at the young boy, witnessing his effortless triumph in 2 consecutive battles. Unless something unforeseen occurred, he was likely to sweep the Hualon sisters with Pikachu. This was hardly a source of shame, not long ago. Another boy had effortlessly dominated the Hualon gym with just a Bulbasaur. The 3 sisters had stood no chance against him, clearly outmatched. Last to battle was Mutant. Her demeanor poised and her appearance exquisite. You are undeniably strong, but I shall not yield easily. Come forth, Magikarp. Xiaoji fell silent for a moment, taken aback. Oh, this. Mutant regarded Xiaoji. What? Do you look down upon Magikarp? Xiaoji quickly shook his head. No, Magikarp is quite formidable. However, without the means for evolution, it seemed unlikely that Magikarp would succeed. Magikarp, use Splash. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Xiaoji chuckled helplessly. Fortunately, the opponent's Magikarp was not limited to just Splash, or he might have struggled to maintain his composure. The outcome was evident. Magikarp's resilience was insufficient to withstand the second attack. Magikarp was rendered unable to fight, and Pikachu claimed victory. Just as the referee was about to announce the final result, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Referee, please hold on. The matter is not yet concluded. Xiao Xia, sitting in the spectator seats, could no longer endure the spectacle. She could not remain passive any longer. Xiaoji smiled knowingly, having anticipated this moment, and was fully prepared for Xiao Xia's declaration. Ingwa, Mutant. And Acanthus turned to the source of the voice, for they were all too familiar with it. Xiao Xia, is that truly you? The 3 sisters rubbed their eyes, uncertain. Have you come to your senses and decided to return to inherit the gym? I knew it. Are you worried about us? Fear not. This will always be your home, and the door will forever remain open for you. The 3 sisters were momentarily elated, relieved to see their headstrong sister return home. Xiao Xia stepped onto the battlefield. I apologize, sisters. I am not here to inherit the gym. My goal is to become a water-type Pokémon master. I will not remain here until I have achieved that. Upon hearing Xiao Xia's words, the sisters felt a pang of disappointment. Well, that is understandable. We respect your choice. They could empathize with Xiao Xia, recognizing that while young, she should pursue her dreams to avoid future regrets. However, this also meant the sisters' dream of traveling the world together would be dashed. Xiaoji, do not think that Hualon Gym is without a challenger. As a member of the gym, now issue you a challenge. Xiaoji nodded. All right, I accept this challenge, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Xia was indeed a member of Hualon Gym, and she possessed the right to challenge him. The referee glanced at the 3 sisters, seemingly seeking their approval. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, he was uncertain. The sisters nodded in affirmation, indicating to the referee that there were no objections, and the match could proceed. Very well, this match will be between Xiao Xia of Hualon Gym and Xiaoji from Jinxing Town. Xiao Gang initially found it hard to accept the situation, realizing why Xiao Xia possessed such formidable strength. Xiao Xia, I look forward to your guidance. Xiaoji had witnessed the girl's battle firsthand, and indeed, she possessed remarkable skills. It's decided, you shall be the one, Pidgey. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Xia felt a twinge of confusion. What did this mean? Did it imply that he looked down upon her? After all, Xiaoji had chosen to battle with Pidgey rather than using the type advantage Pikachu. Shaking his head, Xiaoji reasoned that Pikachu had already exerted itself through 3 consecutive battles and deserved a brief respite. Xiao Xia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic in his words. Having accompanied Xiaoji for quite some time, she had come to understand him to some extent. This young man exhibited a profound love for his Pokemon and a protective instinct towards those around him, with a strong sense of responsibility and sound values. He was indeed a commendable boy, though he possessed a rather loud demeanor. All right, you will be the one, Spearow. Use Water Gun and ensure victory. Even though she had departed from the Hualan Gym, she had lived there long enough to establish her own standing. The fact that all 3 of her elder sisters had suffered defeat at the hands of Xiaoji was something she could not endure. Pidgey, dodge with quick attack. Don't let Water Gun hit you. After numerous battles, Xiaoji had gradually become adept, finding the fights much easier. Pidgey did not disappoint him, swiftly evading the attack with a graceful sidestep. Well done, Pidgey. At this moment, Xiaoji was still unfamiliar with Pidgey's abilities, unlike his experience with Froakie and Pikachu. Thus, he had opted to use Pidgey to develop their synergy and become better acquainted. Xiao Xia felt a surge of tension, realizing that Xiaoji's prowess was exceedingly formidable, far beyond that of a novice trainer. Spearow, unleash Water Gun. Spearow twirled in the arena, continuously spraying streams of water directly towards Xiaoji's Pidgey. Xiaoji's expression shifted slightly. Pidgey, quickly evade. Responding to Xiaoji's command, Pidgey flapped its wings vigorously, striving to dodge the impending strike. Pidgey nimbly evaded Spearow's Water Gun attacks, executing elegant turns that displayed its innate talent. However, Xiaoji had not specifically trained Pidgey for this. Its abilities were purely a result of its natural gifts. Beautifully done, Pidgey. Continue to evade Spearow's assaults. Xiaoji decided to keep Pidgey out of the line of fire while he sought a breakthrough against Spearow. How could this Pidgey be so powerful? Xiao Xia felt a twinge of panic. As far as she knew, Pidgey was not one of Xiaoxi's mainstays. Froakie was his ace, while Pikachu, once triggered, could be a game-changer. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that she would struggle against even a Pidgey, leaving her uncertain about how to address the subsequent 2 Pokemon. Seeing Xiao Xia's distress, Xiaoji couldn't help but smile slightly. If the opponent could be subdued without a fight, that would be the best outcome. He had no desire to waste time. Spearow, spin and break through Pidgey's defense. Xiao Xia recognized that Spearow could not sustain Water Gun for long due to the immense physical toll it took, which would lead to a significant drop in its condition. In the current Pokemon battle, it was akin to a strategic chess match. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. Pidgey, let us take the initiative and strike with Hurricane. Observing Xiao Xia's decision to engage in close combat, Xiaoji decisively abandoned a defensive strategy to confront her head-on. A powerful whirlwind surged towards Spearow, appearing to possess tremendous force as it knocked the opponent heavily to the ground. Although flying-type moves couldn't deliver a one-hit knockout like Pikachu, the damage inflicted was not to be underestimated. Spearow was left covered in bruises, its condition looking rather grim. Yet its eyes sparkled with an undying brilliance, reminiscent of countless stars. Spearow, are you all right? Xiao Xia felt a pang of guilt. Her earlier decision had been somewhat reckless, allowing Xiaoji to find an opening. Pidgey, don't give the opponent a chance to recover. Use quick attack. Xiaoji was determined not to hold back, treating this battle as if it were against a true adversary, unleashing his full strength. In a blink, Pidgey, who had been spiraling in the air, collided with Spearow. The sudden attack sent Spearow flying, leaving it no time to evade. Initially, Xiaoji intended to issue further commands but hesitated, pondering whether he was being too cruel. Xiao Xia was an aspiring trainer herself. Would this brutal encounter leave her disheartened? After a moment's reflection, Xiaoji resolved to ease his approach slightly, at least to prevent Spearow from suffering a humiliating defeat. Xiao Xia rushed to Spearow's side, distressed by its severe injuries. It's my fault. I lack the strength. Spearow. Spearow shook its head, indicating it bore no resentment towards Xiao Xia. Rising from the ground, it understood that it could not afford to fall easily. Xiao Xia nodded, realizing that if her Pokemon had not given up, she had no right to utter the words to give up. Spearow, attack with Water Gun. Witnessing Xiao Xia's rekindled determination, Xiaoji smiled subtly. Now, this is the outcome I wish to see. Pidgey, let us harness our full power and use Hurricane. The 2 attacks collided, creating a thunderous resonance that echoed across the arena. To endure such an encounter, Spearow indeed possesses some strength. Xiaoji was astonished at how quickly Starita had improved in such a brief time. Thus, it became evident that a Pokemon strength was greatly influenced by the bond with its trainer. This was indisputable. Identical Pokemon could yield vastly different results. Only through a gradual journey of connection and understanding could the strongest bonds be forged. Such connections were not something money could buy. They require the trials of adversity and the passage of time. Stereo, well done. Execute rapid spin. Stereo. At the instant Xiao Xia issued the command, Starita began to spin rapidly, charging forth at the highest velocity. Evade, Pidgey. Seeing Starita's newfound speed, Xiaoxi felt a pang of anxiety. The changes taking place were indeed momentous. Despite Pidgey's adherence to Xiaoxi's command, Staryu seemed to have surged to a new level of power, altering its speed accordingly. Pidgey was struck down heavily, appearing in a precarious state. Now is the time. Staryu, unleash your most powerful water gun. Before Pidgey could react, Xiao Xia seized the opportunity and swiftly issued her command. Pidgey endured the onslaught of Staryu's water gun attacks, unable to withstand the consecutive hits. The voice of the referee echoed, declaring that Ash's Pidgey had succumbed to defeat, while Misty's Starmie emerged victorious. The Sakura sisters erupted in joyous laughter. Noting that Misty had returned with a newfound confidence, perhaps she truly could become a master of water-type Pokemon. Witnessing Misty's moment of glory, Marak and the Sakura sisters applauded, acknowledging her undeniable talent. Ash smiled faintly, surprised to see how formidable Starmie had become. In that case, it's you, Pikachu, he declared. The Sakura sisters swallowed hard, feeling a wave of anxiety for Misty. They were all too familiar with Pikachu's overwhelming prowess, a force that could only be described as extraordinary. After a lengthy recovery period, Pikachu was now in excellent condition. As long as no unexpected traits emerged, victory seemed assured. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, taking the initiative. His expertise had grown, allowing him to perceive every subtle change on the battlefield. Perhaps this was the realization that theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to practical experience. Be careful. Starmie, Ash warned, as the true battle commenced. Starmie's speed lagged slightly, and Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck true. The electric-type move perfectly countered Misty's water-type Pokemon. No matter how fervently the young girl called out, the tide of battle could not be altered. Come back, Starmie, Misty sighed, recognizing her slim chances. I'm counting on you, Goldeen. The clock ticked ominously. Though she longed to prove herself, Pikachu was simply too overwhelming, dominating the match without affording her a moment to retaliate. Misty, you've performed admirably. You just need a bit more time to hone your skills. Ash remained humble. Having walked the same path, understanding that every trainer deserved respect, barring those with flawed principles. The referee's voice rang with enthusiasm. Let us congratulate Ash from Pallet Town for his victory in this Cerulean Gym Challenge. Misty hung her head, reflecting, how could I ever compare to someone so extraordinary? Ash chuckled, relieved that she seemed unhurt, fearing he might inadvertently cause this young girl to retreat into herself. In truth, this battle was an opportunity for Misty to elevate herself. Only by confronting those stronger than herself could she identify her weaknesses. By continuously learning and improving, she would embody the timeless truth that the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold and that the sharpness of a sword is forged through rigorous honing. The Sakura sisters approached Ash, exclaiming, Little brother, you've truly surprised us. Our Misty is no slouch either. At this, Misty's face flushed crimson, and she immediately covered her sister's mouth. Hey, sis, don't say such things. Laughter erupted in the arena, creating a warm atmosphere. Congratulations, Ash. Here is the badge from the Cerulean Gym. Please accept it, Sakura said, presenting a sapphire-like badge that she retrieved from her chest. Why does it have such a peculiar scent? Ash mused as he accepted the blue badge, expressing his gratitude, excitement barely contained on his face. He had now secured 2 badges. The gray badge from Pewter City and the blue badge from Cerulean City were just the beginning, with more badges waiting for him in the future. This signified that he was one step closer to challenging the Indigo Conference. The Sakura sisters acknowledged Misty, encouraging her to embark on the journey of becoming a Pokemon master alongside Ash. After bidding farewell to them, the group returned to the Pokemon Center to restore their Pokemon and replenish supplies. Upon arrival, Ash felt a twinge of confusion. Where was this unreliable system he had been promised? According to location and badges, he met the criteria, yet the system remained conspicuously absent. Whatever. I don't need to rely on this thing. It's best to stay grounded, Ash thought. He felt no sense of disappointment. Some achievements must be earned through one's own efforts, for that is where true significance lies. Perhaps fate does not favor everyone, but through relentless pursuit, dreams will eventually manifest. As they set forth on the next leg of their journey, confidence radiated from their smiles, as if the very air had grown sweeter. Their next destination was Fuchsia City. Along the way, they would encounter various Pokemon, such as Oddish, Rattata, and Kakuna. At this moment, Ash felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the many Pokemon they could encounter. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through the air. "Hey, trainer up ahead. I challenge you." The commotion drew everyone's attention, and they turned to see a boy of similar age to Ash with dark hair rushing toward them. "Yes, I'm talking about you, the one with the hat." The dark-haired boy's eyes sparkled as he focused on Ash. Ash smiled, welcoming the opportunity for a little friendly competition. "Sure, I'm feeling a bit bored. A little exercise wouldn't hurt. But I'm curious, with so many people here, why did you choose me?" At that moment, Ash pondered why the boy had singled him out, especially with Misty and Brock present. The dark-haired boy chuckled. "Well, you look like the easiest target." Ash's expression darkened. This kid clearly picked on the weak. However, the boy had no idea what he was in for. Appearances can be deceiving, and Ash decided it was time to show him the truth. The dark-haired boy took the initiative, calling out, "Go, Caterpie." Ash paused momentarily, then decided, "All right, it's you." Pidgey. He needed to strengthen his bond with Pidgey, ensuring it would become his ace in future battles. "Darn it, it's Pidgey. That's a disadvantage for me." The dark-haired boy panicked. "Caterpie, you string shot." Caterpie trembled at the sight of Pidgey's fierce gaze, retreating behind its trainer, cautiously peeking out. "That's not Caterpie." The unexpected situation left the dark-haired boy embarrassed. He had initiated the challenge, yet his Pokemon was too frightened to engage. Ash shook his head in amusement. "Are you going to continue, or what?" Caterpie showed no inclination to battle, quivering in fear, making any combat impossible. The dark-haired boy's face flushed red with embarrassment. "No problem. I have another Pokemon." Hearing this, Ash nodded, hoping the next choice would be more formidable. Thankfully, he had received proper training. Otherwise, he would have burst into laughter. Even Misty, who usually feared caterpillars, was now doubled over in laughter, unable to contain herself. Xiaogang was also struggling to maintain his composure. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, his character was rather mature and steady. Otherwise, he would have to remind Xiaoxia to be mindful of her image. Xiaoxi hastily cautioned her as well, for otherwise, the boy across from them might deliver a merciless beating. However, upon reflection, he realized he might have been overthinking it, given Xiaoxia's strength. It was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. "Come forth, Caterpie." The dark-haired boy merely hoped that this Pokemon would not resemble a Weedle, and he would be satisfied. He was taken aback to discover that the cap-wearing boy possessed a Pidgey, a flying-type Pokemon, which was typically a nightmare for bug types, making it difficult to counter under normal circumstances. Upon sighting Pidgey, Caterpie instinctively took a few steps back but quickly regained its composure. "Excellent, Caterpie, do not fear it." Seeing Caterpie's determination instilled a degree of confidence in the dark-haired boy. Xiaoxi smiled slightly, commanding, "Pidgey, unleash your hurricane attack." Boom. After battling alongside Xiaoxia, Pidgey had evidently undergone a transformation, with all its abilities significantly enhanced. Caterpie was struck by Pidgey's hurricane and was instantly knocked to the ground, its body twitching for a moment. Was that a one-hit KO? The dark-haired boy was left in shock, his pupils dilating in disbelief at such a terrifying display. Xiaoxi chuckled, humbly attributing it to luck. This left both Xiaoxia and Xiaogang speechless. "So that's why it has T-rain today. It's because you've left us in awe." The dark-haired boy forced a smile. "No need for modesty. You and Pidgey are formidable. I underestimated you." Initially, he thought Xiaoxi was the weakest among the trio due to his youthful appearance, but now it seemed he had misjudged the situation entirely. The speed at which he was proven wrong was astonishing, and he felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. With a Weedle on hand, he could not retaliate, conceding, "You have won. However, I firmly believe your Pidgey would not stand a chance against the Beastmaster." Xiaoxi pondered the name Beastmaster, which sounded vaguely familiar. "Oh, it must be that boy. How intriguing." The dark-haired boy warned him, "I advise you not to provoke that individual, for you may end up traumatized." Having been a victim himself, the recollection of that terrifying strength made him tremble involuntarily. It appeared he had not grasped the full extent of Xiaoxi's abilities, attributing his swift victory merely to type advantages. Xiaoxi laughed heartily. "Thank you. I will personally challenge this Beastmaster and see if he is truly as formidable as you claim." He understood that the dark-haired boy was likely eager to see him fail. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned such a powerful opponent's existence. "Good luck." The dark-haired boy refrained from further conversation, turning away and gradually disappearing from their view. "Xiaoxi, do you genuinely intend to challenge this Beastmaster?" Xiaoxia questioned, her concern evident. Based on the boy's tone, this Beastmaster appeared to be no ordinary foe. "Indeed, we should avoid stirring up trouble. What if we cannot defeat him?" Xiaogang added, aware that Xiaoxi was currently riding a wave of success, which could lead to complacency. The higher one climbs, the harder one falls. He feared Xiao Ji might not handle the sting of defeat well. Xiao Ji shook his head. I understand your concerns. But consider this. A sheltered environment cannot nurture towering trees, nor can a yard produce swift steeds. I cannot remain so complacent. Seeing Xiao Ji's unwavering determination, Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang exchanged glances and ceased their attempts at persuasion. For Xiao Ji was correct. If one grows too comfortable, it is akin to inviting a slow demise. They must foster a mindset of vigilance and continuously hone their skills. Let us accompany you to witness this beast master for ourselves. They were not in a hurry to reach Kuroha City and could take this opportunity to appreciate the scenery along the way and savor the beauty of the world. Chapter 62. The mischievous Froakie the Beast Master was indeed terrifying, and that Apom was nothing short of fearsome. Just as Xiao Ji and his companions resolved to investigate further, they encountered a fleeing boy who appeared visibly flustered. What has transpired? Xiao Ji could not resist his curiosity, as the boy's expression suggested something significant had occurred. The boy, noticing Xiao Ji and his friends, exclaimed, "You must not provoke that beast master. He has achieved 98 consecutive victories." Gasp. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang inhaled sharply. 98 consecutive victories? However, Xiao Ji was puzzled. Had this beast master not faced off against Xiao Mao? Given their travel route, Xiao Mao would also pass through this area. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ji could not arrive at a conclusion. Perhaps Xiao Mao simply deemed him unworthy of his attention? Not wanting to dwell on this line of thought, Xiao Ji focused on the excitement of the challenge ahead, hoping the opponent would not be too weak. As they continued along the path, the group grew somewhat bored. Xiao Ji seemed to have a thought, and his mouth began to move once more. Xiao Xia, may I pose a question? At that moment, Xiao Xia felt utterly drained. She regretted agreeing to accompany Xiao Ji in search of the Beast Master. They had been walking for so long without reaching their destination. Speak quickly, and spare me the nonsense, she replied, her energy waning. Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. I lost my ID. What should I do? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang shook their heads in disbelief. You should get a replacement. That is common sense. Xiao Ji smiled. Can I just pick it up? Instantly, Xiao Xia rolled her eyes. I wouldn't recommend that, as it might cause your brain to spill out. Amidst their laughter, their pace quickened. Moments later, they arrived at the residence of the Beast Master. Had it not been for the directions provided by the earlier boy, they might never have found this secluded place, which hardly resembled a dwelling. The fearless Sandshrew was quite the anticipation. Xiao Ji exhibited no signs of anxiety. Instead, he felt exhilarated, eager to confront a formidable opponent who would reveal his shortcomings. Are you the Beast Master, Xiaoming? A boy stood on the grass, gazing into the distance as if waiting for something. Turning to face Xiao Ji and his friends, the boy remarked, 3 visitors at once. How amusing. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia quickly clarified. No. It is he who wishes to battle you. We are merely bystanders. Yes, indeed. You two just fight. We'll only watch, observe. Xiao Xia quickly covered her mouth, nearly revealing her true intentions. In the open arena, Xiao Ji ignited his fighting spirit, facing off against the Beast Master, Xiaoming. You're not thinking of using that Pikachu of yours to challenge me, are you? Xiaoming scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. If you truly intend to fight with a Pikachu, you must be quite naive. In this context, the Sandshrew can significantly dominate the competition, potentially achieving a crushing victory. Ash smiled slightly, pondering the implications. Hearing Ash's words, Xiaoming nearly stomped his feet in frustration. This kid would soon learn a lesson. As the holder of a remarkable 98 consecutive victories, he would not tolerate Ash challenging his authority, for he indeed had the pride to back it up. Ash calmly remarked, those who boast before a match often find themselves facing a humiliating defeat. Xiaoming ceased further discussion. He could only demonstrate his strength, making this brash young challenger understand the true meaning of being a formidable opponent. The two stood in the open field, simultaneously casting their Pokeballs, seemingly in sync, yet in reality, they were like oil and water. Go, Sandshrew, declared Xiaoming. It's settled then, Froakie. Wait. ISNT that a starter from the Kalos region, Froakie? Xiaoming was taken aback. This seemingly unremarkable, simply dressed Ash had a starter Pokemon from a different region. How peculiar. However, Xiaoming soon began to chuckle. Do you not know that my Sandshrew is not afraid of water? From this moment onward, he deemed Ash a fool, likely unaware of his own Pokemon's capabilities before daring to challenge him. A slight smirk appeared on Ash's lips. I am fully aware that your Sandshrew is unfazed by water, which is precisely why I chose Froakie to battle. Xiaoming fell silent, for this was an overt provocation, leaving him no face. Fine, you have guts. His face turned ashen with anger. In his 98 battles against other trainers, he had never encountered someone so brazen. Ash chuckled. What? Are you lacking courage? He had no intention of showing Xiaoming any mercy. Observing the opponent's arrogance, he resolved to rid the world of such a menace, providing a protective period for inexperienced trainers yet to fall victim to Xiaoming's malice. "Ah, you insolent brat, I will surely bring you down today." Xiaoming was infuriated, his demeanor transforming into pure rage. "Sandshrew, go forth and teach that ignorant child a lesson." Xiaoming brandished a whip, cracking it against the ground, creating a series of sharp sounds. This was their unique form of communication, a language only he and Sandshrew could comprehend, representing a distinct method of battle. Until now, Ash had never witnessed such a style. It was not verbal commands, but rather the whip striking the ground that conveyed instructions. Sandshrew, understanding Xiaoming's coded signals, quickly executed a rollout attack. Ash remained unfazed, for he had already studied this beast master. Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in countless battles. Xiaoming, however, knew nothing about Ash, lacking insight into his strategies and tactics. Just a trick, all show without substance. Froakie, evade. Froakie's prowess had undergone a transformation. Its speed remarkably enhanced, executing a graceful turn to dodge the attack effortlessly. After evading Sandshrew strike, Froakie cheekily stuck out its tongue, making a face. Ash shook his head helplessly. Froakie remained as mischievous as ever. Chapter 63. Xiaoming's regret. Of course, Froakie's antics were entirely its own doing, having no connection to Ash. Oh, this is infuriating. Xiaoming felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, unable to fathom how a single Pokémon could be so audacious. Sandshrew, equally enraged, longed to charge at the frog with fierce retribution. Yet, upon seeing the whip in Xiaoming's hand, it hesitated for a moment before regaining composure, awaiting its master's command. If it acted impulsively, Xiaoming might appear unfazed on the surface, but the consequences would be dire. Thus, the seemingly well-trained Sandshrew endured its share of torment and hardship behind the scenes. Froakie unleashed the water pulse. Ash was determined not to grant any leniency to his opponent. He aimed to make Xiaoming taste the bitterness of defeat. Xiaoming laughed heartily, dismissing the water type and normal attacks as mere tickles against Sandshrew. Sandshrew, dig. In an instant, Sandshrew vanished from sight, leaving behind a freshly dug hole in the grass. Froakie's water pulse could not reach the elusive Sandshrew in this situation. Ash smiled subtly, as if he had already devised a countermeasure. Froakie, direct your bubbles into the hole. Boom. Countless bubbles surged into the burrow, bursting into a puddle upon contact. With a loud crash, Sandshrew was eventually expelled from its hiding place. Xiaoming's expression soured. This kid had devised such a clever tactic. Ultimately, Sandshrew was not entirely immune to water-type moves. It merely mitigated some damage. Finally emerged, Froakie Water Slash. Ash seized the moment, determined not to allow Sandshrew to retreat into its burrow again, for the repercussions would be unimaginable. Sandshrew's quick escape was merely a fleeting moment, while Froakie would expend significant energy to force it out. Evaluating the pros and cons, Ash would never engage in such a foolish endeavor. Boom. Froakie struck down heavily with Water Slash, holding nothing back. Despite Sandshrews' tough scales, which could absorb a portion of the blow, the force of the Water Slash was overwhelmingly fierce. Xiaoming's face darkened. Sandshrew, get back up and remember how you defeated those 98 trainers. You cannot fall here. Xiaoming was at his wit's end, for this was the first time he had faced such a situation, receiving a swift blow to his pride. This public humiliation was unbearable for his inflated ego. Seeing Sandshrew still sprawled on the ground, Xiaoming cracked the whip again, slamming it against the earth. The sharp noise caused Sandshrew to tremble and hastily rise, not daring to delay even a moment. Ash observed all of this, noting the extent of Xiaoming's cruelty towards his Pokémon, which had led to such understanding and compliance. Ash's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not bear to witness such a scene. It was not Sandshrew at fault, but rather the cold-hearted Xiaoming. Xiaoming, are you abusing this Sandshrew? Ash publicly challenged him, refusing to offer any semblance of leniency. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the news of someone challenging the Beast Master, arriving with the curiosity of onlookers. The spectators exchanged glances, some already suspecting the truth. Xiaoming stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. What does it matter to you? Upon hearing this, Ash shook his head, for he had already discerned part of the answer within himself. I advise you to heed this warning. Self-inflicted suffering leads to ruin. Unable to endure any longer, he commanded his Froakie to unleash its most powerful water gun. Swift resolution was his sole intent at that moment, for it was the only way to awaken his opponent from their stupor. Diglett, use Earthquake. The very mention of Earthquake indicated that Xiaoming was indeed furious. Onlookers, who had previously experienced the nauseating effects of this move, were left retreating homeward to seek solace from their mothers. Meanwhile, Xiaoming's Diglett wielded the Earthquake move with unyielding ferocity. conquering adversaries with an astonishing streak of 98 victories. He silently resolved that upon achieving 100 consecutive wins, he would challenge the gym leader and secure his place in the court's conference, a resplendent arena where every young aspirant harbored dreams that sparkled with fervor, striving to fulfill their aspirations. This ambition was one of Xiaoming's motivations for establishing an informal gym. He yearned for unparalleled strength, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous means. In Xiaoming's worldview, it was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Only the strongest Pokémon were deemed worthy to be his companions. Furthermore, his Pokémon must undergo rigorous training to ensure exemplary performance, leaving no room for error. Ash's expression shifted slightly at the realization that Earthquake was in play. Froakie, be cautious. The clash between Froakie's formidable bubble attack and Diglett's Earthquake resembled a cataclysm, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Truth be told, Ash felt a twinge of anxiety, yet his gaze remained resolute, no matter the outcome. He chose to place his faith in Froakie. Pokémon are companions to their trainers, growing together and sharing in the myriad emotions of life, forging the strongest of bonds. Diglett, do not betray my expectations. Xiaoming's eyes burned with intensity. The prospect of reaching 98 consecutive wins was tantalizingly close, requiring just 2 more victories to achieve his goal. Thus, this was a pivotal battle. Defeating Ash's Froakie would bring him to an astounding 99 wins. However, Ash posed a formidable challenge, presenting a level of difficulty that was somewhat daunting. As the battle commenced, Froakie appeared vibrant, effortlessly securing victory over its opponent, while Diglett lay incapacitated on the ground, frothing at the mouth. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoming found himself in a frenzy, grappling with disbelief at his unexpected defeat, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Diglett, rise. Do not fall here. My goal of 100 consecutive wins is within grasp, yet now it eludes me. Xiaoming knelt, weeping in despair. There are reasons to feel pity for the unfortunate, yet Ash felt no sympathy for him, for his actions had been utterly reprehensible. Xiaoming, you remain stubbornly oblivious. Do you truly believe you are blameless? Ash's words, though sharp, rang with truth. This was not a matter of moral superiority, but rather an honest critique. Xiaoming managed a smile. Mistake? What mistake have I made? I simply wish to grow stronger. This world is inherently a survival of the fittest. It is unjust. I must become stronger to pursue my dreams. In that moment, Xiaoming appeared frenzied, his hair disheveled, and his demeanor seemed to teeter on the edge of madness. Yet, he spoke a certain truth. The world is not governed by absolute fairness. Some are born atop the social pyramid, surveying the masses, effortlessly acquiring their desires without expending any effort. But what of those who dwell in the depths? It is unfathomable for them to comprehend that a pair of shoes, purchased without a second thought by the privileged, could represent the most extravagant gift for the impoverished. Some may deem this an exaggeration, yet it is the stark reality. Money holds sway over all. It has become the standard by which everything is measured. If one possesses wealth, rare Pokémon, powerful Pokémon, and beautiful Pokémon are all at their fingertips. Ash shook his head. What you say is not entirely without merit. However, it seems you have forgotten one crucial aspect. What is your original intention? Upon hearing Ash's words, Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. My original intention? Fragments of memory began to surface, creating ripples of nostalgia. It was a memory from Xiaoming's childhood when he received his very first Pokémon on his birthday. It was the happiest day of his life. For not only did he receive a gift, but his parents were also in harmony, free from quarrels. A Diglett. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will cherish it, and together we shall ascend to the pinnacle of Pokémon mastery. One day, I will stand alongside this Diglett at the summit, and the world will know our names. In his youthful innocence, he did not ponder the complexities of life nor chase after the so-called starter Pokémon. He simply understood that with his first Pokémon, he would care for it, and they would both achieve greatness together. As reality returned, Xiaoming felt tears welling in his eyes, a solitary tear cascading down to meet Diglett's brow. Forgive me, Diglett. I have been so blinded by my obsessions that I lost sight of my true self and the bond we share. Gently, he caressed Diglett's head, gazing at the battered creature with profound guilt. At that moment, as his tears soaked into Diglett, a brilliant light began to emanate from its body. Chapter 64. Becoming a better self. What was happening? The spectators could hardly open their eyes against the blinding radiance, squinting to catch a glimpse. Diglett's form began to undergo a transformation, its appearance shifting as its spines appeared sharper than ever. Its skin glowed a pale yellow. With its belly and mouth adorned in white, the spines hardened from its skin. This was Diglett's evolutionary form, Dugtrio. Xiaoming, uncertain whether to laugh or cry, looked at Diglett. I'm sorry. Oh no, you are no longer just Diglett. Dugtrio, can you forgive me? At that moment, Xiaoming gradually awakened to the realization brought forth by Ash's words. He recognized that his previous self was devoid of humanity, treating Diglett in such an unthinkable manner. Throughout their journey, Diglett had remained steadfast by his side, loyal and diligent, a truly understanding companion. Meanwhile, Xiaoming had become increasingly lost in his pursuit of fame and fortune, forsaking his true self and becoming a heartless individual. Ash smiled, feeling a sense of relief. It is never too late to turn back. Now that you have awakened, you must treat your Pokemon with the care they deserve. They are not mere tools. They are unwavering partners who will accompany you through the peaks and valleys of life. This is the essence of existence. Xiaoming nodded, expressing his gratitude regardless of the circumstances. He resolved to grow stronger alongside his partner, the Sand King, and to shine brilliantly at the court's conference. Gently, he stroked the Sand King's head, his eyes filled with remorse and regret. The Sand King, however, remained gentle and forgiving, holding no grudges against Xiaoming despite past treatment. With this understanding, Xiaoming's fixation on achieving 100 consecutive victories dissipated, and his mindset became considerably more balanced. Xiaoji nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The reconciliation was the scene he most wished to witness. Suddenly struck by a thought, Xiaoji hesitated, his mouth opening slightly as if to speak, yet he refrained. Xiaoming noticed the change in his demeanor and inquired, "Xiaoji, is there something you wish to say?" Eventually, Xiaoji found his voice, saying, "I heard you have a weight device that can enhance a Pokemon's speed and strength. Could you possibly sell me a set?" In truth, he had hoped to request a complimentary set, but reconsidered, realizing he lacked the audacity for such a plea. He understood that one must not be shameless to be invincible. A level Xiaoji had yet to reach, needing more time to grow into a seasoned individual. Such specialized equipment is typically expensive and exceedingly rare, not something everyone can possess. Naturally, Xiaoji felt tempted. It would significantly boost a Pokemon's abilities, akin to specialized training, and the results were undeniable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming chuckled. "I thought you were contemplating something profound. It's merely a weight device. There's no need for formality. I'll gift you a set." His generous offer was not without strategy. It subtly placed Xiaoji in his debt. Weighing the pros and cons, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, for the potential within this young man was limitless. Given time to hone his skills, Xiaoming believed he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. In the future, should he encounter difficulties, Xiaoji would likely feel compelled to assist him. Xiaoji nodded appreciatively. "If that is the case, thank you. If you ever need help, I will do my utmost." He was a man of deep loyalty, believing that even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude, and he would never slight those who treated him well. Conversely, he would not extend kindness to those who acted against him. Xiaoming waved his hand and led them to a warehouse. Upon entering, Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback by the metallic scent of the equipment. The spacious warehouse was filled with training apparatus for Pokemon, which appeared quite imposing from a distance. Although Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia were gym trainers, they had perhaps been away from the world for too long, encountering unfamiliar items for the first time. "Well, is this the weight device?" Xiaojiang exclaimed, unable to resist approaching to touch it. Xiaoji retrieved the spatial ring distributed by the Alliance, adjusted the settings, and successfully received the corresponding spatial coordinates. Initially, he marveled at the wonders of high technology, realizing that many seemingly impossible things could indeed become reality through innovation. Technology transforms lives, greatly assisting humanity by alleviating daily burdens. For instance, televisions add vibrancy to life, washing machines lessen chores, and rice cookers simplify meal preparation. With the spatial ring, trainers found their journeys far more convenient, no longer burdened by heavy luggage, which could be a nuisance during inclement weather. Maintaining his manners, Xiaoji politely expressed his gratitude, a habit ingrained since childhood. Xiaoming smiled. "It's a trivial matter. I have faith in you. On the day of the court's conference, we shall meet again. Be cautious then." He saw in this young man a symbol of hope, capable of dispelling the darkest nights. Yet, every individual is unique. Xiaoming would not become anyone's shadow. He aimed to forge his own path and become a better version of himself. Bidding farewell to his past naivety and stepping onto the road of enlightenment. After a brief tour of this unofficial gym, he felt a rush of emotions. This was the culmination of his efforts. Now, he was about to embark on the journey to become a Pokemon master, which meant leaving this place behind. Xiaoji patted Xiaoming on the shoulder, realizing that one must part with their former self to embrace a new life. "Good luck, young man." Xiaoxia stood to the side. Deep in thought, she sensed something was off. Despite his usual jovial demeanor, Xiaoji's tone had shifted. She felt a strange dissonance, but could not articulate why. Perhaps she was overthinking. After all, she didn't have the mental capacity to dwell on such matters. After bidding farewell to Xiaoming, they resumed their journey towards Leaf City, where more exciting adventures awaited them. Each individual must endure the trials of nature to undergo a transformation. Consulting the map in hand, They quickly confirmed their route to Leaf City and quickened their pace. Just as they were laughing and chatting, Xiaojing began to sense something amiss. Wait. It seems like the fog is becoming thicker. Initially, they thought little of it. After all, forests often had such conditions. However, upon closer inspection, they realized they could no longer see the path they had taken, as it was now obscured by dense mist. Gulp. Xiaoxia swallowed nervously. Hearing Xiaojing's words, fear crept in. Thankfully, she was with Xiaoji. Otherwise, she would have fled back to the Hualan gym. At least at home, she wouldn't face such dangers and could relax. Xiaoji's expression grew serious. It's all right. If we follow the map's route, we can exit this forest. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety as a man, he knew he must not show weakness. Yet, the sight of the trees looming in the fog sent a shiver down his spine as they appeared oddly sinister. Almost as if they were watching them. Suddenly, Xiaoxia let out a piercing scream, startling Xiaoji and the others into eerie silence. What is wrong, Xiaoxia? What happened? Xiaojing and Xiaoji quickly turned to her, their faces a mix of concern and alarm. Bug. There's a bug. Xiaoji paused, observing a green caterpie slowly making its way nearby. Is that it? Although he couldn't comprehend why a girl would be frightened by such a creature, he reluctantly picked it up and moved it away. Little caterpie, running around like this could lead to being caught by a Pidgey. You should hurry back to your parents. Xiaoji wasn't exaggerating. It was indeed true that Pidgey would prey upon caterpie. Gently, he placed the caterpie on the ground, allowing it to scurry away. After a long and exhausting day, it was prudent for everyone to take a moment to rest and recuperate their strength. Ash decided against pushing forward, primarily because the dense fog significantly hampered their speed, and secondly, he was feeling quite famished. Misty and Brock concurred, and they soon found a suitable spot to settle down. They retrieved food and beverages from their space rings, along with some ingredients that required preparation before consumption. They certainly did not wish to subsist solely on bread and dry rations throughout their journey. Such a diet would be unbearably tedious, potentially dulling their sense of taste. Thus, possessing culinary skills proved to be a blessing for those who cherished their meals. Among the trio, Ash's culinary abilities were rather lackluster, while the other two had no such deficiencies, provided they did not subject Ash to experimental dishes. Brock volunteered, "Allow me to handle the cooking. I am quite adept in this area." Having previously taken care of his younger siblings, he had gradually acquired knowledge about various dishes through experience. Chapter 65, The Shiny Vulpix and Ash's Decision. With the collective efforts of Ash and his companions, a fire was soon kindled, sending wisps of smoke curling into the air. While traveling, it was essential to take care of oneself. At the very least, they needed to ensure they were well fed and warm. Relying solely on dry provisions and bread was a neglectful approach to their health. Of course, one could argue that Professor Oak and instant noodles were a true love story. Brock, possessing a mature and steady demeanor, handled the culinary tasks with ease. Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening Ash and Pikachu's inner food enthusiasts without any prompting. They simply spread a cloth on the grass and prepared to feast. Ash and Pikachu, devoid of any decorum, devoured their meal with abandon, showing little concern for appearances, though it seemed they had never been particularly concerned with such things. Misty, though generally carefree, maintained a semblance of decorum as she sipped her apple tea. "Mom-esque cooking," Ash exclaimed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Yet this did not deter him from relishing his meal. After a satisfying feast, they took a brief nap before resuming their journey to the next destination. In such foggy conditions, they needed to exercise extreme caution to avoid potential wild Pokémon attacks or other hidden dangers lurking in the depths. As they approached a fork in the road, they heard some commotion. The group paused, sensing that something was amiss. There appeared to be some young individuals ahead, engaged in a heated exchange. One boy with red hair was angrily berating another who was crouched on the ground. "You don't deserve to be in this class. You're a disgrace. We can't afford to have someone like you among us." Ash furrowed his brow, his fist clenching unconsciously as he observed the scene unfold. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. "What are you doing? Bullying someone?" He detested witnessing such scenarios, especially when they were all classmates yet chose to confront each other so aggressively. The red-haired boy smirked disdainfully. "Mind your own business, or you'll get a taste of the same." His companions, exuding an air of superiority, regarded Ash with contempt, bolstered by their absolute confidence. Brock and Misty, having followed closely behind, were filled with anger upon witnessing the unfolding situation, which bore a striking resemblance to bullying, a behavior that was legally condemned yet still occurred far too frequently. Ash let out a hearty laugh, his tone unabashedly bold. "Did you eat too much garlic or something? You." The red-haired boy's face contorted with rage. Yet his limited vocabulary left him at a loss for words to retort effectively. "Stop intimidating your classmates," Ash warned, his voice growing cold as he clenched his fist. At Ash's words, the group of boys erupted in laughter. Kid, are you here to entertain us? Do you even know who we are? At that moment, the red-haired boy's lackey stepped forward, dressed in flamboyant attire, his hair dyed blue. To assert his loyalty, he summoned his Pokemon. Come forth, shiny Vulpix. The extraordinary Vulpix, while resembling the ordinary variety, boasted a strikingly altered coat that captivated the eye. Ash glanced at it nonchalantly. Is that a shiny Vulpix? His extensive theoretical knowledge allowed him to recognize it almost instantly. Brock and Misty, after a moment of contemplation, shared a look of astonishment. Is this truly a shiny Vulpix? It does appear distinct from the ordinary ones, but I wonder about its true strength, they mused. The blue-haired boy chuckled triumphantly, recognizing their astonishment. You must be clueless. Having never seen something like my shiny Vulpix. Apologize and call me daddy, and perhaps I'll consider letting you off easy. The blue-haired boy reveled in his vanity, relishing the opportunity to highlight his supposed superiority. Ash shook his head in disappointment. A beautiful flower wasted on a pile of dung. What a pity. It was disheartening to see such a remarkable Pokemon in the hands of someone so unworthy. A good trainer is vital for a Pokemon, playing an instrumental role in its development. What do you mean by that? The blue-haired boy's face darkened, feeling insulted by Ash's repeated jabs. I'll show you just how capable I am. Don't think you can just talk big. He held no belief that this cap-wearing boy possessed any hidden talents. If it were just Pikachu, he held it in no high regard. While Pikachu was superior to more common Pokemon like Caterpie or Oddish, it was still not considered rare. Seemingly aware of the blue-haired boy's thoughts, Ash's expression turned serious. Pikachu, do you have confidence in defeating him? Pikachu's determination surged as it nodded vigorously, leaping down from Ash's shoulder. Excellent, let us show them our strength. Perhaps Ash understood that there could be a significant gap between a common Pokemon and a shiny one, but that did not dampen his competitive spirit. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Before fully assessing the opponent's strength, Ash opted to stabilize the situation by testing the capabilities of the shiny Vulpix, ensuring it aligned with his expectations. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Ash always kept this principle in mind, never acting recklessly. True strength is not to be feared. What is daunting is a strong individual who remains calm and composed, fully prepared to confront their adversary. Pikachu's speed was astonishing, striking its opponent in the blink of an eye. The glimmering Vulpix, controlled by the boy with blue hair, was caught completely off guard and was knocked to the ground. It seemed that the swiftness of this shimmering Vulpix was within expectations, proving not particularly fast. Ash smiled slightly. Having never battled a shiny Pokemon before, he needed to remain vigilant. A lion does not underestimate a rabbit, and he had no intention of being careless. Vulpix. The blue-haired boy seethed with anger, having not anticipated that Ash's Pikachu would employ Quick Attack so decisively, underestimating its speed. You merely took advantage of my momentary distraction. Do not become too smug. At that moment, he wished he could press Ash into the ground to alleviate his frustration. Use Ice Shard, Vulpix. Currently, the level difference between Pikachu and Vulpix was not substantial, meaning their respective levels would not significantly affect the battle. More crucial was the trainer's skill and the Pokemon's adaptability during combat, which would ultimately sway the scales of victory. After evading the Ice Shard attack, Pikachu unleashed an electric shock. Ash's strategy leaned towards proactive engagement, aiming to seize control of the battle before meticulously analyzing the shifting dynamics. With each attack, he scrutinized for any signs of weakness from his opponent, determined to capitalize on even the slightest opening. The attack descended upon Pikachu like a blizzard, freezing the very air around them. It was undeniable that the shimmering Vulpix's offensive capabilities surpassed those of a standard Vulpix. Pikachu moved with unmatched agility, rendering its speed almost ethereal, creating afterimages in its wake, a testament to its innate velocity rather than a technique like Double Team. Notably, Ash's Pikachu had yet to undergo specialized training, indicating vast potential for growth. Once fully developed, its power would be formidable. How could it possibly evade that? It's merely a Pikachu. The blue-haired boy was momentarily speechless, stunned by the extraordinary speed of Ash's Pikachu. He had always dismissed such a low-tier Pokemon, believing it lacked any promising future, reserving admiration only for the starter Pokemon or shiny variants that matched his lofty standards. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Pikachu seized the opportunity, launching a powerful electric shock. The crackling energy was beyond the ordinary, reaching an unfathomable intensity. The expression on Vulpix's face was one of sheer agony. While not a type disadvantage, the strength of electric-type moves was not to be underestimated. Pikachu, do not grant them any chances. Use Iron Tail. With Pikachu now dangerously close to the shimmering Vulpix, the likelihood of a successful hit with Iron Tail was significantly heightened. Pikachu's tail suddenly became as rigid as steel, and with a swift motion, it struck Vulpix with tremendous force. The relentless barrage of attacks left Vulpix reeling, its vision blurring and body swaying precariously. You cannot fall here. After all the resources I have invested, you better perform well, or you will face dire consequences. The blue-haired boy gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that this was far from over. Today would serve as a lesson for Ash. Chapter 66. The Noble Academy, bring forth whatever skills you possess. No. Send forth your Vulpix. The shimmering Vulpix had transformed from a fire type to an ice type, an astonishing shift. Ice and fire are inherently incompatible. And now the two forms were worlds apart. Ash felt no fear, at least for now. Pikachu appeared to hold a speed advantage, instilling him with confidence. I relish your stubbornness, just don't come crying for mercy later. The blue-haired boy was infuriated, perceiving Ash's words as a blatant provocation. How dare this commoner challenge him? Moreover, he had boasted before the match, declaring he would use only one Pokemon, allowing Ash to use as many as he liked, showcasing his confidence. Vulpix, unleash Ice Wind. Brock and Misty were astounded. This shimmering Vulpix was truly eye-opening, as they had never before witnessed an Ice-type Vulpix. Brock hastily took out his notebook to record the encounter. Ash's expression shifted slightly. Pikachu, charge in and use Iron Tail. With the opponent opting for a ranged attack, Ash decided to counter by catching them off guard. Although his approach mirrored that of the blue-haired boy, he dismissed such concerns, viewing it as a tactical maneuver. What are you doing? You should be focusing on defense right now. Before the shimmering Vulpix could release its Ice Wind, Pikachu struck with Iron Tail, delivering a heavy blow. Vulpix could no longer withstand the onslaught, swaying its head before collapsing from the barrage of attacks, its frail body unable to endure. How is this possible? My shimmering Vulpix lost to a mere Pikachu? The blue-haired boy was in disbelief, fixated on Pikachu with incredulity in his eyes. Did Ash really win? Misty rubbed her eyes, scrutinizing the scene before her, struggling to process the outcome. Ash smiled calmly, stating, those who insult others will inevitably face the same fate. Do not think that wealth and status make one exceptional. The world is vast, one should venture beyond their confines. This message was clearly directed at the blue-haired boy, who had been so arrogant, now reduced to a pitiable state. The embarrassment of losing a battle with a shiny Pokemon against a commoner was a significant blow to his pride. If word of this reached his classmates, it would surely become a source of ridicule. A person so concerned with reputation could never accept such a humiliating defeat. No, I refuse to accept this. Onward to the next match. The blue-haired boy disregarded the rules he had previously established, solely fixated on restoring his dignity. Misty, overhearing his shameless remarks, produced a frying pan from seemingly nowhere. If you continue to cheat like this, do not blame me for being ruthless. Her fiery temperament would not allow her to consider his status. Individuals like him needed to be taught a lesson. The red-haired boy shot a glance at the blue-haired boy, signaling him to retreat. Given that their leader had issued a command, he complied, but not without shooting Ash and his friends a resentful glare, as if wishing to devour them whole. The red-haired boy chuckled. Who would have thought that a mere Pikachu could be nurtured to such a level? You have some skill after all. The matters of today shall conclude here. However, I must caution you against meddling in affairs that do not concern you, lest you find yourself in trouble. The red-haired youth, with a charming yet sinister smile, departed without a backward glance, accompanied by his sycophants. To this young man, Xiaoji appeared merely as a somewhat capable trainer among the common folk, unworthy of his attention, much like the rest of them. This notion is often harbored by students from aristocratic schools, influenced by their familial backgrounds or perhaps other inscrutable reasons. Xiaoji, however, felt no anger towards such arrogance. These individuals had never faced the trials of the world and had grown under the protection of their privileged wings. If this attitude persisted, they would likely not go far. Shaking his head, Xiaoji approached the young boy lying on the ground and extended his hand, assuring him that all was well and encouraging him to rise. The boy hesitated, trembling slightly as he reached out, whispering his gratitude. Xiaoji smiled gently, reassuring him that there was no need for fear. They were merely standing up against injustice to lend a helping hand, not villains in disguise. My name is Xiaoji, a novice trainer from Pallet Town. These two are my companions. The boy nodded and introduced himself as Xiaochun, a classmate of the earlier bullies, also a student at the Pokemon Academy ahead. Xiaoji inquired about the incident, wondering why they had targeted him. Xiaochun's body was no longer trembling, and he took a moment to steady his emotions, attributing the bullying to his family's circumstances. But that's in the past now. Let me show you around. The group refrained from pressing further. They were astute enough to recognize that Xiaochun harbored unspoken burdens. Sometimes it is unnecessary to pry into certain matters, for they may be the scars of others or involve deeper issues. Xiaochun led Xiaoji and his companions forward towards the Pokemon Academy. Often referred to as the Noble Academy, a name derived from its exorbitant tuition fees. The high costs were justified, as many would go to great lengths, even risking injury, to gain admission. Xiaoxia and Xiaojang expressed their confusion, questioning the rationale behind such expensive tuition when there were numerous other Pokemon schools, yet students clamored to enroll. As they walked, Xiaochun explained that attending this academy conferred the privilege of participating in the Quartz Conference. Direct entry into the Quartz Conference? Xiaojang and Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that there was such a pathway available, it became evident that the disparity between commoners and nobility was stark. Students of this academy did not need to earn gym badges, as they were granted admission based on merit alone, allowing them seamless access to the Quartz Conference roster. Xiaochun merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued leading the way. After traversing a narrow path, the mist began to dissipate, revealing the majestic Pokemon Academy, which exuded an unmistakable air of aristocracy, as if every inch were steeped in opulence. Wow, is this your school? Xiaoxia, despite her reservations, could not help but admire the breathtaking architectural style of the academy. Xiaochun, rarely showing a smile, urged them to enter. Once inside the campus, both Xiaojang and Xiaoxia were filled with excitement. The school's lavish expenditures on infrastructure were unparalleled, far surpassing anything in Pallet Town. Yet, the true measure of an institution lies in its teaching prowess. The esteemed Miss Shurdai is truly remarkable. Not only is she stunning, but her strength is formidable, remarked a passing student. The mention of Shurdai elicited excitement among those discussing her, and several students cast curious glances at Xiaoxi's group before resuming their conversation. Of course, as the top student among the beginners, Miss Shurdai's prowess is unquestionable. I wonder which fortunate fellow will win her favor. Xiaochun turned to the students who had just passed and murmured, if only I could be like Miss Shurdai, my father wouldn't. He shook his head slightly and continued guiding Xiaoxi and the others through the academy. Moments later, they arrived at a technologically advanced room filled with various instruments. The devices were unfamiliar to Xiaoxi and his companions, being costly acquisitions that only this academy could afford. This is our academy's simulation room, where theoretical knowledge can be effectively applied to rapidly enhance one's abilities. Xiaoxi approached one of the machines, recalling that teacher Natsu had mentioned a device capable of simulating battles. So this was it. Xiaochun did not exhibit any arrogance. Unlike some students, he did not look down upon those from humble beginnings. In their eyes, individuals without power or influence were mere mud, unworthy of consideration. The prevailing perception was that commoner trainers lacked skill, their abilities deemed inferior, unworthy of comparison with the elite. In the Pokemon simulation battles, participants could choose virtual gyms to engage in combat. Xiaochun demonstrated proficiently, swiftly adjusting the settings as he selected the Hualan gym for the simulation, choosing to battle with a grass-type Pokemon. He controlled the grass type, while the opponent wielded a Magikarp, with both sides engaging in turn-based combat, alternating their moves. Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, muttering, is this Pokemon world actually a game? It seemed ludicrous. If he were to participate, it would be a piece of cake, as he had become quite adept at such simulations. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance, who is over there? Xiaochun and the others turned to see a girl with flowing hair adorned in a student uniform, her graceful form accentuating her curves perfectly. Xiaoxi swallowed hard, thinking, how beautiful. He couldn't help but offer sincere praise, for her demeanor and appearance were truly exceptional. The girl approached them, emanating a subtle fragrance that captivated Xiaoxi and his friends, including Xiaoxia. Miss Shurdai, these are my friends. I brought them to tour our school's simulation room. Xiaochun's face flushed, his gaze evasive as he spoke bashfully. This very Shurdai was the genius of the beginner class, celebrated for her beauty and hailed as a prodigious talent. The girl smiled but did not respond to Xiaochun's words, instead addressing Xiaoxi and the others. No wonder you seem unfamiliar. I am Yuteng Shurdai, but you may call me Shurdai. A fleeting, imperceptible expression flickered in her eyes, but it quickly reverted to her usual demeanor. Naturally, such subtle hints could not escape the keen observation of Xiaoxi, and out of politeness, they introduced themselves to one another. I am Xiaoxi, hailing from Jinshin Town. I look forward to your guidance. Upon finishing his introduction, Xiaoxi smiled and extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill. Yuteng Side-Eye offered a slight smile, but refrained from shaking his hand, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. Xiaoxi coolly chuckled to himself, promptly retracting his hand. Aware that she was a lofty school beauty, such behavior was merely customary. However, this action instantly diminished Xiaoxi's regard for the young lady. Initially, he had thought she was different from the aristocratic students, but it appeared that was a mere illusion. Those who dwell among the vermilion will become red. Those who dwell among the ink will become black. If one is surrounded by a cohort of arrogant individuals, it is inevitable that some changes will occur. Is there something you need? Xiaoxi inquired, feeling no anger. He had no concern for her character, as long as she did not interfere with him. She could do as she pleased. Yuding side-eye smiled. It's been quite some time since I've encountered a trainer from Jinshin Town. What sort of place is that? I don't believe I've ever heard of it. Ha ha ha. It must be a remote mountainous area. Judging by your attire, several girls nearby began to murmur, their contempt unmistakable, openly deriding him as if he were an unsophisticated bumpkin. This was also the reason Xiaojiang refrained from being infatuated, no matter how attractive a facade one possessed. If their character fell short, he would find no appeal. Yuding side-eye couldn't help but laugh, then noticed the expressions of Xiaoji and his companions. I apologize. It seems they are rather short-sighted and unfamiliar with Jinshin Town. Xiaojiang attempted to speak on Xiaoji's behalf, but Xiaoji halted him. At this moment, Xiaoji's expression darkened. Lacking basic courtesy, how could they claim to be of noble status? In his view, they were merely a facade of empty reputation, were they not, Miss Yuding side-eye? Since she disrespected him, why should he lower himself? Respect is mutual. If they looked down upon him, he would remain dignified, regardless of their status. Yuding side-eye's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Our academy is not merely a superficial reputation, it stands in stark contrast to your Jinshin Town. The young lady could no longer maintain her composure, initially aiming to uphold her image as the school beauty, but now found herself confronted by this audacious boy. Observing Xiaoji's silence, Yuding side-eye coldly smirked. Students from our noble academy are not to be trifled with by common trainers like you. Upon hearing this, the girls around her erupted in laughter, akin to a flock of clucking hens. Is that so? As far as I know. This Pokemon Academy secures its entry into the Quartz Conference through financial means and always returns in disgrace, correct? Xiaoji spoke candidly, revealing the truth that lay bare. Very well, I shall witness where your arrogance stems from. Yuding side-eye was incensed. As the school beauty, she had never endured such indignity. Throughout her life, she had been the apple of her parents' eye, and with her striking beauty, she was perpetually surrounded by flattering words. Thus, facing Xiaoji's sharp remarks, she could no longer hold her composure. The notion of maintaining her school beauty persona was now irrelevant. All she desired was to teach this brash young man a lesson, compelling him to beg for her forgiveness. Xiaoji's thoughts were straightforward. She looked down upon him and his hometown. Why should he endure this simply because she was a school beauty, wealthy and influential? He acknowledged that the young lady was indeed beautiful, but her pride was excessively lofty, constantly flaunting her noble identity. She seemed to believe everyone should treat her well, that the world should revolve around her. If this attitude did not change, it would be challenging for her to progress, as this was a major taboo for trainers. In the vast, boundless world outside, no one would indulge anyone. Only strength would speak, while everything else could be cast aside. Come forth, Galar. Pokemon, Galar gender, male type, ground level, 20, beginner, ability, thick head, lightning rod hidden ability, battle armor-based stats. For 125, the young lady's smile radiated confidence, for she had once swept through the academy with this Pokemon, leaving no one standing in her way. If you intend to battle with that Pikachu, you might as well surrender now, as Galar is completely immune to electric-type moves. The girls accompanying her began to cheer. Miss Side-Eye, go, Miss Side-Eye. In the open arena, a considerable crowd had gathered, all students of the academy, naturally siding with Yuding side-eye. Some boys looked disdainfully at Xiaoji, recognizing him as a country bumpkin who did not know his place, daring to challenge Miss Side-Eye. Meanwhile, Xiaoji was supported only by Xiaoxia, Xiaojiang, and Xiaochun, who silently stood by him. Having witnessed the true face of this so-called school beauty, Xiaochun's admiration faded. The previously graceful and dignified facade was merely a guise. He had not anticipated that the school beauty, who had captivated countless young hearts, harbored such an unknown countenance. Xiaoji. Go for it. Don't let us down. Even though the odds were against him, as Xiaoji's friends and companions, they would always stand behind him, an unyielding shield. Galar. Indeed a formidable Pokemon, but unfortunately, Xiaoji decided, Pikachu, you've worked hard, so I choose you, Frogadier. The crowd gasped, initially believing Xiaoji would foolishly use Pikachu. After all, Yuding side-eye had just stated that electric-type attacks were ineffective against Galar. Pika? Pikachu looked bewildered, ready for battle, but never expected such a decision from Xiaoji. Pikachu helplessly shook its head, standing beside Xiaojiang and the others, joining in the cheer for Xiaoji. With a burst of light, Frogadier appeared in the arena. Frogadier, I appreciate your efforts. You must do your best. He remained the indomitable youth he had always been, and with the support of Xiaojiang and the others, he felt content. The young lady's smile suddenly stiffened. Is that Frogadier, one of the Kalos starter Pokemon? How is it possible that you possess this Pokemon? Yuding side-eye found it hard to believe that this boy from a remote mountainous area could have such a starter Pokemon. Xiaoji smiled faintly. ignoring the astonished gaze of the young lady. Frogadier used Bubble. This time he was genuinely angered. Those who insult others will themselves be insulted. And he would repay her double. Frogadier. With a leap, Frogadier launched a barrage of bubbles toward Galar. Galar, evade. Using side-eye snapped back to reality. Realizing that her surprise stemmed not from the rarity of the starter, but from the belief that he should not possess one. After all, the starter Pokémon from the Kalos region are not easily obtainable, especially for an unremarkable youth such as himself. Given these circumstances, it is indeed quite surprising. Suddenly, a Galarian Meowth was unable to evade in time and was knocked to the ground by a bubble. In the distance, a few figures were lurking in the grass. Meow. What are those little rascals up to? It appeared that a conflict had arisen, leading to a Pokémon battle. Jessie observed the scene through binoculars, scrutinizing every movement with keen interest. One starter Pokémon and a Galarian Meowth had caught their attention. The trio of Team Rocket, Jessie, James, and Meowth, were present. Meow? Let me have a look. Don't just hog the view. Meowth snatched the binoculars from James, fixated on the battle between Ash and Serena. A broad grin spreading across his face. If we manage to capture all these Pokémon, Boss Giovanni will reward us handsomely. Then I can be the pampered cat by his side, living a life of luxury. Though Ash felt a twinge of anger, his strategy was not entirely reckless. His seemingly impulsive attacks concealed a deeper cunning. To be the master of one's emotions and maintain a clear mind was essential for unleashing one's true power and securing victory in battle. At that moment, Serena was no longer smiling, her expression filled with fury. You've pushed me to this. Chapter 68, The Dazzling Princess, Unleashing Her Fury. Serena was clearly incensed, unable to tolerate the humiliation inflicted upon her in front of so many witnesses. The Galarian Meowth had been undefeated within the academy, never having lost to any student. Yet now, it was easily struck by Froakie, exhibiting such vulnerability. Who was she? She was the academy's renowned princess, the envy of every parent. Possessing vast wealth and a prestigious family background, she felt that no boy could possibly compare to her. Galarian Meowth, use Bone Club. With a fierce throw, Galarian Meowth launched its bone in a powerful attack. Froakie counter with Water Shuriken. Ash's intentions were crystal clear. He sought not just victory, but an overwhelming triumph. He aimed to make this arrogant girl accountable for her words, allowing her to experience the sensation of being trampled. Boom. Froakie managed to intercept the bone attack, showcasing its strength magnificently. Gradually, as they fought side by side, the bond between Ash and Froakie deepened, their synergy enhancing significantly. Only through relentless practice could true growth be achieved. This Froakie had withstood the Bone Club attack? Serena was astounded, for it was the only Pokémon capable of enduring such a blow thus far. Countless Pokémon at the Academy had faltered against this very move. No. Galarian Meowth's power is formidable. How could this be? Normally, Galarian Meowth's physical attacks were exceptionally high, bordering on ferocious. She had initially sought this particular Meowth, forgoing other starters. Confused, she quickly retrieved a Pokémon encyclopedia and began to leaf through it meticulously. According to the book, Froakie should not have been able to withstand such an attack. Ash offered no opportunity for Serena to respond. Froakie unleashed Water Pulse. With a resounding crash, the arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust, prompting the spectators to step back in astonishment. Wait, Galarian Meowth has been defeated? A sharp-eyed observer was the first to vocalize disbelief. You can't be serious. That's Miss Serena. The crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene. Gradually, clarity returned, revealing Froakie still exuberant, while Galarian Meowth lay defeated. No, I can't believe it. I've lost? Serena's composure crumbled, collapsing to the ground in tears, her regal demeanor shattered. She no longer resembled the school's flower. Her hair was disheveled, and she appeared utterly defeated. This world is never devoid of prodigies, and yet, you are not one of them. Ash refrained from mocking her. He merely wished for her to comprehend this truth. He had received excellent training in humility, understanding that a true trainer must not be boastful in victory nor despondent in defeat. If one cannot uphold such virtues, they do not deserve the title of a true trainer. Serena, lost in her turmoil, did not respond to Ash, still grappling with the reality of her defeat. Having always looked down upon ordinary trainers, her esteemed status made accepting failure intolerable. She had never encountered hardship, having been regarded as a genius by many, cherished by her parents. With a resigned shake of his head, Ash pondered when she might grasp the essence of his words. Only then could she be deemed a true trainer. After expressing this sentiment, he turned to leave, no longer waiting for her response, as it seemed futile. Boy, wait. Just as Ash and his companions prepared to depart, an elderly voice resonated, compelling them to pause. The voice carried an undeniable weight, as if it could pierce through one's very soul. Ash furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Turning to face the source of the voice, they beheld a venerable elder. His hair white as snow, radiating vitality and warmth. Principal Johto. The nearby students greeted, parting to make way for him. With a beaming smile, the elder addressed Ash. Young man, please stay. I have been observing you for some time. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Ash, perplexed, responded, Are you the principal of this Pokemon Academy? Is there something you wish to discuss? He recalled hearing the students greet the elder moments ago. The elder waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing of great importance. I simply see great potential in you, a promising talent. Grandfather, why are you defending this brat? He just knocked me out. Serena, initially hopeful that her grandfather would come to her aid, was taken aback by his unexpected words. This was a classic case of betrayal. She was unwilling to accept such a turn of events. Grandfather, your precious granddaughter has been wronged. Aren't you going to do something? She resorted to pleading, feigning vulnerability to evoke sympathy. The elder gently patted Serena on the head. I witnessed the encounter, and I must say, your parents have indulged you far too much. This cannot continue. But, before she could protest further, Ash interjected, Principal, you are absolutely right. However, I must continue my journey. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He held little regard for this Pokemon Academy, perceiving it as a congregation of arrogant individuals lacking self-awareness. He feared that prolonged association with such people would inevitably lead to his own moral degradation, akin to a single drop of pure water tainting an inkwell. He had no desire to become one of them. Sighing, he recognized the rare talent before him and thought it prudent to engage in conversation. The elder showed no intention of letting Ash depart. Ash shook his head, stating that whatever needed to be said could be addressed here. As he had little time to linger, the elder, upon hearing this, felt no anger. After all, it was the young man's prerogative, and that was beyond his control. I see your remarkable potential. Why not join our academy? I can waive your tuition and provide you with ample funding. In short, if you agree to join us, feel free to stipulate any conditions. I will endeavor to accommodate you, the elder proposed with a gentle smile, convinced the allure of such an offer would not go unnoticed. The opportunity to enter a prestigious academy, not easily accessible even with wealth, was something he was offering Ash, along with the promise of financial support for his development. This was a generous invitation, particularly as it would allow Ash to participate directly in the court's conference, which was his arduous goal. I'm sorry, but I prefer to prove myself through my own abilities, rather than relying on such unconventional means, Ash replied without hesitation, rejecting the offer outright. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Disbelief rippled through the onlookers. Did he truly refuse? After all the resources and efforts expended to gain entry to this academy, this young man had the audacity to decline? The atmosphere became charged with agitation. What do you mean? The elder's beard twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Your tuition is waived, and I offer you financial support, yet you turn it down? Yuding side-eye, undeterred, maintained her lofty demeanor. Ash turned to leave, disregarding her expression. Grandfather. Look at him. So ungrateful. He deserves a lesson. Yuding side-eye insisted, embellishing Ash's faults, convinced of his inadequacies. Indeed, esteemed principal. This individual flaunts his modest abilities while disparaging our academy. Some students began to murmur disparaging remarks about Ash as soon as he departed, as if to paint him as utterly irredeemable. The elder gazed at the departing figures, shaking his head slightly. Such a promising talent, what a waste. Aren't you all embarrassed? Look at your own capabilities. With so many of you, not a single one can hold their own. He scolded the eager critics harshly. His original intention had been to establish the finest Pokemon Academy, yet unforeseen circumstances had led it to its current state. Despite having the qualifications for the court's conference, the best historical performance had only reached the top 16. Such results were a source of shame, rendering him unable to face the heads of other institutions. As their reputation was exceedingly poor, to outsiders, it appeared as though they were a collection of the oblivious. Grandfather, Yuding side-eye murmured, her head bowed. No longer daring to retort, for he spoke the truth, they were indeed lacking. The young girl raised her gaze to Ash's retreating form, a seed of determination quietly taking root within her heart. The elder turned to Xiaochun beside him. My dear student, do you know those individuals? He had noticed Xiaochun's support for Ash, their camaraderie evident in their laughter. Xiaochun stammered, glancing apprehensively at the elder, hesitant to speak. He feared that this matter might impact him adversely. Being dismissed would leave him no face to return home to confront his father. The elder placed a reassuring hand on Xiaochun's shoulder. Do not fear, they have not offended me. I merely seek clarification. Xiaochun looked up at the elder. Yes. They are from Pallet Town and are indeed from the Pallet Town Academy. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. To produce such students implies a commendable teacher. What is their name? Chapter 69. An Astonishing Identity. Xiaochun scratched his head. I believe her name is Nako. He was uncertain, as it was merely something Ash had mentioned. Compounded by his poor memory. Nako? Wait, could it be her? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, as if recalling something shocking, his expression transforming dramatically. If it is as I suspect, I must verify this in person soon. Why would she venture to such a remote place? Yuting's side-eye felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from further inquiries, her fists clenched tightly, whether out of pride or genuine realization. A bold idea began to take shape within her. Grandfather, I've made my decision. I shall venture out to train. You were right. I cannot continue in this manner. Yuting's side-eye's gaze was resolute, her determination firmly established. The elder felt a mix of surprise. Very well then. Seeing the world beyond can only foster your growth. I believe in you. Our Yuting family has a proud tradition. You shall undoubtedly rise above the rest. Surrounding students buzzed with astonishment, beginning to doubt themselves, even questioning the academy. If the principal's granddaughter sought to venture out, it was high time they introspected. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The former Dragon-type champion, Dato, was a notable representative of this academy, having garnered numerous accolades, earning him a modicum of fame. However, the title of Dragon-type champion had long been contentious, as the Pokemon he trained were often less than impressive. Yet, this most renowned student, once mired in despair due to poor performance, made a bold decision to embark on a journey of training. It was this very choice that propelled the previously obscure Dato to become the Dragon-type champion. Mew. Should we attack? If we delay, those little rascals will escape. Meowth was anxious, feeling as though the prize was slipping away, which was more painful than death itself. He had envisioned returning to Giovanni's side, indulging in endless riches and glory. Meowth, can you focus? That elder is the principal of this academy. He is not someone we can contend with. Jessie nodded in agreement, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognizing the weight of the principal's authority. The elder stroked his beard, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, his expression growing somber. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, casting a sharp gaze toward the nearby bushes. Who goes there, sneaking about? Step forward at once, or you shall face my displeasure. Since you were so sincere in your inquiry, then, you think too highly of yourself. Meowth, I'm making my exit. Meowth bolted away, having recognized that the elder had unleashed a fierce ride-on. Ride-on, chase off those intruders. Through the attire of Jessie and James, the elder quickly discerned their affiliation with Team Rocket. Regarding the organization known as Team Rocket, he harbored a deep-seated aversion towards them, for they frequently engaged in malevolent deeds that inflicted harm upon Pokemon and even humanity. Hey, Meowth, wait for me. James, upon spotting the charging ride-on, trembled uncontrollably and hastily made his escape, unwilling to be knocked away. Ash and his companions traversed the path leading to Leafy Town, the fresh air of nature invigorating their spirits and heightening their anticipation for the wonders that awaited them at their next destination. Each city possessed its own unique charm, be it the architectural splendor of Evergreen City or the aquatic allure of Cerulean City, each showcasing its distinct appeal. After navigating through forests and crossing rivers, Ash decided to take a brief respite. They were not far from Leafy Town, so it was prudent to rest for a moment. Only by replenishing their energy could they muster the strength to continue their journey, making this a most judicious decision, saving both time and effort. I concur with Ash. Let us find a place to rest, Misty exclaimed, already breathless and collapsing onto the ground, eagerly retrieving a bottle of water to quench her thirst. Observing the sentiment shared by his companions, Brock reluctantly agreed, though he still felt capable of pressing on. Yet, he recognized the importance of team cohesion. They were a unit, and to advance further, they must move together in harmony. Ash, unfazed by sentimentality, found a patch of clean grass and sat down, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze. With his eyes slightly squinted, he embraced the comfort brought by the wind, feeling his entire being relax, balancing both pleasure and hardship. It was not necessary to make the journey excessively arduous. Sometimes, a moment of tranquility and introspection was the wisest course of action. As Ash lay back on the grass, he turned his head and noticed a Nidoran. This Pokemon, predominantly purple with deep purple spots and adorned with horns atop its head, was drinking from a small depression in the ground. Truly, Nidoran was an admirable Pokemon, albeit with a lengthy training period. Its ultimate strength was undeniably formidable. Ash felt a surge of excitement, for evolving into a Nidoqueen could bolster his team significantly. Without hesitation, he decided, let us do this. Pikachu. It's time to capture that Nidoran. Pika. Pikachu nodded, poised and ready for action, awaiting Ash's command. Now is the moment. Use Quick Attack, Ash commanded. Observing the Nidoran engrossed in its drink, he decisively instructed Pikachu to strike with the swiftest of moves. This decision proved astute, as surprise often yielded the greatest results. In an instant, Nidoran was sent flying, crashing into a sturdy tree and sliding down. At that moment, Nidoran was bewildered. It had not anticipated being attacked while merely enjoying a drink. Slowly regaining its footing, Nidoran glared at Pikachu with fierce determination, despite the bruises adorning its body. Pikachu, do not grant it any opportunities. Use Thunderbolt. Ash remained resolute, analyzing the situation with clarity and decisiveness. Thunder erupted as Pikachu unleashed a terrifying bolt of electricity upon Nidoran, showcasing immense power. Given Nidoran's low level of merely 14, Pikachu easily maintained control of the encounter. Ash produced a red and white Pokeball, timing his throw expertly. Bang! The Pokeball struck Nidoran squarely on the head, creating a noticeable bump. What is happening? Ash found himself momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that this was not a wild Nidoran? Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A dark-skinned youth rushed towards Nidoran. Nidoran, are you all right? The boy gently stroked Nidoran's head, filled with remorse. Realizing what was happening, the boy glared at Ash with anger. Who are you? And why did you attack my Nidoran? Ash, feeling awkward, scratched his head. Please, don't be upset. Allow me to explain. Swallowing hard, he instinctively took a step back, wary of the boy's potential reaction. After calming himself slightly, Ash gestured for the boy to remain composed. I thought this was a wild Nidoran, so I intended to capture it. I truly had no idea it belonged to you. It was a misunderstanding. It was crucial for Ash to clarify the situation, as he felt genuinely wronged. Who would have thought that, in the absence of other trainers, a Nidoran drinking water would not be a wild Pokemon? The boy pondered for a moment and seemed somewhat satisfied with Ash's explanation, acknowledging that such a misunderstanding was reasonable. He had made a similar mistake before. Recalling a time when he had been harshly reprimanded by another trainer for a similar error, the boy shivered slightly. I take it you are a novice trainer? The boy speculated, though he was largely certain based on Ash's age and Pokemon. A trainer of Ash's youth embarking on a journey with a Pikachu was quite telling. Ash smiled slightly. Yes, I am a trainer from Pallet Town. I apologize for the earlier incident. Recognizing his own misstep, Ash adopted a humble demeanor, understanding that acknowledging one's faults was the path to progress. Misty and Brock approached, eager to assist Ash in his explanation. The boy waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It's no big deal. I won't hold it against you. The boy was not inclined to be vindictive, recognizing that Ash had no malicious intent and was merely a rookie trainer. Given the direction you're heading, are you on your way to Leafy Town? Ash hesitated, aware that while this road led to Leafy Town, it branched off in several directions. The boy nodded. I too am a trainer. I am en route to Leafy Town to earn my badge and ultimately participate in the Indigo Conference. The mention of the Indigo Conference sparked excitement in the boy's eyes, illuminating his face. In him, Ash recognized the essence of a true trainer, determined and passionate about their craft. Ah, I see. We are also heading to Leafy Town. Would you like to join us? The more allies, the better to face any challenges that might arise. The boy shook his head, suddenly appearing exhilarated. What is happening? Is something wrong? Ash inquired, following the boy's gaze. The boy's peculiar behavior suggested he had discovered something extraordinary, his expression brimming with excitement. Shoo! Everyone, stay still and quiet. The boy stealthily approached a thicket, moving with utmost caution, careful not to make a sound. It's you, Pidgey. A Bulbasaur, which had been dozing off, suddenly became alert to the boy's presence. Regrettably, the young boy's actions were swift, as he promptly commanded his Pidgeotto to launch an attack. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Upon receiving the order, Pidgeotto dashed towards Bulbasaur with remarkable speed, as if fueled by a surge of anger. Bulbasaur, however, did not resign itself to defeat. As soon as it sensed the approaching threat, it awakened to the situation, ready for battle. In response to Pidgeotto's rapid onslaught, Bulbasaur skillfully wrapped its tendrils around a nearby branch, deftly evading the attack. What? How could this be? Pidgeotto's Quick Attack, renowned for its high accuracy, has been dodged. The boy found it hard to believe. Quick Attack was known for its almost infallible hit rate. Is this a gloom? No, it's Bulbasaur. Ash was filled with excitement, for he had long desired a Bulbasaur, a passion that had been deeply rooted in him since childhood. However, it was unfortunate that this particular Bulbasaur had already been discovered by the boy, leaving him no choice but to refrain from competing for it. Unless, Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. The boy felt an increasing thrill, for should he successfully capture this Bulbasaur, it would undoubtedly become his ace in the hole. Yet, he was acutely aware of the challenge ahead. As one of the starter Pokemon of the Kanto region, Bulbasaur was destined to be anything but ordinary, and a fierce battle awaited him. Pidgeotto's plumage gleamed with a vibrant sheen, exuding an aura of menace, indicating the care with which it had been trained. A fierce gust of wind swept through the arena, heralding Pidgeotto's flying-type move, Hurricane. One must commend the boy's strategy. The flying type had a distinct advantage over the grass type, allowing for an optimal display of power. Bulbasaur, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp leaves, spinning rapidly like deadly blades. This was Bulbasaur's Leaf Tornado move. Ash chose to remain an observer, keenly watching the battle unfold, hoping to glean some valuable insights. The boy's expression grew tense, beads of sweat forming on his brow, for Bulbasaur had endured the hurricane with astonishing resilience, a truly terrifying feat. A grass-type move had withstood a flying-type attack, a testament to Bulbasaur's strength, far exceeding their expectations. Pidgeotto, unleash all your might with wing attack. The boy was compelled to go all out, for the allure of capturing Bulbasaur was too great to resist. As Pidgeotto soared above, fixing its gaze on Bulbasaur, it conjured another tempest. This time, the wind seemed even more ferocious, swirling the surrounding leaves into a frenzy. Bulbasaur quickly retreated a few steps, acutely aware of the impending danger of the attack. With a deafening roar, the tempest descended, sending dry leaves spiraling through the air. Bulbasaur had no choice but to defend itself, once more employing Leaf Tornado. However, this time it was unable to withstand Pidgeotto's assault, and the whirlwind struck, sending Bulbasaur crashing to the ground. Has it fallen? Ash observed the motionless Bulbasaur on the ground, realizing it had lost the will to fight. The boy laughed heartily, pleased with Pidgeotto's performance. Without hesitation, he retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. Just as he prepared to throw the Pokeball, a violent wind swept through the arena, momentarily blinding everyone. To their astonishment, Pidgeotto suddenly plummeted to the ground. By the time they regained their composure, Bulbasaur had vanished, and Pidgeotto lay wounded. What just happened? The boy was stunned, his body trembling involuntarily, for the power he had just witnessed was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Ash and his companions were equally bewildered, having only glimpsed a shadow before this unforeseen turn of events. What could that have been? It was terrifying. Misty nervously scanned the surroundings, anxious to ascertain whether the creature still lingered. The boy took a deep breath, his emotions tumultuous, realizing he had to retrieve his injured Pidgeotto, for its wounds were grave. He sensed that a Pokémon had intervened, yet the disparity between their strengths was insurmountable. With a single move, it had effortlessly defeated Pidgeotto, a clear indication of either a rare Pokémon or a significant level difference. However, he was curious as to why such a formidable Pokémon would appear in this locale, having never heard of it before. Are you all right? Ash rushed forward to inquire about the boy, as the recent events had unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving no time for a reaction. The boy shook his head. I'm fine. I prefer solitude. It's my style. Farewell. He declined Ash's invitation and set off along the path to Leafy Town. Ash could only nod, understanding he could not compel the boy otherwise. We should leave this place. It's clearly not safe here. Although that mysterious Pokémon did not attack us, the displayed power was beyond our capacity to confront. As they journeyed onward, Ash pondered a pressing matter. His Froakie was now of a level suitable for evolution, yet there was no sign of it. He also found himself uncertain about Pikachu's potential evolution. If it were to evolve into Raichu, it would undoubtedly be advantageous, as transformation typically elevated overall strength. Continuing their trek, the group arrived at a sandy shore where a magnificent lighthouse stood in the distance. What a beautiful place! Misty exclaimed, invigorated by the sea breeze, momentarily forgetting the fatigue of their journey. Ash gazed up at the lighthouse, contemplating for a moment. Is that Professor Oak? I truly wish to meet him in person. As he understood, Professor Oak was not only exceptionally skilled but also relatively young, a testament to his potential. Let us head to the lighthouse. We should find our lodging for the night. They approached the base of the lighthouse, marveling at its grandeur, which surpassed even that of the one in Celadon City. Misty was momentarily taken aback. The view from afar had not prepared her for the lighthouse's spectacular presence up close. Ding dong, ding dong. Without further thought, Ash reached out to ring the doorbell. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man before them. Who are you? Ash smiled. I'm Professor Oak's apprentice from Pallet Town, and I presume you are familiar with him. He produced a signed letter from Professor Oak to validate his identity. The man blinked in surprise. Oh, I see. So, what brings you here? He glanced in confusion at the two companions behind Ash. As dusk descends, the sky is cloaked in somber clouds, and a suitable place for rest remains elusive. Might I impose upon you for a night's lodging? In truth, Ash harbors many thoughts. Had they sought external accommodations, they would not have been at a loss. However, accompanying Dr. Jinghui might yield greater knowledge. After all, he has achieved the status of a doctor at such a tender age and has garnered a modicum of renown. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, Ash is determined to seize it, lest he be beset by regret later. Dr. Jinghui nodded in agreement, indicating that he had a few vacant rooms available. He did not refuse Ash and his companion's request, embodying the spirit of generosity, especially since they came highly recommended by Professor Okido. In light of Professor Okido's esteemed reputation in the academic realm, Dr. Zhang Hui recognized his own limitations and has long aspired to emulate him through diligent study. Really? I am profoundly grateful, Dr. Zhang Hui, Ash expressed. Moments later, they settled into their respective rooms, and Ash surveyed the clean and tidy interiors with evident satisfaction. Dr. Zhang Hui smiled and remarked, "If you encounter any issues, please do not hesitate to inform me. However, I advise against wandering outside at night, as there is a mysterious Pokemon known to roam these grounds." Ash was momentarily taken aback. As a recollection sparked within him, could it be the enigmatic Pokemon that had, with a single strike, vanquished a Pidgey and swiftly rescued a Bulbasaur? Yet, he pondered. Was there truly a connection? He fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to himself. Dr. Zhang Hui caught wind of Ash's musings and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you have seen that Pokemon?" At that moment, Dr. Zhang Hui's excitement was palpable. He had lingered here for so long in hopes of unraveling this mystery. Perhaps the outcome would once again make waves in the academic community. A mysterious Pokemon, possibly one unheard of by mankind, once revealed, could astonish the entire world. Dr. Zhang Hui, please, calm yourself, Ash replied. His expression tinged with a bittersweet smile as he observed the fervent scholar. I did not catch a clear glimpse of that Pokemon. Here is how it transpired. After Ash elucidated the sequence of events, Dr. Zhang Hui's initial excitement waned, replaced by disappointment. Is that so? I had hoped you had discerned the true visage of that Pokemon, which has eluded my thoughts day and night. While he remained unaware of the Pokemon's identity, he was certain of its exceptional speed and strength. I yearn to encounter it, for it has ignited my curiosity. Hearing Dr. Zhang Hui's fervent wish, Ash felt perplexed. Could it be that the surveillance equipment had failed to capture any trace? Under normal circumstances, they should possess an abundance of such technology, if not more advanced devices. Dr. Zhang Hui shook his head. I have considered that. In fact, there are monitoring devices within a radius of several dozen kilometers. However, it is peculiar that some of these devices have malfunctioned inexplicably, and to date, none have recorded any sighting of the Pokemon. Ash found himself at a loss regarding this conundrum, deciding to rest for a moment before further investigation. He sensed that changes were afoot in the realm of Pokemon, and while he felt a certain answer forming in his mind, he was hesitant to claim it. Dr. Zhang Hui did not wish to intrude further on Ash's thoughts, as he had experiments to conduct. He provided a few brief reminders and then busied himself with his work. Ash, feeling somewhat lethargic, reclined on his bed, gazing out the lighthouse window at the sprawling starry sky. What manner of Pokemon could it be, or could there be another possibility? Before he knew it, Ash had drifted into slumber, softly snoring. In the inky darkness of the night, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the lighthouse, only to vanish in an instant. After a night of deep sleep, Ash awoke feeling somewhat sore, stretching his limbs and massaging his shoulders. This sensation of discomfort was unfamiliar. His body had yet to acclimate to prolonged exertion. Good morning, Ash. Here is your breakfast, Dr. Zhang Hui greeted, arriving with a steaming meal. Ash blinked in surprise, then smiled and nodded. Thank you, Dr. Zhang Hui. You have gone to great lengths. The fact that he, despite his own busy schedule, took the time to prepare breakfast for them warmed Ash's heart. It is no trouble at all, merely a small gesture, Dr. Zhang Hui replied. By the way, Ash, are you all set to depart soon? He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Ash nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have already acquired 2 badges, and my next destination is to Leaf Green City. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang Hui seemed to have something to say, but held his tongue. The group gathered around the table, enjoying their breakfast, with Dr. Zhang Hui joining them, as even scholars must partake in sustenance. Professor Okido's situation is far more dire. Does he survive solely on instant noodles? Dr. Zhang Hui mused, reflecting on the matter and turning to Ash. Ash chuckled and nodded. In my recollection, it seems Professor Okido would be better off if he were simply referred to as Instant Noodle Professor. Laughter erupted around the table. Before long, Dr. Zhang Hui broached the subject of the mysterious Pokemon once more. Brock and Misty listened intently, their expressions serious. Brock nodded slightly. Based on your description, it seems this Pokemon is solitary. No others of its kind have appeared. Dr. Zhang Hui gazed toward the distant ocean, recalling how it sometimes emitted mournful cries, albeit fleetingly, leaving one to wonder what it feared. They speculated about various Pokemon, yet Dr. Zhang Hui dismissed each suggestion. Ash remained silent for a considerable time, perhaps grappling with his own thoughts. Could it be that Dr. Zhang Hui is referring to Dragonite? Dr. Zhang Hui leapt to his feet, excitement brightening his face. Wait, are you suggesting? Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, the mournful cry resounded once more, and a thick fog enveloped the sky above the distant ocean. Dr. Janeway paused, his realization dawning upon him as he swiftly retrieved the lighthouse's switch, pressing it without hesitation. As the switch activated, the lighthouse emitted a sound akin to that of the mysterious Pokemon, though not an exact match. The two sounds reverberated across the expansive sea, creating an echoing emptiness. "Reveal yourself, mysterious Pokemon," Dr. Janeway implored, his heart racing with anticipation. He had waited so long for the call of this enigmatic creature. Just a week prior, the Pokemon had not revealed itself, merely lingering in the mist for a moment before vanishing silently. At this juncture, Ash displayed no signs of excitement. He observed the fervent Dr. Janeway and posed a question. "Have you considered one possibility?" The man looked at Ash, puzzled. "What possibility?" Ash was resolute. And once this enigmatic Pokemon detected the sounds emanating from the lighthouse as not being those of its kind, but rather a human fabrication, the consequences would be dire. Hearing Ash's words, the man momentarily stiffened, realizing that he had overlooked the most critical detail after such extensive research. At this moment, he felt a rising panic, for if Ash's assumptions were correct, once the creature manifested and recognized the anomaly, it would undoubtedly erupt in fury. "Everyone, we must withdraw from the lighthouse immediately." "I will contact the authorities right away," Dr. Janeway exclaimed, lamenting his carelessness and fervently hoping that the mysterious Pokemon would depart swiftly. Moments later, Ash and his companions hastily retreated from the lighthouse, distancing themselves across the sea. The mist enveloping the distant ocean began to dissipate, revealing a colossal shadow emerging into view. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a Dragonite, but its size was unprecedented. Dr. Janeway's expression turned serious as he decided to wait and observe, allowing the enigmatic Pokemon to fully reveal itself. They had already prepared their escape mechanism. Should anything go awry, they would utilize the newly developed teleportation device. This device, akin to a human-engineered Pokemon, bore similarities to instant teleportation. Thus, they were adequately equipped to ensure their safety before lingering in the area. Is that truly a Dragonite? Ash pondered, equally perplexed, for the creature's silhouette undeniably resembled that of a Dragonite, yet its size was at least twice that of an ordinary one. Dragonite was already renowned for its substantial physique, and this larger version was truly astonishing. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Ash's mind, declaring, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of Aura." The term Aura was unfamiliar to Ash. "System, what effects does this Aura power possess?" The system remained silent, leaving Ash to shake his head in frustration. This must be a special ability. Although he lacked comprehensive knowledge about Aura, he was aware that, aside from Pokemon, certain trainers might also possess unique abilities, such as Hoa's Rainbow Feather or the Force of Eternatus. As the mist gradually cleared, the mysterious Pokemon was fully unveiled before their eyes. It was indeed a Dragonite. Yet, its colossal stature was unprecedented, leaving them all in awe. Ash swiftly retrieved his Pokédex and aimed it at the distant Dragonite for scanning. Dragonite, a dragon and flying-type Pokemon, is the evolved form of Dragonair. Dragonite is known for its calm demeanor and kind heart, often rescuing drowning individuals or Pokemon at sea and guiding lost ships to shore. Misty gasped, "How magnificent!" She had never encountered such a gargantuan Pokemon, leaving her utterly astounded. Will a Gyarados be crushed under its weight? Brock gulped, squinting at the Dragonite ahead. Dr. Janeway chuckled as he swiftly produced a camera and other relevant equipment, eager to document this astonishing sight. Although it wasn't the mysterious Pokemon he had envisioned, such a specimen in the academic realm would surely cause a sensation. "Dr. Janeway, why is this Dragonite's size so extraordinarily large? It seems rather illogical," Ash remarked, feeling overwhelmed by the knowledge he had acquired at school, which now appeared to be far beyond his grasp. Dr. Janeway, with excitement radiating from him as he recorded the Dragonite, explained, "The only conclusion I can draw is that this Dragonite belongs to the era of the ancient Dragonites." Ash felt a sense of confusion as though he had heard this term before, but the details eluded him. Dr. Janeway smiled gently. "It is entirely normal for you not to understand this. Even we, as PhDs, have limited knowledge of such ancient Pokemon. However, according to higher authorities, these Pokemon may not originate from this world, but rather from another dimension." At that moment, the Dragonite suddenly became agitated, having been struck by an unknown force.